Henry Anthony, an unremarkable supermarket cashier, found his life altered one fateful day when an oddly dressed man appeared at his doorstep, questioning why he had not responded to a letter from the Office for the Prohibition of Magical Abuse. Chapter 1. A beautiful day ends at Azkaban. Have a lovely day. Henry Anthony smiled as he bid farewell to a customer, turning to retrieve ice cream from the conveyor belt. Hello. Kevin, how have you been lately? 2 pounds, thank you. Quite well, Mr. Anthony, just a bit too hot, Kevin replied, handing over the money. And you, how are things? Henry provided him with change, responding, I'm well enough. Aside from occasionally finding feathers in my pockets, everything else is quite normal. That's good to hear, Kevin said sympathetically. I heard from my dad that owls have been coming in through your window like crazy. On the bright side, the wild mice in your house should be gone now. Don't remind me the owls must think my place is a restaurant, Henry joked. All right, Kevin, take your ice cream and enjoy your summer holiday. He watched as Kevin cheerfully bounced out of the supermarket, his smile fading. Henry Anthony, a resident of Holly Street in London, worked as a cashier at the corner grocery store. 3 days prior, a swarm of owls had invaded his home, creating such a commotion that he was forced to hide his pet and seek help from his neighbors. After all, confronting that chaotic flock alone would have raised suspicions. Exhausted from the ordeal, he felt like a mere unfortunate soul, the neighbors teasing him about it, and even a local newspaper featuring a small article about the amusing incident. Owl attack on solitary man's window, possibly in pursuit of his pet guinea pig. He had to hastily improvise, using some bones to fashion a fluffy, overweight guinea pig to appease the photographer. His skeletal cat was furious, tearing his couch to shreds in retaliation. Perhaps he should procure some white wine to make amends. Henry was still preoccupied with thoughts of white wine as he approached his front door, only to find an oddly dressed man standing there. The stranger wore a complete ensemble of shirt, tie, suit jacket, and even cufflinks, yet beneath it all, he donned a workplace skirt that Henry's eye twitched. I'm not interested. This is my front door, so excuse me? The man, Mr. Ollie, produced a wooden stick from seemingly nowhere and pointed it at Henry. Furthermore, due to the presence of unregistered dark magic in your residence, Aurors will arrive within 3 minutes. What letter? Henry frowned. Ollie's behavior was exceedingly strange. He glanced around, fearing he might draw unwanted attention, only to find passers-by leisurely attending to their business, seemingly oblivious to the scene. Wait, I understand now. There's a regulatory office for people like us? You sent the owls, didn't you? What benefit would it serve to expose me? No matter what he said, the man simply shook his head in silence. As he tried to comprehend the situation, a loud explosion erupted and several figures clad in black robes materialized at his doorstep. 2 of them restrained Henry, while the others stormed inside. Poor skeletal cat, still furious, arched its back and whimpered at the intruders, only to be swiftly dismantled by the group. The vengeful spirit attempting to protect its companion's remains was also dispelled by a beam of blue light emitted from the wooden stick. Henry shouted, "What are you doing?" At this point, he no longer cared about his neighbors, breaking free from his captors and pointing toward the interior of his home. Good kitty, come here. Like a tempest, the scattered bones from various corners flew into Henry's embrace. Clattering together in a cacophony, he summoned a spare skeleton to shield himself from the incoming red beams of light, examining the scratches and cracks on his pet's bones. This cat, usually spoiled and carefree, rolling on the floor and chasing toys, would throw tantrums at the slightest annoyance. Now, it curled in his arms, too weak to maintain its form, nearly dissipating. This felt like a new nightmare. The cat's bones trembled in his hold. Fear not, Henry comforted, tightening his grip. He gazed at the hooded figures. Who are you? What is your purpose? Is there some misunderstanding? He realized that these individuals both feared and resented him. They were acting as if he might explode at any moment, prepared for mutual destruction. What absurdity do not be afraid, he said. Whatever it is you fear, I have no intention of attacking you. I am merely a law-abiding employee. 1 The robed figure sneered. Maintain the counter curse. Do not heed the dark wizard's lies. Stay vigilant. Do not let him escape. This gentleman, Henry replied helplessly. If I had intended to flee, I would have done so well before your arrival. Mr. Ollie informed me that a group was on its way. I simply did not anticipate your unreasonable behavior. The man spat on the ground, muttering a low curse. Necromancer, the department should have approved an emergency death curse long ago. He lunged closer to Henry, pressing the wooden stick against the back of his neck. I warn you not to attempt anything funny, or I will cast a death curse on you, regardless of the consequences. Search him. Another figure quietly muttered an incantation, causing Henry's belongings to levitate and fly out. His wallet was thoroughly searched, and the searcher frowned and shook his head, pressing the stick even harder against Henry. Where's your wand? Reveal its location, and do not move your hands. Henry realized they were searching for his wand. He sighed. You won't believe me if I say I don't have one. How about this? He'll perform a trick for you. Henry gently watched as his belongings dispersed. To put it simply, I do not require a wand, he explained while cradling his cat. However, I assure you I am not hostile. Take me through whatever procedures you need to carry out. Let us resolve this misunderstanding. Around 11 o'clock at night, darkness descended, and a crescent moon hung distant over the sea. Henry, a creature of routine, felt fatigue wash over him. He stifled a yawn, listlessly gazing at the black waves beside him. Thick fog enveloped the vessel, and he had no idea how long this voyage would last. The companion beside him, whom Henry now realized was an oarer, silently leaned against the ship's railing, guiding its course with his wand. When the tip of the wand glowed a soft yellow, the fog suddenly lifted, revealing a solitary island that materialized amidst the tumultuous sea. Had the circumstances been less chaotic, Henry would have been filled with curiosity and wonder. This was his first encounter with this magical world. Upon discovering his peculiar abilities, he had once harbored distant dreams, imagining others like him, envisioning marvelous scenes unfolding before his eyes, where elf hunters would knock on his door seeking a drink, just like in fairy tales. Yet he was a pragmatic individual. After moving, he quickly settled into a stable home and secured employment, surrounded by friendly neighbors and familiar customers, rendering fanciful illusions unnecessary. He hoarded his favorite possessions within his home, like a hamster stockpiling for winter. He even had his own cat. He did not receive the rational interlocutor he had hoped to meet. He was taken to a place known as the Ministry of Magic, where he underwent a series of brief inquiries. Henry. Anthony, I am uncertain of the purpose of the owl. It may have been frightened away by my pet. Yes, that is my pet. Indeed, I can summon a wraith. Would you like a demonstration? Signed a document affirming the accuracy of his statements, and subsequently boarded a vessel to a location referred to as Azkaban. Upon his arrival at Azkaban, the staff, having perhaps witnessed Anthony being escorted, lazily emerged from the duty room, inquiring, "What is this?" Anthony's accompanying Auror whispered, "A dark wizard, appears to be somewhat unhinged. Not the same issue as those before him." The staff scrutinized Anthony for a moment, gesturing towards the bundle in his arms. "Is the issue akin to cradling a bone like a teddy bear?" The Auror was taken aback. Anthony had been so compliant that everyone had forgotten he was still clutching his magical implements. "Put it down," the Auror instructed Anthony. "You cannot bring dark artifacts into Azkaban. It is preposterous that none of us thought to destroy them." Anthony shook his head. "There are bones everywhere. What difference does it make to have a few more cats and dogs?" The staff member added, "If he wishes to hold it, let him. The Dementors are guarding the dark wizards." The accompanying Auror pointed at Anthony and whispered to the staff member, "He is said to be a necromancer." "Wonderful. Thank you." Anthony smiled at the staff member. "Goodness," the staff member remarked as he observed Anthony venture deeper into Azkaban. Turning to the Auror to complain, "He acts as if I just passed him a jar of jam at the dinner table that I nearly responded with, 'You're welcome.'" Do not be deceived by appearances. He is indeed a necromancer, the darkest of dark wizards. The Auror shook his head. "A madman among madmen. The Dementors will be sure to entertain him." Chapter 2. The Woes of Scrimgeour. Rufus Scrimgeour rubbed his forehead. "So, Mr. Anthony, you have escaped from prison? Would you care for some tea, Mr. Anthony?" Scrimgeour tapped the edge of the table, and the teapot soared up for the third time to refill Anthony's cup. "Very well, let me reiterate that necromancy is exceedingly dark magic. I am inclined to believe that your actions may not have been intentional. However, it is regrettable that practitioners of such dark arts can be directly imprisoned in Azkaban without trial. I shall repeat myself, Mr. Scrimgeour. I refuse to accept this. I demand an appeal. Should my appeal be denied, I shall repeatedly walk out of your so-called prison during the day to work at the supermarket and return here at night to obstruct your departure," Anthony declared earnestly. "I simply desire to lead a tranquil life. If this tranquility contravenes any of your regulations, then kindly elucidate them for me." Scrimgeour sighed in exasperation. "Mr. Anthony, to be succinct, engaging with bones and souls is prohibited as it pertains to necromancy. Necromancy is unequivocally dark magic. It attempts to blur the boundaries of life and death, and history has taught us to refrain from such transgressions. Perhaps your history lessons at Hogwarts were lacking. You may have been preoccupied with studying Professor Bin's lectures," Anthony replied calmly, taking a sip of tea. "This is manifestly unreasonable, for you have just attempted to punish me by confining me with a group of tattered robes that blur the lines of existence. By the way, I am not a student of your esteemed magical institution, so regrettably, I have not attended your history classes." Scrimgeour shook his head. "Mr. Anthony, I apologize. It appears there has indeed been a misunderstanding. What is your alma mater?" "King's College, London." Anthony responded, "I possess a complete personnel file. Given your extensive reach, you may easily verify it yourself. You cannot suppress a jab. The ignorance and arrogance of these individuals left him profoundly disillusioned with the wizarding world. At that moment, he found himself unexpectedly nostalgic for his former colleagues in the Human Resources Department. Compared to wielding wands, their prowess in communication and passing the buck resembled a form of superhuman ability. No experience studying or working outside of England. Durmstrang? Scrimgeour unfurled a parchment. No. Feel free to investigate, Anthony asserted confidently. Except for last March, I have resided in what you refer to as the Muggle world. I possess employment contracts, rental agreements, registered addresses, healthcare records, and bank statements. You could even inquire directly with my local community council. The unassessed British wizards, this is Dumbledore's affair. Scrimgeour nodded as he listened to Anthony's grievances while lowering his head to write a letter. Mr. Anthony, I believe this is an unfortunate tragedy. Hogwarts failed to detect and inform you of your need for magical education in a timely manner. So your lack of understanding regarding the dark nature and prohibitions of necromancy is understandable. In any case, I shall promptly inform the minister and the headmaster of Hogwarts regarding your situation, and they shall render a decision. Anthony watched with keen interest as Scrimgeour tied the letter and its copies to the feet of two owls. As the situation seemed to finally take a turn for the better, Anthony's spirits lifted. If the intricacies of a wizard's email correspondence are indeed so convoluted, one can only imagine that their owls would not take kindly to mass mailings. He even found a moment's leisure to ponder how owls decipher the delivery addresses. Perhaps he was gazing too intently, for one owl turned its head, fluffed its wings, and emitted a threatening hoot. Scrimgeour fixed his gaze upon Anthony, as if attempting to decode some arcane language of the undead wizard. As for that nebulous boundary between life and death, well, I've been dead for over a month, Anthony remarked. Dead for over a month, Scrimgeour echoed. Yes, and through my relentless efforts, I was resurrected. Resurrected. It was then that I discovered my newfound affinity for playing with bones. I relocated, as you might surmise, and endeavored to reconstruct a semblance of a tranquil life. A year later, a veritable flock of owls burst into my home, followed closely by a band of individuals who crashed through my door, slaughter my pet, and indiscriminately declared that I was to spend my days with over 50 ragged individuals clad in robes, Anthony concluded. I am truly sorry, Scrimgeour instinctively replied. Thank you. Scrimgeour stared at him. Do you know Dumbledore? I trust you mean the headmaster of Hogwarts, Anthony responded. Scrimgeour corrected him. It is Hogwarts. Never mind. He needs to come here. He drew his wand, exclaiming, Expecto Patronum. If Dumbledore has yet to read the letter, inform him that there is a self-proclaimed resurrected undead wizard present, and I believe he would find it intriguing. He hesitated for a moment before informing the minister that Dumbledore might come to investigate the undead wizard who has led Hogwarts astray. Anthony observed the silvery creature nuzzling against Scrimgeour's hand, leaping over his desk and disappearing beside the bookshelf. Quite beautiful and remarkably intelligent, he marveled. Scrimgeour remarked with polite sarcasm. Yes, Mr. Undead Wizard, I am pleased you can appreciate it. The Patronus charm, the antithesis of dark magic, the bane of Dementors. At that moment, Anthony even held a curiosity about knowledge he was unaware of. Dementors? Scrimgeour waved his hand dismissively. They're the dark creatures you referred to, existing in the ambiguous realm between life and death. They survive by consuming human happiness, and it is even difficult to ascertain whether they possess intelligence. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, can you control them? Certainly not, Anthony replied. Why? Scrimgeour exhaled in relief, only to realize something was amiss. Then how did you escape? I politely requested their cooperation, Anthony explained. Please and thank you work wonders. Dumbledore, come here at once. Chapter 3, The Professorship from the Skies. I assumed resurrection was a commonplace occurrence, Anthony said, casting a furtive glance at Dumbledore's silvery beard. I mean, it must be quite common for you. To be frank, the other party appear to have endured several centuries. If this kindly old man were to tell him he had been resurrected 5 times, he would readily believe it. Actually, it is not, Mr. Anthony. You have given Rufus and me quite a shock, Dumbledore smiled, but I fear you have misunderstood. What you experienced was not resurrection. Scrimgeour maintained a stern expression. I thought you would attempt to convince me that this is a case of resurrection before my eyes. No, Rufus. I have not yet descended into the depths of folly to lose my reverence for the rules of magic, Dumbledore asserted. If you were to inquire of me, I would reveal that Mr. Anthony experienced his first surge of magical power at the tender age of 26. He was transported a month into the future by time magic, only to discover, to his astonishment, that everyone believed him to be deceased. Such occurrences are rare, yet not impossible. All your deductions are predicated upon the testimony of this necromancer, Scrimgeour remarked, his tone considerably more measured than his expression. Dumbledore's azure eyes regarded him gently. I may not be a master of potions, but you ought to trust that an elder can discern the qualities of a truth serum. I must say, your treatment of our guest is rather aggressive. The necromancer and Azkaban fugitive, the head of the Auror office muttered, relieved that Mad-Eye was not present. Anthony frowned. But I truly, Dumbledore interrupted, I believe you have not attempted to deceive my child. Yet truth does not always equate to reality, does it? He shot a keen glance at Anthony from behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, causing Anthony to refrain from further argument. In that moment, the resemblance to his former schoolteacher was uncanny. Had his teacher suddenly chosen to undergo a transformation, sporting a beard, blue eyes, a broken nose, and a penchant for deep blue robes and hats, Anthony had always held a certain reverence for his schoolteacher. Scrimgeour interpreted Anthony's silence as acquiescence. A naturally occurring necromancer who has traversed time magic, Dumbledore, you are presenting me with a conundrum. What am I to do? Shall I send him to the Department of Mysteries? His yellow eyes fixed intently on Dumbledore, akin to a lion poised to pounce. Certainly not, Rufus. Dumbledore replied with a smile. While one cannot deny Mr. Anthony's talents, he has not undergone formal magical education. Indeed, that is my oversight, and I sincerely propose that you allow me to rectify this. May I? Scrimgeour and Dumbledore exchanged glances. Dumbledore, are you truly vouching for a dark wizard? He inquired. Even so, we can preemptively extinguish such possibilities. Schrimgeour hieß fervently, ad dementoreskish. Dumbledore regarded him with a knowing look. Reflect upon history. You have witnessed events far more intricate than those chronicled in textbooks. Consider it carefully. Hogwarts is a school for underage wizards, he concluded, and 27 is, in any case, not underage. Dumbledore pondered. That is indeed a point. Perhaps, Mr. Anthony, would you be inclined to take up a position at Hogwarts? Anthony contemplated gravely. I have no better options, do I? Alas, no. Dumbledore replied apologetically. The role of a cashier sounds quite appealing. Yet I assure you that a teaching position at Hogwarts is also stable. Typically. Then, Henry, if I may address you thus, on behalf of Hogwarts, I extend a warm welcome. Oh no. A pretentious voice emerged from the hearth. Anthony was startled. A woman's head floated amid the flames, her mouth twisted into a grotesque smile reminiscent of a toad. Umbridge, how delightful to see you, Scrimgeour remarked, his tone utterly incredulous. What instructions does our esteemed Minister Fudge have? Coughing softly, he added, I apologize for the interruption, but I must remind you that allowing a necromancer to teach our beloved children would not sit well with the public. Umbridge interjected, her voice dripping with feigned sweetness. You do realize whom they would complain to, don't you? Moreover, even if you choose not to pursue the matter of dark magic, the Aurors would certainly understand. Wouldn't they? Just tell them it was Dumbledore's directive. Scrimgeour glared at her, seemingly suppressing the urge to douse the flames with a bucket of water. According to Article 73 of the International Secrecy Act, we must at the very least destroy his wand. Given his claim of being wandless, it is customary to revoke his magical abilities. Anthony chimed in, revoking his magical abilities? Somehow, even a disembodied head in a fireplace, Umbridge manages to maintain an air of superiority. She smiled. Life without hands may be challenging at first, but you will adapt. Dear, I'm afraid that won't suffice, madam. I still need my hands to tally the inventory. Anthony met her gaze as it happens. I can perform magic without the need for hands. Umbridge gasped and vanished. Scrimgeour leapt from his seat. What have you done? A beam of red light shot from his wand towards Anthony, only to be intercepted mid-flight by a blue light. Dumbledore, stunning spell. Scrimgeour quickly realized the brilliance of the dark arts defense professor, a creature of the shadows. However, Professor Burbage, Carrie did splendidly, did she not? She is an enthusiastic partner, though of late, she seems more inclined towards practical matters than academia. Perhaps she will become your colleague in the future. Dumbledore smiled. We may yet see her at the Muggle Liaison Committee. She will be delighted to share some of the teaching load. Scrimgeour appeared almost persuaded. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. A round-faced individual peered in, smiling warmly. Ah, Albus, what a surprise. I hear you've encountered a bit of a predicament. Minister, Scrimgeour nodded in acknowledgement. Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to appoint Mr. Anthony as a professor at Hogwarts. Ah, Albus, you never cease to amaze me, Fudge replied, nodding. Of course. That is entirely feasible, as long as Mr. Anthony accepts the appropriate consequences for his transgressions. He may resume his status as a law-abiding magical citizen and pursue any profession he desires. Anthony cleared his throat. perplexed by how these high-ranking officials seemed to regard him as a mere statue. "I am an innocent citizen," he insisted, his words sharp and clear. Dumbledore smiled at him, almost making him feel as though he were causing a scene. Dumbledore then turned to Fudge and simply inquired, "So what must he pay?" "A necromancer." Repeatedly violating the Secrecy Act, resisting the Ministry's enforcement, Fudge pondered, alas, why hasn't Hogwarts registered this wizard? Matters have grown considerably more complicated. Perhaps we should be lenient. Shall we? Revoking his magical abilities? The headmaster of Hogwarts proposed to vouch for the future professors. Fudge, defeated and somewhat irritated, responded, "Of course, Albus, of course. As long as you are willing." Scrimgeour remained silent throughout the exchange. Anthony was left in awe. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. Anthony lay on the bed at the leaky cauldron, idly toying with the claws of his skeletal cat. To mend his pet, he had spent half the day in the pub's kitchen, laboriously preparing a long table of deboned chicken wings, legs, broth, and fried chicken. 5 chickens had sacrificed their lives for this endeavor, and Anthony had paid handsomely for their demise. Considering he was repairing a cat that did not require sustenance, it was quite a reasonable transaction. The proprietor knocked on his door. "Mr. Anthony, Professor Burbage has arrived." The owner of the leaky cauldron, Tom, was a kindly, balding gentleman. He, in his establishment, exuded a certain ambience, somewhat dark and dilapidated, yet oddly warm, with an air of mystery surrounding his extensive collection of spirits. He cared little about Anthony's past, introduced by Dumbledore, was it not? Dismissed Anthony's history with Azkaban. "Sir, I am a pub owner, not a gossip," and even offered him a glass of fire whiskey upon hearing of his alleged breach of the statute of secrecy. The statute. He informed Tom that in a few days, his employer would likely send someone with a contract and requested Tom to keep an eye out. However, Tom was taken aback upon learning that it would be Professor Burbage arriving, promptly assuring Anthony that he would call her. "She's here," Anthony called out, pushing the cat off his chest. The skeletal cat, displeased, leapt onto the pillow, shaking its body. Anthony dashed to the washroom, quickly splashed water on his face, and adjusted his attire in front of the mirror. "I would advise you to don something more appropriate, young man," the mirror sharply remarked. "What are you wearing? A tablecloth?" "Thank you for your suggestion. It is of no assistance," Anthony mumbled, bringing the skeletal cat in to confront the mirror. The cat sat discontentedly in the sink, its tail slapping against the tiles. "If you break your tail, I shall not mend it," Anthony warned. "Good kitty, be quiet. If all goes well, I shall have a salary to buy white wine again." The cat lay down, ignoring him. As he opened the door, he caught sight of Professor Burbage and Tom laughing as they ascended the stairs. Professor Burbage was a petite middle-aged witch responsible for the Muggle Studies curriculum at the school. Her complexion was pale, and her smile revealed a faint dimple. Upon seeing Anthony, she nodded. "Ah, I presume you are my future successor. You certainly appear quite Muggle." That was because just a week prior, he indeed was, Anthony thought. Thanks to Azkaban, which had no standardized prison attire, he was still clad in plaid and long trousers, perfectly capable of stepping into a convenience store to reapply for a cashier position. Yes, he had resigned from Wayland's supermarket. When Dumbledore introduced him to Professor McGonagall, the stern deputy headmistress scrutinized him several times, frowning, before engaging in hushed whispers with Dumbledore for a considerable while, ultimately pinpointing a rather evident issue. One cannot simultaneously hold 2 full-time positions. After enjoying afternoon tea, he and Dumbledore were promptly dispatched by Professor McGonagall to resign from the cashier's position. "You are the one who decided to hire him," Headmaster Professor McGonagall stated, emphasizing the importance of seeing matters through to completion. The Human Resources Department was incensed by his abrupt resignation, yet somehow Dumbledore managed to persuade him. As they departed, it seemed everyone believed that an employee's departure required no formal application. They also assumed that Anthony's salary was paid daily, forcibly handing him a few banknotes. Today, Anthony had severed all ties of employment, proudly embracing the status of an unemployed individual. Dumbledore had covered the lodging expenses at the leaky cauldron, which, rather seriously, informed him that it would not accept pounds and suggested he consider repayment after commencing his position. Professor Flitwick was there today to deliver the contract. She also wished to catch a glimpse of her colleague, especially after hearing that he had been living in the Muggle world and required her company to venture into Diagon Alley, which piqued her curiosity about this potential successor even further. This is a public contract, the same for all professors. The signature line is at the end. She naturally closed the door, retrieved the contract and a quill from her handbag, along with a letter, adding, "And this is a private document." Following her instructions, Anthony inscribed his name, Henry Anthony, beside the recipient address, confirming the receipt of a sealed Hogwarts confidential letter. The envelope slowly opened, revealing 2 long sheets of parchment. The parchment detailed the timeline and application procedures for his teaching stipend, research funding, and various allowances. After signing to confirm, Anthony retained 1 copy and placed the other beside the envelope. The first clause of the contract was succinct. Both parties commit to mutual non-harm during the term. How broad? He remarked. This loophole is rather extensive, isn't it? Professor Flitwick shook her head solemnly. Do not underestimate the commitment witnessed by magic. It flows through our lives. This indeed sounded quite serious. Anthony grew attentive, meticulously reviewing the remainder of the contract. Most of it was rather formulaic, merely outlining the rights and obligations of Hogwarts professors. He signed in the designated area, wiped the quill's tip, and prepared to return it to Professor Flitwick. Suddenly, the parchment soared from the table, hovering in mid-air, only to be reduced to dust by a burst of golden flames. With a clang, a brass key fell from the ashes. Hogwarts welcomes you, Professor Anthony, Professor Flitwick proclaimed. You now have an office and a private room within the castle. Now, that is a matter for later. Let us proceed to Diagon Alley. Count 3 blocks up and 2 across, she demonstrated. With a gentle tap of your wand, the very heart of the British wizarding world will open before you. Anthony pondered. First, I need a wand. Indeed, you do, Professor Flitwick cheerfully affirmed, but before that, it would be wise to visit Gringotts to exchange for some wizarding currency. Then we shall go shopping for clothes. You cannot walk into Ollivander's wand shop dressed like that. It simply won't do, as all eyes will be upon you. Once we've procured our attire, we shall set off to purchase wands and textbooks. Naturally, a visit to the bookstore is also in order. Anthony discovered that she possessed an extraordinary ability to plan their itinerary with remarkable kindness yet undeniable authority. He was inwardly curious about how Dumbledore had communicated with Professor Burbage regarding this matter. Your new colleague does not possess a wand. When you present the contract, take him to acquire one. Oh, fret not. He is indeed a wizard, as Azkaban can attest. Ah, yes, a dark wizard, yet he has a profound admiration for muggles. Very well, he replied obediently. Professor Burbage appeared quite satisfied. They proceeded to Gringotts. Upon learning that Anthony had no account, the goblins seemed greatly offended. Incessantly emphasizing the importance of saving, Anthony was compelled to exchange additional currency and deposit the minimum amount required to open a vault. You will find that having a private vault is indispensable, said the goblin, attending to him as they departed. Anthony swore he heard the goblin mutter a curse under its breath as he exited Gringotts, lamenting about the miser who refused to deposit more. Professor Burbage, unfazed, remarked, You will grow accustomed to it, Professor Anthony. On the bright side, they shall guard your vault with every drop of blood. Pure blood ideologues, she scoffed, proudly pulling Anthony to stand in line behind them, straightening up to display their muggle attire. Anthony observed as the person ahead shifted slightly, casting a disdainful glance at them before turning away from the queue. Professor Burbage immediately seized the vacant spot with glee. Who is that? Anthony inquired softly. No idea. Professor Burbage replied nonchalantly. Some self-proclaimed aristocrat. A pure-blood bigot, I suppose. Aristocrat? Anthony sought clarification. Does the wizarding world have a dedicated queen witch? Professor Burbage erupted into a fit of joyous laughter. No, of course not. They are hardly aristocrats. If we're being honest, nearly headless Nick holds a more tangible title. Anthony concluded, an arrogant, ordinary wizard. Professor Burbage nodded with a smile. Indeed. I am increasingly convinced of the headmaster's choice. You will make an exceptional professor of Muggle studies. The queue advanced slowly, and by the time it was their turn, Anthony felt somewhat weary. At his request for the most basic attire, Madame Malkin recommended a standard black wizard's robe along with matching shoes. Anthony glanced hastily at the classic ensemble that had retained its title of bestseller for 16 consecutive years, nodding absent-mindedly in agreement. He could not discern much amidst the multitude. After all, half the clothing store was filled with black robes. Some had pockets, others intricate patterns. Various lengths adorned the floor, from knee length to ankle length, trailing the ground. Anthony looked down at his blue checkered shirt and then around at the surrounding robes. To be frank, who truly resembled a dark wizard more? He resisted the urge to swat at the measuring tape that seemed like a long, slender fly, and then accepted the garments handed to him by Madame Moggins, changing in the fitting room. All set. How perfectly tailored. Madame Moggins' craftsmanship has always been unparalleled, Professor Burbage remarked. Now, my young friend, let us procure a wand for you. Chapter 5. The Non-Existent Unicorn and the Vanished Spectral Magic. Contrary to Anthony's expectations, the process of selecting a wand proved rather mundane. He stood in the shop, brandishing wands one by one as instructed by the wand maker. Occasionally, The tip of a wand would emit crackling sparks, reminiscent of a bulb on the verge of short-circuiting. Ollivander would snatch the wand from his grasp before he could trace an 8 in the air with its flickering light, handing him another. No, perhaps this one. At other times, before he could reach for it, the wand in its box would tremble. Of course not. How could I have overlooked that? Ollivander would promptly close the lid, exclaiming. Some wands felt no different from polished sticks. In the wand maker's words, they appeared lifeless. As Anthony pondered whether he truly required a wand, truthfully, he mused that he would not explode without one. Ollivander extracted another wand from the shelf and placed it in his hand. Give this one a try. Silver lime wood, unicorn tail hair, 14 3/4 inches, with average flexibility. Anthony grasped it, holding his breath. This is it, he whispered. Ollivander's pale eyes widened as he regarded him. Wave it, Mr. Anthony. Do something spontaneous. Anthony gently swayed the wand, and mottled shadows danced upon the shop's walls, forming a winged Pegasus, its head crowned with an imposing horn. Wow, Professor Bubbage exclaimed. Wow, Anthony echoed, astonished. The sensation was extraordinary. He no longer perceived the wand as mere wood or a sparkler. He felt complete, as though this wand was intrinsically part of him, resting securely in his hand, every curve perfectly conforming to his palm. An unfamiliar magic flowed within him, distinct from the magic associated with skeletal cats or wailing chickens. It was magnificent. Every time a wand chooses its master, I must say this, it is truly splendid, Ollivander remarked. Your wand is quite fond of you, Mr. Anthony. Do not take it for granted. Do not harm it. Anthony caressed the silver shaft. I'm quite fond of it as well. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. It is marvelous. Ollivander accepted the galleons and escorted them to the door. By the way, if you don't mind my asking, what were you thinking while you wielded the wand? We usually do not witness such a tangible connection. No, it is quite helpful. Unicorns do not possess such characteristics, sir, Ollivander gently replied. Anthony remained silent. Professor Bubbage stifled a laugh. Come now, Professor Anthony. We truly need to acquire some books. According to the reading list generously provided by Professor Bubbage, he procured the mandatory textbooks for the first 5 years at Hogwarts, ensuring to include the Muggle Studies volume, The Lives and Social Customs of British Muggle Families. Upon grasping the History of Magic textbook, he inhaled deeply, taken aback by its considerable weight and thickness. Although he indeed required this book, the hefty price of 2 galleons would nearly deplete his remaining funds, leaving him with a mere 3 sickles. Good sir, the second-hand section is just inside. Most textbooks are available, called out the clerk at the Leaky Cauldron, urging him to venture further within. Professor Bubbage inquired, Are you planning to purchase all new books? Certainly not, Anthony replied. I was unaware that second-hand books were sold here. He cautiously navigated around the densely packed shelves, squeezing through the narrow gaps. The bookcases exuded a peculiar aroma, a blend of wood, ink, bread, and dust that constantly tickled his nose, prompting an urge to sneeze. Some books seemed to spring to life as he passed, startling him with their animated spines. The second-hand shelves were situated deep within, overflowing to the brink. Were it not for the enchantments binding them, the shelves would surely have burst apart. Eager to explore his newly acquired wand, he indulged in purchasing an array of books on wand lore, including the Wand Care Guide, Understanding Your Wand, and the History of Wands. To his surprise, he discovered a layer of dusty, eclectic references on magical history tucked away at the bottom of the shelves. As he piled the books on a counter, Professor Bubbage observed him with a tolerant sigh. Look at you, akin to a young boy who has just acquired a broomstick. I presume you lack the inclination to continue browsing. However, now that you possess your own wand, feel free to visit at your leisure. She smiled, adding, That will be all for today. I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts. Ah, Anthony, you're responsible for the 3rd and 4th years this year. You may choose your textbooks freely. Simply write a letter to Minerva. But I highly recommend The Lives and Social Customs of British Muggle Families. It was then that Anthony realized a pressing concern. The school year commenced in merely 2 months, and he had yet to prepare his lessons. Moreover, he was entirely unacquainted with the curriculum. If not for Tom arriving with champagne, he might have completely lost track of time. Rising from his chair to open the door, he suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his legs weakening as he recognized that he had neglected both lunch and dinner. Congratulations, exclaimed the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, a toast to the new professor of Hogwarts, a cause for celebration. He chuckled at his own playful remark. Anthony accepted the glass and drank deeply. Thank you. Are there any sandwiches left? Champagne's on the house. Thank you for your patronage, Tom replied. We have only beef sandwiches available, 5 sickles each. Would you like one? Yes, indeed, you unscrupulous merchant, Anthony said without hesitation, counting out 6 silver coins. After enjoying the sandwich, he reopened standard spells. Out of curiosity regarding the necromancer, he also delved into the historical materials on magic. Due to an excessive affinity for congregating near graveyards, the spectral sorcerers nearly vanished during the witch hunts of the Middle Ages, thanks in no small part to the clandestine denunciations of rival witches, ultimately leading to their eradication by the international magical community. By the late 19th century, they were declared extinct, becoming a profession immortalized in poetry. I curse you with pure, untainted bones. I curse you with the wrath of flesh and blood. She cried out, I shall torment you with death in the same manner. I yearn to drink your blood alongside death. My thirst is insatiable. In the poem, this mother-esque curse was fulfilled. As her adversary met his demise, blood gushed forth like a fountain. Bitter blood, sweet blood, she reveled. We have every reason to believe that these similarities are not mere coincidences, but glimpses into historical truths. Death and vengeance, as primal and frenzied forces, manifest within dark magic, persistently reappearing throughout the evolution of magical civilization. The portrayals of spectral sorcerers in literature differ greatly, yet their deaths are astonishingly uniform. Ancient dark magic, linked by chains of hatred, transfers from perpetrator to avenger, ultimately guiding all tales toward the Grim Reaper. Regardless, this magic, most entwined with death, has vanished into the annals of time. Anthony closed the book. The author seemed to possess a peculiar historiography of magic, positing that its origins lay in humanity's confrontations with death, with dark magic serving as the Reaper's weapon. The author repeatedly emphasized that when a person becomes ensnared by dark magic, death has already shadowed them. Interestingly, when death was mentioned in the book, the language was notably neutral. He glanced at the author's name on the cover, Pandora Lovegood. The answer is inscribed upon the riddle, Anthony murmured. To dispel the history of spectral sorcerers from his mind, he resolved to practice a spell before bed. He filled an empty plate, used for sandwiches, with clear water, then made it levitate. Wingardium Leviosa, he proclaimed aloud, before releasing the spell, allowing it to crash to the floor. He successfully restored the plate to its original state with a mending charm. Yet no matter how fervently he directed the incantation to clean the floor, the puddle of water continued to dance beneath the candlelight, casting warm yellow reflections. With a sigh, Anthony rose and fetched a towel. The simplest methods are often the most reliable, he muttered. Learn from the wisdom of muggles, wizards. He decided to peruse the Muggle Studies textbook the following day to gain insight into how wizards perceive ordinary people devoid of magic. Chapter 6, Muggle Studies. He retrieved the recommended text, The Life and Social Habits of British Muggle Families, which would serve as his textbook for the academic year. He had no intention of changing his reading material. Being new to Hogwarts was not merely about adjusting to the school itself, but also to the entire magical realm. Since a classic textbook was already available, it was best to continue using it. The book was in excellent condition, with the first half displaying some signs of previous use, while the latter half appeared untouched, as if it had never been opened by its former owner. Anthony skimmed through it. Most of the notes were hastily scribbled highlights made before exams, underlined so extravagantly they seemed to leap off the page. That anonymous, kind-hearted student had purchased it only to let it collect dust, ultimately leading Anthony to discover this bargain on the second-hand shelf. He turned to the page marked by the other party, which might very well be the most annotated page in the entire book, filled with the owner's whimsical doodles. Anthony wished that there existed a profession for artists within the magical realm, given the individual's attitude towards Muggle studies. He could scarcely envision this wizard hosting an art exhibition in the Muggle world. This was an invention by Muggles, utilizing electricity for remote real-time communication, bearing some resemblance to the functionalities of the Flynn network. However, unlike the Flynn network, the telephone could only transmit sound, often distorted, and could not facilitate face-to-face conversations. Nor could it be used for transportation. The student, in a fit of boredom, sketched a fireplace beside the Flynn network and next to the telephone. He drew a sealed fireplace, with a figure standing inside it, conversing with the room by knocking on the wooden boards. The student circled the boards sealing the fireplace and labeled it electricity. Goodness, completely misunderstood, Anthony muttered to himself, gazing at the depicted fireplace. He recalled the toad-like head of the woman that had suddenly appeared in the Ministry of Magic. I still prefer the telephone. At least I can refuse a call, he thought. In the following weeks, Anthony immersed himself in a sea of books, descending to converse with patrons of the tavern whenever fatigue set in. Tom also grew more familiar with him, beginning to address him by his title, while teaching him a few kitchen spells, such as those for automatically washing dishes and commanding plates to stack themselves by size. The magical world was far more fascinating than he had ever imagined. The patrons who came and shared various tidbits about the magical community, and he learned about the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Beware of the Slytherin students, Professor. One inebriated patron warned, his tongue slightly thickened from drink. There's a pack of rascally boys and girls over there. However, upon hearing that Anthony taught Muggle studies, the man merely shrugged. Then you needn't worry. Why? Anthony inquired with curiosity. Because no Slytherin would choose your class, the patron declared, waving his hand with apparent confidence, adding that they were rarely foolish enough to provoke him during their leisure time. You could deduct points, and that's why. After the patron departed, Tom informed Anthony that he was indeed a graduate of Slytherin. After thoroughly reading the life and social habits of British Muggle families, Anthony resolved to revisit the Leaky Cauldron, intending to purchase additional materials for Muggle studies. He also wished to acquire more books on charms. Having completed the 5th-year curriculum, he was preparing to strive for Newt's level. In truth, he was quite interested in defense against the dark arts as well, but since the curriculum was ever-changing, he refrained from purchasing any books on the subject. The patrons at the Leaky Cauldron remarked that this was due to the fact that a new professor could be appointed to teach defense against the dark arts each year. The finest masters of the subject across England were swiftly being recruited by Hogwarts. It was said that next year, they might find themselves returning from St. Mungo's hospital bed for a reprieve. Anthony knocked on the brick wall and stepped onto the narrow cobblestone street of Diagon Alley. Perhaps due to his acquisition of more formal magical knowledge, as opposed to the haphazard methods he had previously employed, he now felt a sense of familiarity with Diagon Alley, contrasting sharply with the hurried and cold strangeness he had experienced during his first visit. I am a wizard, Anthony mused. The air was suffused with the delightful aroma of freshly baked pastries, the peculiar scent of magical potions, and the exotic fragrances of spices from distant lands. The shop was adorned with vibrant signs and shimmering enchantments, showcasing a myriad of magical items, spell books, cauldrons, robes, and brooms in its display windows. He navigated through the bustling crowd, weaving past their cheerful laughter and idle chatter, making his way directly to the Leaky Cauldron. The clerk behind counter, a familiar face from many visits, often frequented the tavern. Anthony waved from afar, signaling that he needed no assistance, and turned his attention to the bookshelves. Perhaps due to the finalization of this academic year's textbook list, many new volumes had replaced the old on the most prominent shelves. A few children clad in wizarding robes stood beneath the shelves, peering up earnestly for their desired tomes. Anthony silently passed by them and headed towards the second-hand book section. I truly do not comprehend why a new textbook is required with each change of professor, lamented a witch standing before the second-hand shelf. Put that down, Fred. We're not purchasing that. Mom, I found it. Another red-haired boy exclaimed, waving a book, only to glance at the cover and exclaim, oh, not this one. Anthony observed the lively family from behind as he examined the disarray of titles on the shelf. The witch seemed to sense she was obstructing his path and shifted aside with an apologetic smile, to which Anthony returned a friendly grin. School is about to commence. She remarked, the books for defense against the dark arts change annually. Their brother's books are no longer valid. Anthony nodded in understanding. That truly is quite expensive. Indeed, she replied, shaking her head. And what about you? What are you here to purchase? I'm seeking some information related to muggles. Ah, are you interested in muggles as well? The witch inquired enthusiastically. My husband is quite enamored with them. He incessantly rambles about switches and engines at the dinner table. He could engage in a delightful conversation with you, for we cannot comprehend those matters. I am Molly Weasley, and he is utterly captivated by their peculiarities. Those books over there are ones he possesses. She gestured toward the corner of the shop. Then I shall take these, Anthony replied cheerfully. Ever since Anthony had repaired the skeletal structure of his cat post-Azkaban, it had become much more docile, though it had not quite developed a taste for food. It was not fond of a sherry served at the Leaky Cauldron, always turning away in disdain after a mere sniff. Anthony insisted that the sherry was watered down. Despite Tom's constant denials, perhaps magical creatures might enjoy some extraordinary food to diversify his cat's diet. He pushed open the door to the magical menagerie. This crowded shop was alive with the flapping of wings and the soft rustling of fur, as owls perched on perches or windowsills surveyed newcomers with a regal demeanor. Cats of varying hues prowled along the shelves, their tails swaying in curiosity. Are you looking to purchase a pet, sir? A clerk inquired solicitously. Owls and cats are particularly favored among children. They're both intelligent and clean. We also have smaller pets. Here, mice and toads are common companions at Hogwarts, while puffskeins and transformable rabbits make for delightful magical pets. No, I merely wish to browse for cat food, Anthony declined. He had no intention of acquiring another pet. Perhaps influenced by the necromantic arts, his feline companion exhibited an aversion to the presence of any living creature within its domain, with the exception of Anthony himself. It was undeniably enticing, particularly when one was the guardian of a skeletal cat. Was there anything unrelated to fur? He could no longer restrain his curiosity. The shop assistant paused momentarily, such as, prevention of osteoporosis? The bemused attendant informed him that should his cat suffer from such a condition, a mere dosage of diluted bone essence would suffice. Grateful, Anthony resolved to procure some undiluted white wine for his feline from a regular store. Sooner or later, I shall master the art of rapid transformation, he mused. I wager someone has devised a method for it. They even employ replenishing spells for their wine. Entering the supermarket induced a peculiar sensation within him. He had once been a part of this world. The sight of the orderly, tranquil shelves evoked a profound sense of belonging, akin to a wayfarer returning home. He caressed the mundane items, dishwashing sponges, calculators, fountain pens. An overwhelming emotion struck him. The soft electric lights, the promotional tags, and the customers burdened with hefty shopping baskets in this utterly non-magical supermarket possessed a unique enchantment, one of ordinariness, civilization, and vibrant life. He handed the wine to the cashier and settled the bill in pounds. Have a wonderful day, beamed the young cashier. Anthony replied earnestly, thank you, and you as well. Farewell. I simply cannot reside or work here any longer, he optimistically reflected. A life imbued with magic was not without its charms, and the Muggle Studies course appeared rather uncomplicated. Perhaps not as easy as he presumed, Anthony pondered. The skeletal cat contentedly lapped at the bowl of wine beside him. Reclining on his bed, he gazed at the book he had purchased earlier at the recommendation of Mrs. Weasley, who had extolled her husband as praises for it. Initially, Anthony intended for this to serve as his bedtime reading. As wizards, we are often captivated by the mysteries and wonders of the magical realm. However, it is equally vital for us to comprehend and appreciate the lives of those devoid of magical abilities. In this book, we embark on a journey to explore the intricate existence of Muggles, unveiling their distinctive way of life. Magic does not permeate the daily lives of Muggles. The author enthusiastically penned in the preface that the spells we commonly employ, such as flickering lights, restorative charms, and levitation, pose significant challenges for them. When they require a fire to ignite their hearths, they resort to tools known as flint and steel rather than summoning a roaring flame. For illumination at night, they cannot illuminate their surroundings with a flickering wand. Instead, they rely on candles. Muggles place candles upon an exquisite tray, encircled by glass to shield the flames from the wind. Publication date, November 1753. This elucidated his musings as he scribbled matches and lighters beside the blank space adjacent to the lighting methods, an annotated flashlight next to illumination. If Mr. Weasley represented the most inquisitive faction of the wizarding community regarding Muggles, Anthony truly questioned what Hogwarts was imparting. Chapter 7. Cat Fur and Professor Chilo. Upon awakening on the 1st of August, Anthony instinctively cast a glance at the study schedule affixed to the wall, only to be jolted by the realization that July had slipped away. In a mere month, Hogwarts would once again open its gates, and he was to relocate there in a fortnight. What shall you do? He prodded the skull of the cat nestled at the corner of his bed, pondering. If only I had the means, I would procure a dragon-hide suitcase to conceal you within. His feline companion rose languidly, nonchalantly leaping onto his lap. Anthony patted it reassuringly. Fear not, I shall devise a solution. If all else fails, I shall adorn you with fur. Good morning, Henry. As he descended the stairs for breakfast, bearing the marks of his cat's playful claws, he found Tom busily polishing a glass with a rather grimy rag. How fares your study plan? Not particularly well. Transfiguration proves far more challenging than I had anticipated, or perhaps I am rather more dim-witted than I thought. Take your pick. In contrast to the smooth sailing of his charms practice, Anthony found himself grappling with transfiguration. Merely transforming a matchstick into a needle had consumed 3 days of dedicated practice. And this was but the first exercise in the first-year textbook. He grumbled between bites. 3 days. I completed my introductory charms in just 3 days. That is merely a testament to your extraordinary talent in charms, Tom chuckled. Thankfully, you're not attending Hogwarts. Otherwise, that name who must not be named would surely take note of you. Under Dumbledore's suggestion, Anthony publicly declared himself a Muggle-born, which was indeed true, claiming to have avoided Hogwarts due to the chaos wrought by the Dark Lord, a matter entirely irrelevant, and thus it continued to reside in the Muggle world. The Ministry of Magic turned a blind eye to such statements, their only action being the delivery of a teaching permit via owl that very morning. You missed quite a bit yesterday, Tom whispered conspiratorially. Guess who has arrived? Anthony, distracted, spread butter on his bread, his mind rehearsing the key points of transfiguration. Who? Lockhart. His books always occupied the most prominent spot in the leaky cauldron. It was said that Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Pest Control had never fallen from the monthly bestseller list since its publication. Anthony was aware of who Harry Potter was, the legendary infant who had thwarted the downfall of the magical world. His name was solemnly inscribed in all modern histories of magic, emblazoned in grand titles. He was somewhat taken aback. What business does he have in a pub at his age? Tom, visibly agitated, retorted, "What are you thinking, mister? Harry Potter is off to Hogwarts, and Hagrid has brought him to Diagon Alley to procure his necessities." No pub owner would be disinclined to welcome Hagrid. Tom recounted. He always orders the largest mug of ale and never hesitates to request a refill. Good old Hagrid. He is quite the conversationalist, with an amiable temperament. Never angry over losing a few coins in a game. No matter, I shall see him at school. As Anthony retrieved his toothbrush from the washroom, the mirror on the wall lamented, quite unexpectedly, "Dear, you appear even worse than before. You may find this hard to believe, but so do you." He shook off the toothbrush, dismissing the mirror's rude commentary. "I am off to practice. Today, no one shall interrupt me." However, his immutable study plan was soon disrupted by his cat. The skeletal cat can no longer be referred to as such. It has transformed into a fluffy, ginger-hued kitten. This tale begins a week prior. On that day, a fortunate fellow proclaimed that he would cover all the drinks at the leaky cauldron that evening. Anthony, elated, indulged in several cups, or perhaps barrels, of ale. The exact quantity is of little consequence. In a state of mild inebriation, he found the hooded wizard beside him surprisingly amiable and purchased from him a potion for eternal life. 20 galleons, my friend. You shall find no better bargain." The wizard sweetly asserted, presenting a genuine elixir of immortality, crafted from a magical stone. You comprehend my meaning, yes? Nicol LeMay consumes this very concoction, and my cousin has connections with his apprentice. Upon awakening the next day, Anthony displayed the large glass vial to Tom. "Hair growth potion," he proclaimed. Tom sniffed it and detected a foul odor of dark magic, suspecting it to be the shoddy product from Nocturne Alley, unsure of what unsavory ingredients had been added. Anthony was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed he was acquiring something akin to spring water. His cat took a keen interest in the glass vial, often pawing at it when he was not attentive. Just moments ago, while in the washroom, Anthony heard a sharp crack, and upon emerging, he discovered shards of glimmering glass scattered across the floor, alongside a damp, ginger cat rolling in the potion. "Meow," the cat uttered, promptly sitting up and gazing at him with pitiful yellow eyes. Just 3 minutes prior, those eyes had flickered with lively spirit. Anthony regarded the feline for a moment and sighed. "Oh well, it is not entirely a misfortune," he mused, picking up the cat and inhaling its scent. "You are in dire need of a bath, little one." Unbeknownst to him, the contents of that hair growth potion had unforeseen effects. After bathing the cat, Anthony's hands had swelled to an enormous size, with exceptionally long nails and hair sprouting from his fingers. He attempted to trim his nails with a cutting spell, but ultimately abandoned the effort due to his left hand's clumsiness. "Is this the latest fashion?" the mirror remarked. "I adore your hand hair. It is both thick and lengthy." "Thank you. You have certainly improved my mood," Anthony replied, deciding to descend and show Tom. The proprietor of the leaky cauldron is always privy to various peculiar tricks. He approached the bar, hands on display. "Have you come down for something?" Tom asked without lifting his gaze. "I wish to show you something," Anthony replied. Tom finally diverted a portion of his attention from the ledger, observing the oversized hands. The leaky cauldron was relatively empty at midday, with only Tom and a few familiar patrons present. Anthony refrained from detailing the nature of his predicament, merely stating that he had encountered a slight mishap during his practice. They laughed at him for a while before clustering together to examine his comically large hands. "They rival Hagrid's in size," one remarked. "If it does not cause discomfort, there is no harm in keeping them." "A visit to St. Mungo's?" another suggested. "A dozen galleons, and they could remedy it immediately." Anthony slowly interjected. "If you recall, I purchased a bottle of that 20-galleon elixir of immortality." Laughter erupted once more. "He is out of money," Tom exclaimed, slapping the table with mirth. Poor Henry, devoid of funds and insurance, yet possessing a bottle of immortality. And look at those furry hands, and those sharp nails. They were causing quite a ruckus. "Bring Hagrid's cup here. Henry, I insist on treating you." The newly arrived patron hesitated for a moment as he pushed open the tavern door, seemingly uncertain whether to approach the bar. "Professor Quirrell, would you care for a drink?" Tom called out. "Oh, your new scarf and robe are quite becoming. What brings you here?" The newcomer stepped closer to the bar, stammering a question. His head was wrapped in a large purple scarf from which sweat was seeping. Even though the weather was gradually cooling, Anthony felt he was overdressed. However, A wizard might not mind such things. Tom gestured toward Anthony's hand. Take a look at this, Professor. If you solve it, today I shall waive your drink fee. Quirrell's face paled as he cautiously approached Anthony's hand. He trembled violently, clutching his scarf as if enduring great distress. The potion for hair-raising. Yes, 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 he murmured, almost conversing with himself. Add giant blood and ginger root to replace the rat's tail. Tom and he fixed their gaze intently on Anthony's hand. Do you have a solution? By the way, Henry will soon be your colleague as well. You're also a professor at Hogwarts? Quirrell raised his head. What subject do you teach? Anthony felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Compared to Professor Quirrell, who could instantly identify the issues with his potion, Anthony felt his own skills were lacking. If the professors at Hogwarts were of such caliber, his title as a professor seemed rather unwarranted. Contemplating the exceptional talents of his future colleagues, Anthony silently revised his study plan, striving to catch up before the semester began. Muggle studies for years 3 and 4, he replied. Henry Anthony, a pleasure to meet you. Professor Quirrell, which subject do you teach? Quirrell shifted awkwardly, mumbling, defense against the dark arts. I used to teach Muggle studies as well. Muggles are quite fascinating, aren't they? He fidgeted with his fingers, offering a nervous smile toward Anthony's hand. Just steep it in the slime of the toad and leech juice for half an hour. Thank you so much, Professor Quirrell. There seems to be a potion shop in Diagon Alley. I shall go there, Anthony said. Tom, I will treat Professor Quirrell to 2 more drinks. No need to go, it's quite common. I have it right here, Tom replied. 27 nuts, you can brew it upstairs. As Anthony departed, he heard Quirrell weakly request brandy. For the next half hour, Anthony's washroom was filled with an odd aroma. He frowned as he soaked his hands in the basin, a book titled Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration floating before him, propped on a skeletal frame. 2 spare chicken leg bones diligently turned the page for him. At such times, the use of hand-free necromancy proved exceptionally convenient. You look quite pained, dear, the mirror said sympathetically. Why not sit down? I am learning how to conjure a chair, Anthony replied. Chapter 8. The first afternoon tea with the professors. In mid-August, as the start of term approached, Anthony moved his belongings from the leaky cauldron to Hogwarts. His brass key corresponded to a simple wooden door on the 2nd floor of the castle, behind which lay his professor's office. Within the office, there was another concealed door leading to a secluded bedroom. The bedroom was equipped with all necessary furnishings, a sturdy set of desks and chairs, a comfortable bed adorned with curtains embroidered with the Hogwarts crest, and a washroom. Thankfully, the mirrors at Hogwarts did not speak. Professors at Hogwarts enjoyed a considerable degree of autonomy in decorating their offices and bedrooms according to their personal tastes. It was said that Professor Quirrell, concerned about vampire retaliation, had adorned his door with garlic. Anthony took some time to organize his room before staring blankly at the empty office. According to Professor McGonagall, professors typically decorated their offices in alignment with their disciplines, facilitating a seamless transition back into their scholarly pursuits upon awakening. Professor Snape, who taught potions, had even expanded his space into a full-fledged potion room. However, Anthony could not fathom what he should place in his office. Perhaps Muggle specimens? But he was not a dark wizard. Moreover, aside from a wand, there was no discernible difference in appearance between wizards and Muggles. As for their internal physiological structures, it was evident that wizards could heal without a thorough understanding of human anatomy, thanks to their bubbling potions and whispering spells. During his preparation, he had inquired with an intern at the Leaky Cauldron about purchasing a few books on wizard anatomy to compare with Muggle medicine. The young girl had gone pale, fervently shaking her head in refusal. Thus, he asked the house elf in the castle to simply arrange a set of desks and chairs for him. No need for floor-to-ceiling windows or velvet curtains. Just a decent set of furniture would suffice, thank you. What kind of desk and chairs would you prefer? The eager house elf inquired. Would 3 drawers be too few? Do you prefer golden handles? Ultimately, he found himself with a stunningly extravagant set of furniture in the middle of his otherwise bare office. The mahogany desk was meticulously polished, its edges adorned with intricate carvings. Upon closer inspection, Anthony noted a line of dancing pears, in addition to the 5 drawers with golden handles. The elf had thoughtfully included extra storage compartments on the desk. The inner sides of the chair's curved armrests featured carved pears gathered together in song. The velvet cushions were embroidered in gold thread with Anthony's name. That will do. I'm quite satisfied, thank you. He halted the elf, who was eager to continue optimizing the setup. The elf's bulbous eyes gleamed with anticipation. I'm truly pleased. It is rather perfect. I cannot envision anything better. The house elf bowed cheerfully, exclaiming, "It is my honor." With a pop, it vanished. Its enthusiasm was somewhat unsettling, was it not? Anthony proceeded to the bedroom, releasing his cat from his backpack. Behave yourself. Do not destroy the place. The cat glanced up at him, leaped onto the bed, and circled around before settling down comfortably. Its temperament had greatly improved, and since acquiring flesh and fur, it now slept longer hours, even spending considerable time grooming itself upon awakening. Unlike the days when they lived in the apartment, where it would incessantly leap about, sometimes in a profound silence, Anthony found himself nostalgic for the sound of its frantic scratching at the door. The timing of his arrival was fortuitous, coinciding perfectly with afternoon tea. Professor Bubbage was seated with a witch, who waved cheerfully at him from a distance. Henry Anthony, our new professor of Muggle Studies, as you are aware, Professor Bubbage introduced, turning to her companion. This is Pomona Sprout, the esteemed professor of herbology and our most distinguished sponsor of afternoon tea. In his eyes, the exquisite sketches, meticulous classifications, detailed explanations of efficacy, and intricate theoretical analyses could be succinctly encapsulated in a single word: cumbersome. He was pressed for time and lacked the patience and perseverance to memorize a botanical genealogy. At last, someone to share your workload, Professor Sprout remarked amiably, nodding at Anthony. Not a Hogwarts graduate, I presume? I don't believe we've met. Oh, a newcomer, exclaimed a professor who had just entered the lounge. You must be Professor Anthony. Kyridi has been speaking of you for ages. You have no idea how much she yearns for someone to succeed her. Who wouldn't? Professor Sprout jested. The professor gasped. Pomona, are you retiring too? She has been searching for a suitable candidate since last year, Phileas. She simply hasn't found a worthy herbology master from outside, Professor Bubbage laughed. Unless she suddenly lowers her standards, you two can expect to be colleagues for at least another 20 years. Professor Bubbage then turned to introduce Anthony to the charms professor. Phileas Flitwick. Anthony's eyes brightened immediately. He indeed possessed some talent in charms, having mastered the requisite spells from all 7 years of Hogwarts, as well as successfully executing several advanced incantations. However, this hands-on approach, with little emphasis on theory, had its drawbacks. He struggled to comprehend the reasons behind his failed spells. He had initially intended to consult Professor Bubbage or Professor Quirrell, only to fortuitously encounter the charms professor. Professor Flitwick was a cheerful little man, rather diminutive in stature. He had specially elevated his chair by a dozen inches to sit comfortably. What tea are we having today? Oh, do pour me a cup as well. Thank you. The teapot levitated gracefully, filling his cup, and 2 sugar cubes rolled in automatically. Stirring his tea with a silver spoon, Professor Flitwick looked up at Anthony with a smile. What troubles you, Professor Anthony? I've been self-studying the charms course at Hogwarts, he admitted somewhat sheepishly. Ah, splendid. Professor Flitwick replied with delight. I suspect you have some queries regarding spells. Anthony nodded. I have many foolish questions. My first foolish inquiry is, why can't the cleaning charm purify water produced by the clear spring charm? I've tried with ordinary water, which sometimes works, but I've never succeeded with the water from the clear spring charm. Excellent question, Professor Anthony. An excellent question indeed. This is by no means a foolish query. Professor Flitwick waved his little silver spoon. In fact, if you were to ask a wizard from 100 years ago, he would confess ignorance. But the solution is the quick-dry charm. It was only when Adbawulfin defined the scope of spell application that we realized the water produced by magic is not considered a stain, and the cleaning charm, by its very nature, is designed to target stains. He cast a glance at the suddenly enlightened Anthony and remarked, You haven't read Theories of Magic, have you? No, Anthony admitted. Is that also a textbook for the charms class? I thought it was only standard spells. Professor Flitwick replied earnestly, It is not merely a textbook for charms. It serves as the theoretical foundation for all subjects at Hogwarts. I shall certainly read it, Anthony promised. Do not fret, Henry. It is not the cornerstone of Muggle studies. Professor Burbage interjected, setting down her teacup. We lack a proper theory. Wizards are terribly ignorant of Muggles. She complained to Anthony, Once, I had a practical exam for finals, where I asked them to assemble an outfit suitable for visiting a Muggle home. Professor Sprout, taking a cookie, smiled knowingly, evidently. This was not Professor Burbage's first time recounting this tale. Can you guess what they wore? Professor Burbage continued. Some simply grabbed a few items from a Muggle shop without even knowing if they paid for them before coming to the exam. There was even one who didn't bother to remove the price tag. When I inquired, he told me it was a Muggle ornament, akin to cufflinks. Charlie Weasley. He went off to study fire dragons. And then there was Mr. Weasley, that student his father used to write to me frequently, inquiring about various Muggle-related matters. He asked me how cars operate, and I was astonished that he at least knew what a car was, so I explained that it primarily relies on an engine. A week later, he sent me an engine he had taken from a car, asking why it wouldn't start. And you have no idea how outdated their original textbooks are. Muggle Every Day, I believe it was called. Their materials were still rooted in the 18th century, while we had already entered the 20th. Professor Burbage lamented as if a dam had burst. I replaced the books as soon as I took office. It was an absolute disaster. Last year, students who were still writing about charcoal were suddenly informed that the correct answer was natural gas. Everyone clung to their old textbooks and my theories, attempting to convince me that their answers were valid. I had to candidly inform them that copying those answers, which had been passed down from who knows how many generations, would serve them no purpose, for my focus was on modern muggles living among them, perhaps even the parents of their classmates. They could not approach 20th century muggles with an 18th century mindset. It simply would not do. Perhaps the differences between 18th century wizards and ourselves are not so vast, but muggles evolve rapidly. Anthony listened empathetically to her grievances, while Professors Flitwick and Sprout smiled warmly, watching Professor Burbage, seemingly finding her animated discourse more captivating than her words. Anthony felt he might be the only one at the table who fully comprehended her discontent. Professor Burbage clearly resonated with this sentiment. "I like you the moment I saw your attire," she kindly told Anthony. "When you opened the door, you appeared as a quintessential muggle, standing at the threshold of the leaky cauldron. At that moment, I wondered where the headmaster found such a genuine muggle. Oh, speaking of which, how is your preparation for the class coming along?" Upon exiting the professor's lounge, Anthony found himself in possession of a 1-foot-long reading list, featuring the recommended bibliographies from Professor Burbage and theoretical texts suggested by Professor Flitwick. Chapter 9. Good luck, Professor Anthony. Clutching the list, Anthony ascended the staircase leading to the second floor, intending to explore the library of Hogwarts. Exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure. When Professor Flitwick presented him with the list, he remarked, "You would not wish to miss the treasury of Hogwarts, Professor Anthony." Inside the library, sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting vibrant patterns upon the rows of bookshelves lining the walls. As the school year had yet to commence, the library was devoid of patrons, save for Madame Pants, the stern librarian. The air was thick with the scent of ancient parchment and dust. Neatly arranged long wooden tables stood in quiet anticipation of eager learners. As Anthony entered the library, Madame Pants scrutinized him sharply. "Professor Henry Anthony?" "Indeed," Anthony replied. "Very well, please sign here. Should students wish to borrow books from the restricted section, they may seek your permission." Madame Pants handed him a hefty ledger, stating that there were valid reasons for designating certain books as restricted. "The volumes here are relatively perilous. Exercise caution." Beneath the trembling signature of Quirrell, Anthony inscribed his name. "I suppose there are no texts on Muggle studies in the restricted section?" "Muggle studies? None," Madame Pants replied, "but there are numerous related texts, and they are exceedingly dangerous. If you're interested, they can all be found in the dark arts section. Perhaps it would be prudent to commence with the general books." Politely declining, Anthony produced his reading list. "I wish to locate these volumes." With Madame Pants's assistance, he promptly gathered all the titles recommended by Professor Burbage. However, a portion of Professor Flitwick's recommendations lay within the restricted section. "Strange, I recall seeing them here," remarked Madame Pants, her brow furrowing as she surveyed the shelves. Among the densely packed volumes, there was a minute gap. From the books to its left, a thick, crimson, viscous liquid began to ooze, cascading onto the shelf below while emitting a piercing wail. Without hesitation, Madame Pants delivered a sharp crack to the spine of the offending book with her feather duster. The liquid and the shrieks vanished. Anthony glanced down at his reading list. "Is under the spell dangerous, madam?" he inquired. Are we about to rescue a student who has been unconscious in the dormitory for an entire holiday?" Madame Pants shook her head in puzzlement. No. This book does not contain any lethal spells. Its status as a restricted text is due to its content. The author, a scholar of magical theory and a specialist in magical creatures, was fervently devoted to exploring the differences in how magic manifests in wizards and magical beasts, conducting many illicit experiments in the process. He likely perished in Azkaban. We are concerned that naive students might be seduced by the contents of the book, which is why it has been classified as restricted. I cannot fathom who would dare to steal it. Her gaze fixed upon the gap, as if she wished to pierce the soul of the thief with her stare. "Is there surveillance in the restricted section?" Anthony inquired. Madame Pants, deeply offended, retorted, "I am a sole guardian, and I never slacken my vigilance." "No, I'm not referring to that," he clarified. Anthony realized that she had misunderstood him. He was referring to the camera. "The camera? Never mind." Anthony surrendered, not wishing to explain what closed-circuit television entailed. However, Mrs. Pants was relentless. "Are you speaking of a Muggle device, Professor Anthony?" Thus, he spent over half an hour elucidating to her the management of Muggle libraries as he understood it. "How intriguing," Mrs. Pants remarked thoughtfully. "I was unaware they possessed libraries." Anthony took a deep breath and muttered to himself, I have grown accustomed to it. What, Professor? Mrs. Pants inquired absently, her gaze fixated once more on the crevice. Anthony replied, I meant to say that I shall endeavor to teach the Muggle Studies class effectively. On the second day of term, Gryffindor and Slytherin students were in their third year. Mrs. Pants widened her eyes. Oh. She cast a sympathetic glance at Anthony, wishing him luck. Professor Flitwick extolled his talent and charms, praising his immense confidence in magic. Cheerfully, Professor Flitwick offered Anthony a slice of cake. You have great faith in magic, Professor Anthony. And thus, magic favors you. Even imperfect gestures can yield the desired effects due to your unwavering confidence. However, transfiguration is a different matter. It is an art of restraint and precision. I must confess, I prefer the leniency of charms. He whispered to Anthony, Do not disclose this to Minerva. Anthony nodded earnestly, stuffing the cake into his mouth to signify that he would remain tight-lipped. Professor Flitwick merrily directed the teapot to pour him a cup of tea. He also took time to visit Hagrid for a drink. Tom was correct. Hagrid was a rugged yet warm-hearted friend, possessing a naivete that belied his fierce exterior. Upon learning that Anthony had a cat, he was overjoyed. You should take it out for a stroll, Henry. The sun has been lovely lately. And with the students yet to arrive, you need not worry about anyone startling your cat. I shall give it a try, he promised, gazing earnestly into Hagrid's dark eyes. Hagrid shared a wealth of information about Hogwarts with him. Anthony now knew that this year's savior had once been cradled by Hagrid as a child, that the Forbidden Forest was home to numerous magical creatures, including unicorns he had never seen, and that the school's most notorious rule-breakers who frequently ventured into the Forbidden Forest were the Weasley twins, a pair of third-year Gryffindors. He was quite certain that those twins would enroll in his class. Looking on the bright side, Hagrid optimistically remarked, At least no Slytherins will choose your course. They won't be brawling in your classroom. The opening feast on September 1st was a grand affair. The house elves had planned the menu at least 2 days in advance, inquiring individually about the professor's preferences and suggestions. The surrounding weather was adjusted meticulously, ensuring that the floating candles in the hall appeared bright and warm against the ceiling that mirrored the sky. On the evening of the feast, a pearlescent ghost emerged from the wall, startling Anthony greatly. The ghost was entirely different from his specter. The specter was corporeal otherwise. The poltergeist wouldn't peck at him to rouse him from slumber, whereas the ghost clearly did not possess such a quality. He had never encountered these specters within the castle before, uncertain whether they were connected to the necromantic arts or if they could discern his identity as a necromancer. Oh, you have yet to pay a visit to Professor Binns. Professor Sprout remarked to him, gesturing over Trelawney. He is the professor of the history of magic and a ghost, typically residing only in the history of magic classroom and his quarters. The Sorting Hat rested upon a wooden stool, poised to allocate the first-year students into their respective houses. The professors were required to don their finest robes, seated at the head table, prepared to welcome the newcomers into the magical realm. Anthony glanced over his shoulder. Snape sat beside Professor Quirrell, displaying an air of impatience. His black robe was exceedingly dark. Anthony was entirely oblivious to the standards of appreciating wizarding attire. He currently wore his most expensive robe, which cost 11 galleons and 5 sickles. I couldn't locate that 8,000 galleons, he whispered to Professor Burbage. She stifled a chuckle. Anthony swore he caught Snape casting a derisive glance their way before engaging in hushed conversation with Quirrell. Professor Burbage noticed his gaze lingering on the twins. Trelawney, seated beside him, extended her slender arm adorned with bangles to retrieve Anthony's teacup, gazing into it for a moment. Doom, Professor Anthony. Inevitable doom. Footnote. Anthony inquired about surveillance, a rather formal term. Yet Madame Pants misunderstood his reference to surveillance cameras, interpreting it through the etymological lens of Overwatch. Yes, Overwatch. Thus, she claimed to embody it. Anthony then opted for a more colloquial term, mentioning camera, but given that photographs in a magical realm move, the notion of video evidently did not cross his mind. Hence, Madame Pants understood it as a camera. After much contemplation, he failed to find a more suitable expression, thus necessitating a footnote. Chapter 10. Professor Anthony's First Lesson. What is the name of the professor for Muggle Studies? Fred asked his brother as they emerged for potions class. This term, Snape's temper had been abysmal. Angelina had merely added 2 ounces less of moonstone powder, and he erupted in fury, deducting 10 points from Gryffindor. Had it not been for Fred's impeccable imitation of Snape's reprimanding demeanor, Angelina might have confronted him right then and there. However, when Snape found himself standing before a Weasley bearing an identical scowl, the irate professor became rather amusing. But Professor, I did nothing. George protested. His classmates gasped in surprise. Snape turned with a dark glare directed at George. I was referring to another Weasley, Mr. Weasley. Snape hissed, but you have successfully earned yourself a detention as well, Weasley. 5 point from Gryffindor. Fred and George exchanged a triumphant clap beneath the desk. George glanced at his timetable. Henry Anthony, were already late, but he seemed rather amiable at the feast. Muggle studies. Fred shrugged as he and his brother strolled through the castle corridors. I mean, it's just an elective, he remarked. Poor Professor Henry Anthony is rather peculiar. I don't recall meeting him before the start of term feast, although his name does ring a bell. I was just pondering that, George replied. Wait a moment. Mother found him to be a pen pal for father. Realization dawned upon Fred as they hurried off. The classroom for Muggle studies was situated on the ground floor, and they bounded up the stairs 2 at a time, knocking on the ajar door of the classroom. Peering in, breathless, they exclaimed, Professor, we apologize for our tardiness. Professor Snape kept us behind. George appeared visibly anxious and remorseful. Come in, Mr. Weasley, Anthony smiled, watching them find a seat in the back row. By the way, next time you sit down, remember to pretend you haven't yet caught your breath. A few students chuckled softly. Of course, Professor, Fred replied graciously, casting an encouraging glance at the freckled girl beside him. I am half-blood, and I wish to learn how to communicate with my grandmother, the girl murmured, her face turning crimson. Excellent. The willingness to understand is the most crucial first step. Anthony said gently, what about the rest of you? I am quite intrigued by Muggle sports. They don't use flying broomsticks. Instead, a group of them runs on the ground. And I've heard there is only one ball. A tall student interjected eagerly. I know nothing about Muggles, so I thought taking this elective might be beneficial, another student said. I was brought here by him, Angelina added, and I was persuaded by a friend to choose this course. I find Muggle music fascinating. My grandmother was a Muggle-born witch, and during her lifetime, we always played Muggle Christmas songs at our home every year. We find the inventions of Muggles quite amusing, Fred remarked. Father insisted we select courses, George noted, and we need a comparable number of OWLs, Fred added. A low murmur of laughter and agreement rippled through the students. What would you think if I told you that your reasons have already been predicted by Muggles? Anthony wrote in capital letters above the 3 elective selections, Muggle theory, theory of planned behavior. Much like magical theory, Muggles have developed various theories to explain their behaviors. This theory is one of them. Just as scholars of magical theory refine their concepts, Muggles also adjust their theories based on real-world circumstances. Therefore, I cannot ascertain whether this theory will be revised in the future or even disproven, but for now, he inscribed beneath interest, friendship persuasion, and OWLs the terms attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavioral control. Attitude refers to your own perspective towards undertaking this action. A keen interest in Muggle studies fosters a positive attitude towards enrolling in this course, thereby promoting the behavior of course selection. Several classmates began to nod in agreement. Subjective norm pertains to how you believe those significant to you would view this matter. If a friend desires you to enroll, and he or she is important to you, this also encourages the behavior of course selection. Ahem, some of you, why are you blushing? Perceived behavioral control refers to the extent to which one believes that executing a particular task is feasible. When one selects a straightforward course and anticipates passing the examination with ease, the perceived difficulty diminishes, instilling confidence in their capability, thereby encouraging course enrollment. Through the confluence of these 3 factors, you find yourself seated here. Anthony concluded, welcoming you all. Fred whispered to George, it seems we've covered all bases. We are intrigued. George counted on his fingers. Father strongly urged us to enroll, and half the Quidditch team is present. We believe this certificate is attainable. Just think of Charlie. Oh, Professor, this is merely an adornment of Muggle attire. Fred mimicked Charlie's tone, much like cufflinks. Muggles display the price of their clothing to signify their wealth and status. The two burst into laughter. Anthony cast several glances in their direction, hesitating between asserting the authority of the new professor or allowing the Weasley twins, who were surprisingly quiet, to remain undisturbed. With a smile, Anthony reassured them not to mind. Interest, companionship, and the ease of examinations are merely examples of the 3 elements at play. Muggles are quite adaptable. They strive to make their theories encompass as much as possible, leaving you dizzy with confusion when you attempt to critique them. For instance, if the course schedule conflicts with training, both factors will be influenced. From a subjective norm perspective, if your teammates prefer you not to enroll, this hinders the enrollment behavior. Even if other friends encourage you to take the course, you can express to them, if I enroll, my teammates will be furious with me, right? These 3 elements are an amalgamation of diverse perspectives. He nodded. Anthony awarded 5 points to the enthusiastic Gryffindor for his keen participation and raised his voice. All right. That concludes the theoretical portion. Let us invigorate ourselves, gentlemen and ladies, as we embark on some practical exercises. Chapter 11. Muggles, Wizards, and Humanity. Anthony wiped the blackboard clean and inscribed 2 words. Muggles, Wizards. I have some Muggle trinkets here, and over there are their price tags. Discuss and attempt to rank these Muggle items by price. He emptied the contents of a bag, which had been enhanced with a non-detection charm, onto the podium, inviting everyone to come and take a look. Preparing these items had taken considerable effort on his part. Fortunately, his pen pal, Arthur Weasley, worked in the Office for the Regulation of Magical Materials, which was on the same floor as the Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. Mr. Weasley readily approved his procurement and modification report, greatly assisting him in preparing these teaching aids. Professor Flitwick also broadened his horizons regarding magical modifications. Add a triggering charm, he suggested, so you won't need to recite spells. A mere tap with your wand will suffice. It adds to the visual appeal. In total, these preparations consumed nearly half a month of his time, all for this inaugural lesson. Students who opt for this course are generally intrigued by Muggles. And given that Hogwarts is an ancient castle of magic, Muggle artifacts are seldom encountered. Anthony was certain of their curiosity. The students immediately rose from their seats. A student gently touched his wand and asked, "Professor, may we use magic?" Anthony nodded affirmatively. "Of course you can." Delight surged through the student as he rushed to the podium, uttering an incantation unfamiliar to Anthony directed at a flashlight. His classmates watched him with eager anticipation. The spell began to morph into a peculiar ochre hue, and the student's expression shifted from excitement to confusion, ultimately culminating in disappointment. Curiosity piqued, Anthony inquired, "What was your incantation, Mr. Thomas?" "I discerned a prefix indicative of detection and a suffix denoting limitation." "A value detection spell," Thomas replied glumly. "My uncle works at Gringotts." Understanding dawned upon Anthony, who nodded knowingly. "I suspect this spell is ineffective on Muggle objects." In the eyes of the goblins at Gringotts, Muggle items hold no value. Has anyone ever attempted to exchange Muggle currency for galleons? The expressions you would receive would make you feel as though you were committing theft. "I believe that to be true, Professor," Thomas affirmed. Anthony chuckled. "Thus, I suggest you employ your other senses." The vast majority of challenges faced by wizards in their lives are similarly encountered by Muggles. For these commonplace nuisances, Muggles have devised their own solutions. Try to discern and see if you can deduce their purposes. The engine of a car, the Weasley twins immediately recognized, identifying it as a Muggle alchemical product, equivalent to a sweeping 5-star propulsion charm. "How much does it cost?" a girl inquired, who had come to accompany her friend to class. I don't know. Perhaps 50 galleons?" They calculated the price of the broom and offered a discount. "This is a Muggle camera," a boy confidently declared, pointing at the device, "approximately 60 galleons." He positioned the camera in front of the engine, and the lens cap unexpectedly flipped open, ejecting a slug towards him. "Hey, Fred," he exclaimed irritably, jabbing his wand at the camera, causing the slug to vanish. Anthony barely registered the occurrence. Clearly, the Weasley twins and their classmates had mastered a considerable number of prank spell counter curses. "Hey, what are you looking at?" "I'm George," one of the brothers remarked. "Trust me, the engine is far more expensive than the Muggle camera. I'll wager you a transfiguration essay." "You're on," the other readily agreed. "I bet a herbology essay." Another Weasley chimed in, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, what about me? 2 herbology essays, and I'll raise you 1 in defense against the dark arts." Anthony listened quietly to their banter, perhaps understanding why Professor Sprout lamented the fluctuating quality of the Weasley twins' assignments. Angelina scrutinized the object before her. "I cannot discern its purpose. It resembles a plate, yet the bottom is perforated." "A record," exclaimed a boy who played Muggle Christmas songs at home. "Muggles use this to record music, so they can listen whenever they desire." "That's impossible," Angelina countered. "Even wizards cannot achieve that. We possess magic that can transmit sound directly, but I have yet to hear of any means to record sound." Thomas prompted her. "The Patronus charm?" "Oh, well, that might work," Angelina conceded after a moment's contemplation. "But a Patronus isn't always audible." They concluded their message, and the Christmas song enthusiasts nodded in agreement. Muggles possess some rather convenient items. "I truly wish to record the Sorting Hat calling out Gryffindor, so I could listen to it for a lifetime." Anthony leaned against the wall, allowing the students their discussions. He observed that wizards not only struggled with electronic devices, but also lacked proficiency in mechanical structures. Among today's exhibits was a water gun, which he daringly filled with water. Yet the students failed to deduce its purpose. Their conclusion was that it was a peculiar cup for Muggles to drink from. George questioned why Muggles would not simply use a regular cup for drinking water, instead opting for such an oddly shaped vessel. But Angelina suggested that perhaps muggles just decided to do it that way, much like how you decided to give a pie legs so it could walk to your mouth. I must say, that is rather bizarre, she remarked. The Weasley brothers ceased their objections. The students continued to debate the flashlight until Fred fortuitously flipped the switch. They quickly concluded that they must not let Filch know about such a device. He would absolutely adore it. As the class neared its end, Anthony approached the podium, surveying the students' arrangement. Through the collaborative efforts of Muggle enthusiasts and dreamers, Mr. Thomas seemed to have discovered a little cheat. But Anthony had no intention of interfering with the Muggle items on the podium, which were perfectly lined up by price. He nodded appreciatively. Excellent. Entirely correct. 10 points to Gryffindor. He began to explain each item on the podium. This is a calculator. People input numbers, and it outputs results. It never errs. A flawless machine. He said with deep affection, recalling his days as a cashier. It can effortlessly resolve algebraic problems. I have yet to find its magical counterpart. Perhaps arithmeticers have their own methods. This is a flashlight. He pressed a button, and a beam of light appeared on the classroom's ceiling, illuminating the darkness. The Muggle's glow flickered. This is a manual can opener. He demonstrated before the students by opening a can of tomatoes, showing that even without culinary magic, one could open a can, though it requires a bit of skill and practice. This is a record player. Anthony moved to the corner of the classroom, where the students' curious gazes followed him to a previously unnoticed record player capable of recording music. Magic could make instruments play themselves, as long as one knew the appropriate spell, allowing them to perform according to one's desired score. However, human voices are challenging to replicate with magic. Soothing music wafted through the classroom. Among the many Muggle record shops outside the Leaky Cauldron, Anthony chose a choir record. This is a lighter. With a satisfying click, a small flame erupted, capable of igniting anything one could think of. Relatively gentle, some wizards might conjure a roaring fire, but if one merely wished to light a candle spell or lighter might be more practical. This is a water gun. He sprayed water onto the blackboard, transforming the word Muggle into a cascade of white, chalky liquid trickling down the board. Meanwhile, wizards possess clear water like a spring. At the tip of the wand, a stream of water surged forth, washing away the chalk-drawn wizard on the board, merging with the water from the Muggles. Chapter 12. Review and Peeves. How is it? Professor Bubbage offered him a slice of tea cake. Did the students cooperate? Professor Bubbage reassured him. A score of 10 is quite appropriate. Do not worry, Henry. You performed admirably. The Weasley twins certainly posed a considerable challenge for the new professor. Anthony maintained a positive outlook. I have no expectations for them to take the class too seriously. As long as the students are willing to choose this course, I am content. If they can learn some knowledge about Muggles, that would exceed my expectations. It sounds like you are prepared to give the entire class an E. Professor Bubbage jested. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. New professors are often like this. At least you are well prepared, Professor Anthony. Anthony took a bite of his cake, choosing not to respond. He was aware of whom Professor McGonagall was referring to. Poor fellow, sighed Professor Bubbage, but I must admit, his Muggle studies were not particularly impressive. Even from my perspective, the previous graduate's understanding of Muggles was surprisingly limited. Anthony defended Professor Quirrell. However, his proficiency in defense against the dark arts is indeed remarkable. Aside from their encounter at the Leaky Cauldron, he had seldom seen Professor Quirrell. Quirrell rarely visited the staff lounge and always appeared paranoid during meals in the Great Hall, flinching at any attempt at conversation. Thus, Anthony refrained from disturbing him further. Even though his office was on the same floor as Quirrell's, he had never visited him. At that time, Anthony was preoccupied with lesson preparation. Quirrell had paid him a visit once, but Anthony's cat had been quite displeased, meowing loudly in the room, prompting Anthony to apologize and send him away. Quirrell's comically large scarf made his complexion appear even more pallid, leading Anthony to suggest he seek out Madame Pomfrey for some potions. He is highly skilled, yet struggles with student interactions. If Professor Quirrell were to prepare as diligently as Professor Anthony, perhaps his classes would not be so disastrous. Professor McGonagall remarked fairly. I had to deduct 50 points from my own house because the Weasley twins decided to secretly cast a spell to loosen Quirrell's scarf. He was nearly brought to tears. Anthony's eyes widened in astonishment. He had heard that Quirrell's scarf was a gift from an African prince, a token of gratitude for assisting the prince in escaping from a zombie. The notion of zombies intrigued Anthony, as he believed he was resurrected rather than subject to some peculiar time magic. Yet also instilled a degree of fear regarding Professor Quirrell. Did they succeed? Professor Bubbage inquired curiously. No. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and shook her head. Seemingly finding humor in the situation, Professor Quirrell protected his scarf with very advanced magic. He certainly is something, Professor Bubbage remarked. By the way, how has Potter been performing? A gentle smile graced Professor McGonagall's face. Quite well, he adapts to magic swiftly. I still believe. She abruptly halted her conversation. Anthony rose with an air of understanding, expressing his intention to seek some reference materials at the library. Until dinner, Henry, he remarked, as Professor Bubudge waved him off, presenting him with a small cake. At times, Anthony found Professor Bubudge reminiscent of his grandmother. On his way to the library, Anthony stumbled upon nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor. Nick, lost in thought as he prepared to pass through a wall, was startled by Anthony's call, causing him to tumble headfirst, his upper body becoming ensnared within the wall. Anthony watched with a hint of regret as Nick extricated his head. "Ah, greetings, Professor," Nick said, scratching his neck, his head wobbling precariously. "What brings you here?" "Sir Nicholas, I have a rather presumptuous inquiry to make." "Do go ahead, Professor. We ghosts have been departed from life for so long that the affairs of the afterlife seldom vex us." "Oh, how I miss the days of the living," he lamented. "I long for steak." "I can certainly empathize," Anthony replied, "even if it's not a steak, anything to dispel this sense of emptiness." "Ah, let us not dwell on that, Professor. What is your question?" "Well, I have some inquiries regarding Peeves. Just yesterday, Anthony had encountered Peeves on his way out of the library, where the poltergeist was lurking within a chandelier, tearing the assignments of some unfortunate soul into shreds and tossing paper balls at passing students. Percy Weasley, the head boy of Gryffindor, had attempted to intervene, only to be struck squarely in the nose by a flying paper ball. Then Buins. Peeves had cackled, performing a somersault while clinging to the chandelier. The red-headed little imp has a red nose. Anthony was astonished to discover that, unlike the other ghosts at the school, Peeves was not translucent and could interact with objects. In essence, Peeves resembled the spirits familiar to necromancers rather than the specters that roamed the castle. He attempted to use his skills in controlling spirits to extract Peeves from the chandelier, but Peeves merely glanced around suspiciously. "That pesky spirit is tickling me," Peeves exclaimed in frustration, angrily scattering the remnants of paper all over the floor before vanishing into the ceiling. Today, Anthony had planned to delve into the history of the school to uncover the origins of Peeves. As the only living necromancer, he harbored a profound interest in all matters pertaining to necromancy. Having encountered Nick along the way, he thought it prudent to directly inquire with other ghosts more familiar with Peeves. "Ah, Peeves," nearly headless Nick declared irritably, "do not mind him, Professor. He is rude to everyone. I truly do not understand why Dumbledore tolerates him. Aside from the monk who continually forgives him, no ghost holds him in esteem. I mean, he does not even qualify as a proper ghost." Anthony perked up at the key phrase. What does it mean to not even qualify as a proper ghost? "Look at him, Professor," Nick insisted vehemently. "He lacks a clean, translucent form, possesses no frigid breath of death, and certainly lacks the dignity befitting the deceased. I am genuinely curious about what he encountered on that path that led him to adopt such a deranged demeanor. That path." The nearly headless Nick suddenly fell silent. He froze, then sighed deeply and sorrowfully. "I do not wish to speak of it, Professor. I do not wish to. Forgive me." Chapter 13. Everything is on track. Anthony thanked the nearly headless Nick and continued his way toward the library. He had a vague understanding of what Nick was alluding to, death. Anthony had experienced death himself, with water pressing into his mouth and nose, a blinding oscillation of white and black as the world gradually receded into the distance. Yet, he could not fathom the meaning of that path. He sensed it was connected to his transformation into a spectral wizard. Anthony resisted this notion. He relished the scent of parchment and ink in the library, as well as the gentle footfalls of students traversing the shelves. Here, the dust settled more softly than elsewhere. Intriguingly, Anthony discovered that Professor Binns had been the history of magic professor since the school's inception. He was renowned as the youngest master of magical history, possessing vast knowledge and a prestigious reputation among students. If anyone, or any ghost, knew the origins of Peeves, it would undoubtedly be Professor Binns. Anthony resolved to pay him a visit. Previously, he had harbored concerns that the ghosts might discern his identity as a spectral wizard, but it appeared they possessed little curiosity. According to the nearly headless Nick, the ghosts of Hogwarts seemed to have traversed two distinct paths of death concerning necromancy. Moreover, Dumbledore had hired him despite being aware of his status as a spectral wizard. Perhaps this identity was not as consequential as he had once thought. Undoubtedly, allowing a necromancer who kept a skeleton as a pet into Hogwarts was one of the safest decisions the headmaster could make. Necromancy? Marvelous. He could take students for a thorough cleanup of the Forbidden Forest. When Anthony sought Hagrid, he discovered that deep within the shadowed woods lay many enchanted remains, sufficient for him to invade Hogwarts. Who is Gryffindor's weeping ghost? Peeves. Suddenly, Anthony heard Peeves' voice. Who is the unfortunate soul who loses points daily? Peeves. Who is the forgetful ghost who can only remember to eat? Peeves. Anthony approached. A young-looking student was cornered by Peeves at the end of the corridor, anxiously glancing over his shoulder. His face flushed with urgency as clusters of students passed Peeves, casting sympathetic glances at the young Gryffindor before hastily pretending not to see. Fearful of becoming Peeves' next target. Fat and foolish Longbottom. No one likes you, Longbottom. Peeves taunted. Oh, Neville, what are you doing here? As Anthony struggled against the tide of students, a girl clutching 2 books, much larger than herself, suddenly exclaimed, striding confidently to Neville's side, Peeves, away with you. Hermione. Neville called gratefully. Ha! The unlike Granger comes to rescue the unliked Longbottom. Peeves cackled, conjuring a gust of wind that sent her parchment rustling chaotically. Granger likes Longbottom. Hermione impatiently tossed aside her long brown hair that clung to her face. This prank is truly tiresome, don't you think? Moreover, you've committed a logical fallacy. If I were to fancy Neville, then he cannot possibly be someone without admirers. Logic considerate Peeves. Well said. Anthony finally maneuvered himself into a position where he could influence Peeves. Ravenclaw? No, Gryffindor, Hermione declared proudly. Hermione Granger, first-year Gryffindor, Professor Anthony. An excellent argument. Gryffindor earns 2 points, Anthony nodded, having heard of her reputation for preparing for every lesson throughout the term. He then turned to Peeves. All right, Peeves, the prank is over. What? Peeves muttered, nuisance. What nuisance? The professor exclaimed. He grimaced as he observed, that dreadful professor is hindering me. He was dragged by Anthony into an adjacent empty room. Peeves, seemingly entertained, offered little resistance and inadvertently shattered a crystal chandelier in the classroom. Despite the cacophony of students chattering about their meals, Anthony distinctly heard Filch's furious bellowing from below. Let us go. He smiled at the 2 children. Dining is of utmost importance. Tonight's dinner is said to be splendid. After expressing their gratitude, Neville and Hermione hurried toward the Great Hall. Anthony overheard Hermione admonishing Neville along the way. You should fear him. Peeves isn't frightening. He merely plays pranks. I've already lost 8 points this term because of Peeves. Oh, that truly shouldn't be the case. I mean, I awarded 2 points due to Peeves, right? Anthony lingered in the corridor, concerned that Peeves might disrupt students heading to dinner. Peeves possessed far more strength than Anthony had anticipated, and he had not even put up a serious resistance. Since mastering the magic of the dead, he encountered this uncontrollable poltergeist for the first time. He leaned against the wall, greeting students as they passed. It seemed that third-year Gryffindor students had done some promotion for him, as he noticed far more smiling faces than he had expected amidst the crowd. He waited until the corridor was nearly devoid of people before proceeding to the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall inquired about the students' opinions, and they spoke highly of him and the water gun. I might retire earlier than anticipated, he mused. Once seated, Professor Burbage smiled warmly. We save you, Sirapai. Chapter 14. The Fragility of Muggles. This semester, he was tasked only with teaching 3rd and 4th-year students. Thus, he had ample energy to tailor his instruction. He prepared diverse curricula for different houses and grade levels. These modifications were not arbitrary. He perused the historical syllabi of Muggle studies at Hogwarts over the years. Initially, the course had been somewhat novel, but as the Muggle world evolved, the textbooks gradually became outdated. As Professor Burbage remarked before she took charge, the course had devolved into an examination of 17th-century Muggle life. A historian specializing in the 17th century might find interest in their materials, but it had utterly strayed from the original intent of the course. Muggle studies, as Professor Anthony emphasized in his inaugural class, was established to remind wizards that there exists a world of non-magical humans. Though devoid of wondrous magical abilities, they possess a structured way of life. He discovered the lesson plan of Hogwarts' first Muggle Studies professor in a library. The title page bore the inscription, I constantly remind myself how easily magic can lead to arrogance. Professor Anthony transcribed this sentiment onto the title page of his own lesson plan. After consulting with Professor Burbage, he undertook a sweeping reform of the curriculum. For the 3rd-year students who were just beginning to engage with Muggle studies, his primary aim was to cultivate their interest by sharing intriguing anecdotes from the Muggle world. The 4th-year students, having previously attended Professor Burbage's course and possessing a foundational understanding of the theory, could be taught based on the questions they already had. For instance, today, as a 4th-year Hufflepuff entered the classroom with a cheerful greeting, Good morning, Professor Anthony, she expressed her sorrow, My father is a Muggle. I don't want him to die early. Her eyes glistened with tears. Oh, dear child, Anthony said gently, offering her a pack of tissues. Hufflepuff students seemed particularly prone to emotional displays. Previously, during a lesson on Muggle family structures, he had corrected a student by explaining that Muggles do not possess love potions, thus negating the possibility of infatuation driven by such enchantments. The Hufflepuff boy's eyes sparkled with delight at the notion that, how wonderful it is. There are no lies in Muggle love. Therefore, in the love of the vast majority of the world's populace, there are no deceptions, he remarked wistfully. Professor Anthony felt compelled to impart the harsh truth. Even in the absence of love potions, humans, whether wizards or Muggles, invariably find ways to weave some fabrications into their affections. Though the mortality of Muggles was a topic they had raised, he wished to avoid concluding the lesson with a multitude of tearful students. Before we commence, I would like to share my personal perspective. As the class began, with a flick of his wand, Anthony closed the door. While it is true that Muggles are often susceptible to death, it is not as many wizards envision. A glimmer of hope lies in the fact that the average lifespan of Muggles is gradually increasing. May this bring you some solace. They have exerted tremendous effort to resolve issues that could be addressed with a single potion or spell. Thus, today we shall discuss what Muggle medicine entails. Has anyone ever consumed an energy drink? Anthony inquired. Almost the entire classroom raised their hands. Until recent years, by which I mean the recent years of wizards, Muggles discovered that the common cold is caused by something called a virus. At least, that is the case for Muggles. Upon identifying the virus, they could more accurately prevent and treat the common cold. He presented an image of a typical virus. We cannot see it with the naked eye, yet Muggles have managed to identify it. Initially, it was purely through experience, logic, and wisdom, but subsequently, they obtained photographs of this entity. Yes, through something that cannot be explained by magic. He encouraged his students, electricity? Indeed, electricity. More precisely, an electron microscope. This could be regarded as a microcosm of Muggle medicine. Observation, practice, research, technological advancement, and specialization. Humanity is an inherently resilient species. In the absence of magic, another system flourishes. If a time traveler were to inform me that 3 or 4 centuries hence, Muggles had discovered ways to outlive wizards, I would not be particularly astonished. The grandfather of a Muggle Ravenclaw boy could not help but inquire. Why? Because they are numerous and possess an insatiable curiosity. If there existed a Pandora's box, they would undoubtedly open it. Perhaps not by lifting the lid all at once, but I can envision them gradually, meticulously prying it open, ultimately appending the box to shake out its contents before discarding the remnants by a refuse heap. Anthony jested that, in a certain light, immortality might also be perceived as a Pandora's box. Yet, what can be done? Cats revel in boxes, and humans are creatures inclined to dismantle them. He noticed that only a few students offered knowing smiles, while the majority regarded him with bewilderment since he had mentioned Pandora's box. Thus, a succinct answer is that Muggles are imbued with curiosity and the courage to embrace trial and error. Anthony elucidated for those who did not comprehend that what hinders their audacious leaps may merely be rational self-restraint, humanity, and ethics. However, the knowledge they have amassed thus far is unfathomable to most wizards. Anthony showcased an anatomical diagram he had procured from an ordinary bookstore. You can enter any Muggle bookstore or some Muggle pharmacies, where they sell illustrations of the human body structure to all. He raised his voice as he struck the anatomical diagram, exclaiming, "This is knowledge. This is the knowledge that has saved countless lives." Muggles have sacrificed much and traversed many missteps to attain such diagrams. I hope their knowledge is respected in my classroom. They have explored methods to halt a heart, yet restore it without the aid of magic. So, indeed, Muggles are considerably more fragile than wizards. They have shorter lifespans and are afflicted by ailments that wizards may never experience. They have exerted immense effort to elucidate their existence through a framework that wizards find difficult to grasp. He paused at the mention of death, typically signifying an end. Ghosts assert that only wizards can choose whether to become specters. Supremacist wizards proclaim that this is due to Muggles lacking souls, thus arguing that wizards are superior to Muggles. He surveyed the classroom, where students were anxiously focused on him. Apart from those who enrolled out of curiosity, he recalled several students confiding that they chose Muggle studies because of close Muggle friends or family. His gaze met Midgen's, who was covering her mouth and shaking her head vigorously. Anthony smiled at her. Yet, death holds no significance for the living. Such reasoning is akin to asserting that because a flower blooms longer, a rose is superior to a lily. No one truly knows what lies beyond death. In realms unexplained by magic, perhaps there are electronic phantoms wandering the earth. As for life before death, Muggle studies reveals that Muggles, like wizards, if not more adept, excel at living. Chapter 15. the bustling corridor. Anthony listened intently, accompanied by his feline companion, as the sounds of a quarrel echoed from the corridor outside. Both his and Professor Chilo's offices were situated along this somewhat secluded passage, rarely traversed by anyone other than students seeking assistance. "You ought to look up at me when you speak, you feeble coward," sneered the Slytherin, asserting that bullying someone of such insignificance was hardly entertaining. "Yet, your mere existence seems to vex her. I do not wish to hear another word about how her distant aunt has driven Longbottom's parents to madness." "Oh, Longbottom, your parents are mad," as if that were something to take pride in. "Were I in your position, I would keep such matters to myself." Neville trembled, tears brimming in his eyes, defiantly glaring at the upperclassmen. Anthony brushed his wand thoughtfully. The student's words were indeed excessive, yet the spells employed barely qualified as a routine scuffle at Hogwarts. The professors in the staff lounge appeared unfazed by the inter-house disputes, even believing such conflicts could hone the students' combative skills. "If you witness a fight within the house, you may summon their head of house," Professor Burbage advised. "But if it's a quarrel between houses, feel free to deduct points from both. However, should it involve Gryffindor and Slytherin, let them be. They have been at it for years, both inside and outside the school." Anthony remained vigilant regarding the unfolding situation in the corridor, resolved to intervene should the upperclassmen cast another spell. If Snape sought to confront him, he would gladly discuss the matter of student moral education. "I'm not a feeble coward," Neville shouted, hands pressed against the ground, gasping in agony. The Slytherin's eyes glimmered with malice. "Hey, if you're not a coward, dare you venture to the corridor upstairs?" "But that corridor," Neville stammered. "We cannot go there. We'll lose points if we're caught, huh?" "Points?" The Slytherin scoffed. "Listen to yourself. You ought to find a better excuse for your cowardice. Don't you think, Longbottom? Think carefully. Oh, I forgot. Thinking must be difficult for you." He cackled. Neville's face flushed with alternating colors. Taking a deep breath, he responded, while Anthony felt compelled to intervene. Even if the student intended to send Neville to confront Snape, he would have continued to observe the situation. However, the corridor on the third floor was a different matter entirely. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had both emphasized to the staff the significance of that corridor, warning that it was genuinely perilous. Should any students be seen loitering nearby, they were to be promptly escorted away. If it involves Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall had declared through gritted teeth, "I suggest deducting 20 points per student. Point deductions below 10 are ineffective for them." The professors unanimously believed Gryffindor was most likely to attempt a challenge in that corridor. Since the start of term feast, Anthony had felt that Dumbledore's speech was a veiled plea for brave heroes to eliminate the dragon, constantly worrying that some reckless student might test their mettle. To my astonishment, I encountered a Slytherin today who was inciting Gryffindor. He feigned the appearance of preparing to leave, clattering about at the entrance while donning his shoes, and then ambled into the corridor with a teaching plan in hand. That Slytherin released Neville with astonishing speed, passing right in front of Anthony as he opened the door, even nodding politely in his direction. Neville stood against the wall, his face streaked with tears and dirt, gazing vacantly in the direction from which the Slytherin had vanished. "Professor Anthony," he murmured to the figure at the door, "how should a brave person respond to bullying?" "I do not know, Mr. Longbottom. You must discover the answer for yourself. However, I do know that bullying others is not an act of bravery," Anthony replied gently, approaching Neville to wipe his face. Grateful for his sensitive students, he always kept tissues in his bag and patted Neville on the shoulder. "I truly wonder where you acquired all this mud, my boy." As he engaged with his students, he learned increasingly more about the Great War. Once, he inquired of Professor Burbage how many children at Hogwarts had lost relatives in that conflict. Professor Burbage regarded him for a moment before explaining that due to the small size of the British wizarding community, nearly all those with wizarding relatives had been affected. "This is also why Harry Potter is so renowned." "I'm truly glad that Voldemort is dead," Anthony remarked. "So, am I," Professor Burbage smiled in response. He called to the Weasley twins. "Good afternoon, Weasley. What are you doing upstairs?" "It is a splendid day," one replied. "So, we decided to admire the beautiful scenery of Hogwarts," the other added. "Professor, honestly, you should come up and see it too. You can even catch a glimpse deep into the Forbidden Forest. The sunlight dances upon the lake. It is absolutely magnificent. I feel inspired to write poetry." Anthony chuckled, rubbing his forehead in bemusement. He was uncertain of what mischief the Weasley twins had engaged in, but it sounded as though they had ventured to great heights, far removed from the third-floor corridor. "I recall that Gryffindor's dormitory is in the tower. The view there should be equally splendid," he remarked, waving them past. The twins replied in unison, "Indeed, Professor." "Good afternoon, Professor Anthony," said Chilo, gazing in the direction of the Weasley brothers. Suddenly, Anthony remembered the prank he had overheard in the staff lounge. The Weasley twins were hardly subdued in their defense against the dark arts class. I fear they have ventured to the third-floor corridor, Anthony explained to Chilo. Chilo shuddered violently, his eyes widening in alarm at Anthony's words. Students are not permitted there. As Anthony sat down, his cat leaped onto his lap. It did not favor the presence of the living. He embraced the feline, I understand. The corridor is far too bustling today. Chapter 16. An afternoon out with the cat. Anthony found himself in a silent standoff with his cat. I know. I do not relish this either. Anthony held the collar and said, let us try it today. As long as there are no issues, you shall be free to roam outside henceforth. The Hogwarts office was spacious, yet Anthony did not wish to confine his cat within its walls. Ever since he had inadvertently encountered the Lady Dolores in the corridor, alongside two students who had hastily fled, he had yearned for his cat to explore the castle. This feline had considerably mellowed, no longer attempting to eliminate every living creature within its territory. Anthony sighed with relief, believing that even the owls delivering messages felt the same way. To facilitate its excursions, he had crafted a tracking collar inspired by Professor Flitwick's enchanted cookie box. Professor Flitwick had expertly maintained a levitation charm within the box, allowing cookies to hover at the rim when the lid was opened, making it easy to retrieve them. However, his cat seemed to disregard his efforts, arching its back in irritation. No, do not destroy the house. We shall not wear it. Anthony quickly discarded the collar, unwilling to confront a despondent house elf. He crouched down, extending his arms towards the cat. Come, let me embrace you. Surely that will suffice. The cat scrutinized him with its golden eyes before gracefully leaping into Anthony's arms. Good kitty, he murmured, gently stroking the cat while reminding it not to allow anyone to hold it. Your body temperature is too low. The cat yawned impatiently. The weather had been delightful of late, with sunlight bathing the lawn, students lounging beneath trees engrossed in their books, and couples whispering sweet nothings amidst the shrubs. Professor Anthony. A student waved cheerfully at him. Anthony recognized this individual as a third-year Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout had discreetly informed him that he enjoyed a stellar reputation among the Hufflepuffs, partly due to never having deducted points, and partly because his classes lacked homework. Greetings. He smiled and nodded. Professor, is this your cat? The inquisitive student inquired, leaning in a touch too closely, prompting the cat to turn its gaze toward him. His face was positioned precariously, as if inviting an attack. Anthony instinctively tightened his hold on the cat, fearing that the next moment, the student might need to visit the hospital wing to repair a broken nose. Fortunately, disaster was averted. The cat cautiously sniffed the student before disdainfully sneezing and turning its head away. Anthony patted the cat's head, saying yes. It is indeed a good idea to bring it out. It is not particularly fond of people. I can see that. Another student chimed in, observing that it was rare for an animal to dislike Cedric. Cedric chuckled, rare but not impossible. Professor Kettleburn's chimera is not particularly fond of me. That creature likes no one but Professor Kettleburn, his classmate remarked nonchalantly. Oh, perhaps Hagrid too. He is quite adept at handling magical creatures. Professor Anthony, may I attempt to pet it? Just once? Anthony glanced at the cat, interpreting its expression as a firm no. You would be wise not to, he advised the student. It actually quite likes Diggory. That was probably its most amicable display. Very well, the student replied, disappointment evident in his voice. As Anthony walked away, he overheard his Hufflepuff classmates chattering animatedly behind him. He truly appreciated this aspect of Hufflepuff. They resembled a sociable group of creatures, seizing every opportunity to exchange information. With such a gentle temperament, how could Professor Anthony have ended up with such an eccentric cat? Perhaps it was indeed the presence of the feline that softened his disposition. Chuckling, Anthony affectionately ruffled the cat's fur, remarking, you seem to have a pleasant temperament as well. This student's reminder prompted him to decide to take the cat to visit Hagrid. He was not particularly well acquainted with Professor Kettleburn, the care of magical creatures professor. So Hagrid was the most familiar person he knew who excelled in dealing with animals. The somewhat impaired Kettleburn rarely visited the staff lounge, and Anthony had no compelling reason to seek him out. Conversely, he enjoyed a good rapport with Hagrid. On one occasion, when Anthony sought Hagrid for a drink, Kettleburn happened to be there as well. The two of them engaged Anthony in an extensive discussion about Ashwinders and hippogriffs that lasted over 3 hours. Ultimately, Anthony had managed to drink both of them under the table. He knocked on the door of the small wooden hut, and Hagrid's voice called from the backyard. Over here, Anthony walked around to discover Hagrid examining pumpkins in his garden. I'm thinking of adding a hint of creaminess to them, Hagrid said, removing his dragonhide gloves and wiping the sweat from his brow. Oh, who is this little one? Henry, is this your cat? Indeed, Anthony replied, lifting the cat for Hagrid to see. Hagrid bent down for a closer inspection, exclaiming, Ah, a ginger cat. He attempted to check its gender, but was met with a fierce scratch, causing blood to seep from the wound. Anthony quickly pulled the cat away and examined Hagrid's hand. It's nothing, Henry. Hagrid appeared even more delighted. What a charming little creature. So agile. I'm certain it possesses some remarkable magical creature lineage. Ordinary cats cannot achieve such feats. He shook his still bleeding hand proudly, adding, Dumbledore is quite selective about who he appoints as keeper of keys and grounds. Of course, Anthony replied, feeling somewhat guilty as he shot a wary glance at the cat. The ginger cat, cleverly disguised as a skeletal feline, was certainly no ordinary cat. This creature, capable of shredding a sofa with ease, now sat obediently in Hagrid's pumpkin patch, meticulously grooming its front paws. Look how clever it is, Hagrid beamed. Shall we, Henry, have a drink? Hagrid retrieved his entire stock of jerky, and after the cat proudly surveyed the peculiar fish treats, it settled comfortably atop them. A cat that enjoys fish, Hagrid exclaimed, tossing a handful of colorful fish jerky into Anthony's arms. Here you go, Henry. After all, Fong doesn't he care for them? The large dog named Fong sat dejectedly at Hagrid's feet. Initially, he had intended to leap over to lick Anthony, but upon realizing there was a cat in Anthony's arms, he merely barked twice before Hagrid scolded him, leaving him to sulk on the ground. The cat, in contrast, appeared in high spirits, its tail playfully swirling around Anthony's arm. Professor Anthony. As soon as Anthony stepped into the castle, he was greeted with an excited exclamation. His cat remained tranquil in his embrace. Good afternoon, sir, he greeted the rushing ghost. Ah, good afternoon, Professor. The stout monk remarked, however, your office may not be in the best condition. We have all been searching for you. Anthony hastened toward his office, inquiring, what has transpired? It's Peeves, Professor. The stout monk replied anxiously. He said something to Moaning Myrtle, and she has been weeping uncontrollably. Water is overflowing from the lavatory. Your office is flooded. Anthony, perplexed, questioned, Moaning Myrtle? She resides on your floor, Professor. She lives in the girls' lavatory, the stout monk explained with urgency. She means no harm. She didn't intend to flood your office. Understanding dawned on Anthony. The girls' lavatory, often echoing with sobs, harbored a sorrowful ghost. He had often wondered which student was perpetually despondent, while the headmaster remained indifferent. Chapter 17, Moaning Myrtle's Tears. The corridor leading to his office had transformed into a deluge. Students gathered at the entrance, while Filch shouted angrily from the staircase, yet no one paid heed to his rants. The sole dry spot along the corridor was at the entrance to Professor Chilo's office. The defense against the dark arts professor had evidently invested considerable effort into safeguarding his office, as no water dared to infiltrate the area within a meter of his door. He stood upon that dry island, timidly observing a toothbrush swirling past. Professor Chilo, Anthony greeted him with a smile. I am truly pleased to see you unharmed. Casting a waterproof charm upon his attire and shoes, Anthony cautiously stepped into the river originating from the girls' lavatory. The stout monk accompanied him to the lavatory door, but hesitated to enter. Anthony felt a twinge of awkwardness as well. Go on in, Professor, the onlooking students urged. A girl kindly reassured him. It's all right, Professor. This is Moaning Myrtle's domain. No one usually ventures here. Ha! Everyone despises you. Peeves' voice echoed from within the lavatory. No one wants to see you. You ugly wretch. Crybaby. With a loud sob, the water surged even more fiercely. Anthony, no longer hesitant, knocked on the door and stepped inside the lavatory. Upon entry, a wave came crashing down upon him, but he swiftly cast a protective charm, sparing himself from becoming drenched. Peeves floated in midair, grinning mischievously, his eyes glinting with malice. Perched atop a toilet was a weeping ghost, sobbing and repeating Peeves' words. Everyone hates me. Hello, Myrtle. Anthony cleared his throat. Moaning Myrtle briefly paused her weeping, unexpectedly glanced at him, and then erupted into an even louder lamentation. You're a boy. I suppose I am, Anthony replied. I am, your neighbor, having just arrived at Hogwarts. I was visiting friends who reside nearby, hence my uninvited entrance. Myrtle, still sobbing, asked, did you knock? I did. He refrained from mentioning how her cries had completely drowned out the sound of his knocking. However, Peeves leaned in closer to Myrtle's ear, whispering, you're crying too loudly. Myrtle widened her eyes in sorrow and took a deep breath. Anthony immediately interjected, no. At that moment, nearly headless Nick emerged abruptly from the wall, exclaiming, get away, Peeves, and ceased troubling Moaning Myrtle. I am off to summon the Bloody Baron. Peeves pondered for a moment, then, with a disgruntled flourish, unleashed a colossal wave that crashed against the restroom walls before darting away. Salutations to you, loathsome professor, he shouted at Anthony. splattering mud upon the onlooking students as he disappeared amidst their startled cries, chuckling mischievously. This commotion seemed to disrupt Myrtle's desire to weep in peace. She buried her face in her arms and, in a muffled tone, asked, "Are we neighbors? Where do you reside?" "Oh, just next door. The second office on the right outside," he replied, cautiously. "He is the new Muggle Studies professor," nearly headless Nick added. Anthony endeavored to smile at her. "Henry Anthony. A pleasure to meet you." "Lies," Myrtle cried out in anger. "No one is ever pleased to see me. Everyone despises me." "Professor Anthony is pleased to see everyone," nearly headless Nick asserted, vouching for him. "He is even glad to meet Professors Flitwick and Snape." This was indeed a falsehood. Anthony silently mused, refraining from exposing the untruth. Myrtle, on the verge of tears, lifted her head to scrutinize him closely. It was then that Anthony realized she was a very young girl, clad in student attire. Behind her thick glasses were swollen, tear-streaked eyes, and her face bore the marks of youth, resembling his own students. He could hardly fathom how she had become a ghost at such a tender age. She ought to have been, like his students, fretting over essays, strolling on the castle lawns, or coaxing an unfriendly cat in the sunshine. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Little girl, how did you die?" Myrtle stared at him in shock. "I mean, you look exceedingly young," Anthony quickly clarified, "too young, in fact. I cannot fathom how you—" But he could not finish his sentence. Myrtle gasped softly. Suddenly, her pale, ghostly visage radiated with pride as she declared, "I died right here." She recounted to Anthony in vivid detail how heartbroken she had been, how she had entered the girls' restroom, knowing no one would pay her any mind because no one cared for moaning Myrtle. She described how, in her deepest sorrow, she had heard a boy's voice, angrily ordering him to go to his own boys' restroom, and then she had gloriously met her demise. "Wait a moment," Anthony asked incredulously. "So a boy barged into the girls' restroom, and because you tried to uphold the restroom's order, he killed you? Who was it?" "I don't know, Professor," Myrtle replied with excitement. "I didn't have time to see who he was. I only remember seeing a pair of yellow eyes. Much like these," she pointed at the cat in Anthony's arms. "But much larger, frightfully so. And then I died." Anthony frowned. "You saw a large cat? Did someone bring a lion into the girls' restroom?" Nearly headless Nick entered, informing Anthony that the water had receded. Chapter 18, The Restricted Section. The following day in the staff lounge, Anthony inquired, "Are you aware of Moaning Myrtle in the girls' restroom on the second floor?" "Yes, that ghost. What's the matter?" Professor Bubbage accepted the platter of snacks offered by Professor Flitwick. "Oh, the Honey Duke's coconut ice cream. Where did you procure this?" "I did not pilfer it," Professor Flitwick replied with a twinkle in his eye. "Clearly, young Malfoy from Slytherin finds the school lunches lacking in abundance." He chuckled heartily at Professor Bubbage's startled expression. "Just jesting. It was a gift from Pomona's students." Professor Sprout nodded. "It was from Tonks." "What of Moaning Myrtle?" she inquired of Anthony. "Oh, Tonks. Is she well at the ministry?" asked Professor Bubbage. "Are you not aware?" Professor Anthony's office was flooded. Professor Flitwick remarked. "What?" Professor Bubbage gasped. "Goodness, has Myrtle been causing a ruckus again? Now that you mention it, I did hear students murmuring." However, they were all lamenting how Peeves attempted to soak everyone's essays. Professor Sprout said sympathetically, "I hope your office is all right now." "The office itself is fine," Anthony replied. "What I wish to inquire is, do you know how Myrtle met her demise?" Professor Flitwick furrowed his brow. "She ought to have been a Ravenclaw student. But I was not yet employed at that time." He shook his head. "You might need to consult the headmaster or Minerva. She told me," Anthony continued, "that she was weeping when suddenly a boy with enormous yellow eyes entered, and then she perished." "What sort of magic is this? A boy with enormous yellow eyes?" Professor Bubbage pondered. "Springer?" Professor Sprout playfully nudged her, cautioning against jesting. "It sounds as though someone brought a magical creature to the school." "Oh," her expression momentarily shifted, and she refrained from elaborating. "It could also be some form of disguise magic. Keeping one's adversaries in ignorance is the greatest advantage one can possess. Many duel masters employ their own methods of disguise and counter-disguise," Professor Flitwick explained. "Disguise?" Professor Bubbage queried. Professor Flitwick took a bite of the coconut ice cream. "I recall Tonks achieving an outstanding in her OWL practical for charms, precisely because she successfully misled the examiner into believing she was a student who had already completed her exams, and while the examiner was distracted, she ambushed him. 'Do not look at me,' she said. 'It was when he approached me to inquire what I had taught my students that I learned of it.' I promised not to reveal his name." He glanced at Anthony, whose brow was furrowed in confusion, and suggested, "If you truly wish to know, Minerva would likely be well informed. She should be in her office." Professor Sprout added, "However, she has been quite occupied with the Gryffindor Quidditch team selections. Wood has been seeking her out 8 times a day. She scarcely has time to come for tea. She is always quite busy, Professor Bubbage said sympathetically. I recommend you visit the library, Henry. There is no harm in reading more. Indeed, Professor Flitwick concurred. Anthony exchanged greetings with Madame Pants, passing by clusters of students laboring over their essays, and made his way directly to the restricted section. He seldom ventured near the tomes of dark arts contained within the restricted section. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and had no intention of challenging the dark arts with a foundation of magical knowledge that paled in comparison to that of Hogwarts graduates. On the other hand, unlike Professor Quirrell, who is an esteemed lecturer on Muggle studies, he seldom finds the need to reference tomes on dark magic. With Quirrell absent, he encountered Severus Snape. Snape raised an eyebrow, his tone laden with implications as he remarked, Professor Anthony, what a delightful surprise to see you here. Anthony harbored a lingering suspicion that Dumbledore might have divulged his identity to Snape. He was uncertain of Dumbledore's intentions. If one were to select a dark wizard from the faculty of Hogwarts, Snape would undoubtedly receive the highest votes. The man seemed to practically brandish his love for dark magic upon his forehead, obscured as it was by his greasy black hair. Snape silently stepped aside, eagerly observing as Anthony's finger was bitten by the guide to dark creatures. Anthony yanked his hand back, staring at the wound in a daze, and resolved to disregard it. He could not heal his injury with Snape standing nearby, even though self-healing was nearly instinctual for him, much like the stunning spell. Is there anything I can assist you with? Snape inquired insincerely. Of course, you're most kind, Anthony replied, shaking his hand. I presume you have heard of some dark magic associated with yellow eyes, Professor Snape? Something akin to a large cat, yet without the capacity to damage a corpse? Snape recommended the venomous leopard and mocked Anthony's store of magical knowledge. After Snape departed, Anthony sat down and studied the information on the venomous leopard for some time. This exceedingly dangerous beast, with its toxic aura resembling that of a leopard, indeed matched all of Anthony's descriptions. The sole issue being that he could not fathom who could transport such a creature from East Africa to Moaning Myrtle. The narrative was, of course, all too clear. He thought, closing the book in frustration. Clearly, someone had stuffed a large magical creature into an envelope, addressed it to England, Scotland, Hogwarts Castle, second-floor girls' lavatory, and sent it to a weeping Moaning Myrtle, dispatching a talking owl with a male voice to deliver the message. Nevertheless, this was the magical world. He reached for his notebook. Experimental records. The distinction in spells between fresh pig bones and human bones. Materials. Pig 1, 198 pounds. Pig 2, 107 pounds. Pig 3, 176 pounds. Human 1, 152 pounds. Human 2, 134 pounds. Human 3, 161 pounds. Bone weight. Anthony discerned the source of his familiarity. This notebook emanated an aura akin to that of his skeletal cat and vengeful chicken, a terror not belonging to the living. He summoned the notebook as if conjuring a specter from a void. This also elucidated why no one had taken this perilous notebook. It cleverly concealed itself within the chasm between life and death. Only those capable of traversing that divide could retrieve it. This was the journal of a necromancer. Chapter 19, Necromantic Magic. Yet it did not simply materialize. A voice within him whispered. It had always been there, merely unseen by others, for none but Anthony were necromancers. Professor Anthony. Angelina greeted him. He nodded with a smile as he passed by, overhearing Angelina lamenting to her friend, "What has truly lost his mind? I cannot join you again this week. Perhaps next week." Her friend, linking arms with her, shared an assortment of snacks that appeared from nowhere. "It's all right, otherwise. I shall go with Aaliyah." Angelina, with an air of apology, remarked, "Aaliyah should also be training. I must have a word with Wood." Her friend sighed. "I truly regret not participating in the Quidditch tryouts. Otherwise, we could be training together by now. Indeed, had you participated, you would surely have been selected. At times, I believe you fly even better than I do." Angelina sighed, reflecting that some opportunities, once missed, are irretrievable. She surmised that Wood shared a similar sentiment, which is why he was so fervently intent on securing the Quidditch Cup before graduation. Anthony paused. The image of an ordinary brown, hardbound notebook resurfaced in his mind. What if it contained the very reason for his sudden transformation into a necromancer? What if it narrated the tales of the Dark Wizard? Was he not curious? Was he content with merely instinctual necromantic prowess? Did he not yearn to delve deeper into the secrets of magic? The notion of that notebook lingered in Anthony's thoughts, as if it were on the verge of being claimed by another, leaving him to rue this fleeting opportunity. Madame Pants regarded him oddly. Anthony displayed the cover to her, a notebook. "You are exceedingly diligent, Professor Anthony," Madame Pants remarked. "If all students applied themselves as you do, they would pass their OWLs by third year." Flipping through a few pages, he chuckled, embracing his cat. "My dear feline, I once thought the knowledge I acquired in university was of no utility. His cat cautiously sniffed the notebook and settled down. The identity of this anonymous necromancer was undoubtedly shaped by a so-called traditional education. All records, even the marginalia, were inscribed in medieval Latin, the universal tongue of religion, politics, and academia. And Anthony, always meticulous, had never once allowed his attention to waver in class. The notes contained not only some rather chilling experiments, living bones versus dead bones, virtually indistinguishable. Considering cost, it is advisable to opt for corpses whenever possible, but also some rather humorous musings. The wizard lamented in his notes about his mentor's insistence on barbecuing in desolate wilderness, yet resolutely refusing to consume the summoned animal carcasses. What distinction was there between those who perished a moment ago and those who had just succumbed? The necromancer philosophically recorded, "If I connect my magic to their corpses, they become a part of me. What difference does it make whether I eat or abstain?" The crackling of flesh over the flames merely signifies the varying degrees of grease. What relevance does the absence of salt hold? Adjacent to a hastily written marginal note, salt makes it taste better. The notebook also detailed some necromantic spells Anthony had never before contemplated. By sharpening bones, one could summon arrows from the grave. To conceal the identity of the necromancer, one might restrict the movements of spirits and skeletons. Following specific incantation steps, he could exert total control over the summoned undead, be they spirits, skeletons, or, had he not glimpsed the notes, even corpses. If an apprentice possesses considerable talent and dedicates themselves to practice, they may even perceive the whispers of the bones. The notes state, a true necromancer can discern the murmurs of the deceased. They converse softly with their mentor night and day. Some yearn for life, while others long for death. The mentor advised me that if I wished to retain my humanity, I should not heed their voices too closely. Engage more with the living. Converse with the sentient beings. Yet, I still cannot hear their words. The mentor remarked that I struggle to master my emotions. The space between life and death is profoundly silent. Emotions merely serve to disrupt my magic. Perhaps I am ill-suited to be a necromancer. The mentor increasingly resembled a creature of darkness, prompting us to relocate underground. However, aside from the fact that everything around him withers as he sleeps, I perceive no significant difference. I suspect he merely sought tranquility after a quarrel. Today, he devoured an entire box of pastries, an entire box. Anthony experimented with a spell from the notes, causing his cat to momentarily sprout sharp claws, only to freeze in confusion atop the bookshelf. Necromancy may demand greater faith than that of spellcasting. Anthony was quite certain his gestures for casting were inaccurate, yet he casually attempted several intriguing necromantic spells, none of which failed. Perhaps this is why the Ministry of Magic resolutely classifies necromancers as dark wizards. Anthony had to concede that these spells were somewhat bizarre, particularly since all other wizards heavily relied on wands, while necromancers employed gestures only in the most intricate of incantations. These gestures were nothing more than simple descriptions, such as raising a hand and forming a fist. One recorded spell, known as the Lumos Charm, ignites the soul fires of all controlled corpses, with the gesture being crossing one's fingers. Anthony could not help but marvel at the morbid sense of humor of necromancers. At other times, the necromantic magic detailed in the notes essentially dictated, envision your magic connecting with that corpse, imagine a light within, and envision enveloping that light. If you succeed, you are free to do as you please. This utterly irrational magic brings an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Anthony had never experienced magic so effortless. The notes merely served as inspiration, and he grasped the concepts intuitively. He felt that the more he employed necromantic magic, the more proficient and powerful he became. He stood as Maxwell's demon at the threshold of life and death, manipulating the deceased at will. Now, only one question remained. How could he, a novice, wield such power while necromancers had been eradicated? Note 1. Crossing fingers to form a shape resembling a cross symbolizes, well, a plea to God for good fortune. Chapter 20. Do not act on impulse during examinations. It will only harm yourself. After 2 days of researching literature in the library, Anthony reluctantly admitted that necromantic magic had been submerged in the lengthy history of magic. Even the materials he found in the Hogwarts library left him uncertain as to their authenticity. I study facts, not myths and legends, he stated stiffly. But, Professor Binns, surely necromantic magic existed in your lifetime, Anthony replied. He vividly recalled the disappearance of necromancy following the establishment of Hogwarts. And Professor Binns had been the history of magic instructor since the school's inception. Professor Binns retorted indignantly. Can you remember everything from this era? Professor Anthony? Do you not rely on records? I am uncertain. I am not a necromancer, he replied flatly, his eyes half closed, embodying the archetype of the antiquated and tedious history of magic professor. Anthony reluctantly set aside his queries regarding the history of magic to practice necromancy, as per his notes. Nowadays, apart from preparing lessons and teaching, he rarely ventured outside. However, that morning, he had visited Honeyduke's to purchase some coconut ice cream. He had arranged a small quiz for the third-year students that afternoon and needed some prizes, recalling the ice cream that Professor Flitwick had praised during tea time. Time had flown. October was fast approaching. Here is your ice cream and receipt, sir. May your life be as sweet as the confections of Honeyduke's, the shopkeeper cheerfully announced. Standing on the streets of Hogsmeade, Anthony calculated that the first month of the school year was indeed drawing to a close. Just a month prior, he had been grappling with the fifth-year textbooks at the Leaky Cauldron, and now he was engrossed in his necromancy notes. The enchanting world of magic abruptly intertwined with his mundane existence, now a part of his daily routine. During the afternoon class, all the students noticed a bag of coconut ice cream on the lectern. Do not look over there just yet. Anthony chuckled. That is a prize. We shall have a quiz today. A chorus of groans erupted from the students, though not overly fierce. Anthony smiled at them and distributed the test papers. It is not difficult. It merely assesses your grasp of the material. This quiz was entirely a whim of his own. Recently, he had become absorbed in the study of necromancy and lacked the energy to prepare lessons for 4 classes across 2 grades, thus deciding to administer a test. To compensate the students, he had made the questions quite simple, all derived directly from the lesson plans. Surely no one could answer incorrectly. He pondered uncertainly. Hey, George, Fred whispered. What about question 3? The elevator, right? George replied, there's one at the ministry. It shouldn't be Muggle. And question 6? All right. Fred decisively circled an option on his paper. I think it's metal. I haven't seen the other options. Well done, brother, George remarked. A classmate seated in front of them could no longer contain himself and leaned back, gritting his teeth and silently mouthing. Question 3 is the electric plane. It isn't manned. Question 6 is rubber. Really? I recall we spent an entire class discussing planes, George questioned skeptically. His classmate rolled his eyes. Suit yourself. Keep your voices down. You're distracting me. Anthony leaned against the wall, not intending to remind them that he had already overheard. If it aided the Weasley brothers in recalling what rubber was, he didn't mind in the slightest. Question 11. The twin brothers exchanged glances and sighed. Fred nudged Angelina with his elbow. Angelina, which is the correct attire? Angelina pushed her paper towards him, muttering in annoyance. If only you would take this class seriously. Are we not serious enough? Fred lamented. We are working diligently on the exam, George assured. After a moment, Angelina quietly inquired, Hey Fred, what is the answer to question 15? It's a water gun, Fred confidently replied. Angelina hesitated, furrowing her brow before selecting water gun. All right, she conceded. When Anthony announced that time was up, everyone had completed the exam. As he collected the papers one by one, he remarked, You are aware that formal examinations utilize enchanted quills to prevent cheating, correct? The students chuckled at him. Anthony shook his head. This is merely a quiz. And since there was no prior notice, I shall overlook it. However, formal examinations cannot be treated so lightly. The consequences can be severe. As he spread the papers across the lectern, it was evident from a single glance that they were all multiple-choice questions. Despite being a simple foundational quiz, the results were starkly divided. Among the mere dozen students, 4 or 5 achieved perfect scores, whilst 6 or 7 failed. As the students came forward to retrieve their papers, Anthony called out to the few who had scored full marks, grabbed some coconut ice cream. Stinson, splendid work. Perfect score. Once all the papers had been distributed, Anthony inquired, Was the quiz difficult? The students silently shook their heads. Even if they could not answer correctly, they sensed the paper was not particularly challenging. Difficult, Fred asserted with conviction. Anthony shook his head. Weasley, is it truly surprising that the Ministry of Magic's elevator is an enchanted Muggle lift? He refrained from mentioning that this modification required Mr. Weasley's approval during annual maintenance. A student seated in front of them triumphantly banged on the table, exclaiming, I told you so. After reviewing your answers, I believe I could have asked but one question on the paper. Anthony sighed. Am I teaching so poorly? The moment those words left his lips, the previously lively atmosphere suddenly froze. The students who knew they had performed poorly fell silent. No, Professor, one student shouted. Anthony recalled that this particular student had also failed. Thank you, Toller. Anthony took a deep breath, deciding to proceed with the paper discussion. Chapter 21. Professor Anthony must be quite disheartened. Anthony opened the exam paper and smiled. There is no need for such gravity. If half the class has failed, it is certainly the fault of the instructor. I do not blame you. Question 1. Muggles and wizards are both human. Everyone answered correctly. Thank you. Question 2. Why does the Hogwarts Express emit steam? The answer is to imitate a Muggle steam engine. It has nothing to do with electricity, so do not select an answer just because it mentions electricity. Question 3. Choose the incorrect option, electric airplane. We discussed airplanes when talking about modes of transportation. Muggle aircraft are not electric. As I mentioned, do not choose an answer simply because it involves electricity. I have reviewed past OWL's exam questions, and examiners particularly enjoy questions that require a judgment on the use of electricity. Question 4. What is the common currency among British Muggles? Pounds and pence. Muggles. My dear students, Muggles. Why would anyone select galleons and sickles? Please pay closer attention to the questions next time. Aside from Anthony's explanations, the classroom was filled only with the faint rustle of paper and the gentle scratching of quills. Amidst Anthony's analysis, occasional triumphant whispers emerged. We guessed correctly. The Weasley twins murmured, only to be swiftly quelled by the disapproving glances of their classmates. All right, that's all, Anthony declared, rolling up the exam paper. Is there anything unclear? The students shook their heads in unison. Then class dismissed. Cheer up. It's not the end of the world, Anthony reassured them. This particular class was his most spirited, and he had not anticipated such a palpable sense of disappointment following an examination. He found himself questioning whether he should allow his other classes to partake in this assessment. The atmosphere in the classroom was unusually somber. Accustomed to stern reprimands, point deductions, and detentions, Anthony's gentle disappointment left him feeling profoundly guilty. I'm really not happy, Fred confessed. I know, George replied. Why didn't he deduct points? Is it because he feels ashamed? Fred said listlessly. Angelina delivered a sharp jab to him, exclaiming, Shut up, you two. Professor Anthony is more than adequate. Patricia Stinson affirmed, I wrote home last week, and my father praised his accuracy in teaching, far superior to my dad's professor during his school days. I cannot speak for Professor Bubbage, but it seems the fourth graders have a fondness for him. So he is certainly no less capable, she continued. What is the OWL pass rate for Professor Bubbage students? Fred inquired. 87%, George chimed in. Percy says he studies it every day. Stinson asked, what is our pass rate? They huddled together, tallying their scores, which revealed a pass rate of 56% for this examination. No wonder the professor is so disappointed. The students exchanged glances and sighed. They slowly gathered their belongings, feeling dejected as they prepared to head for dinner. News of the test swiftly spread throughout the third year, with whispers circulating about how Professor Anthony had unexpectedly administered an exam to Gryffindor, resulting in a considerable number of failures. Yet, the new professor of Muggle Studies maintained his record as the only professor who had never deducted points. According to Hogwarts historical records, even Professor Binns had deducted points, leading no one to believe that Gryffindor had performed so poorly. How could that be possible, unless Snape knocked him out and substituted him with a polyjuice potion? A fourth-year Muggle Studies student scoffed. Besides, has Gryffindor lost points? Have they been given detention? As the golden sun began its gentle descent, it cast a warm amber glow over the verdant Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts, which finally announced a break in training, allowing the Hufflepuff players to practice. The relationship between the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor teams was amicable, as Wood had candidly noted, primarily due to their mutual disdain for Slytherin, which often led to shared training sessions. Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff substitute seeker, was well-liked and maintained good relations with the Gryffindor players. During the overlapping practice, he inquired of the Weasley twins. Did you choose Muggle Studies? We did. Were you inquiring about the exam? Fred replied with a grin. The exam paper was particularly challenging, George remarked. Don't listen to their nonsense, he added. Angelina interjected, making a sharp turn as she halted her broom, leaping down to join them. She took a generous gulp of water, noting that the exam was rather straightforward, albeit we had not performed well. The professor appeared quite disheartened. Cedric scratched his nose, admitting, I wasn't actually inquiring about the exam's difficulty. Nonetheless, I appreciate your insights. He rose to take his leave. The Weasley twins encircled him, exclaiming, Hey, where are you off to? What do you wish to ask? The golden snitch provocatively darted before them, and with swift reflexes, Cedric seized the flapping creature, tossing it to Wood, who was nearby organizing the ball box. I could only wish you were our seeker, Wood remarked enviously. Hey, what are you saying, Hufflepuff chaser? This is our seeker. Anthony was deeply engrossed in studying necromancy, utterly oblivious to the commotion outside. Professor Sprout overheard a student fervently advising peers to review diligently, proclaiming that Gryffindor had fared poorly on the exam and that Professor Anthony was currently weeping in his office. Another student asserted that Professor Anthony was indeed in the girls' restroom. sobbing into a myrtle, with passers-by overhearing his lament. Some speculated that he was contemplating resigning to become a gamekeeper in the Forbidden Forest. But what about Hagrid? A concerned listener inquired. He could become the new professor. Good heavens! News spreads exceptionally swiftly among Hufflepuffs. Professor Sprout brought a small bag of homemade cookies, specifically to console Anthony in his office. It's all right. You've done remarkably well. The headmaster would never agree to let Hagrid replace you. Amuset niet bemuset. Anthony summoned a chair for her to sit down. I am neither particularly sorrowful nor angry, he declared. Their poor performance reflects upon me. The academic year has only just commenced. I still have time to adjust. Professor Sprout regarded him with skepticism, but kindly reassured him, of course, Professor Anthony. We all have faith in you. As she reached the door, she insisted on leaving the cookies behind. Have something sweet. It will make you feel better, she suggested. Anthony reluctantly accepted her kind gesture. Chapter 22. Anthony's composure. The anxious students exhibited expressions of disbelief upon receiving their test papers. The fourth-year students repeatedly confirmed with him, questioning whether he had mistakenly distributed the third-year exam. Anthony overheard a third-year Ravenclaw, rapidly marking the correct answers, muttering indignantly, "The Weasley twins truly managed to fool everyone." The student's accuracy far exceeded his expectations. Were it not for his certainty that the exams for the 4 classes were distinct, he might have suspected they had shared answers privately. A wave of cheers erupted among the students. Midgen clapped and shouted, "Don't resign, Professor Anthony. You are the best." Anthony found himself repeatedly assuring them that he had no intention of resigning within a month of the term start. Has any professor resigned? He inquired curiously. A perfect score for the entire class consequently meant that the grading process would require less time. Moreover, the students had even submitted their papers ahead of time, well before the class was scheduled to end, completing all their tasks and leaving ample opportunity for idle chatter. Anthony pondered. Did you all happen to select your courses just when Professor Bubbage was teaching? Indeed, the students replied with cheerful smiles. We are fortunate not to have to switch textbooks. Previous cohorts had lamented the substantial changes in their study materials, necessitating a complete relearning of the content. Anthony made a mental note to inquire with Professor Bubbage about the grading criteria for the Muggle Studies OWLs whenever he found the time. He settled into a chair, casually withdrawing a copy of a comprehensive guide to Transfiguration from the communal bookshelf, reclining comfortably in the dark wooden chair as he began to peruse its pages. He had not practiced Transfiguration in days, and his notes on the subject were in utter disarray, a chaotic mix of experimental records, magical research, diary entries, and indecipherable doodles that required him to invest considerable time deciphering the chronology and sorting out useful information. This endeavor was exceedingly enjoyable, yet rendered his eyes painfully dry. The flickering flames in the staff lounge's fireplace danced gently, the logs crackling and sparks swirling into the air. In the empty armchair, shadows flickered in and out of light, cast by the fire. Anthony gently laid the book against his chest, nearly succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, someone pushed open the partially ajar door of the lounge. Of course, it was his father. "Ah, Professor Anthony," came the greeting. "What brings you here?" Anthony roused himself. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall entered. McGonagall, rarely seen in the lounge, sat at the table with a smile. "We have found our seeker." "Who is it?" Anthony inquired with curiosity. "Potter," McGonagall responded, her tone tinged with pride. "I do not wish to boast, but just wait, Professor Anthony. Once the Quidditch season commences, he will astonish everyone." "Of course he will. However, Ravenclaw also possesses some promising talents. To be fair, they are all exceptionally good players," Professor Flitwick chimed in, cheerfully. "Tea, Minerva?" "Yes, thank you," McGonagall nodded, accepting the teacup that floated towards her and taking a sip. "Oh, wait." She briskly stood up, cup in hand, and headed towards the door. "Please enjoy your afternoon tea. I have matters to attend to." "But, Minerva, just for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea," Professor Flitwick called out, still adding milk to his own tea, having not yet taken a seat. "It is a matter of urgency," McGonagall replied calmly. "I need to purchase a broomstick for Potter." With that, she exited with an air of determination, clearly resolved to best Severus, wasn't she? Professor Flitwick lamented. He retrieved several books from the shelf to elevate his chair and sat beside Anthony. 25 Common Transfigurations explained. A splendid book that offers some remarkably unique insights into transfiguration, particularly regarding biological transformations. He began to speak enthusiastically about the book's innovative interpretations of transfiguration. Anthony, however, found his attention drifting. Professor Flitwick was knowledgeable and had his own profound understanding of various forms of magic, yet he lacked expertise in the realm of necromancy. Recently, Anthony had been delving into necromantic magic, formulating some hypotheses and findings, yet he was frustrated by his inability to share them. This yearning for academic discourse was nearly driving him to madness. Perhaps he ought to invite Dumbledore to lunch, and then present him with the spectacle of a walking roast chicken. Dumbledore might very well appreciate his creativity. Who knows? Recently, he had come to the peculiar realization that a significant portion of the culinary endeavors executed by the house elves in the kitchen could, through the lens of necromantic magic, be rather crudely categorized as corpses, whether they were steamed, boiled, fried, or roasted. It was undeniably strange, prompting him to heed his grandfather's admonition, do not play with your food. This sage advice applied equally to both 7-year-old and 27-year-old Anthony. His cat, however, lacked such discernment. Ever since it discovered that Anthony could animate the colorful fish treats, it had paid no heed to the quiet, inert morsels in its dish. Yet it was a cat, and Anthony had no intention of teaching it table manners, even if only a skeletal remnant was truly feline. There must exist a branch of necromantic magic capable of altering appearances. The notes recorded that they had summoned horse bones for transportation along the mountain paths. Discontent with the discomfort of riding, the mentor had instructed the bones to sprout illusory muscles and fur. They rode 2 undead steeds that required neither sustenance nor rest to the next village, and none of the villagers noticed anything amiss. Yet, the notes did not elucidate how this was achieved. Chapter 23 spoke of a giant troll that once roamed the underground. Time swiftly passed amidst the practice of necromantic arts. The weather grew progressively colder, and the temperatures of the lit fireplaces throughout the castle climbed higher. Filch often cradled Madame Loris in a corner of the corridor, triumphantly catching several students who had attempted to warm themselves by capturing flames in jars. No one will admit it, Professor Flitwick exclaimed. I have questioned everyone, and no one has confessed to this mischief. Anthony sat before the fireplace in the staff lounge, observing a group of professors storm in, visibly incensed. He had recently begun to grasp what it meant to be akin to a dark creature as a necromancer. With his growing understanding and proficiency in necromantic magic, his body temperature had gradually diminished, rendering his sensitivity to temperature less acute. Once, when a student inquired with concern whether he felt cold, he belatedly realized he was dressed for summer and had to inform them he was practicing a warming charm. They dare not confess, Professor Burbage declared indignantly. This is truly outrageous. Just imagine if Potter and Weasley had not been present, leaving Granger all alone. Deduct 200 points. Professor Sprout added. Even I am quite displeased. No, expulsion. I shall expel the perpetrator, Professor McGonagall said with a stern countenance, fire burning in her eyes. I certainly will. This is no prank that a lower-year student could conceive. I am quite sure of it. This individual is old enough to possess sufficient magical prowess. Fully aware of their actions, yet proceeded nonetheless. Even the Weasley twins could not concoct such a vile deed. Anthony, perplexed, inquired, what are you discussing? Professor Anthony. It has been a while. I did not notice you were here, Professor Flitwick replied as he leapt into the nearest chair. We are discussing the giant troll. All the students claim ignorance regarding its origin. What giant troll? Is Granger all right? He asked with concern. She is fine. Potter and Weasley rescued her. Professor McGonagall remarked. That foolish girl believes she can defeat a troll, as if I cannot discern her deceit. Regardless, she, Potter, and Weasley have now forged a friendship. She shook her head, wishing she could encourage Potter and Weasley to apply themselves more diligently in their studies. It is indeed a positive development. I wonder why Potter and Weasley's assignments had suddenly improved so significantly this week. Professor Sprout said, I will not condone plagiarism, Pomona. Professor McGonagall asserted sternly. If you detect any signs of it, you are permitted to penalize them. Even friends, Miss Granger, should not tolerate such academic dishonesty. No, I believe they merely sought Granger's assistance in reviewing their papers, perhaps with some help in conducting literature research. Professor Sprout reassured her, relax, Minerva. They're just first-year students. First-year students who have taken down a troll, Professor McGonagall retorted. Professor Flitwick interjected enthusiastically. They performed remarkably well and collaborated splendidly. Mr. Weasley informed me that they utilized the levitation charm I taught that day. Minerva, your students possess a strong combat instinct. Professor McGonagall revealed the first smile of the day. That is not my doing, Phileas. I credit it to charms and defense against the dark arts. By the way, how is Professor Quirrell? Was he present that day? Anthony inquired, having not seen Professor Quirrell in quite some time. Quirinus discovered the troll. Professor Sprout shook her head. He immediately rushed to inform everyone. Poor man. He was as pale as a ghost, yet he managed to notify everyone. I hope he is well now, Professor Flitwick chuckled. Oh, I am not surprised. I mean, You all know which subject he yearns to teach most. Laughter erupted among them, as Snape's obsession with the defense against the dark arts position had long been a well-known jest among the professors. I have yet to encounter a troll, Anthony stated. You wouldn't want to, Henry, Professor Sprout replied. That creature is just as depicted in textbooks, only larger. But the stench, good heavens. I cannot fathom those who claim it smells akin to dragon dung. It is utterly foul. I have not seen many trolls either, Professor Flitwick mused. I am curious as to which is larger, a troll or a giant. A troll, I would presume, Professor McGonagall responded. The few we have encountered can only be classified as mountain trolls, while forest trolls are even larger than their mountain counterparts. How tall would the one in the underground classroom be? Anthony inquired curiously. I cannot say. I have no concept of height, Professor Flitwick remarked, casually gesturing to indicate his own stature. It must be at least 10 feet. I would estimate 12 feet, Professor McGonagall asserted, not small by human standards. Anthony found himself momentarily entranced. Until now, he had been experimenting with frogs, mice, and chickens, materials that could easily be provided by house elves, yet he had never attempted true magical creatures. According to records, corpses imbued with magic, particularly those associated with dark magic, are exceptionally conducive to necromancy, almost as if they move with the practitioner's will. No. Anthony pressed his forehead, a chill coursing through him. He was not a person given to cruelty. This is not his own thought. It is the whisper of bloodthirsty, necromantic magic within him. Chapter 24. The investigation resumes. Since his resurrection, Anthony has seldom experienced such intense, emotional upheaval. The temperature of his otherworldly blood surged through his veins, and his temples throbbed as though a vengeful spirit were beating a drum inside him. He desired to incinerate that notebook, to have the cat shredded into fragments, to dissolve it with the most corrosive potion. He wished to cast it into the most forsaken place, allowing insects to devour its pages and bindings until its weight derived from dust rather than paper and ink, letting the seemingly innocuous brown cover darken with age. He yearned to consign it eternally to death, leaving the study of necromantic magic to the dead. He aspired to be a peaceful living soul. He slowly exhaled. Are you all right, Henry? Professor Sprout inquired with concern. I'm fine. No need to worry, Pomona. Anthony offered her a reassuring smile. I was just a bit startled. Yet that destructive desire, which surged through every nerve, should not have belonged to him. I know. Professor Sprout comforted. Just think about it. A troll. The students could have been harmed. He took out the notebook. The familiar cover suddenly felt foreign, as if he were grasping something loathsome, compelling him to cast it away, just as it had seduced him into opening it in the library. Persuading him to practice during his studies, it now unabashedly exuded an aura of death. Once he realized how necromantic magic was shaping him into its vessel, that aura became particularly repugnant to the living. Now he understood why the notebook had been abandoned in that corner. It had been discarded. It lay in its neglected nook, quietly waiting and chuckling, fully aware that more fools would pick it up, irresistibly drawn to the knowledge and power within. Yes, humans are creatures that love to unbox. Anthony thought helplessly. I do not resent you, nor do I fear you. He addressed the unknown owner of the notebook. He recalled the essence of who he was. Even as the magic within him clamored for him to discard or destroy the notebook, Anthony simply held it, sitting in silence. He would not allow anything, even that which belonged to him, to control him through its surging magic. He would never permit it. But I am indeed somewhat angry, he added. His cat leapt onto his lap, curling into a ball. Anthony stroked its fur, scratching behind its ears. So, confinement, Mr. or Ms. Notebook, whichever you prefer. He placed the notebook on the bottom shelf of the bookcase. I haven't punished a student since becoming a professor. Well, upon reflection, you are indeed my teacher. Suddenly at a loss, Anthony found himself unsure of what to do next. He flipped through his records from over a month ago, recalling how he had discovered the necromancer's notebook while investigating the death of the Myrtle. It was then that he realized how much he had missed while being ensnared by necromantic magic. He had forgotten about the ghost living next door, who wept incessantly in the washroom, unaware of its own demise. He overlooked the caring smiles of his students, methodically preparing his lesson plans, merely pushing open the classroom door to commence teaching. He disregarded his colleagues' invitations for afternoon tea, neglecting to join them in the hall for a meal. Consequently, Professor Sprout traversed half the castle to knock on his office door, anxiously inquiring if he was under too much stress lately. And then there was you. He cradled the cat, asking how long it had been since he had savored white wine. The cat purred contentedly. Anthony gently pressed his hand against his chest. Once he calmed down, his heartbeat returned to its slow, faint rhythm. Yet, he was aware of its steady thumping, akin to a living heart. He ventured into the kitchen to retrieve a bottle of wine. Remember, He said to the skeletal cat, "I only think to feed you when I'm still human." He had indeed discovered how to reveal the true form of the skeletal cat, not for any other reason, but to allow it to ignite the wine with soul fire. The last time he had poured white wine into the cat's bowl, it had barely begun to drink before a well-meaning house elf, delivering frogs, had kindly replaced it with milk. He had to restrain the irate cat, thanking the expectant little elf, and later bore a few scratches as a consequence. The skeletal cat buried its head in the white wine, utterly ignoring him. "I know you quite fancy that notebook," Anthony remarked, "but that's not permissible. Your presence here is solely to remind me of my humanity." The cat flicked its tail dismissively. The moment Anthony stepped into the library, Mrs. Pants spotted him. "Professor Anthony." She acknowledged with a nod. "How are you? It's been ages." "Couldn't be better," Anthony replied with a smile. Mrs. Pants said, "That's good to hear. I was worried." "Hey, you, come over and check out those books," she called out to a student attempting to slip away during their conversation. All right, the student mumbled, as if someone truly cared. There were at least 100 copies of healing manuals here. Mrs. Pants scrutinized him suspiciously. "What do you need that book for? It's not even in the restricted section." The student impatiently retorted, "My ambition is St. Mungo's. I want to learn how to heal. Is that all right?" She incessantly enumerated these individuals, from students to authors, then to publishers and flourish and blots, finally including professors, and even Dumbledore was not spared. While stopping 4 readers attempting to eat in the library and catching one student who nearly wandered into the restricted area, Anthony stood at the front desk, astounded at how Mrs. Pants could remember so many transgressing students' details. Passing students cast Anthony glances imbued with sincere sympathy, so much so that Mrs. Pants took notice. "Thank you for listening to me ramble, Professor. Are you searching for a particular book?" Anthony pondered. "It may be a bit presumptuous, but do you remember all the students' names?" "I dare say I remember all those who have broken the rules at the very least," Mrs. Pants replied proudly. "So yes, I remember all the students." "Then do you know the full name of Myrtle, the ghost on the second floor?" Chapter 25. His investigation and investigating him. "Oh, I know her." Madame Pants remarked that the pockmarked Ravenclaw girl was the one who scribbled clumsy love poems in the margins of books. "Allow me to recall. It was Myrtle Warren, that was her name. I cannot quite remember her middle name. Do you know how she met her demise?" Anthony inquired. "You might as well give it a try." "No worries, I appreciate your kindness," Anthony replied. "All I require is the surname." He needed to ascertain Myrtle's last name to swiftly sift through the pertinent information. He aimed to uncover all the reports from that time. He ventured into the archives, inhaling deeply after ensuring Madame Pants was not observing him, and waved his wand to summon the volumes that contained Myrtle Warren-esque details. This was a small trick he had learned while residing at the Leaky Cauldron, exchanged for a few drinks from the clerk at Flourish and Blots. The last time he attempted to summon publications related to Myrtle, at least 30 hefty volumes, including directories, newspaper compilations, and scholarly journals on herbology, had hurtled towards him with a whoosh. Had he not dodged in time, it would not have been a vase in the archives that shattered, but rather his skull. Quite a sophisticated variant of the summoning charm, Professor, Madame Pants remarked irately upon hearing the shattering sound. "But do refrain from such attempts within the Hogwarts library. It is a repository of vast knowledge. There's a reason we have always prohibited students from casting spells on books." Even as he restored the vase with a mending charm, she continued to grumble about how unreasonable it was to allow professors to cast spells in the library, as if professors were incapable of damaging precious materials or vases. She exclaimed. Nevertheless, today Anthony resolved to employ this charm once more. At worst, he would simply mend a vase again. He stood apologetically in place, waiting for the materials to respond to his summons. Perhaps due to a lack of recent practice, his spells had grown rusty. They no longer soared swiftly to him, but merely tumbled from the shelves, landing with dull thuds and a cloud of dust. "Let us hope Madame Pants does not notice," Anthony murmured as he picked up a volume. The corner of the cover was bent, and his mending charm proved ineffective. This hefty collection of the Daily Prophet encompassed newspapers from 1940 to 1945, while another volume contained over 2,000 pages listing all students who enrolled from 1935 to 1939. The yellowed parchment was inscribed with dark green magical ink, chronicling when students' names appeared in the admission book, which housed the sorting hat declared, and other tedious details. Anthony sighed. Judging from the timelines in both the newspapers and the directories, Myrtle's death occurred long before Professor McGonagall's tenure. If he truly wished to take a shortcut, he would have to trouble the gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster's office to hear him guess the password. He cradled the 2 books and approached the table, seating himself in a chair. In the time to come, he anticipated engaging in some rather arduous discerning tasks. The weather grew progressively colder, and nightfall descended earlier. Apart from a distant hint of gold and crimson, the entire sky was draped in a deep blue twilight. Students hurrying along the corridor, clutching their textbooks, rushed toward the great hall for dinner. Anthony quickly spotted 3 red-haired heads congregating in the corridor. Seemingly Percy was admonishing the twins. Amidst the throng of first-year students, Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled together, murmuring incomprehensible words to one another. Neville lingered at a distance, still searching for a companion willing to share his time. Ah, Professor Anthony. He encountered Professor McGonagall at her office door, who was just in the midst of seeking him. The Ministry of Magic had recently dispatched a letter, indicating that an inquiry would be conducted with him the following day. An inquiry about what? Anthony found himself momentarily disoriented as the ghostly green list flickered before his eyes. A troll, Professor McGonagall replied sternly, entering the office with him. They evidently harbored dissatisfaction with the efficiency of Hogwarts faculty, as they were eager for him to submit to their questioning. Anthony gestured for Professor McGonagall to take a seat, inquiring with curiosity, "Am I the only one?" Considering your background prior to your appointment, Professor McGonagall replied obliquely, "And the fact that you were absent from the Great Hall that day. The Ministry believes they have gathered sufficient leads." Anthony found it hard to believe that the Ministry would take an interest in the troll residing in the underground classrooms. From his investigations concerning Moaning Myrtle, he surmised that they were rather indifferent to the yellow-eyed cat lurking in the girls' restroom. It seemed that Dumbledore's steadfast assurance had irked a few individuals, though neither Dumbledore nor Anthony truly cared about it. Professor McGonagall nodded gravely, interrupting Anthony's offer of tea. "I am aware, Professor Anthony, thus I have never considered the troll to be connected to you." "Very well. What time shall this occur tomorrow?" Anthony asked, as he had intended to visit the library. "The Ministry stated 9 o'clock in the morning," she replied. "Personally, I interpret that to mean 10:30. Professor McGonagall expressed her discontent with the Ministry's interference in Hogwarts affairs. "I will insist that they limit the duration to 2 hours, so as not to encroach excessively on your time in the library." She rose, retrieving her wizarding hat. "Thank you for informing me, Professor McGonagall," Anthony said, escorting her to the door. "You're welcome," she replied, smiling down at the leaping cat, a fine cat indeed. "It has been seen in the corridors almost as long as you have, Professor." Pomona is quite concerned. "Yes, I veered off course for a bit," Anthony admitted candidly, now fully aware of it. "That's good to hear, Professor Anthony. Very good," McGonagall remarked. "I trust Albus has not misjudged your character. Until dinner, then?" "Until dinner." Chapter 26. The Arrival of the Inquiry Team. Professor McGonagall's predictions proved accurate. Although the notification letter addressed to Anthony stated 9 o'clock, the Ministry officials did not arrive at the school until after 10. 3 individuals in total appeared. The head of the inquiry team, reminiscent of the Ministry officials in his memory, seemed only to hear what he wished. Accompanying him was an Auror, whom Anthony recognized as the wizard who had escorted him to Azkaban. This Auror kept his hand firmly on his wand, prompting Anthony to hesitate, considering advising him that ambushing dark wizards was the preferable tactic. Alongside them was an intern tasked with recording their dialogue using a magical quill. Additionally, he encountered an unexpected figure, Mr. Ollivander. "Mr. Ollivander will assist the Ministry in examining your wand," Professor McGonagall explained, yet he refrained from participating in the investigation. Anthony willingly handed his wand to Ollivander, placing complete trust in the latter's expertise regarding wands. No matter how fervently the Ministry of Magic desired him to wield the wand and identify Anthony as the practitioner of the troll summoning spell, Ollivander would not utter falsehoods. The wand maker furrowed his brow as he examined the wand, displaying evident displeasure. Ollivander's silvery eyes cast a reproachful glance towards Anthony. Curious, Anthony inquired, "What do you mean?" "You have neglected it, sir," Ollivander gently replied. "It disapproves of the magical path you have chosen, yet it remains loyal to you. This has rendered it melancholic." At that moment, Anthony realized that the diminishing power of his spells was not due to a lack of practice, but rather the sorrow of his wand. He recalled the warm sense of completeness he felt upon first encountering the wand in the shop, and remembered how it eagerly complemented his every practice. Now, it was gradually fading from a companion into an ordinary stick. "Is there a remedy?" Anthony asked. "It is not so dire. Simply indulge it," Ollivander advised. "It holds affection for you. Do not disappoint it." Ollivander turned expectantly towards his investigation team, shaking his head. Despite its despondency, the wand's core did not yet require replacement. Its master had not succumbed to the desire for slaughter. "Very well," the team leader said sternly, but the questioning must proceed. He suggested that Anthony might have merely used another's wand. Anthony had intended to invite the team to his office, yet they reacted as if he were inviting them to the depths of hell. Ultimately, with Professor McGonagall's assistance, they found an empty classroom and locked the door. A few students curiously glanced their way as they passed, but quickly vanished down the corridor under McGonagall's stern gaze. Today, there are lamb chops, Professor McGonagall remarked before leaving the classroom. You wouldn't want to miss that, Professor Anthony. Anthony chuckled. The team leader transformed a wooden chair into an office chair and leaned back, preemptively asking, You are well aware of why we summoned you, correct? Professor McGonagall has informed me. Anthony nodded, pulling over a chair for himself. You are here to investigate the troll incident. Am I right? Noticing the Aurors and the newcomer still standing, he gestured towards 2 chairs. Please, take a seat. Would you care for some tea? I haven't been out of the office. Anthony stated. The house elf, Coco, delivers meals. He can vouch for me. Coco. Oh, the house elf from the kitchen. The newcomer cheerfully remarked. His shepherd's pie is the finest among all house elves. We've always thought his magic was exceptional. Haven't we, boss? Her voice trailed off, and she blushed as she belatedly realized her mistake. The team leader sighed, ignoring her. House elves cannot serve as witnesses. The Auror couldn't help but ask, Haven't you read the materials, Tonks? Anthony smiled at Tonks. She added a spark of amusement to this tedious inquiry. I don't know if you've noticed, but I still qualify as a professor at Hogwarts. That is my office, sir, Anthony stated expressionlessly. This was a lesson he had learned from Snape. When Snape realized that he was utterly clueless about potions, having not even bothered to procure textbooks and cauldrons, he gazed at Anthony in disbelief. Anthony interpreted this look as an indication of profound folly on his part. The head of the inquiry remained steadfast. I ask you, what were you doing in your office while everyone else was enjoying their meal in the hall? I was studying magic, Anthony replied. The head pressed on. What kind of magic? Controlling trolls? Breaching Hogwarts defenses from within? Why does your wand appear so despondent? Necromancy, he responded candidly. Tonks gasped, taken aback. We are watching you, Anthony, the head declared menacingly. Moments earlier, Anthony had pointed out that Ollivander had indirectly corroborated his lack of connection to the troll. Even if they attempted to forcibly take him to Azkaban without any evidence, he could easily escape at any time. Once this fact was laid bare, it essentially signified the end of the inquiry. After all, any further action would amount to sentencing Anthony to death, be it by beheading or otherwise. Even if it did not ignite a necromantic war, it would irrevocably rupture relations with Dumbledore. Should they fail to find evidence of Anthony's wrongdoing, I despise necromancy for requiring no wand, the head thought bitterly. They deserve extinction when Hogwarts was tasked with protecting a necromancer. They were fundamentally at an impasse with Anthony. Of course, Anthony replied submissively. My door is always open to you. If you're interested in muggle cooking, you are welcome to attend my class next Thursday morning. Of course, you may need to circumvent Hogwarts defensive systems. Given that trolls can accomplish this, I trust you can as well. Are you questioning Hogwarts defensive systems? The head retorted sarcastically. I thought you all firmly believed that Hogwarts was the safest place in the world. Anthony shook his head. When trolls appeared in the underground classroom and you sat opposite me, I realized that safety is a mere illusion in a magical world. Chapter 27, An Unexpected Name. Before Anthony could finish his sentence, the inquiry head's expression shifted. How dare you? By virtue of being a lawful taxpayer, in both the Muggle and magical realms, Anthony stated earnestly, whether as a cashier or a Hogwarts professor, I approach every role with dedication. As for the Ministry of Magic, he shook his head. If you truly cared about the trolls, you would not spend so much time on me. The head argued. The ministry has always been committed to ensuring student safety. It is Hogwarts that has failed in its responsibilities. Of course, I do not question your intentions. Sir, Anthony replied. I merely learned recently that 50 years ago, a student inexplicably perished here, her soul now lingering within the castle. Had the ministry been as decisive back then as it is now, I would not have to expend so much energy investigating. What? I believe he is referring to Myrtle. One of the Aurors remarked. I know what you mean. Anthony, the head retorted vehemently. Your accusations are utterly baseless. If you were to conduct a bit more investigation, you would discover that the department had already resolved to close Hogwarts at that time. There are no records of Hogwarts being shut down, Anthony asserted confidently. If the school had ever ceased operations, he would certainly have noticed while examining its history. The culprit has been identified. Is that so? Then why have I not encountered any records? Because Dumbledore protected him, you fool, just as he now seeks to protect you. Dumbledore has always been eager to admit dangerous individuals and dark creatures into the school, cloaked in his usual rhetoric about his yearning for light, his loyalty, and his goodness. But we, those of us who genuinely care for the students, understand what constitutes an unstable factor. Hogwarts is not his picnic basket. Allow me to point out that aside from being a necromancer, Anthony noticed the other party's grip on his wand tighten. I have found no evidence of the instability you speak of. Every faculty member is dutiful. Of course, you are too preoccupied with introducing trolls into the school to see the world around you. The group leader sneered. Like that hulking groundskeeper. Ask him why he never graduated from Hogwarts. Hagrid? Anthony inquired, perplexed. He had not anticipated such an answer. Goodness knows, he had expected the other to speak ill of Snape. Are you not inquiring about how Myrtle met her end? The group leader fixed him with a piercing gaze. Ask the keykeeper. No one knows better than he. You cannot possibly be suggesting that Hagrid is a murderer. Anthony retorted, I must point out, sir, that Madame Lorelei is far more reminiscent of a killer than Hagrid. At least the students truly have a vendetta against her. Huh, what say you, Professor? It is precisely those of you who appear innocent that are often the most wicked. Dumbledore's preference for trolls and giant spiders remains unwavering. The group leader ignored the Auror's attempt to silence him and muttered furiously, what does he think Hogwarts is? A magical zoo. It is no wonder, after all, that he himself was the first to transform the school into a sanctuary for dark wizards. As Anthony left the classroom, he was filled with confusion. As far as he knew, the Acromantula did not possess yellow eyes. After informing Professor McGonagall that the investigation had concluded, Anthony exited her office and happened upon Tonks chatting with Professor Sprout in the corridor. She was animatedly gesturing, accidentally knocking over a torch overhead. Students on either side hurriedly stepped aside, but a few papers were still affected. Oh, I'm so sorry, Tonks exclaimed, as she and Sprout simultaneously extinguished her flaming wizarding robes. Why do you remain so reckless? Professor Sprout chastised, patting Tonks on the arm. Spotting Anthony emerging from Professor McGonagall's office, she cheerfully waved him over. This is Tonks, Henry, a recent graduate of Hufflepuff, now working at the Ministry of Magic. Professor Sprout said with delight. She still has no idea why Tonks has come to Hogwarts, just like you, a loyal buyer of coconut ice cream. Tonks, this is Professor Anthony, our esteemed professor of Muggle Studies. Miss Tonks, Anthony nodded in her direction. Ah, Professor Anthony, Tonks said awkwardly. Professor Sprout looked around in confusion, furrowing her brow. Do you know each other? We met not long ago. Miss Tonks is a member of the investigation team, Anthony replied. What investigation team? Anthony shrugged. It's about whether I release the troll into the underground classroom. Has the Ministry of Magic taken such a keen interest in this matter so soon? Professor Sprout asked in surprise. I assumed we would have to wait for the Board of Governors to protest first. However, why have I not received any notification regarding the investigation? Perhaps it is only me who requires it, Anthony candidly stated. But why? Professor Sprout abruptly turned to Tonks. Tonks, who had been focused on trying to mend her wizarding robe, looked up suddenly, a hint of distress in her expression. It's confidential. I can't disclose that. She whispered to her head of house. Professor Sprout furrowed her brow tightly. Why would there be an investigation into Henry? He is one of the least likely individuals to have released the troll. Nothing to concern yourself with, Pomona. It might simply be that I was not present at the dinner and lack an alibi. Anthony reassured her, deftly shifting the topic. But who do you think is most likely to have released the troll? Professor Sprout began to struggle to conjure a name. Tonks cast a grateful glance at Anthony, offering him an apologetic smile. Professor Sprout shook her head in frustration. I don't know. Perhaps Peeves. I must say, aside from him, I cannot imagine anyone finding amusement in a troll roaming the underground classroom. Tonks, taken aback, asked, Professor, do you believe that person did it merely for fun, not to harm the students? If it were intended to harm students, that individual would be far more foolish than simply seeking amusement. Professor Sprout replied without hesitation. Most of the professors at Hogwarts were present at the time, not to mention the headmaster, but Filius, Minerva, and Severus, any of whom could have subdued the troll. Even Hermione. Oh dear, she shuddered. Thankfully she was unharmed, but regardless, a troll could not possibly cause widespread fatalities. The magical world harbors far more terrifying entities. Pulling a mandrake in the Great Hall is more perilous than unleashing a troll underground. Anthony noted her certainty regarding widespread fatalities and had a sudden realization. Pomona, you know how Hagrid was expelled, right? I do, and I don't believe it, Professor Sprout replied. Henry, we send good kids like Tonks to the Ministry of Magic so they can genuinely do some good, rather than aimlessly suspecting others. Chapter 28. Rumors are the fastest spreading short stories within the castle of Hogwarts. Rumors regarding the professors always circulated. According to whispers, Professor Sprout unearthed secrets nightly from a tree hollow. Consider why she always wore patched clothing. Surely, she hasn't yet mastered the repair spell? She must be sewing the secrets within. Students confidently asserted that Hufflepuff members knew many secrets, undoubtedly shared by their head of house. This statement held a kernel of truth. Professor Sprout indeed possessed a wealth of secrets, but contrary to the rumors, she was a remarkably adept keeper of them. She only engages in discussions about a particular matter once she is assured that her audience has gathered ample information, believing that they can explore the subject independently thereafter. After bidding farewell to Tonks, Anthony followed Professor Sprout to her office, where he obtained the contact information for a magical creature specialist, Wilhelmina Grubbly Plank. She held a deep respect for Hagrid and shared our skepticism regarding the nonsensical proclamations of the Ministry of Magic. I recall her attempting to argue that if an acromantula were responsible for the student's demise, their remains would not be in such pristine condition. Professor Sprout remarked, however, that she had yet to ascertain what other deadly beasts might reside within the castle and their locations. Your insights could prove immensely beneficial to her. I never anticipated that the myrtle would be a victim. Anthony nodded in understanding. It seemed that both the professor and the students regarded the ghosts as an integral part of the castle, seldom pondering the fact that they were once living beings, nor expressing curiosity about the circumstances of their deaths. Thank you, Pomona. He earnestly expressed his gratitude. Professor Sprout was his first friend upon arriving at Hogwarts. Though to be fair, she was friend with everyone. Anthony now fully comprehended why that was the case. Despite sharing a similar academic and cultural background with Professor Burbage and holding her in high regard, he found himself far more at ease in the presence of Sprout, whose gentle and cheerful demeanor was a rarity. Based solely on Anthony's experiences, while his colleagues were often good-hearted individuals, few rapidly transitioned into true friendships. No need for such formality, she replied, somewhat surprised, as it was merely a casual gesture. Passing students curiously turned to glance at the investigation team, occasionally greeting Tonks. Tonks endeavored to maintain a serious expression, but her hair suddenly transformed into a bubblegum pink hue. The students erupted in cheers, prompting the group leader and an orer to turn and ascertain the cause of the commotion. Apologies, I'm just used to it, Tonks said, tightly shutting her eyes as she changed her hair back to brown. Be more composed, the group leader said impatiently. Change it again. The students in the corridor urged Tonks, requesting a double chin. You have no idea how much fun our common room has lost since your graduation. The group leader turned to leave, and Tonks seized the opportunity to quickly shut her eyes. An unexpected roll of flesh appeared beneath her chin, causing the onlooking students to burst into laughter. Professor Quirrell happened to descend the staircase at that moment. Good afternoon, Professor Quirrell. Anthony nodded in greeting. Ah, Anthony, Quirrell responded. It has been quite some time since I last saw you. He cast a wary glance at the investigation team. Ministry investigation team, Anthony elucidated, explaining that they were inquiring whether he was the one who had unleashed the troll in the underground classroom. Professor Quirrell adjusted his turban, stammering, Is it you? No, Anthony replied, bemused, reflecting on the complaints among the students. When one is a professor of an elective course with an unblemished reputation, one as students often engage in whispered conversations during class, compelling one to be aware of much school gossip. He had heard from the students that Professor Quirrell's classes had recently grown increasingly absurd, and he himself seemed more neurotic than ever. Once, during a fourth-grade class, he suddenly erupted into laughter, momentarily silencing all the distracted students, only to then dissolve into tears. His classmates endeavored to defend Quirrell, asserting that at least he demonstrated a modicum of talent. Consider the box of tissues he summoned with a silent charm during his weeping. They engaged in a debate regarding Quirrell's magical prowess and teaching capabilities, ultimately reaching a consensus that an overabundance of garlic could drive one to madness. The investigative team naturally took note of this garlic-scented professor. Upon learning that Quirrell was the first to discover a troll, the leader promptly and courteously invited Professor Quirrell to a vacant classroom to recount the scene, hoping to uncover evidence of dark wizardry afoot at Hogwarts. His gaze fixed intently on Anthony as he spoke. Trembling, Quirrell accompanied them into the classroom. According to whispers among the students, Anthony marveled at their fervor and speed in seeking information unrelated to their studies, and Quirrell soon emerged. His stammering account, timid demeanor, and distinct, potent aroma evidently left an impression on the investigative team, much like every student in defense against the dark arts class. I truly wish the troll had been released by Quirrell, mused one student, suggesting the team should remove him. Then Snape would come to teach defense against the dark arts. Her deskmate, sulking, furiously scratched a coarse wool skirt and square-toed shoes on a parchment with a quill. At least Quirrell doesn't enjoy deducting points. The student hesitated for a moment, then resolved that it would be preferable if Snape was the one who had unleashed the troll. How delightful it would be if they conspired together, her companion fantasized. The door opened, revealing Filch as Anthony coughed twice from behind them. Chapter 29, The Basilisk. This is a crucial clue. I can hardly believe I hadn't considered it. Glappern wrote. She elaborately listed a series of dangerous magical creatures with enormous yellow eyes to Anthony, including the chimera, the venomous tentacula, the catoblepas, the griffin, the basilisk, and a significant number of dragons. Considering the condition of moaning Myrtle's corpse, I am inclined to believe that the culprit is either a chimera or a basilisk. The venomous tentacula would not cause bodily harm, but its venom is not immediately lethal, which does not align with Myrtle's description. Of course, it is also possible that Myrtle witnessed someone smuggling a venomous tentacula, and that individual, fearing she would reveal their secret, employed the killing curse. This infamous curse can indeed cause instantaneous death without damaging the corpse. She invited Anthony to take advantage of his position to explore the Forbidden Forest or the castle's peculiar places during his leisure time. Every stone of Hogwarts bears witness to ancient secrets, and she firmly believed that Anthony could uncover further clues. Anthony visited Myrtle once more. She was quite pleased to have a visitor and invited him to take a seat on the toilet. However, when Anthony inquired whether the yellow eyes she saw before her death resembled those of a cat, snake, or bird, she abruptly became angry. "I don't care about any eyes. I was grieving at that moment," she exclaimed indignantly, rushing into the toilet. "It was Olive Hornby. She mocked my glasses. What I meant was, I stand here solely because I care." Anthony gently patted the toilet tank. Mertesi ceased her weeping and, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "You care? As a professor, I naturally concern myself with the students at my institution. You are of a similar age to my pupils. How could I remain indifferent to your demise?" Anthony replied, "I wish to uncover the identity of your murderer, for it is highly probable that this individual is still at large." He crouched down, gazing into the soulful depths of this emotionally sensitive adolescent specter. Mertesi sobbed softly as she regarded him, murmuring, "Professor." Anthony chose to disregard the fact that she existed long before his own birth. When she became a ghost, she was a student, and her mind remained eternally anchored in that moment. Specters observe the living evolve and change, while time offers them nothing but erosion. They are ensnared in their own demise. "I cannot see clearly back then," Mertesi lamented. "Olive Hornby mocked me for wearing glasses, calling me both ugly and ridiculous. Would you still wear glasses and weep after being jeered like a four-eyed dog?" Anthony sighed silently and, addressing the apparition floating on the water's surface, replied, "It is all right. We shall discover what it truly is." "Thank you." Mertesi burst into a fit of anguished cries. Anthony also visited Hagrid, bearing a letter from Madame Grubbly Plank, inquiring if Hagrid had observed any signs of creatures akin to those described in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, deeply moved, wiped his eyes and assured Anthony that he would inform him the moment he uncovered any clues. "Thank you for your willingness to assist me," he said, pinching the letter between his large fingers as he read it attentively. "Ah, a chimera. How I wish it were indeed in the Forbidden Forest, thriving amidst its shadows. But that creature resides within the castle. Aragog would never deceive me," he asserted. That day, Anthony spent several hours drinking with Hagrid. Half inebriated, Hagrid introduced him to his good companion, Aragog, an eight-eyed giant spider. "Hagrid, why have you brought a human here? He doesn't smell very appetizing," Aragog critiqued in a gourmet tone. The colossal spiders surrounding him nodded in agreement, their massive pincers clicking rhythmically. Anthony scratched his arm, feeling a silken thread delicately brushing against him. In this expansive hollow, a dense mist enveloped the area, obscuring the lair of the eight-eyed giants beneath a veil of fog and night. It was difficult to discern whether the deeper shadows were caused by thicker fog or the intricate webs. "Aragog, allow me to introduce you to Henry," Hagrid boomed, giving Anthony a hearty pat on the back that nearly sent him tumbling into one of the spider's claws. The pitch-black spider seemed to meld into the night, with only its 8 eyes faintly reflecting starlight, hungrily fixated on Anthony, its pincers quivering in excitement. Hello, Entenishtamillet," striving to ignore the collective gaze of the arachnids as he addressed the massive spider. His intoxication had faded. He was uncertain whether he should extend a hand in greeting and, if so, which of the grayish-black legs he ought to grasp. "Henry is investigating that creature, the one you have been reluctant to reveal to me," Hagrid remarked to Aragog. "He has several theories." "Is it the acromantula?" Anthony inquired. If an 8-eyed giant spider could indeed laugh heartily, it would be the response of Aragog. It waved its formidable pincers, stating, "If this is your best guess, then you ought to do some more research, my dear friend Hagrid." "A chimera?" Aragog pondered for a moment, slowly articulating, "That sounds rather delectable." The spiders nearby echoed its sentiment, their pincers clicking in agreement. "A basilisk?" The clicking abruptly ceased. Starlight illuminated the drifting webs around them, casting a silvery glow. Anthony and Hagrid stood amidst the stillness, a cool evening breeze caressing their faces. "I believe this is it," Anthony finally declared, "the basilisk." Hagrid scratched his head. "I think so too." Chapter 30, The Centaur. They traversed the dense, shadowy woods in silence, heading towards Hagrid's hut. Moonlight occasionally filtered through the gaps in the branches above, casting faint patches of light upon the fallen leaves. "Who would let a basilisk into the school?" Anthony inquired. "It must be a Slytherin," Hagrid replied without hesitation. "Only they would have an affinity for snakes." Anthony looked at him in astonishment. "I thought you liked all ferocious beasts?" "Not at all," Hagrid exclaimed, taken aback. "I prefer the adorable little ones and loyal friends." "Do you truly consider Aragog a fearsome monster?" Anthony hesitated before shifting the topic. "Do you think the basilisk is still within the castle?" "I do not know." Hagrid furrowed his brow tightly. "Merlin, I can't believe I allowed Aragog to stay near a basilisk for so long. It's no wonder he always wanted to leave. What kind of companion am I? What kind of friend?" He lamented, striking his forehead. Anthony quickly intervened. "There's no need for that, Hagrid. Nobody could have predicted it." If it weren't for Madame Grubbly Plank, his words were interrupted by a rustling in the woods. The dark forest was alive with the sound of leaves stirring, as if some large creature was approaching them. Anthony immediately turned to look. Hagrid pulled behind him, raising a hand and calling out, "It's me, Hagrid. I mean no harm. Who are you?" The branches beside them parted, and with a gentle clattering of hooves, a centaur emerged. Anthony gazed at it in awe from behind Hagrid. Its platinum hair and silver-maned horse body shimmered with a luminous sheen, reminiscent of the crescent moon in the dark, forbidden forest. "It truly feels like a fairy tale now," Anthony murmured. "Ah, Firenze, how do you fare?" Hagrid lowered his hand and greeted him. Firenze's blue eyes swept over the two. "Good evening, Hagrid." "Good evening, stranger." "Good evening. We have come to visit Aragog." Hagrid said, "What brings you here?" "When the call of the stars arises, I shall respond," Firenze replied. Hagrid nodded. "Do you wish to convey something to me?" Anthony wagered that he, like himself, completely failed to comprehend. The centaur gazed up at the starry sky. "I have seen Pluto." "Excellent," Hagrid responded, "if you don't mind." "We shall." At that moment, the woods rustled once more. Under the vigilant gaze of Hagrid and Anthony, a second centaur emerged. "You should not be here," the centaur said sadly. "We merely observe the stars. Firenze, we do not disturb them. You have gone too far in attempting to shake the heavens." "Good evening, Ronan," Hagrid replied. "Have you come to impart some wisdom?" Firenze calmly stated, "I cannot sway the stars, Ronan. I can only see what they choose to reveal. If they instruct me to venture into the marshes, then I shall do so. Have you not witnessed the same?" Ronan sighed, staring intently at the sky for a moment. "Tell me, Ronan," Firenze prompted, scraping the earth with his hoof, "have you become so blind that you can no longer see the stars?" In a sorrowful, deep voice, Ronan replied, "Pluto has risen." "Indeed," Firenze acknowledged. They both gazed up at the sky for a while, then turned their attention to Hagrid and Anthony, seemingly awaiting their response. After a moment of contemplation, Anthony cautiously remarked, "Your vision is remarkable." He pondered, "Do you think they might be referring to the basilisk?" "Unlikely," Hagrid replied irritably. "The centaurs hold the stars in high regard, believing that celestial prophecies are of utmost importance. I doubt they would be troubled enough to warn us about a mere basilisk." "Perhaps it is a very large basilisk," Anthony suggested. Hagrid finally chuckled, having been in a gloomy mood since fleeing from Aragog. "Another drink, Henry?" Hagrid inquired. "You have no classes tomorrow, do you?" Their small cabin finally came into view, the warm yellow glow of the fire flickering in the windows. They could hear Fong excitedly pounding on the door, causing the poor wooden entrance to creak under the weight of his enthusiasm. "All right, but no raw cakes," Anthony laughed. "I truly cannot eat another bite." When Anthony awoke, he momentarily did not recognize his surroundings. A veil of darkness enveloped him, something heavy pressing down upon him, and he lay upon a hard wooden surface. He could sense the presence of corpses and bones all around him. His body relaxed. Yet his mind was in a state of alarm. "No, not again. How did I end up in a coffin?" he thought. Struggling, he lifted his hand, feeling an unusual heaviness, as if it were unaccustomed to his command, slapping against the wooden board. His magic surged forth uncontrollably. "What? Oh dear!" With the sound of splintering wood, a booming voice exclaimed, "Merlin! Henry, how did you end up in there?" Suddenly, light flooded Anthony's vision. He saw Hagrid rubbing his eyes as he sat up from the ground, surrounded by splintered cabinet boards. Fong was excitedly wagging his tail, voraciously devouring the scattered meat and bones, drool dripping onto the floor. Anthony pressed his forehead, recalling the events. Chapter 31, starting with a fried egg. His cat, initially intending to greet him politely, approached only to halt nearby, arching its back and hissing at him. I know. Anthony sighed helplessly. A thorough cleaning is not a panacea. He inhaled deeply, noting the significant improvement in his scent. You should have seen me this morning, he remarked. At that time, he emanated a peculiar blend of red currant rum, dog food, and drool, reminiscent of Hagrid's description of a certain dental affliction. The faculty dormitory's standard bathroom was merely a small cubicle, and Anthony had made no considerable adjustments. His room was largely unadorned, and his office still contained only a desk and a chair, devoid of any suitable portrait or statue at the entrance. He preferred to carry his keys rather than establish a password for his office. He gazed at the shower head, reflecting on the adventures of the previous day. Upon entering the magical realm, he learned of the existence of mermaids, unicorns, and centaurs, yet this knowledge remained abstract. He had never anticipated witnessing such wonders firsthand. It was somewhat akin to his feelings about the auroras over glaciers. Having spent his entire life in England, he never traveled during holidays due to his grandparents' health. And after their passing, he found no companions for such excursions. Nevertheless, the mere awareness of the aurora's existence brought him joy. These enchanting phenomena served as a distant anchor, preventing him from drifting too far into nightmares. He ventured beyond the school to procure some entirely muggle cooking ingredients at the supermarket. The stark price disparity between the magical and non-magical worlds left him astounded. After a brief exploration of Hogsmeade, he promptly resolved to source all his materials from a non-magical supermarket, even if it meant being the sole individual to fill out his expense report in pounds. He could not comprehend this economic divide. The sunflower oil in the magical realm was priced as if sunflowers were barren in that world. Despite being separated by only a brick wall, it seemed the sun of the empire on which the sun never sets did not shine upon his magical side. He purchased a copious amount of eggs, bacon, milk, and flour, and then acquired oil, salt, sugar, and black pepper from the spice aisle. These items formed a small mountainous pile in his shopping cart, drawing several glances from the cashier as he queued to pay. A grand gathering, sir? The cashier inquired during a lull in scanning items. Anthony admired the scanner in envy, reflecting on his previous employer, Whimsy's Grocers, a traditional small retail shop that still relied on ledgers and calculators until his departure. The cashier may have misinterpreted his appreciative gaze at the scanner as impatience, prompting her to engage him in conversation. No, sir, just practical learning, Anthony replied. He planned to have the fourth-year students try their hand at Muggle cooking this Thursday. This topic was chosen by the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw class as a reward for their remarkable performance in 2 consecutive tests. Anthony had permitted them to select the activity that intrigued them most among a series of practical endeavors. Professor Sprout was also interested but had to dedicate the entirety of Wednesday night to harvesting and processing herbaceous plants, leaving her no energy to cook with the students at dawn. Anthony assured her that he would include her in any future similar activities. But you already know how, Anthony remarked in bemusement. You're not the type of witch who relies solely on culinary magic to solve everything. I am capable, yet the students are not. Professor Sprout chuckled. If we cannot observe Severus lamenting over the cauldron, it is still rather amusing to witness the charred bottom of a pan. Anthony had meticulously deliberated over the selection of recipes. He resolved to commence with the simplest of breakfasts, fried eggs and bacon, and if all proceeded smoothly, they would subsequently attempt Yorkshire pudding. After persuading the house elves to assist in temporarily transforming the classroom into a gleaming kitchen, the pristine stove replaced the original desks, while the areas designated for chalk and erasers were repurposed into storage for utensils and dishes. To enhance ventilation, the windows were enlarged at least twice their original size. In order to effectuate these changes, Anthony had to explain to the elves at least 30 times that this was merely an instructional activity. They could not fathom why. Despite having prepared delectable food, the professor and students insisted on preparing it themselves, nor could they comprehend why Anthony needed to venture outside to procure ingredients. Our eggs are splendid, Coco lamented. We carefully selected them, and all exceed 3 ounces. Indeed, that is the crux of the matter, Anthony replied with a sigh. The eggs consumed by Muggles did not all surpass 3 ounces. Fortunately, the kitchen-like classroom was well received by the students. The first words from those who entered were an enthusiastic wow, as they beheld Anthony, clad in a chef's attire, welcoming them from behind a podium overflowing with ingredients. Take an egg, he instructed, halting the students who rushed towards the stove. We shall begin with the fried eggs. The pan is not fully coated in oil, correct? No, Muggles do not clean it thoroughly. Use this, a wire scrubber. The oil temperature is too low. Let heat a bit longer. Anthony paced around the stove. To his surprise, though it echoed Professor Sprout's sentiments, all the students who scorched their pans belonged to Hufflepuff. Are you not adjacent to the kitchen? He queried, puzzled. I assumed you were all skilled in cooking. Anthony chuckled. Well, my apologies. A strong rebuttal. Hufflepuff gains a point. Thankfully, he had purchased double the ingredients. Otherwise, this practical session might have necessitated borrowing eggs from the house elves, a decidedly non-muggle solution. Nevertheless, the students relished the experience. They clumsily maneuvered spatulas, attempting to shape their fried eggs into various forms. Under the absence of molds, a particularly talented student even succeeded in crafting a star-shaped egg. After awarding a point for this feat, Anthony immediately regretted it. Once this student's talent for shaping was discovered, he flitted between the various stations, assisting his classmates in achieving their desired egg forms. Soon, Anthony's workspace was filled with fried eggs of myriad shapes, with star shapes prevailing, followed by hearts, and a more challenging one that spelled out the initials of a name. What was the original concept behind this? Anthony inquired, pointing at an oddly shaped, long strip of fried egg. He thought it resembled a snot-colored slug. It was you, Professor, the student replied sheepishly. Chapter 32. Food is the best marketing tool. To be candid, their presentation could make any house elf faint in horror. Yet the students enthusiastically shared their mangled fried eggs with one another. Did you add too much salt? Who knows what the appropriate amount is? This savory food, much like the majority of British cuisine, is entirely composed of eggs, flour, milk, and oil. It is simple to prepare. Yet everyone marvels at how the batter transforms into a fluffy and delectable dish within half an hour. Anthony reiterated the key points loudly. The oil must be hot. Do not open the oven door. Take it out immediately when the time is up. The students endeavored to whip up a smooth batter without lumps. Some attempted to let the mixer do the work, only to splatter flour all over their table mates. Under the enchantment of magic, one was uniformly coated like a giant gingerbread man, while the mixer struggled to break apart the clump resembling a humanoid figure. Hey, his classmate exclaimed in discontent, seizing the mixer and smearing a dollop of batter into the other's hair. I didn't do it on purpose. The student protested, retaliating with batter in kind. It was then that Anthony noticed the chaos. Stop. You are wasting food. As he pulled them apart, the two laughed. Professor, may we make an exception for a cleaning charm? Anthony replied carefully. No. He assisted in cleaning the flour off one student, but left the batter clumps in their hair. I've never seen such a hair care method before. You should let the nourishing batter penetrate to the roots, one classmate teased. Oh, what does it taste like? Anthony promptly attended to a student who had burned her finger. She had been the fastest in the class, but had forgotten her Yorkshire pudding in the oven, too engrossed in watching the batter antics. Only when the dough impatiently emitted a burnt aroma did she exclaim in alarm and rush to salvage her creation, forgetting the oven mitts in her haste. Be careful next time, Anthony advised, handing her the burn ointment sponsored by Madame Pomfrey. The professors had long anticipated such occurrences. I know, the student replied dejectedly, still mourning her incinerated Yorkshire pudding. I'll repeat once more. Anthony addressed the entire class. Muggle practices do not permit the misuse of magic. At that moment, the first perfectly baked pudding emerged. Its chef, wearing oven mitts, carefully removed the baking tray. I wish I could use the levitation charm, a nearby student murmured, instantly receiving the approval of those around. Anthony chuckled. Think of Muggles, classmates. They have always lived this way. Try using tools beyond magic. I assure you will be permitted to use a cleaning charm when it comes time to tidy up the classroom. He then spotted the pudding, perfectly browned, and said, Well done. Ravenclaw gets a point. The student proudly placed the tray on the table, the warm air wafting from the oven reddening his face. It's still hot. Let it cool for a while before eating, Anthony reminded, holding back his eager hand. For safety's sake, he decided not to assume that the students possessed any kitchen knowledge. Ah, all right, the student replied with a sheepish smile, and after Anthony turned away, he whispered to his table mate, The professor's hands are so cool. Upon hearing this, the nearby students also took note. In this bustling kitchen, Anthony remained unperturbed, not a single drop of sweat gracing his brow. A warming charm? His desk mate speculated. How unfair. Another student half-heartedly lamented, We can't even use cleaning spells. Upon overhearing their conversation, Anthony resolved to adopt this explanation. The most significant advantage of the magical realm is the absence of necessity to justify his extraordinary constitution. Ample spells exist to account for it. Indeed, were it not for the detectable aura of dark magic, he could even cleverly claim that his cat was merely a collection of transfiguration blocks. They dedicated 4 hours to preparing a meal that would only require half an hour in the Muggle world. By the time they finally settled down to relish their labor, it was already lunchtime. Anthony nodded. Everyone did splendidly. Let us commence our feast. No sooner had he spoken than a plethora of plates appeared before each person. adorned with slightly charred broccoli, steaming potato cakes, sausages with crisp skins, and most importantly, succulent roast beef. Yorkshire pudding is invariably lacking without it. A heartfelt thanks to our most devoted house elf, especially you, Coco, for preparing this exquisite fare for us. Everyone was elated. They had all been informed that they were to dine on their own creations. Thus, for your own good, do exercise caution, ladies and gentlemen, and refrain from adding excessive salt. Unforeseen was the abundance of side dishes, bread and oil. Anthony took a bite of his Yorkshire pudding, reflecting, it always brings such comfort. When he announced that ice cream and cake would follow, the students were already satiated. You should have mentioned it sooner, Professor, Midgen exclaimed with discontent. That afternoon, it became widely known that the fourth-year Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students had prepared a grand meal. Anthony was astonished to discover that his reputation at school had reached unprecedented heights. It seemed the entire institution recognized him within a single day. Professor Babbage even approached him to borrow his recipe, intending to have the upperclassmen give it a try. The students were all intrigued. You truly have a knack for this, Henry. Today, someone even asked me if they could audit the third and fourth-year classes, Anthony remarked. It appears everyone has an affinity for good food. Chapter 33. Snape's Warning. Not everyone shared the same enthusiasm for dining. At least Professor Snape appeared less than pleased. After hearing about the commotion in the Muggle Studies class that afternoon, he coldly remarked, "Let's hope they do not bring such poor operational habits into potions class. Otherwise, I shall regretfully have to allow them a taste of their own concoctions." Is there truly a substantial difference between potion making and cooking? Anthony inquired curiously. Professor Sprout extended her hand across two vacant seats, gently patting Snape's arm in a soothing manner. Henry lacks a foundation in potions. Does the order of adding onions and potatoes affect your soup? Snape retorted sarcastically. Oh, right. You will undoubtedly ensure that the carrot chunks are uniformly sized. And the perilous sugar, Professor Anthony, far too dangerous. I can only imagine that should you add even half an ounce too much, your little cauldron would explode. I was unaware that you were a vegetarian, Professor Snape, Anthony remarked in astonishment. Why did your example lack even a single piece of beef? Snape shot him a piercing glare, seemingly deeming him irredeemable, before redirecting his attention to Professor Sprout, who was discussing the newly harvested fluxweed. It is indeed a pity you were not present, Severus. We could have certainly procured more exquisite fluxweed, Professor Sprout stated. I am not complaining. Your leg is of greater importance. It was then that Anthony noticed a faint metallic scent of blood emanating from Snape's leg. He held his teacup, scrutinizing the professor for a moment, until Snape abruptly turned his head, locking eyes with him. What is it, Professor Anthony? Snape hissed. How did you sustain that injury? Anthony inquired thoughtfully. Thanks to his identity as a necromancer, he possessed a far more acute awareness of such, visceral matters than the average person. Even through the wizard's robe, he could discern that it was a significant wound, were it not for his knowledge of Snape's temperament. He might have suggested that Snape had attempted to pilfer from Hagrid's hut under the cover of night, only to be bitten by the guard dog. A magical experiment. Snape replied. Very well, Anthony shrugged. He often resorted to this excuse when he preferred not to elaborate. Am I mistaken in the impression I give you, Pomona? Do I seem argumentative? Not at all, Professor Sprout chuckled, but Severus enjoys a good argument, while you prefer a more passive rebuttal. Anthony had to concede that she had hit the nail on the head. I merely humbly point out the foolishness of others, Snape remarked. At times, the ignorance of certain individuals can be quite unbearable. You are a professor yourself, Pomona. Go and endure it. Professor Sprout donned her patched hat and added, the students are all delightful. As she departed the lounge, she concluded, and so are the colleagues, Severus. She closed the door behind her. Anthony gazed at the sparks flying from the fireplace, sipping his tea. I warn you, Snape suddenly stated. What? He had not anticipated Snape would initiate conversation with him. I know what you are, Snape hissed. Pomona may be a kind soul who believes in everyone, but I am not. What? Am I conversing with a parrot? Snape stood, limping toward Anthony's seat. Somehow, even in this posture, he seemed imposing and threatening. He leaned in closely to Anthony. You know what I mean, Anthony. Why do you not dare to sit a bit further from the fireplace? Has her body temperature dropped? Is the desire to probe the secrets of life and death gnawing at your bones? A malicious glimmer flickered in his eyes. I could have spared you this reminder. I truly wish to witness Dumbledore's reaction, but I have had enough. In the office? Snape repeated with a derisive sneer. For what purpose? Anthony spread his hands. Well, magical experiments, you know. We cannot be certain we are conducting the same experiment. He was unaware of what he had said wrong, but Snape suddenly wore a satisfied smirk. Precisely, Anthony. The same experiment. Listen, I do not know what madness you are indulging in, Anthony declared. I have no connection with that giant creature. Snape nodded, well said. You are also not associated with the magical zoologist you met through Pomona, nor with that oaf, Hagrid. You have already acquired the answers you sought, haven't you? Listen to what you were saying, Snape, Anthony retorted, his irritation palpable. Unless you intend to inform me that the giant is merely the basilisk's source of sustenance. You would do well to seek psychiatric help. I am uncertain if St. Mungo's has such a department, but I could recommend a few well-reviewed Muggle hospitals. Snape inquired cryptically. Basilisk? How fortunate that you seem to grasp human speech. Snape, Anthony replied. If you had observed closely, my office is adjacent to a weeping student ghost. I wonder if, for even a fleeting moment, you have contemplated how she met her demise. Regardless, you know the answer within yourself, Anthony. Snape advised, if I were you, I would temper your untimely curiosity. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. He concluded the conversation with a cold smile. Anthony sighed. He might indeed need to speak with the headmaster. This castle had already been haunted by giants, basilisks, and acromantulas, while phantoms, vengeful spirits, and undead wizards roamed the halls. If another neurotic vampire were to join the fray, the school might truly become unbearable. Chapter 34, Dumbledore and a Topic. As if aware of his thoughts, an owl resembling a barn owl tapped at his window during his preparations. Anthony, puzzled, retrieved a note from his talons, inscribed in a long, slanted script encircled with loops. Dear Henry, your faithful, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. It is quite suitable for consuming lemon sherbet at the moment. The headmaster? Anthony murmured, seizing a quill to respond, assuring that he would arrive promptly the following morning. The owl surveyed the area, finding no owl treats, and, dissatisfied, flew onto the table, attempting to peck at his hand. Suddenly, a cat sprang up from beneath the table. The owl, startled, took flight but was swiftly caught by the cat's claw. As Anthony's first summoned creature, the cat seemed to possess a fragment of his abilities, including the control over disembodied limbs. Anthony said disdainfully, let's not go that far. This is a public facility. He gently rubbed its ears, saying, good cat. Lemon sherbet, Anthony remarked to the stone gargoyle, feeling somewhat foolish for the gesture, as if he were placing an order with the stone creature. The statue shifted aside, revealing a moving spiral staircase within a cracked wall. Anthony ascended, curiously surveying his surroundings. He had never visited the headmaster's office before. The door opened automatically. Anthony nodded. My cat's temperament has improved significantly. A phoenix rested on a perch, its head nestled within its magnificent wings, the vibrant red and gold feathers breathtaking. Beautiful, isn't it? Dumbledore remarked. No matter how many years I've spent with it, it never fails to amaze me. Please take a seat, Henry. I assure you it will not fly away immediately. Anthony settled down slowly, filled with awe. The phoenix glanced at him from beneath its wings, shifted slightly in the direction of Dumbledore, and resumed its slumber. What brings you to me, sir? He inquired. Surely, it could not be to request the recipe for Yorkshire pudding. It's nothing of great consequence, Dumbledore assured him. First and foremost, I wish to congratulate you, Henry. It appears you are adapting splendidly at Hogwarts. I have heard numerous commendations about you. Both students and staff seem quite fond of you. Well, most of the staff. Anthony immediately grasped the implication. Snape had reported him. Dumbledore shook his head. Relax, Henry. I did not imply it was related to you. I simply wish to inquire about your impressions of Hogwarts. It's quite good. Dumbledore chuckled, turning his gaze to Anthony. Personally, I find a castle exceedingly easy to lose one's way in. There was an occasion when I intended to visit Minerva's office, and without realizing, I ended up in the kitchen. The house elves are so hospitable that I ended up consuming 3 pieces of cake and 2 cups of ice cream there. Anthony laughed as well. The house elves are indeed like that. They always wish to redecorate my office in Baroque style. I can well imagine, Dumbledore remarked. Under his encouraging and penetrating gaze, Anthony shared his favorite aspects of the castle, as well as those he found less appealing, the trolls, the basilisk, the acromantula, Filch, and Snape. He concluded, overall, I truly feel it is indeed a magical castle. Perhaps not quite as one would envision from a fairy tale, yet still magical. Splendid. I am delighted that you appreciate this magical castle. Ah, speaking of magic, Dumbledore's expression turned grave. Henry, how is your necromancy progressing? Anthony widened his eyes in astonishment. Dumbledore effortlessly articulated the term necromancy. There has been some progress, Anthony replied candidly. Sir, would you like to see a walking roast chicken? Are you suggesting you can bring a roast chicken back to life? Dumbledore asked him earnestly. No, I can control it, Anthony stated. Except for myself, of course. By the way, you don't think I am resurrecting it. I haven't ventured into resurrection yet. Dumbledore steepled his fingers, observing him closely before finally responding gently. I truly would prefer not to believe that involves resurrection. Anthony stared intently at Dumbledore, sensing a but in his words. He was unaware of why he felt anxious. Yet he sensed an intuition that Dumbledore was on the verge of divulging something he was hesitating to reveal to Anthony. However, we have conducted some investigation, Dumbledore continued. It appears your experiences do not align with my initial assumptions. I must concede that resurrection may be the simplest explanation, at least in terms of phrasing. Trust me, the magic involved is intricate enough to perplex even the most profound theorists. Well, both are equally perplexing, Dumbledore admitted. Regardless, I have a task for you. He gazed seriously at Anthony and briefly stated, Ponder this for me. Henry, if someone wishes to resurrect, what steps must they undertake? Dumbledore nodded slightly. I believe these conditions are indeed met. What methods might this individual, who seeks resurrection, employ? Perhaps they would seek out a necromancer to summon vengeful spirits from beyond? Anthony replied with a hint of skepticism. Dumbledore offered a faint smile. There is no rush, Henry. Merely assist me in contemplating this matter. Severus amiably suggested that he would find a topic for Anthony to satiate his overly vigorous curiosity. In Chapter 35, Roosters and Fireworks, Anthony reiterated to Dumbledore, before departing the headmaster's office, the possibility of a basilisk lurking within the castle. Thank you, Henry, Dumbledore responded. I shall remain vigilant regarding this issue. Anthony was uncertain how Dumbledore intended to address this concern, yet the following day, he heard that Hagrid had been parading around Hogwarts with 2 roosters in tow. Hagrid, clutching the poor creatures, brandished them while demanding their crows, feathers swirling about in a chaotic flurry. Filch was incensed. Yet, Dumbledore interjected. It was I who instructed Hagrid to do this. Besides, the students seem quite pleased, do they not? The students, intrigued, followed Hagrid in what became an impromptu parade around Hogwarts. Peeves, seizing the opportunity, adorned the lady in pink with feathers, cackling as he vanished amidst Filch's furious exclamations. Hagrid, puffing out his chest, attempted to disperse the crowd, claiming he was assisting Dumbledore. Harry inquired about the matter, to which Hagrid bluntly waved a rooster. Don't ask, Harry. It's confidential. Isn't it? Harry Potter brushed off feathers from his head and questioned, if it is confidential, why not undertake this task at night? Now the entire school is following you. Hagrid was taken aback. He had not considered this aspect. During class, students arrived later than usual, drawn by the spectacle of Hagrid with the roosters. Apologies, Professor, Cedric panted slightly. The well-regarded student had also joined the fray. No trouble. Take a seat, Anthony replied nonchalantly. Had I not awakened late, I too would not have missed this commotion. Once all were settled, he closed the door and announced the commencement of class. Does anyone recognize what this is? He waved his wand, revealing a picture on the blackboard. Against a vast, inky background lay a desolate gray expanse. Azkaban? Someone ventured. Nermangard? I recognize it, a student in the back remarked. It's the moon. Laughter erupted, and Anthony chuckled as well. Who was that? Ah, splendid. 2 points for Ravenclaw. The laughter subsided as the students scrutinized the image, striving to discern any resemblance to the moon. To construct an exceedingly long ladder? One student quietly suggested. To stack Muggle metal brooms? Another speculated. They had accepted that Muggles could utilize tools to achieve similar magical effects, thereby creating a nomenclature, appending Muggle before a term to denote Muggle instruments that elicit akin outcomes. For instance, an airplane was deemed a Muggle's large, enclosed metal broom. Well, that sounds somewhat close, Anthony remarked, yet this answer is too vague. My response would likely encompass combustion and interaction. Although airplanes had been discussed previously, for the students who were already fervent enthusiasts of Quidditch, the notion of flying was hardly a thrilling tale. Additionally, Anthony's teaching at the time primarily focused on Muggle transportation methods, without delving into the intricacies of aerodynamics. His objective was to cultivate wizards who understood Muggle life, not to train physicists. The principles of Muggle physics were entirely ineffectual in the magical realm. In this wholly idealistic world, physics was as tangled as a ball of yarn beneath a cat's paw. Concepts such as the conservation of mass and energy simply did not exist in the eyes of magic. Students struggled to comprehend why propulsion was achieved through combustion. All that was needed to set something in motion was merely the correct command to do so. Even after he inflated several balloons and watched them bob and weave chaotically, the students remained perplexed. Ultimately, Anthony felt compelled to insist they remember a concept known as interaction, akin to how Transfiguration forced him to imagine the mouse before him as a rubber toy. He employed magic to demonstrate the power of combustion and explosions. Once they grasped what a propellant was, he dedicated some time to discussing the significance of weight reduction. In a world devoid of magic, to ascend into the skies, one must contend with gravity. Have you noticed how much lighter owls are compared to similarly sized cats? The students nodded in agreement. They shed considerable weight to achieve flight. Anthony explained that their bones and digestive systems contributed to this, but that was another story. What I wish to convey is that, akin to avian creatures, for this behemoth to soar to the moon, it must be sufficiently light. Yet, Professor, dragons are not light at all, the student interjected. Indeed, but what do dragons possess in abundance compared to muggles? Anthony queried. Wings? The students ventured. Anthony chuckled and shook his head. Magic. Dear students, the astounding achievements of muggles are precisely because they lack the magic of wish fulfillment. He gestured towards the blackboard and the balloons. All of this is founded upon a set of rules they have devised, which do not alter with human whims. Much like chess, they can only maneuver their pieces within the confines of the rules. Yet behold this image. He pointed to a picture of the moon, the general Mr. Moon. Fireworks burst forth at the window, exploding in a dazzling display before the entire class. Under the shadow of the castle, even in daylight, these vibrant sparks were breathtaking. Explosions and interactions, dear students, Anthony remarked, the force that propels fireworks towards us is of the same essence as that which enables humans to reach the moon. Are muggles placing themselves atop a grand firework? A student asked in awe. Anthony pondered for a moment and smiled. That is quite an apt description. After all, humanity's initial attempts at flight involve crafting their chairs into grand fireworks and then launching them into the sky. Chapter 36, Concerning Death. Anthony took a moment to visit the adjacent area, informing Moaning Myrtle that the pair of yellow eyes likely belonged to a basilisk. Myrtle showed little interest in this revelation, yet she was pleased to have someone visit her specifically. If you seek social interaction, why not take a stroll outside more often? Anthony suggested. Myrtle lamented. No one wishes to meet with me. Do not say such things. Anthony spoke earnestly, adding that one could indeed venture to any desired place. Hogwarts was not so perilous. At least, he could not fathom any danger for a ghost. There are places I long to visit but cannot, murmured Moaning Myrtle with a touch of melancholy. I wish to go outside the castle. It then dawned on Anthony that nearly headless Nick had once mentioned to him that ghosts could only traverse the locations they inhabited during their lifetimes. Outside the castle? Where? He inquired curiously. The Quidditch pitch, Myrtle exclaimed suddenly, her spirits lifting as she giggled. I want to see Harry Potter play Quidditch. That Gryffindor captain boasts daily in the sixth-floor girls' restroom about his flying skills. I want to witness that bespectacled genius catch the snitch. Anthony gravely advised Myrtle that regardless of her intentions, she should not sneak into the boys' restroom, even if she were to emerge startlingly. He was uncertain whether she absorbed his counsel, as she appeared too consumed by her tears. He had never contemplated that she could navigate through the plumbing to access the boys' bathroom. Initially, he presumed that Myrtle was confined to the second-floor girls' restroom, only later to discover that she could roam freely within the castle. One night, unable to sleep, he wandered the castle in his robe, where he encountered Myrtle ascending the staircase, sobbing softly. This staircase led to the Ravenclaw Tower. I wish I were dead, she choked out. Olive Hornby and everyone else ridicule and torment me. I truly wish to cease existing. She swept past Anthony in a flurry, leaving the fat friar and him exchanging glances. At times, Anthony found himself curious about the nature of ghosts, a curiosity that intensified upon receiving the topic of resurrection for his studies. How do they perceive death? Could a ghost die a second time? What do they see as they pass through walls? Did they ever sleep? Did memories from their past lives fade with time? Such inquiries filled his mind. Anthony harbored many impolite questions, yet he had yet to find a suitable subject for his inquiries. Was becoming a ghost a form of resurrection? They traversed the world nearly eternally, like fleeting shadows of yesterday. Considering Professor Binzage, well, his longevity, Anthony was quite certain that formidable magic underpinned their existence. He felt compelled to retrieve his notebook. With the basilisk in the castle no longer a concern, his free time multiplied, allowing him to dedicate moments to studying the topic provided by Dumbledore. It was then he realized he did not truly comprehend resurrection. He wished to believe that the headmaster did not indulge in the gruesome habit of observing the bloodthirsty Muggle studies professor. He spent time categorizing the notebook, which contained a melange of diary entries, musings, experimental records, and research insights, alongside his questions and thoughts, supplemented by excerpts from other reference texts. The result filled 3 folders brimming with information on skeletons, wraiths, corpses, life curses, and other auxiliary magics, with half a volume still awaiting organization. The notebook no longer swayed his emotions. As long as he understood the potential consequences of necromancy, he could prepare himself. Nowadays, at the conclusion of his studies, Anthony would release a flickering light from his wand, as long as his wand remained pleasantly nestled in his palm, and the radiant white light continued to glow steadily at its tip. He felt no loss of control. It was a simple arrangement, one that brought satisfaction to both him and his wand. Recently, he often found himself lingering near the restricted section shelf of dark magic tomes. The magical realm possesses its own logic for categorizing spells into the realms of light and dark. Magic intended to bring death to the living is deemed dark, while spells aimed at resurrecting the deceased also fall into this category. Should someone truly desire resurrection, Anthony might suggest they either embrace the life of a dark wizard, ensnared by the ministry of magic, or seek a priest in the Muggle world. Thus, we return this body to the earth, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, and clay to clay. In the certainty and hopeful affirmation, resurrection begets eternal life, Anthony mused. Considering the costs involved, Muggle methods are decidedly more straightforward, and to be frank, not dissimilar from magic itself. All it requires is unwavering belief. He glanced at his parchment notes, which enumerated his current ideas, including becoming a ghost, a wraith, a skeleton, a zombie, and even soliciting a vampire for a bite. Among these was a rather elaborate scheme to deceive a centaur into revealing the star in the sky that corresponded to one's demise. Once deceased, if one could alter the position of that star, provided they possessed the ability to shift star paths, this individual's fate would surely be significant enough to hang over everyone's minds, thereby diverting them from their destined end. The sole drawback, however, was that altering the position of stars would likely violate confidentiality laws. Thousands of Muggle astronomers were gazing at that very sky, and a star that moved erratically would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, upon resurrection, this individual would receive an owl from the Office for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Nevertheless, considering Anthony's assumption that he had successfully deceived the centaur, he would also likely receive correspondence from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Anthony sighed. It would be far better for this person to rest peacefully in death. Chapter 37, Cold. Anthony strolled alongside the Black Lake with his cat. Today, the sun had emerged, coaxing those with leisure to bask in the fleeting winter sunlight. Hagrid, bundled in his moleskin coat, waved from a distance, tugging along his large dog. The mountains encircling the school were now cloaked in ice and snow, their white peaks glistening in the sunlight. Madame Pomfrey's apothecary was brimming with invigorating potions. Students, clad in their winter wizarding robes, sported noses and ears flushed red from the chill. Professor Anthony, Midgen called, waving at him, a member of his top-tier class. She had accrued a fair share of bonus points and treats from him. Anthony smiled in greeting. Ah, is this the cat that dislikes people? Midgen crouched down to observe the feline, which was indeed quite a striking creature. His cat had garnered a certain reputation among the students. While it could not rival the notoriety of Madame Loris S., many students were aware of the particularly vigilant ginger cat that would scurry away at the approach of anyone. The cat leaped into Anthony's embrace, surveying Midgen from its lofty perch. Amused, Midgen asked, Professor, where did you acquire this cat? I found it, Anthony replied, affectionately stroking the cat's head. The cat impatiently shook its ears and buried its head within the wizard's robe. In truth, it was digging, yet there was no need to disclose this to the students. How delightful, Midgen sighed enviously. I too wish to have a cat. Anthony was aware of her modest means, preventing her from acquiring a pet. The charming animals at the magical creature shop came with a hefty price tag, and many students at Hogwarts were without companions. A sudden thought struck him. Why not consider the vendors in Diagon Alley? Of course, Midgen exclaimed in surprise. Professor, do you know anyone who sells cats? Anthony shook his head. Not at the moment. Let me ponder this. It is too soon to say. I must first converse with my fellow professors. But if you all continue to show such interest, it should be quite feasible. He envisioned taking the students to the Muggle world in the UK for a first-hand experience, rather than merely recount how the majority of people live just a wall away while seated in a classroom. It would be far more enriching to immerse themselves in that reality. Conveniently, near the community where he once lived, there was a straightforward pet adoption agency, perfectly suited for a diligent and responsible student like Midgen who yearned for a pet. Even though she did not fully grasp his words, Midgen nodded emphatically. I will behave well. Anthony chuckled. Just maintain your current demeanor, and I dare say you will achieve at least an E. To put it simply, the topics I cover in my quizzes align with the OWLs and even touch upon the Newts, albeit in a simpler format. He had discussed the OWLs and Newts examinations concerning Muggle studies with Professor Burbage, based on the questions he had seen in the archives. These exams were closely aligned with the contemporary lives of Muggles, remarkably progressive, and as the students submitted increasingly muddled answers each year, the difficulty of the exams had diminished to an almost unbelievable extent. At that time, he had inquired of Professor Burbage, who was responsible for crafting the exam questions. Given the stark contrast between the questions and the current textbook, Muggle Everyday Life, Professor Burbage informed him that these formal examinations were developed by a committee of experts, with little connection to the school as professors. I was the head of that committee, Professor Burbage stated calmly. Thus, when I learned a position in Muggle studies had opened up, I resolved to come and investigate. After assuring the student of her potential success, Anthony watched as she joyfully joined her friends in the distance. Suddenly, he heard a thunderous shout, "Hey, you!" Turning his head, he spotted Hagrid striding toward a group of younger students. The children had formed a cluster on the icy surface of the Black Lake, their laughter previously ringing out, leading Anthony to believe they were merely playing. He recognized one of the students he was pulling out, Neville Longbottom. He had been cursed, with tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, glistening in the cold air as they hung from his reddened cheeks. "We were just reviewing class material, right, Longbottom?" The leader of the group laughed nonchalantly. "Since when did reviewing schoolwork violate school rules?" All right, the student sneered, hiding behind others. "Are you, Longbottom? Seems you've gained a bit of sense now. The fat friar sometimes speaks the truth. What was it again?" Gryffindor, boasting loudly, take on a Longbottom, and he quietly swallows his pride. Neville wept uncontrollably, suddenly breaking free from Hagrid's grasp, and dashed towards the student with tears streaming down his face. His head collided forcefully with the other's abdomen, sending the student sprawling onto the icy surface. Clutching his belly, the student struggled to rise, his finely crafted wizarding robes smeared with Neville's tears and mucus. "Your clothes are ruined, Draco," remarked a girl nearby with disdain. The student, addressed as Draco, gritted his teeth and muttered a swift incantation, his wand slicing downwards with force, causing the ice beneath Neville to vanish abruptly. He plunged into the water with a splash. "Oh my, Neville!" Hagrid exclaimed, reaching out in an attempt to rescue him, but after Neville's fall, he seemed unable to locate the hole, failing to resurface. At the moment Neville plunged down, Anthony sprinted towards the scene. His cat, quicker than he, leapt into the icy hole without hesitation. He urged Hagrid to disperse the nearby students, then braced himself against the ice, closing his eyes to sense the skeletal magic beneath the lake. Confident it would respond in time, the essence of his cat's spectral magic suddenly surged, as if straining to grasp something struggling beneath. "Here!" Anthony clenched his fist tightly. The vengeful spirits lurking near the lake bed were suddenly awakened, and ghostly flames flickered through the ice. They violently assailed the ice above the cat's head at his command, swiftly creating a breach. The cat emerged, dragging the unconscious Neville, and Hagrid wasted no time in scooping him up and rushing towards the hospital wing. The drenched cat climbed onto the shore, attempting to shake off the water with evident displeasure. Approaching the bank, he observed a group of students standing in a shadow cast by withered branches, watching the events unfold on the lake from a distance. They looked up at Anthony. "You lot." Anthony scanned the faces of the group. "Slytherin, 20 points deducted, each of you. I need to speak with your head of house." They remained oblivious to the fact that they had nearly taken a life. Chapter 38, Punishment. The winter sun streamed into the circular office of the headmaster, casting a long beam of light upon the floor. Fawkes perched on his stand, tilting his head as he regarded Anthony and Snape at the desk. "I must express my gratitude," Henry, Dumbledore, stated gravely. "Madame Pomfrey has just informed me that Mr. Longbottom is no longer in critical condition." Anthony replied bluntly, "This is not a trivial matter. I demand these students be punished until their minds, filled with arrogance and ignorance, awaken to the reality that others also possess lives." Snape scoffed softly. 160 points, Professor Anthony. "I dare say this is the most points deducted since the term began." "What are you talking about, Snape?" Anthony exclaimed in disbelief. "Longbottom was nearly killed. That boy and his group merely stood on the ice, watching. The portraits of former headmasters, feigning sleep on the walls. All opened their eyes and observed them intently." Snape nodded calmly. "Yes, I comprehend." He waved his hand impatiently at the portraits, as if shooing away a fly. Dumbledore spoke somberly. "I fear we must inform Mr. Malfoy, Severus. Such a grievous incident is exceedingly rare, especially during their first year." He raised a hand to halt Snape's interjection. "I also hope you could arrange a detention to have a serious discussion with these students. Henry is right. They possess an excessive understanding of magic, yet lack appreciation for the preciousness of life." "Detention?" Snape echoed. Suddenly, the door to the headmaster's office swung open once more. Professor McGonagall entered with a stormy countenance, fury blazing in her eyes. Anthony had never seen her in such a state of anger. Detention? She inquired stiffly. I had thought at least suspension was in order. Snape replied gently, do not worry. I am still contemplating whether to indeed impose detention. In fact, several board members have already contacted me. They are willing to further support Hogwarts' educational mission and believe the school is a steadfast refuge for the students. You cannot. Anthony abruptly turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, il propose expulsion, at least for the ringleader. Malfoy would surely be willing to part with a few more galleons. I dare say his family possesses more than enough. Snape interrupted with a cold laugh. And yet, Dumbledore, they are still children. He methodically articulated each syllable of that statement. The soothing hum of the silver instruments came to an abrupt halt, plunging the headmaster's office into silence. Fawkes shifted position, his perch creaking softly. Dumbledore sighed, Severus. Is the future and soul of these children no longer of significance? Is it not? Snape countered. Lombarton nearly perished. True enough. Yet was he not saved? Was he not? Minerva? For some inexplicable reason, Professor McGonagall's chest heaved for a moment before she averted her gaze. It was not those children who saved him, Severus. They merely stood by. Dumbledore stated calmly. They were oblivious to their wrongdoing. Anthony furrowed his brow, standing beside them. Their expressions suggested they were not truly debating Malfoy's fate. He interjected, excuse me, may I inquire about Mr. Lombarton's current condition? Oh, when I left, he was still in the hospital wing. McGonagall turned to him, her stern face softening slightly. A bit shaken, but nothing serious. Nothing serious, Anthony mentally echoed, astounded by the state of magical healthcare. Its overarching principle seemed to be that as long as one still breathed, they could survive any calamity. Wizarding medicine acted as a sturdy lifeline, yanking all adventurers who wandered into the realm of death back to safety. With such medical assurances, it was no wonder they did not regard near-death experiences as grave matters. Ultimately, the affair concluded with Snape imposing a month's detention on all involved. Anthony was somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome, but Dumbledore acquiesced, and the head of Neville Longbottom's house did not press further in protest, so he begrudgingly accepted the resolution with a frown. Have a good talk with him, Severus. Dumbledore gently urged. We need no more tragedies. It was drenched, its temperament exceedingly foul, knocking all of his ceramic teacups to the floor. Anthony stoked the fire vigorously. Sitting cross-legged before the hearth with a cat in his arms, I apologize. It was his familiar. At that moment, he was entirely consumed by the desire to save. A fervent wish that undoubtedly influenced his actions. He gently stroked the cat, transforming it back from its skeletal form, and effortlessly dried off. Its ginger fur once again appeared soft and dry. Yet, despite its damp coat, no longer clinging to its body, it still languidly rested upon his lap. Anthony inquired, would you like to see that, boy? The cat twitched its ears in response. Thus, Anthony cradled the cat and made his way to the infirmary to visit Neville. Madame Pomfrey initially opposed his entry, but after he assured her of his quiet demeanor, she adamantly refused to allow the cat into the hospital. Let in, madam. Neville pleaded from his bed. It saved me. Madame Pomfrey sighed, scrutinizing the cat for a moment before nodding. Hold it tightly, Professor Anthony. It must not leap about the infirmary. Furthermore, you have only half an hour. The patient requires rest. Thank you, Professor Anthony, Neville murmured, adding, and thank you, as he looked at Anthony with a sense of helplessness. I haven't named it. Anthony shook his head. Thank Madame Pomfrey and yourself. You possess a remarkable will to survive. You saved yourself. Neville weakly managed a faint smile just as Professor McGonagall entered the room. She nodded at Anthony before turning to Neville. Mr. Longbottom, we are all deeply outraged by the handling of this incident. Professor Anthony has deducted 160 points from Slytherin, and all participants in this affair will face a month of detention. Additionally, they shall receive a letter of suspension warning. The school has already sent an owl to your parents. Oh no, Neville murmured. Chapter 39, The Outcome. Do you feel all right, Mr. Longbottom? Anthony asked, sensing that Neville appeared suddenly more unwell. Yes, I'm fine, Neville murmured. I'm fine. If you feel any discomfort, remember to inform Madame Pomfrey immediately, Anthony advised. Do not strain yourself. Pushing through could lead to further complications, and Madame Pomfrey would be even more displeased. Neville nodded. I understand, Professor. Oh, by the way, Professor Anthony, could I trouble you to accompany me to my office for a moment? Professor McGonagall suddenly interjected. Rest well, Longbottom. Do not worry about your studies. The Transfiguration essay, due Monday, can be submitted a bit later. Neville's complexion paled, and Anthony suspected he may have completely forgotten about the essay. Of course, Professor McGonagall. He rose and followed her to the door, adding, in any case, I am truly glad to see you are still alive, Mr. Longbottom. Farewell. He squeezed the cat's paw and waved at Neville. Most students in the corridor remained unaware of the recent events, casually greeting them as Anthony and Professor McGonagall passed by. McGonagall led Anthony to her office, gesturing towards the seats in front of her desk. "Make yourself comfortable, Professor Anthony." She waved her wand, conjuring a scratching post for the cat, adorned with jingling toys. Anthony placed the cat upon it, and it immediately began to play joyfully. The door closed softly behind them, and she settled into her most familiar chair, suddenly appearing somewhat fatigued. "What is it, Professor McGonagall?" Anthony inquired. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. "The headmaster wishes for us to refrain from discussing this matter further. Severus is handling it on the Slytherin side, and I shall explain to Longbottom's grandmother." Anthony regarded her, his expression evidently revealing his thoughts, prompting a sigh from Professor McGonagall. "I understand, Henry," she suddenly called out his given name, "but this is also to safeguard you. Although Hagrid has already evacuated the surrounding students, when you rescued Longbottom, a significant portion of the Black Lake illuminated, inevitably drawing attention." Anthony shook his head. "Just tell them I employed an exceptionally potent Lumos spell to reveal Longbottom's form." Professor McGonagall replied, "Indeed, that is our intended narrative. However, the overwhelming presence of dark magic at that moment would likely alert any wizard familiar with the dark arts. Not to mention, even Quirrell was stirred, emerging to ascertain what transpired." "Professor Quirrell?" Anthony queried. Setting aside his classroom conduct, he possesses a certain proficiency in dealing with dark magic, Professor McGonagall remarked appreciatively. "He was lamenting to me about Severus's perpetual hostility towards him when he abruptly ceased speaking and dashed out of the castle. I scarcely realized what was happening, and it seems Severus was oblivious as well." With a hint of skepticism, Anthony asked, "Is there a dark magic version of Lumos?" "There is. It is no better than necromancy," Professor McGonagall stated. "Thus, Severus has suggested we claim that your potent Lumos spell startled the magical creatures beneath the Black Lake." "What creatures?" Anthony inquired. Professor McGonagall nodded. "Unknown magical creatures. Hogwarts is an ancient school of magic, rife with secrets buried beneath the dust of history. Should anyone be truly curious, they may venture into the Black Lake themselves. At least, that is Severus's recommendation." "Splendid," Professor McGonagall remarked. "In any case, our narrative will be as such. However, should any inquisitive minds persist in probing this matter, there will always be inconsistencies. Furthermore, the agreement the headmaster reached with the Ministry of Magic included a stipulation to prevent the public from knowing that a necromancer exists beyond Azkaban." She looked at Anthony apologetically. "I know this is profoundly unfair to you. I share your discontent, yet it bears a certain logic. As for Draco's resolution," she paused, "this matter is quite intricate." "I can see that," Anthony said with a trace of sarcasm. "I was utterly incredulous during my time in the headmaster's office, and I left once the punishment was decided." Professor McGonagall bowed her head. "I fully accept your reproach." Anthony inhaled deeply. "It is a relief that Longbottom survived." "Indeed," Professor McGonagall replied. "I cannot fathom the consequences had Alice's son perished for such a ludicrous reason." "That is not a ludicrous reason," Anthony interjected earnestly. "I have long wished to inquire. Why is the animosity between Gryffindor and Slytherin so profound?" "Because of that individual," Professor McGonagall replied solemnly. "Due to blood purity, due to war, due to their parents harboring deep-seated enmities. Yet the school still chooses to place them in the same classes." "Precisely," Professor McGonagall affirmed. "Avoidance yields no benefit. We require them to communicate, even if it manifests as conflict. Henry, wizards are unlike muggles. One might argue that wizards exhibit a more savage nature. Yet a significant portion of the educational activities at school revolves around teaching students the art of combat. I am delighted that Caridi has joined you." She mentioned that many fail to recognize that Muggle studies is, in fact, a rather vital course. It imparts to students the ability to understand others, to cultivate curiosity towards those who differ from themselves, and ultimately to realize that the disparities are not so vast. "Henry, comprehension is a form of kindness." Anthony and Professor McGonagall engaged in lengthy discourse. His act of rescuing Neville from the lake seemingly earned him a considerable amount of trust, as Professor McGonagall, drawing from her own experiences, recounted the terrifying scenes of Voldemort's reign of terror within the British magical community. Before his departure, she generously bestowed upon him a cat tree, asserting, "I know which types of perches and toys are most entertaining. Let the house elves relocate to your office," several times. "I have inadvertently overheard them lamenting that your room is too barren, lacking areas worthy of tidying." The cat, half-closed eyes nestled in his embrace, emitted a contented purr. "Thank you, Minerva." Professor McGonagall observed his feline with keen interest, inquiring, "By the way, does it shed?" "Not at all." Anthony shook his head. "If it did, The house elves would have even more work to do. He stepped out of Professor McGonagall's office, gazing at the lingering slant of the sunset, exhaling slowly. The golden light reflecting off the ice and snow was as sharp as a blade. "Professor Anthony," a student called from the corridor. "Yorkshire pudding is on the menu for dinner." Anthony chuckled. "Is that so? How does it compare to yours?" Chapter 40, Aftermath. Regardless of the administration's desire to shroud the entire affair in secrecy, students inevitably learn of any occurrences. Initially, it was Slytherin who noticed a significant portion of the gems in their hourglass had vanished, followed by Gryffindor discovering that Neville Longbottom had been hospitalized. Soon after, Hufflepuff heard whispers that the Black Lake had transformed into a lamp, and several governors appeared in the halls of Hogwarts, while the creaking old staircases underwent renovations. Finally, Ravenclaw observed several students suddenly circling around Anthony. "Did you hear?" The students privately circulated. Professor Anthony deducted 160 points from Slytherin. "Which professor?" "Professor Anthony. The one who never deducts points." Gasp. "That's not all. Slytherin has also been sentenced to a month of detention." Snape's face darkened. Yet, no one could fathom what these individuals had done. The most outrageous, yet widely spread, rumor suggested that Slytherin students had pushed Neville down the stairs, causing him to tumble from the castle to the Black Lake, where Professor Anthony's prized flashlight, some versions claiming it was a gift from his first love, others asserting it was a family heirloom, collided with the waters. Those who truly understood the nature of the flashlight refuted this tale. Some students, having just completed a lesson in whimsical chemistry, insisted that what fell was a piece of alkali metal. Why did large holes suddenly appear on the ice? They reasoned, because it released intense heat. These rumors momentarily failed to affect Anthony, who was presently attending to a student, Neville Longbottom. He sat uneasily in the sole chair meant for receiving guests in Anthony's office. The chair was somewhat too large for him, and as he shrank back, his feet barely touched the ground, rendering him somewhat comical. When he opened the office door, he never anticipated that it would be Neville on the other side. Almost as soon as Madame Pomfrey announced his discharge, he had rushed over. Neville, with his head bowed, said, "I came to express my gratitude." "But you've already thanked me," Anthony replied, astonished. "In fact, I ought to apologize to you. I was nearby and failed to prevent everything from happening." Neville stammered, pulling out a heavy, clinking bag from behind him, his face flushed with embarrassment. He looked pained. "My grandmother said this isn't an appropriate way to show thanks. It's 200 galleons." Anthony quickly pressed his hand down, exclaiming, "Goodness, what are you doing?" He gazed into Neville's tear-filled eyes and softened his tone. "Child, the school pays me. How about a cup of hot chocolate?" The warmth of the glass cup seemed to relieve Neville considerably. He sipped the hot chocolate in small gulps while sharing about his grandmother. He spoke fondly of her, noting that she had always been kind to him. Yet he felt he constantly disappointed her. He had been easily defeated by Malfoy, left in a pitiful state, and nearly lost his life, which made his grandmother very angry. However, since he had survived, she found some solace. He shrugged. "I nearly thought I was drowning for good, but I suppose my will to survive was adequate." Anthony handed him a packet of crisps. "Is this a common occurrence?" He gently inquired, that to showcase a child's magical talent, one is pushed to the brink? Neville shook his head, then nodded. "It's more common in pure-blood families, I suppose." He glanced at Anthony and hastily added, "Our family is not that kind of pure blood. I promise I will choose your class when I reach third year, as long as I don't get held back or expelled." His demeanor soured. "I can't excel in any subject. Without Hermione's help, I wouldn't even complete classroom exercises. Perhaps I truly am better suited to being a mute." Anthony reassured him, "You are only in your first year." "True, but I've already managed to ruin 3 cauldrons," Neville replied. "In potions, I will forever only achieve acceptable." "Well, you are ahead of me. I dare say I can only manage troll." Anthony chuckled at the wide-eyed Neville and added, "Oh, did you not know? I'm not a Hogwarts student. I have been living in the Muggle world until now. I am utterly clueless about potions, and Professor Snape has looked down on me for quite some time." Neville laughed. "But you deducted 160 points from Slytherin, so now Professor Snape," he shuddered, "has no choice but to regard you with some respect." "Alas, not just potions. I frequently disappoint Professor McGonagall as well." Anthony nodded. "My transfiguration isn't great either. If I were proficient at it, the chair you're sitting on would be appropriately sized for you," Anthony mused. Neville gazed at him eagerly, whispering, "And charms." Anthony, an adept in the art of charms, frequently lauded by Professor Flitwick, swiftly shifted the conversation. "Speaking of which, I am utterly unacquainted with herbology." Neville offered a somewhat sheepish smile. Anthony chuckled. "Ah, see? I vaguely recall Professor Pomona mentioning that you possess some talent in herbology." In truth, Professor Sprout had never made such a remark, Anthony merely recalled that during discussions among the professors regarding Neville, she had refrained from partaking in any complaints. Really? Neville asked incredulously. Me? Anthony nodded. Indeed. Do you not sense it yourself? Have you not noticed your own aptitude? Neville's eyes gradually brightened. I do find herbology to be the most effortless subject for me. They continued their aimless chatter, discussing Hogwarts cuisine and whether anyone in the dormitory snored. After sipping 2 cups of hot chocolate, consuming half a bag of chips, and a handful of coconut ice, Neville suddenly realized he had lingered too long in Anthony's office and hurriedly bid him farewell. As he departed, he still carried that heavy pouch. Yet his steps felt as light as if he were about to take flight. Anthony heard him murmuring in a dreamy tone, I have some talent in herbology. I have some talent in herbology. Chapter 41. Hagrid and Quidditch, Brandy. After bidding farewell to Neville, Anthony sat in his chair for a moment, pondering before deciding to seek out Hagrid for a drink. The sun of winter had set early. In the evening, only a few golden clouds lingered in the western sky, while deep blues and purples spread from the mountaintops far beyond Hogwarts. The frigid wind rustled the withered grass, and only a sparse number of students remained outside the castle, most preferring the warmth of the school as hearth. Hagrid was not in his wooden hut, so Anthony circled the castle and eventually spotted him near the Quidditch pitch. Henry, Hagrid exclaimed, clutching a large bundle of brooms. What brings you here? I was actually looking for you, Anthony replied. I went out earlier to procure some white wine and happened upon some brandy, thinking you might be interested. Hagrid's beetle-like eyes sparkled. Oh, brandy. Of course. He glanced down at the brooms, but not right now, Henry. I still have work to do. The bundle of brooms in Hagrid's massive hands resembled a pitiful collection of firewood, awkwardly jostling against one another. What are you working on? I'm preventing frost, Hagrid proudly declared, but I also have to defrost them every morning. It's too cold, Henry. The Quidditch season has begun. We can't let them take the field with frost on them. Such brooms lack agility. Moreover, the students might slide off. Anthony watched with keen interest as Hagrid skillfully polished and oiled the brooms, saying, No worries. I have nothing pressing today. He felt no aversion to the cold. If Hagrid was willing, he could even sit with him on the Quidditch pitch for the entire night. Have you ever seen Quidditch? Hagrid inquired. Not yet, Anthony responded. Minerva invited me to watch the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match. Hagrid beamed. Oh, that's the next one. I'll be attending as well. Whenever there is a match involving Gryffindor, I am always present. Are you familiar with the rules of Quidditch? Anthony replied cautiously. A group of people riding broomsticks, playing ball in the sky. Goodness, Henry, you won't understand a game like that, Hagrid bellowed. First, remember the golden snitch, the most crucial little object. By the way, do you know what Seeker is? He then began to enlighten Anthony on the rules, history, and terminology of Quidditch, recounting with great detail the Seeker, Chasers, Beaters, and keeper of Gryffindor's Quidditch teams throughout the ages. The broom he held emitted a strained creak under his grip. Charlie flies splendidly, he exclaimed, gesturing animatedly to Anthony, illustrating the goalposts on the field. One moment here, the next he could dart towards this way. But I dare say Harry would be no less impressive. He could fly about on a toy broomstick when he was quite small. James always said his son would become a Quidditch star. His hands suddenly froze, his wild beard twitching. Hagrid? Anthony quickly grasped his elbow. What is it? I truly wish James could witness Harry playing Quidditch. Hagrid piled all the brooms into the broom shed and slammed the door shut, stiffly suggesting, Let us go for a drink, Henry. Gryffindor is bound to win the next match. When Hagrid mentioned having a drink, he meant to bring out the entire stock of liquor and consume as much as possible. Anthony, feeling somewhat tipsy, inquired, What about your large spider? Is he well? Oh, splendid, Hagrid replied. Thank you for asking. He was frightened last time. It was not his intention to avoid saying goodbye. He has always been a gentle and polite friend. That's excellent. Can he still sense the basilisk? Anthony asked. Hagrid scratched his head. He is reluctant to discuss that topic with me, but I suppose not. However, he has shown no desire to leave for quite some time. I suspect the basilisk may have passed long ago. Anthony remained somewhat uneasy. I shall investigate the matter of the basilisk again later. Anything that dies should leave a body behind, should it not? After Hagrid and 2 roosters paraded around Hogwarts for a week and a half, Anthony meticulously wandered the school, attempting to sense any massive, magical remains, yet found nothing, unless that basilisk was absurdly small or located far from the corridors of Hogwarts. Anthony should have been able to discover traces of its demise. However, Hogwarts was too pristine to resemble a grave for such a creature. Aside from uncovering a vast burial ground for small animals beneath Hogwarts, likely remnants from potions class, including dead snakes, deceased mice, and toads. Perhaps even kitchen scraps like bones from cows and sheep, all he found was compost. Hagrid took another swig of his drink. This liquor is delightful. Where did you acquire it? Henry? The Muggle world. Anthony chuckled. Though they cannot produce beverages that require magic, I must say, Muggles excel at brewing such conventional drinks like ordinary brandy. Far better than the magical realm, and it is quite affordable. Anthony smiled. He had no intention of apprehending the students wandering at night today, nor had he ever done so, although he often roamed outside after curfew. Thankfully, as a professor rather than a student, he had encountered several students venturing out late, either on adventures or clandestine dates. As long as they did not dart down the corridor to the right on the 3rd floor or into the restricted section, he paid them no mind. He himself suffered from insomnia, acutely aware that sleeplessness is an inescapable state. Thus, Anthony allowed his thoughts to drift aimlessly. Under the influence of alcohol, he felt somewhat languid, as if submerged in a gentle reverie. The sky was once again clear, the stars above him twinkling with a distant, cold, diamond-like brilliance. Chapter 42. A Discourse on the Soul. Upon entering the library, Anthony was taken aback to find Mrs. Pants absent from the front desk. The early morning library was eerily quiet, with early arriving students hunched over towering piles of books, diligently scribbling with quills. He made his way directly to the restricted section. While the texts on Muggle studies resided in the public area, he had recently spent more time in the restricted section than in the public area, both for the sake of the basilisk and the assignment entrusted to him by Dumbledore. There was someone already standing by his most frequented bookshelf. Even without the telltale purple scarf, Anthony recognized the individual by the unmistakable scent. "Good morning, Professor Kettleburn," he greeted. Professor Kettleburn turned in surprise, snapping his book shut. Professor Anthony, good morning. What are you searching for?" he inquired, his voice lowered. Anthony sighed, somewhat exasperated. "I can't quite recall the title, something like The Mystery of the Soul or The Enigma of the Soul. It should be on the shelf." Kettleburn silently displayed the book in his hands. "It's the Soul S Mist." "Yes, that S the one," Anthony replied with a smile. "But I'm in no rush. If you're reading it, I'll peruse something else in the meantime." He scanned the shelf and withdrew a vividly illustrated tome, taking a seat in an adjacent empty chair. Upon opening it, a peculiar odor wafted from its pages, reminiscent of a creature that had lost 800 rounds of gobstones. He had previously abandoned this book due to its strange scent. Professor Kettleburn lingered at the bookshelf for a moment before hesitantly approaching him. "You can use the Muggle-repelling charm to dispel the odor." "What?" Anthony lifted the book to inspect it, drew his wand, and attempted the charm on the tome. Miraculously, the foul scent dissipated, leaving behind only the aroma of ink and, of course, the refreshing scent of garlic. He smiled gratefully at Kettleburn. "You've been a tremendous help. Professor Kettleburn, what is the principle behind this?" "It seems to require you to prove yourself as a wizard," Kettleburn replied nervously, "an ancient book, discussing whether magical creatures possess souls. That hardly seems a reason to confine it to the restricted section," Anthony remarked casually, flipping a page, only to stop in his tracks. The illustration depicted a griffin in agony, trembling on its knees, surrounded by the bodies of an eagle and a horse. However, he was quite certain that what had been depicted here previously was a tree, which elucidated why the representative plant of life magic was mistletoe. Professor Chilo laughed nervously, exclaiming, "Indeed, the true content has been concealed." He promptly seated himself directly across from Anthony, pushing the book Mist of the Soul towards him. "Do you not need it anymore?" Anthony inquired. "I have finished reading it. I have perused all the books here. This one is quite excellent, offering intriguing insights into the soul," Chilo remarked, appearing particularly loquacious that day. "What are you researching, Professor Anthony?" Anthony replied candidly, "I am contemplating resurrection." Unlike the wizards who had undergone orthodox magical education from a young age, Anthony's Muggle mind was always governed by a set of conservation laws. He had previously experienced a sudden inspiration, pondering whether by introducing a fragment of the soul, one might be able to extract the remaining essence. With this notion in mind, he vaguely recalled a book he had once read that elaborated on how death affected the soul, and resolved to investigate the restricted section. "Do you think this line of thought is feasible, Professor Chilo?" Anthony asked. Chilo hunched over, trembling slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "It is indeed fascinating, yet impractical." He explained to Anthony that the soul lacks a concept of quantity. It is merely a singular entity. A fragment of a soul cannot be equated with another, as they are inherently priceless. Furthermore, he dismissed the possibility of negotiating souls with death. According to him, death is an unreasonable monopolist, never relinquishing a soul from one hand simply because another had been gained. Quite the contrary, when a person causes another's demise, their own soul tears a rift alongside the deceased, sometimes shattering in the process. The nature of the soul is a captivating subject. He cautioned Anthony. It is perilous yet alluring, Professor. You're drawing too close. Resurrection is exceedingly difficult. You must exercise utmost caution. Anthony chuckled. Rest assured, it is merely a topic of interest, a theoretical study. I am simply observing, with no intentions of practical application. After all, I have already been resurrected once. I have no desire to experience death again. Professor Chilo regarded him for a moment, nodding slowly. Regardless, Professor, regardless. His complexion was pale as he rose to depart. Anthony noticed that his back was already damp with perspiration. Ah, Professor Chilo. Anthony heard Madame Pants at the front desk exclaim in surprise. I had no idea you were in there. Chilo stammered. Yes. I thought you were not present. Anthony could easily envision the flush of embarrassment on his face. His research on the soul was profound, as he swiftly pinpointed the naive misconceptions in Anthony's theoretical musings. Anthony felt that had Dumbledore assigned this topic to Professor Chilo, progress might have been swifter than if he were to pursue it himself. Anthony picked up Mist of the Soul, opened his notebook, and resolved to endeavor earnestly. Professor Chilo had already perused all the dark magic tomes in the restricted section, while he had barely made it through half of the Muggle Studies collection. Today, I shall delve into the study of resurrection, and tomorrow, I will meticulously organize the Muggle research materials within the library. Chapter 43. A day of serendipitous encounters with Weasley. Perhaps it was due to the previous day's extensive contemplation on the themes of soul and death, but once again, Anthony found himself ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. Just a moment before being roused by a fierce scratch from his cat, he was adrift upon that ominous, black river. Thank you, he mumbled, rubbing his eyes as he glanced down at the slowly healing wounds on his arms and chest. As he sat up, his cat unceremoniously leapt onto the pillow, provocatively settling down after pacing around. Ignoring its antics, Anthony proceeded to wash up. After all, this feline was not prone to shedding. Upon emerging from the washroom, he discovered the cat had already drifted into slumber upon his pillow. He observed it for a moment before gathering his belongings, preparing to consume breakfast and then meander through the library for the day. He needed the company of others today. After circling the bookshelves, he found the pile of tomes before him had reached a rather daunting height. Anthony opened his notebook, resolved to tackle these texts today, to take a break. He had chosen primarily books relating to Muggle studies. His reading speed on this subject had markedly improved, often allowing him to infer the core arguments merely from the title and author. He had purposely selected works by authors he was already familiar with. The morning light streamed through the library windows, gracing his desk. As the sun ascended, the pools of light gradually unfurled, cascading down the shadows of the book piles to the floor, illuminating the dust with a golden sheen. The library began to fill with patrons. Just as Anthony maneuvered himself into a corner seat, two younger students hurriedly plopped down opposite him. Anthony caught a fleeting glimpse of one of them amidst the stack of books. Ron Weasley, frequently mentioned by professors as a friend of Potter, possessed the same fiery red hair as his brothers. The student known as Seamus carelessly tossed his book onto the table, irritable as he rummaged through his belongings. Don't rush me. I haven't even written mine yet. Where's Harry? He hasn't written his either, Ron replied, but Wood said that as long as Harry attends practice, he'll grant him all his first-year potions essays. But isn't Wood's potion an F? It's an A, Ron replied gloomily. We asked Fred and George. Seamus fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, Here, I found it. Madame Pants cast a vigilant glance over, and Seamus and Ron quickly covered their mouths. Here, Seamus whispered. This section lists 12 uses. Let's copy them separately, or else Snape will definitely catch us. Ron nodded. You copy 1, 3, 5. I'll take 2, 4, 6. He lowered his head, returning to his reading. The book in his hand was discussing how Muggles mistreated children with magical abilities. The author firmly believed the international statute of wizarding secrecy should not be abolished, even suggesting that once a child displays magical talent, they should be taken to a completely secluded magical community. Anthony thoughtfully noted this perspective in his notebook. He had never considered the matter from such an angle. I'm fed up with Snape's essays. Ron complained. I want a break. After a moment's contemplation, Ron mused, probably just staying here, right along with Harry. Just wait. We'll leap from this bed to that one, like 2 Christmas ornaments on a move. Ron muttered, by the way, it seems Neville doesn't have to submit this essay. Seamus replied, he's injured, you know. But what has Slytherin done to make Neville so cheerful lately? If Slytherin's hourglass were to run dry, because of me, I would be equally elated, Ron lamented. That Anthony hasn't been cursed to death by Snape is astonishing. I believe he should be the one teaching defense against the dark arts. Ron measured the length of his paper. Still have to go. Seamus did the same. Me too. Had I known, I would have written in larger letters. Where are we supposed to find the principles for adding materials in the correct order? We need it by the afternoon, and time is running out. Come on, I'll copy yours, and you can copy mine, Ron boldly suggested. If we mix up the order, I doubt Snape would notice. Seamus nodded in agreement. Indeed, he can't possibly scrutinize every single paper, can he? Anthony, curious, leaned in for a better look. He witnessed Ron transcribing pufferfish spine as surrowfish spine, which Seamus then copied as lamenting fish spine. He decided against pointing out their errors. After a while, Ron noticed Anthony and nudged Seamus's elbow, indicating the professor was seated nearby. The two silently gathered their belongings and stealthily changed their seats. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Ron regained awareness, he realized he had missed lunch. Anthony contemplated and resolved to venture to the school kitchen for a snack. The house elves are already quite busy, and he didn't wish to burden them further. Cloaked in the disillusionment charm, he entered the kitchen, only to discover that he was not the sole one with afternoon dining intentions. The Weasley twins and their friend, presumably named Jordan, were jovially seated at the kitchen table, with 2 large plates of fries and pork chops before them. Bless the Hogwarts house elves. I'm so glad to have moved out of the washroom, one of the Weasley brothers exclaimed while slicing into his pork chop. Though this room has its merits, it lacks food. The basic transfiguration rules. How I loathe them. The other added. Come on, you can overturn that blasted rule, Jordan encouraged. Can we? Oh, we certainly can, replied the Weasley who squeezed lemon onto his pork chop. Every day, we can dream of overturning 7 rules. Anthony revealed himself. Good afternoon, ambitious gentleman. If you could kindly summon me a plate of those fries, I would be most grateful. Ketchup would be delightful. The 3 students in the kitchen stared at him. Anthony shook his head. Dining does not violate any school rules. Do not let me interrupt your merriment. Might one of you enlighten me on what room you are discussing? Chapter 44. The Kitchen and the Pitch. Once everyone had filled their bellies with fries and pork chops, Anthony had learned the whole story from the house elves. This included how the Weasley brothers had ingeniously utilized an abandoned washroom and how they had obtained the house elves' assistance in sneaking into the kitchen to discover a magical room. You were conducting experiments in a storage cupboard? Anthony frowned. That does not sound particularly safe. The little sprite proudly informed Anthony that while discussing a room known as the Room of Requirement, the Weasley brothers had despondently slumped over the table, feigning death. I shouldn't have come to this meal, Fred lamented. Don't mention it, Professor. We can offer you a discount. 80%, George chimed in. Anthony remained non-committal. Fred upped the ante, 60%. George followed suit, 50%. Fred widened his eyes at George. It can't go any lower. If it does, we'll incur a loss. George gritted his teeth. Do not stop me. Today, even if I operate a loss, I must ensure our dear Professor Anthony enjoys the most favorable price. Anthony chuckled, raising his hand. Rest assured, I'm not your dean. Student transactions are none of my concern. Just ensure your safety and that of your classmates. Refrain from selling dangerous contraband, and do not conduct experiments in the storage room. Understood? Of course not. The Weasley brothers assured. We merely sell chocolate frog cards. Besides, that room is perfectly safe. It is certainly not a storage area when we use it. They explained to Anthony that the wondrous room earned its name, the Room of Requirement, because it strives to fulfill the requests of explorers. It can transform into the most securely fortified laboratory one can imagine. I believe it to be the most magical place in the entire castle, Fred remarked. We first encountered it while hiding from Filch. It appeared out of nowhere. George added. At that time, it looked like a broom cupboard. Anthony inquired curiously, can the brooms inside be taken out? If someone else placed them inside, then yes, Fred contemplated. But if the room conjured them, then no. Anthony laughed. Sounds like you have tried. Lee Jordan interjected. Professor, you have no idea what they have attempted to bring out. As long as you dare to say it, I will fill your wardrobe with boggets, Fred threatened. His friend quickly capitulated, while Anthony grinned and asked, Where did you acquire the boggets, Mr. Weasley? When Anthony handed a whole bag of bogget eggs to Professor McGonagall, her eyebrows did not twitch. Weasley, is it? She inquired. How many points were deducted? Anthony shook his head. I didn't deduct any points. They assured me that all their subjects would pass this term. Well, except for history of magic and astronomy. Professor McGonagall opened the bag to take a look. I look forward to their divination grades. Is Lee Jordan with them? Indeed. I am very much looking forward to it, Professor McGonagall replied. Before long, the weekend arrived. The sun illuminated the entire Quidditch pitch, with the stands filled to capacity, and players making their final preparations in the locker room. As Anthony exited his office, he coincidentally encountered Professor Quirrell, who was also heading to watch the match. Are you interested in Quidditch, Professor Quirrell? Anthony casually inquired. It was difficult for him to envision Quirrell, pale and seemingly on the verge of fainting, riding a broomstick. Clutching his turban, Quirrell stammered, "Yes, I am interested. Which team do you support?" As Anthony descended the stairs alongside his companion, they engaged in casual conversation. Chilo, a graduate of Ravenclaw, expressed his curiosity regarding the team that Anthony supported. "Ah, I do too," Anthony replied cheerfully. "I have heard that Gryffindor boasts the strongest Quidditch team. However, I'm also familiar with Slytherin's style of play. I sincerely hope Gryffindor triumphs over them in a fair contest." "Indeed," Chilo responded. Upon reaching the stadium, Chilo parted ways with him. Anthony did not exert himself to locate Professor McGonagall, who had invited him. Rather, he sought an unoccupied seat to settle into. She had previously informed him that she would monitor the commentary of Jordan from the commentary box, to prevent him from uttering anything absurd. "Of course, I'm not suggesting his remarks lack merit," Professor McGonagall explained when Anthony inquired why she did not choose a different commentator, "but he can sometimes be overly subjective. Besides, the students enjoy his commentary." Anthony suspected she secretly appreciated him as well. "Over here, Henry." Hagrid waved to him from the highest row of the stands. His last remark was directed at those nearby. Anthony then noticed a group of first-year Gryffindors beside Hagrid, the red-haired Ron, along with Seamus, who was copying homework with him, Hermione, who was bundled up snugly, Neville, who grinned at him while clutching a toad, and a student he did not recognize, who was crammed in with them, holding a large, tattered bedsheet. Anthony took a closer look at the dirty bedsheet. He had overheard students discussing the necessity of holding a mattress beneath Harry Potter to prevent any unfortunate falls. Was someone truly prepared to implement such a notion? Harry is coming out." The student holding the bedsheet exclaimed, abruptly shaking it open, nearly striking Neville in the face. Ron quickly caught the other end, raising it high. Anthony stepped back slightly, discerning the enormous letters proclaiming Potter for the win emblazoned across it. A Gryffindor lion stared majestically from the banner, fluttering in the chilly breeze. "Did they make that themselves?" Anthony quietly inquired of Hagrid. "Of course, they're Harry's friends," Hagrid replied, watching the diminutive chaser in red robes as he approached the Quidditch pitch, raising his fist and cheering, "Go, Harry! Show those rascals what for." Anthony noticed the slender player glancing in their direction, flashing a broad smile at his friends. Chapter 45, Chaotic Quidditch with the sound of a whistle, the match commenced. Red and green jerseys zipped across the field, with several balls darting back and forth before Anthony's eyes. Hagrid's loud commentary beside him rendered it impossible to hear what Jordan was saying for the commentary box. "Did you see that ball? That's the bludger. Ah, Angelina. Good girl, fly. Fly quickly, Angelina," Hagrid bellowed. Oh, pass the ball. Did you see that, Henry? Pass it." Anthony subtly rubbed his ears and echoed, "Yes, pass it." "Harry is soaring so high," Hagrid exclaimed, raising a large telescope to gaze skyward. "Look how splendidly he flies." Anthony squinted up at the sky. Beneath the brilliant sunlight, he could only discern a diminutive figure floating silently in the sky, seemingly detached from the unfolding match. "Uncertain. I'm watching Harry." Hagrid clapped vigorously, exclaiming, "Good. Gryffindor." Anthony shrugged, applauding as he turned to Ron and inquired, "What just happened?" "Angelina scored," Ron shouted, his voice rising amidst Hagrid's excited calls. "She's a chaser and just threw the quaffle into Slytherin's goalpost." "Which way is Slytherin's goalpost?" Anthony asked, realizing that Ron was far clearer than Hagrid. Hagrid slapped Anthony's back with a resounding thud, urging, "Look, Harry's flip was spectacular. He seems to have melded with his broom. The golden snitch. Honyed, ah. Slytherin is faster than Harry." He anxiously clutched the railing, half his body leaning out. The entire Gryffindor section erupted with cheers. Hagrid's voice boomed like thunder, drowning Anthony's ears in his furious shouts. "Despicable. Shameless," Hagrid bellowed, his large hand crashing down on the front row's seat back, startling a Gryffindor who was stomping and chanting slogans. The child who initially held the bedsheet shouted indignantly, "Red card. Referee, send him off." Professor Anthony glanced at him, realizing the boy echoed his own thoughts. Madame Hooch, fuming, blew her whistle and spoke to both teams. Anthony was perplexed once again. "What is happening?" "I don't know." The Gryffindor who had shouted for the red card replied angrily, "It's certainly not the punishment they deserve." Ron, absent-minded, began explaining to him and Anthony what a free kick was. His gaze swept across the field, trying to assist Harry in locating the elusive golden snitch. "What is Harry doing?" Hagrid muttered, furrowing his brow in confusion as he closely tracked the broom that had drifted off the field with binoculars. Anthony followed his gaze. Harry was ascending higher and higher, perilously so. "Is this some advanced Quidditch maneuver?" Anthony queried, taking the binoculars from Hagrid. "No, that doesn't seem right." Harry was desperately twisting on his broom, his hands white-knuckled, gritting his teeth as he glared at his broom, striving to force it down. The broom stubbornly climbed higher, twisting and rolling, doing everything it could to unseat him. It was as if he were attempting to tame a wild horse midair. Now, everyone had noticed something was amiss. Spectators began to rise, pointing at Harry and murmuring amongst themselves. Lee Jordan's commentary was drowned out by the crowd's chatter. No one was paying attention to the match anymore. Chaos ensued on the field as the Slytherin team seized the opportunity to throw several quaffles in. "Stop the match!" Anthony shouted towards Madame Hooch, his voice booming. "Stop the match!" At the opposite end of the field, Madame Hooch seemed oblivious to his cries. She merely watched Harry anxiously, her wand drawn yet suspended in the air, hesitating to act. The captain hasn't signaled for a pause. "Goodness, Harry!" Hagrid gasped, now sounding like a true commentator. "What is Madame Hooch doing?" Anthony asked. "She is waiting for the right moment," Hermione anxiously exclaimed, her words tumbling forth as if recited from memory. "In the event of a severe foul or emergency on the field, the referee may intervene." "This must be an emergency," Ron shouted. Hermione, in a state of agitation, replied, "I know, but she needs to aim. Harry's broom is shaking too violently." "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear," Hagrid muttered. "We need the protective measures of the World Cup stadium." Harry's broom quaked violently, eliciting gasps from the stands. He was thrown off, now clinging desperately to the broomstick with one hand, swaying precariously in midair. Anthony scanned the surroundings and seized a blanket from Ron's hands, shouting, "Enlarge quickly." The massive blanket floated in the air, covering a portion of the stands. He called out to the sky, "Jump, Potter!" Neville squeezed his toad, which let out a croak. Unable to wait any longer, Anthony raised his wand and shouted, "Harry Potter, fly here." Time seemed to freeze as the player in the red jersey and his broom halted midair. Then, uncontrollably, Harry soared towards Anthony. Thankfully, he had ascended high enough to avoid the goalposts, gripping the broom tightly, even with the blanket serving as a makeshift safety net. Harry crashed into the stands like a cannonball. He plunged into the blanket, colliding forcefully with Anthony. The broom left a long trail in its wake, kicking up a small cloud of dust, as a good broom ought to do. Harry tumbled over, sat up, and struggled to emerge from the blanket. One leg of his glasses dangled from his ear, while the other was entangled in his unruly hair. The phrase "Potter for the win" was haphazardly wrapped around him. Shimmering in vibrant colors, with the Gryffindor lion beneath, it crumpled in a heap. His broom lay docile on the ground. "What are you doing, Henry?" Hagrid exclaimed. Harry, feeling both indignant and aggrieved, retorted, "I had it under control. Just a moment ago, I nearly flipped." Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the Slytherin side. They had seized the golden snitch amidst the chaos. Chapter 46. Infuriating. The field was in disarray. The Gryffindor players descended around Madame Hooch to voice their protests, while the Slytherin seeker arrogantly held the golden snitch aloft for the spectators. The Gryffindors surrounding Anthony hissed in disapproval. As any rational person would agree, the crowd felt the score should be rendered null and void. Gryffindor called for a rematch, with Lee Jordan stating Slytherin took advantage, despicably capturing the golden snitch. Professor McGonagall, however, had no time to correct his phrasing. She was striding through the crowd towards the agitated Gryffindors. Snape clapped with smug satisfaction, feigning regret as she passed. "Oh dear. Minerva, so close." Professor McGonagall, pursing her lips, approached Harry. "We could have won," Harry shouted indignantly. "I was so close. I saw that flash of gold when I was summoned." Hermione pulled him from the blanket. "Oh, don't think about the snitch now. Are you all right, Harry? Are you hurt?" Professor McGonagall inquired. "Is there anything amiss, Potter?" In the distance, Jordan continued his commentary. The match had not yet paused when the golden snitch was caught. The referee declared the score valid. How absurd. Let us extend our congratulations to Slytherin for their inexplicable victory. The boos reverberated throughout the stadium. The Gryffindor players clustered around Madame Hooch, animatedly gesticulating towards the sky, mimicking the tumbling broomstick. However, their arguments seemed only to bolster her resolve. If Potter had captured the snitch under those circumstances, I too would have awarded Gryffindor the victory. They did not violate any rules. Hagrid bellowed, "This is unjust. The rules of Quidditch ought to be revised." Wood, in frustration, struck the goalpost, and, while others continued to shout at Madame Hooch, he glided over to inspect his precious, but utterly ineffective seeker. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Dean encircled Harry. Harry repeatedly assured his friends that he was unhurt. Upon seeing Wood approach, he exclaimed, "Wood, I saw it. When I was summoned, the snitch was right beside me. It was so close I almost swallowed it." Wood grimly consoled him. Slytherin was fortunate today. His expression suggested he intended to ensure that Slytherin's luck would not hold once the professor departed. Anthony picked up Harry's broom for inspection. It appeared to be an ordinary broom, indistinguishable from the Nimbus 2000 in the display window. At his level, he could at least guarantee that it was free from any dark enchantments. Wood, are you going to reprimand the professor? McGonagall warned, glaring at him. You are the captain. Potter's broom has malfunctioned, yet you only concern yourself with the golden snitch. Under her stern gaze, which shrank back. The Nimbus has issues. We have spare brooms, he muttered. The Clean Sweep 7, the Comet 290, but this year there's only one match against Slytherin for our ranking. Harry seemed entirely unconcerned by his words, even more disheartened than Wood. Even as McGonagall prepared to dismantle the broom, she discovered nothing amiss. It appeared that Harry's broom had whimsically decided to perform a backflip with 2.5 twists mid-air. Slytherin's pride swelled. Potter, what's the matter? Can't stay steady on your broom? They taunted. If you can't fly well, blame the broom. If you can't eat, blame the dog. Such attention-seeking tactics were indeed rather novel. His reputation among students had shifted from the one who never deducts points to the one who deducts all points from Slytherin. Following Neville's fall into the lake, the Slytherin students responsible had evidently angered Snape during detention, resulting in an unprecedented deduction of points from Slytherin. Having points taken away by the headmaster seemed an immense punishment. For a time, even members of their own house avoided speaking to them. They naturally attributed this grievance to Anthony, causing his reputation in Slytherin to grow to the point where he hardly resembled a newly appointed Muggle studies professor. The match concluded, and the spectators in the stands dispersed in discontent. Ron and Hermione consoled Harry, while Professor McGonagall resolved to speak with Madame Hooch. She was quite certain that a previous match had been rendered void due to unforeseen circumstances, and she decided to formally request a rematch. Each game in the Quidditch season held significant weight. She remarked to Anthony, I do not wish to see Gryffindor standing so low. Alas! Hagrid stuffed the telescope into his pocket, expressing his frustration. You shouldn't have interrupted the match. Harry was flying splendidly. Anthony shook his head. But I thought Potter would fall. But the match, Hagrid insisted. Anthony, astonished, questioned, is the match more important than Potter's life? He believed Hagrid and Potter were friends. You'll be fine, Hagrid asserted firmly. Hogwarts hasn't seen a fatality from Quidditch in many years. I mean, someone might break an arm or something. His voice trailed off. Or break a neck, Anthony added, just from an unfortunate angle. They conversed as they descended from the stands. In the distance, it appeared that Professor McGonagall had persuaded Madame Hooch. Now, it was Snape's turn to scowl and gesture about something. Professor Quirrell, Hagrid called in his gruff manner. Isn't it infuriating? Quirrell, pale and dejected, sat at the very bottom of the stands, wrapped in his wizarding robes, staring vacantly. He jolted at Hagrid-esque greeting, yes. Chapter 47, Some Misunderstandings. Once the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin concluded, December arrived. The weather grew increasingly frigid, with leaden clouds densely shrouding Hogwarts. And the sun diminished day by day, akin to the gems in each house's hourglass. The gloomy weather affected the students' tempers, leading professors to occasionally encounter students brawling before their eyes. However, when points were deducted, everyone claimed they were merely engaged in wizard dueling. Within the entire Hogwarts, only Anthony and Professor Quirrell's office resided on the second floor. Professor McGonagall requested that they patrol the second floor during their free time. Bored after catching 2 Gryffindors defacing the walls, Anthony ventured out less frequently. The lingering intimidation he imposed on Slytherin students remained effective. He rarely encountered any rule-breaking Slytherins. Upon seeing him appear in the corridor, that group, regardless of whether they had violated school rules, hastily gathered their things and departed from his sight. Reliable sources indicated that in a bid to preserve their remaining emerald points, Slytherin had recently become remarkably subdued, with deductions even fewer than Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff, the largest house, primarily lost points due to forgotten essays due the next day, with both truths and falsehoods circulating. Perhaps the Slytherins had managed to suppress the incident, for nearly no one at the school understood how Anthony had deducted so many points in one fell swoop. What bewildered Slytherin the most was their belief that Snape had certainly protested, yet this substantial deduction had not been rescinded. Professor Sprout informed him that the prevailing sentiment within Slytherin was that Anthony, ruthless and calculating, had deducted all the points to curry favor with the Gryffindor-born headmaster and deputy headmaster. Moreover, it is evident that Anthony's background is formidable to a terrifying extent. So much so that those in the know approached the subject with the utmost discretion. Following the moment when Anthony rescued Harry Potter on the court, the number of advocates for this perspective has only grown. Just look at his current popularity within the school. After Slytherin watched those 2 Gryffindors cheerfully allow Anthony to deduct points, they warily remarked that he truly deducts Gryffindor's points. Capturing Slytherin would only result in harsher penalties. The towering Slytherin upperclassmen glared menacingly at Anthony, cautiously ascending the steps. His athletic prowess was on full display at that moment, as the creaking old wooden ladder emitted not a single sound, leaving Anthony quite astonished. "There's no need to be so tense," Anthony chuckled. "I'm not your headmaster. I want to deduct points for your left foot stepping on the stairs." The tall and imposing Slytherin expressed concern, asking, "Which foot is the left one?" Upon seeing Anthony's expression, he quickly added, "Professor." Professor Quirrell stammered. "I don't know what you're talking about," says Snape. Quirrell insisted. "I don't know what you're talking about." Snape, with his usual smoothness, retorted, "Do not feign ignorance, Quirrell. You are an intelligent man. No more stuttering, Do not attempt to disguise it. I have seen through your ruse. I could have refrained from reminding you, but I am quite weary of your pitiful demeanor." Listening to this exchange, Anthony found it somewhat familiar. He had a nagging feeling that Snape had previously employed this same line of reasoning in the staff lounge. If any student dared submit 2 papers with such strikingly similar arguments, Anthony would seriously contemplate the possibility of plagiarism. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Snape. Living with such paranoia must be quite unbearable. After Snape departed, Quirrell remained cowering against the wall, seemingly still ensnared in panic. Anthony approached him to offer comfort. "I heard that." Quirrell trembled and looked at him in terror. Anthony hastily reassured him. "It's all right. He had said something quite similar to me beforehand." Gaining Snape's favor may very well be the most challenging yet utterly futile endeavor within the entire castle. Professor Quirrell quietly inquired, "Quite similar?" Anthony gently patted his sweat-drenched back. Were it not for his knowledge of Quirrell's expertise in the defense against the dark arts, he might have, like many others, overlooked Quirrell's scholarly acumen, focusing solely on the garlic-scented turban adorning his head. "Yes, one could almost say it is identical," Anthony replied. "So, do not worry, I am on your side." Professor Quirrell nodded. "I believe you, Professor Anthony." He then inquired, "How is your research on resurrection progressing?" Anthony cast a surprised glance at him. After Snape's intimidation, Quirrell had remarkably stuttered less. "The resurrection, you say? It is going rather well," Anthony responded. "I encountered some issues concerning the essence of the soul, so I have temporarily set it aside. Aside from that, there are no significant problems. Oh, by the way, thank you for lending me that book last time. It was immensely helpful and truly enlightening." Quirrell affirmed, "Indeed, it is an excellent book. Besides that, there's another book on souls that ought to be in the restricted section, but it is currently missing. That one is also quite remarkable." "Oh, I should know which book you're referring to," Anthony remarked. "Though it is an old tome, its perspective seems remarkably fresh. However, I have yet to locate it since my employment commenced." He tapped his head, attempting to recall the title of the magical theory book that both he and Madame Pants had been unable to find before the start of the term. Chiaro refrained from mentioning the book's name. "It is indeed very innovative," he asserted, "truly cutting edge." Chapter 48, The Quidditch Match Rematch. This weekend is of great significance for the Quidditch enthusiasts of Hogwarts, regardless of their house. In addition to the originally scheduled match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, a rematch between Gryffindor and Slytherin is also set for this Saturday. Dumbledore, who had been exceedingly busy and had not seen anyone for 5 days, nonetheless attended the match at Professor McGonagall's insistence. "Sometimes one must accept failure," he sighed. "At times, a mere slight deviation can yield completely unforeseen consequences. Fate, Minerva, invariably steers towards directions one cannot anticipate." Professor McGonagall firmly replied, "Not in this manner. Not due to a suddenly deranged broomstick. Should you choose not to attend, should you oppose the rematch, I shall have Wood speak with you. You ought to witness Wood's fervent outburst directed at Severus and Madame Hooch. In my years of teaching, I have never seen a student so reminiscent of a fire drake." Dumbledore chuckled indulgently. "Very well, I shall attend, Minerva. Even at my advanced age, I wish to preserve my hearing for a while longer." On that day, Dumbledore made a grand appearance, seated at the very center of the stands, adorned in a splendid purple wizarding robe, nearly as grand as the one he wore at the start of term feast. "It has been quite some time since I've witnessed a Quidditch match live," he joyfully remarked. However, his hat was excessively large and tall, completely obstructing Professor Flitwick, who was seated behind him, necessitating a spell to bend the tip of the hat down and soften its brim, which made his attire resemble more of a dressing gown. The match was narrated by Lee Jordan under Professor McGonagall's supervision. Hufflepuff played a remarkably clean game against Ravenclaw, and Anthony finally witnessed what a foul-free match looked like, though the audience appeared somewhat distracted. Gryffindor and Slytherin taunted each other across the pitch, daubing various slogans on sheets with paint. The air was filled with an array of Slytherin trash talk. "Gryffindor, weep away. Potter, you shall be left searching for the snitch." This nearly drowned out the few supportive chants from Ravenclaw. "Eagles soar." And Hufflepuff, we rise to the challenge. Gryffindor held a slight edge in the sheet slogan war, as their paint tubes allowed them to inscribe insults without having to ponder how to retaliate. Anthony had heard that the Weasley twins had played a minor role in this endeavor, merely providing product samples to customers without employing any prohibited magic. While distributing paint to Gryffindor free of charge, they warned, "Oh, be careful. Not yet fully calibrated." Yes, just like that. Some of the paint tubes might burst. Filch had been utterly exhausted this week. Shortly after the match commenced, Ravenclaw's Seeker caught the snitch right in front of the headmaster. "Your purple robe made the golden snitch remarkably conspicuous," she exclaimed with exuberance, suggesting that everyone don purple attire while watching the match. The frustrated Hufflepuff players were amused by her antics. Amidst the congratulatory shouts for Jordan's victory over Ravenclaw, both teams exited the field. The blue and yellow uniforms intertwined, reflecting upon the day's contest. Once they departed, personnel swiftly arrived to tidy the arena. The Gryffindor and Slytherin teams conducted their final checks in their respective locker rooms. Even before taking the field, the spectators in the stands began to hurl insults at one another. Hermione frowned as she observed Ron squeezing an entire tube of automatic insult paint onto their enormous bedsheet, yet she remained silent. "Slytherin can go to hell." The paint hastily scrawled. Hermione's brow furrowed tightly. It was a misspelling, she noted. During the pre-match handshake, tensions ran higher than in any previous encounter. Everyone's hands turned white from the grip, yet none were willing to release. "I hope this match proceeds without further incidents," Madame Hooch declared sternly, instructing the team captains to signal her for a pause at the first sign of trouble. The silver whistle blew, and the teams ascended into the air. Lee Jordan reported, "Here we have yet another match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Last week, we witnessed Angelina seize the quaffle first. Indeed, we have already seen Slytherin defend the Weasley brothers as Angelina executed a feint. Splendid." Fueled by anger, Angelina slammed the quaffle into the Slytherin goalpost. The quaffle darted like a fleeting shadow, leaving the Slytherin keeper utterly unprepared. The stands erupted in boos. "Did you see that, Henry?" Hagrid boomed, applauding. "As long as Slytherin behaves, we are sure to win." Ron grimaced. "It's hard to believe they won't cause trouble." He was right. "Is that the snitch?" he queried, pointing. Dumbledore's purple hat, indeed, rendered the little golden object more noticeable. Harry noticed it too. He crouched low and immediately dashed across the field. The Slytherin Seeker was closer, yet he remained oblivious. It wasn't until he noticed Harry speeding towards him, prompted by the crowd's uproar, that he realized what was unfolding. He swiftly mounted his broom, attempting to intercept Harry, regardless of the snitch's location, as long as Harry could not pass. Yet Harry expertly rolled on his broom, evading the obstruction. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the diminutive golden snitch. Thud! When Harry collided with the snitch, a muffled sound echoed across the pitch. Had the spectators not been too tense to utter a sound, Anthony might not have even heard it. Amidst the cheers, Dumbledore rose immediately, gazing intently at the center of the field. Following his gaze, Anthony looked on in disbelief. "Good heavens," he murmured in shock. The Slytherin captain lay limply on the ground, his broom several feet away. Madame Hooch rushed over. "Rib fracture," she announced. "Quick, summon Madame Pomfrey. I shall take him to the hospital wing." The captain of Slytherin, Marcus Flint, bore a pallid visage adorned with a triumphant smile. "My broom is out of control," he coughed, stating that the unexpected incident rendered the results void. Chapter 49, The Meeting. Immediately, Madame Hooch escorted Marcus Flint to the hospital wing. The Quidditch pitch, devoid of referees, descended into chaos, a familiar turmoil. The falling paint diligently fulfilled its duty upon the field, and for a fleeting moment, the ground between Gryffindor and Slytherin was a riot of colors, replete with derogatory remarks aimed at Slytherin. The Slytherin supporters, amidst the furious outcries from Gryffindor, reveled as if they had claimed the Quidditch Cup. Now, it remained to be seen just how biased Dumbledore truly was, they murmured. Harry, clutching the golden snitch, descended slowly onto the grass, his face ashen, as if he were the one who had fallen. "Harry!" The Weasley brothers rushed to his side. "Are you all right?" Harry glanced towards the direction where Madame Hooch had taken the stretcher. "Will he be all right?" "He fell," Harry Potter exclaimed. "I never truly wished for him to be harmed. Not even Dudley. It's not like you pushed him." Angelina retorted impatiently. "He'll just need a rest for a few days. Focus on the match results, Harry." Percy stood up, feigning authority. "Did you all hear what the headmaster said? Quiet down. All lower your Gryffindors. Follow me." "Shut up, Percy, or I'll shove pain in your mouth," Ron angrily replied. Professor Burbage squeezed through the crowd and beckoned to Anthony. Leaning in, she whispered, "Minerva asked me to inform you that there will be a meeting in the headmaster's office in an hour." I was somewhat taken aback. Dumbledore, calm and candid, surveyed the individuals in his office, acknowledging that the events had unfolded in ways that exceeded many expectations. Present were the faculty members relevant to the match: referee Madam Hooch, Gryffindor head Professor McGonagall, Slytherin head Professor Snape, and Anthony, who had disrupted the match on his very first viewing. Marcus Flint now lay in the hospital wing, enjoying a treatment befitting a hero. Several affluent Slytherin students visited him, extending olive branches for employment post-graduation. At least 4 families had issued invitations. Madam Hooch remarked that the strategies on the field should have been devised within Slytherin, yet only this giant, wholly devoted to the Quidditch outcome, truly leaped into action. Are both match results valid, Madam Hooch? Dumbledore inquired. Madam Hooch frowned. Normally, they would not be headmaster. According to the rules, unforeseen circumstances render both matches void. I concur. Snape stated, if the first result is valid, I would still wonder why today's match occurred. What does it mean that everyone is aware? Snape said smoothly. Care to elucidate for someone like me, dwelling in a remote dungeon? Have you found evidence proving that Potter's broom was controlled by a curse? Professor McGonagall gritted her teeth and stated, we have yet to uncover any evidence or identify the perpetrator. Anthony interjected, I'm sorry, but I can no longer listen. Even I can see that without a competition result, no one will relent. If both matches are deemed null and void, will there be a need for a rematch? Until one side can no longer perform the act of high-altitude throwing? Mrs. Hooch suddenly exclaimed, Slytherin has more substitutes. Anthony cast a surprised glance at Snape. Judging by his inscrutable expression, he might indeed be alluding to that. Professor McGonagall responded in astonishment, but they are your students. Snape nodded yes, and they're also your students. If you had ever observed the dungeons, I might add, you would realize that after the hourglass runs out, they have been driven mad for a mere fraction of house points. Their collective sense of honor has nearly reached its zenith. I assumed this was what you wished to see, Dumbledore. Anthony interrupted. Those are Hogwarts students. If you do not care about their safety, at least I do. Dumbledore gazed at Anthony and calmly replied, I'm quite touched, Henry. Whether it be the basilisk or Quidditch, you exhibit an extraordinary concern for safety. He did not mention nearly headless Nick. This remark, rather fortuitously, struck a nerve with Anthony. It was not a statement befitting a headmaster. I am quite curious, headmaster. Anthony said in a composed tone. When Moaning Myrtle was a student, you must have been teaching at the school. What was that like? Pardon? What does it feel like to suddenly discover that one of your students has become a ghost? Anthony inquired. To have a deceased student eternally wandering the second-floor corridor and lavatory, reminding you that a young life met an untimely end here. What is that like? I cannot endure the thought of those who ought to be alive perishing before my eyes, Anthony declared. Wizards may possess superior medical capabilities compared to muggles. Yet wizards, too, can succumb to death. A surge of frantic magic coursed through him. During my tenure, I shall not allow what happened to Myrtle to occur. Headmaster, you know precisely what I mean. I am fully aware, Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes brimming with sorrow. I am acutely aware of what you mean. Chapter 50. One is always bound to encounter little surprises. Anthony's cat lounged on the cat tree gifted by Professor McGonagall, lazily batting at a small toy dangling before it. The mouse-shaped trinket collided with the main structure of the cat tree, emitting a squeaky sound. It glanced up at the other occupant of the room. Anthony sat behind the desk, grading the student's test from the previous day. After 2 consecutive classes achieved full marks, he had finally introduced short answer questions, necessitating more time for grading. Following the Quidditch match, Madam Hooch announced that the scores from both matches would be combined, resulting in a tie between Gryffindor and Slytherin. No one was particularly satisfied with this outcome. Gryffindor felt that Slytherin had played unfairly, while Slytherin claimed favoritism towards Gryffindor, arguing that if the scores from both matches were summed, Slytherin would have scored higher. However, Professor McGonagall and Snape firmly endorsed Madam Hooch's verdict, thus concluding the most convoluted outcome of the season. Gryffindor carried this dissatisfaction into the examination, with no fewer than 5 students elaborating extensively on a question regarding the Muggle sports triathlon, significantly increasing Anthony's workload. He remarked on that day how it was perplexing that some individuals not only failed to submit their papers early, but even requested additional sheets. The cat's ears suddenly twitched. Someone was knocking at the door. Come in, Anthony called loudly, waving his wand to open the office door. To his surprise, it was not one of his students, but Professor Burbage. I knew you would be in your office, Professor Burbage said. Phileas has received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the British Society of Charms, and we are planning to celebrate at the 3 Broomsticks. Would you care to join us? Of course, Anthony said, setting the examination aside. No one could refuse butterbeer. Since March, I was informed that I was in the selection process. You know, Rosmerta, sherry soda with ice, and an umbrella, Madame Rosmerta placed the glass in front of Professor Flitwick, deftly serving everyone their chosen drinks. "Yes, thank you," Professor Flitwick exclaimed joyfully, continuing to recount the story of his award. But the selection process had only concluded last month. An owl delivered the invitation to me yesterday, inviting me to the awards ceremony next February. "This process is quite lengthy," Professor Sprout remarked. "I recall the Herbology Society took about 3 months to announce their results." "How long does the Potion Society typically require?" Severus? Snape sat sullenly in the warm corner of the tavern, dispatched there by Dumbledore. Ironically, when Professor Flitwick invited Snape, he happened to be conversing with Dumbledore. "About 4 months," he replied curtly. He had not been selected. Professor McGonagall reminded Professor Flitwick, "Do remember to secure a good seat." At least when I attended the award ceremony, the wind was particularly strong, and from my position, I could hardly hear anything but the wind. It took the announcer calling my name 3 times before I realized I was to go up for my award. Anthony curiously asked Professor Burbage, "Does the Muggle Study Society also confer a Lifetime Achievement Award?" "Oh," Professor Burbage shrugged. "Their selection process is lengthy due to the multitude of competitors. After so many years in Muggle studies, everyone can boast a few rather daunting titles." Anthony gazed at her in silence. Before him sat the president of the British Muggle Study Society, recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award from the European Muggle Study Society, chair of the International Muggle Studies Committee, former head and examiner of the Muggle Studies Examination Board, and current Muggle Studies professor at Hogwarts, Charity Burbage. "It's snowing. I must go and see the greenhouse," Professor Sprout stated. Professor McGonagall nodded in understanding. "See you in the castle, Pomona." "Henry, if you wish, you may accompany me," Professor Sprout invited. "I recall you have yet to tour the greenhouse, have you not?" Out of reverence for a discipline of which he knew nothing, Anthony indeed had never ventured into the greenhouse, lest he encounter a sphinx plant that might specifically target those lacking in herbal knowledge. After all, this is the magical world. He pondered for a moment. Today, there were no particularly pressing engagements. How splendid. Professor Sprout guided Anthony through the lower year greenhouse, instructing him almost as if she were teaching a first-year student. "The shoe covers are over there. No, fasten them from the back. Otherwise, dirt will spill in as you walk. Make sure your gloves are on and your goggles are secured, though they may not be necessary today. It is always prudent to wear them." Despite the leaden clouds and biting winds outside the greenhouse, within Hogwarts Herbology Sanctuary, a vibrant greenery thrived. Snowflakes fell upon the transparent glass dome of the greenhouse, gradually melting into droplets that slid down its surface, warmed by the interior's gentle heat. Tall and short herbs flourished in the various corners of the greenhouse, swaying slightly with the cold breeze that accompanied them as they entered. "What is that over there?" Anthony inquired, pointing towards a corner of the greenhouse. Unlike the other orderly sections, that particular patch appeared to be a haphazard mix of plantings, with various herbs jumbled together. Strangely, while the other plants within the greenhouse flourished, that crowded area exhibited a disarray of life. Some herbs thrived exuberantly, while others had withered and turned a desolate yellow. "Oh, that's just a space for students to experiment," Professor Sprout said briskly. "Let me see, this is a first-year project. Over here we have Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Slytherin." The Hufflepuff section was notably peppered with an array of flowers and leaves, as students had filled the small plot with various herbs, allowing them to flourish together. Climbing up the iron framework towards the walls of the greenhouse and encroaching upon the spaces originally designated for other houses, they all chose the hardiest plants. Professor Sprout humbly remarked in response to Anthony's praise, "If there is anything to take pride in, it is that our students rarely possess grand expectations without the requisite skills. Sometimes, they are even unaware of their own capabilities." Anthony felt compelled to respond, "Pomona, that diggory from your 3rd year should be able to achieve an O in the Muggle Studies OWL." He confided in me that he often felt uncertain about certain topics during lessons, so he sought out some reference books afterward, ultimately surpassing the course material. Professor Sprout was delighted, but cautioned Anthony not to share this with Diggory. "Generally, we refrain from disclosing our predictions about students' results before they see the outcomes," she explained. "For instance, look at this one. It was planted by Gryffindor's Longbottom. I would wager that he, too, will achieve an O in herbology this year, but I certainly won't tell him in advance." Anthony chuckled. "All right, let us leave them with a surprise." Chapter 51. As Christmas approaches, snow continued to fall. Each time Anthony gazed out the window, he beheld the snowflakes swirling gracefully to the ground. A thick layer of white snow blankets the ground, and the surrounding fir trees bow low under the weight, shedding snow that crashes into the earth, creating small indentations in the pristine snow. The black lake, frozen solid, is obscured by a thick mantle of snow, rendering it indistinguishable from the surrounding lawn. The fireplaces throughout the castle blaze fiercely, casting flickering shadows upon the walls. Yet, an icy draft seeps through every crevice, and the chill in the corridors dissuades the students from lingering. Since the inside of the castle is just as frigid as the outside, many choose to venture out for snowball fights. Their ears and noses turn a vibrant shade of red, and puffs of vapor escape their mouths. So engrossed are they in their play that they lose track of time. Observing their distracted demeanor, Anthony decides to organize a midterm test. "I assure you, the difficulty will closely mirror that of your final exam," he announces. "And as always, do not discuss answers with other classes." As he distributes parchment, he reminds them that, like other assessments, this one will not factor into their final grades. But rewards await those who excel. He has previously shared the test questions with Professor Boobedge, who has assured him that the scope and difficulty are appropriate. Is it a Christmas tree adorned with Muggle gifts? One student speculates. "I hope it's a record of Muggle Christmas carols." Santa Claus. "I hear Muggles have great faith in him." An Eskimo hut. "Are we to have class in an igloo, Professor?" The students, tantalized by the prospect of rewards, do their utmost on the test. Since beginning his teaching, aided by a touch of Duke Honey's goodwill, Anthony has cultivated a commendable reputation among the students. He has yet to go back on any promise of rewards. Past surprises have often been meticulously prepared, even when reluctant to divulge details in advance. He has a knack for producing delightful trinkets from unexpected places once they have completed their tasks. This is the first instance where Anthony has not revealed the specifics of the reward, and to this moment, the students remain in the dark about what it might be. "I truly cannot say." Anthony concedes, raising his hands in surrender. "It is still uncertain. I must write several reports before I can disclose the results. However, judging by your performance in class, I believe you will all be quite pleased." Cedric suddenly inquires, "Professor, are you going to award us 200 points?" "That would certainly require a report." Anthony responds, astonished. "Absolutely not." He glares at the whimsical student. "Slytherin has little to spare. If I were to grant 200 points to the other 3 houses, what would become of Slytherin?" The Slytherins would surely resent Professor Anthony for such a decision. One student nods, acknowledging that they have indeed impressed him with their diligence. Although being labeled as diligent might be unintentionally insulting to the proud Slytherin students, Anthony must concede that the observation holds merit. At least within the context of Hufflepuff, this student has shown respect towards those from Slytherin. Cedric chuckles. "I'm not merely guessing." His fellow students wave at him, chiming, "Merry Christmas, Professor Anthony." A student exclaimed, "If the reward isn't approved, remember to give us our Christmas gifts." "Understood, understood, Merry Christmas." With a sigh, he continued, "Hey, slow down," but before he could finish, a student slipped on a patch of ice disguised as cobblestones, seemingly caught in a moment of mischief. The student, bundled up tightly, appeared unscathed, and after being helped up by classmates, resumed their frenetic dash down the corridor. Anthony watched them hasten away, pulling out his keys to unlock the door when suddenly, the office door creaked open behind him. Professor Quirrell stood at the threshold, leaning against the doorframe, gazing at him, perhaps having listened for some time from behind the door. "The students hold you in high regard," Quirrell remarked. Anthony glanced at him twice. Regardless of the teaching prowess, the knowing smile of Professor Burbage spoke volumes. Quirrell, once a professor of Muggle studies, couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia seeing the newly appointed Anthony gain such popularity among the students. Anthony couldn't overlook the fact that the students were less fond of the new professor of defense against the dark arts. His stuttering and somewhat neurotic teaching style, along with his bizarre purple scarf and the lingering aroma of garlic, hindered the students from recognizing his true talents. To Anthony's astonishment, even some professors seemed unaware of Quirrell's capabilities. He had encountered several such individuals during his undergraduate years. They appeared eccentric yet were exceptionally intelligent, achieving remarkable results, but often fell short in presenting their work, resulting in merely satisfactory grades. "I consider myself fortunate," Anthony reassured, "as an elective course professor. Students choose my classes out of interest. With Professor Burbage's assistance, I only have to manage 2 grades, thus my teaching load is lighter." Quirrell shook his head, responding, "You are quite impressive. Both professors and students place their trust in you." Perhaps Quirrell merely intended to convey goodwill, or perhaps he had indulged in a drink. Who could tell? Beneath the scent of garlic, Anthony doubted he could discern how much alcohol Quirrell had consumed. Chapter 52, Christmas. Anthony spent an afternoon tallying the test results, meticulously filling them into a report he had prepared in advance. He had faith that the students would deliver commendable answers, and they did not disappoint him. With a sudden splatter, his outstretched arm inadvertently doused his face in ink. Peeves the poltergeist screeched and vanished. Anthony glanced apologetically in his direction, realizing it was a whimsical impulse. It seemed Peeves indeed leaned closer to being a mischievous spirit. Taking a deep breath, Anthony reluctantly knocked on Professor McGonagall's office door. Hoping she would forgive his intrusion, he had no desire to discuss work with her on Christmas Eve. "Ah, Henry," Professor McGonagall said as she opened the door, looking quite fatigued. "Is there something you need?" "I am here to request approval for an event and teaching funds, Minerva," Anthony replied, handing her a thick stack of documents. "I wish to take the students on a day trip to the Muggle world by the end of this academic year." Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow in disapproval. "A day trip?" she echoed, flipping through the report, her brow slightly relaxed. "You seem to have prepared thoroughly. How many students are you planning to take, and where exactly?" Anthony shook his head. "That has yet to be determined. I am preparing to present several alternative options, allowing students to enroll independently. The previous endeavor, where students chose the Muggle cooking workshop, was a resounding success. Anthony believes that granting students a degree of autonomy can be quite beneficial. Given that his teaching objective is to enhance wizards' understanding of Muggles, the students' interest is of paramount importance." Professor McGonagall leafed through his proposal: a zoo, a botanical garden, a chocolate factory, and a pet rescue center. She explained that many students do not have pets. Midgen had expressed a desire for a cat, while Toller yearned for a dog. Professor McGonagall almost immediately interjected, stating that Hogwarts does not permit dogs among the pets allowed. The Weasley brothers were keen on owls, but I'm aware that pet rescue centers typically do not have owls. "Nonetheless," Anthony remarked, "I hope to convey to the students that in this world, Muggles constitute the vast majority, possessing numerous resources, including a variety of pets. When challenges cannot be addressed within the magical realm, considering the Muggle world is indeed a commendable option." Professor McGonagall hastily flipped through a few more pages of the proposal and nodded. "Tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, I will inform you of the outcome. I shall provide you with a response by tomorrow," she added. "Don't forget about the Christmas feast." Upon waking, he discovered a modest pile of gifts awaiting him at the foot of his bed. A Transfiguration notebook from Professor McGonagall, who was aware of his struggles in that area, contained a standard Christmas card. Professor Flitwick had presented him with a Honeyduke's gift card, while Professor Sprout's offering was a small jar of herbal tea. Professor Burbage simply sent a Christmas card, indicating that her gift was still on its way and urging him to be patient for a few more days. Among the treasures was an exceedingly rare book on dark arts, one that the library did not even possess. This valuable gift from Professor Quirrell prompted Anthony to decide to visit Diagon Alley immediately, as he needed to procure a suitable return gift. Dumbledore gifted him 2 pairs of socks, remarkably warm. "Merry Christmas," the card inscribed in a whimsical, looping script read. What surprised him most was Neville's gift. Neville had sent a remarkably lightweight package, which, upon unwrapping, revealed a set of deep blue wizarding robes. They felt as light as clouds and as smooth as water, seemingly woven from a single piece of fabric with no discernible seams. The envelope containing the Christmas card was elegantly sealed with wax and incense, and the card itself bore a long, neatly inscribed message of blessings and gratitude in burgundy ink. Anthony placed the robes in his wardrobe, struggling to devise an appropriate response. He surmised that this was likely the handiwork of the esteemed Mrs. Longbottom. Almost everyone spent the morning unwrapping gifts and preparing return gifts of equal value. The entire castle was infused with a jubilant atmosphere. Golden ribbons cascaded from the ceiling to the floor, while winter holly and mistletoe adorned every corner. Owls fluttered back and forth in a flurry. The students who remained at school emerged, with the Weasley brothers clad in what were clearly hand-knit sweaters, singing a cheerful tune about dental care while distributing boxes of creamy fudge to all. Their classmates cautioned everyone not to be deceived, yet a curious first-year Ravenclaw, purely out of intrigue, took a piece and popped into their mouth. Nothing transpired. "When you fear I might be playing a prank," Fred said gravely. "You shall miss out on the sweets," George added. Even with the school nearly vacant, the house elves of Hogwarts exerted all their efforts to prepare an extraordinarily sumptuous lunch and dinner. The long table was laden with turkeys and Christmas puddings, while platters overflowed with mountains of roasted meats and potatoes. Golden trays held beverages, while silver ones displayed desserts. Anthony recalled his grandmother's adage, "A grand feast is one devoid of leafy greens," just as he took his seat at the staff table. Professor Burbage handed him a wizarding cracker. Anthony pulled it forcefully, and amidst a cloud of smoke, he retrieved a purple satin top hat adorned with silver stars and moon patterns. "Just like a magician's hat," he remarked, reaching inside in an attempt to pull out a rabbit. Professor Burbage chuckled as she placed the hat atop his head. "It suits you perfectly." Her smile conveyed to Anthony that she was being disingenuous. But what did it matter? Dumbledore donned a lady's hat embellished with flowers. Professor Flitwick sported a fox fur specimen on his shoulder, and even Filch had draped a red and green Christmas sweater over the gaunt form of Mrs. Norris, making her appear quite comical. Mrs. Norris glared at the students who were pointing and whispering about her. "Merry Christmas, Henry," Professor McGonagall said, wearing a large black top hat. "Your activity funds are reimbursable. Also, I truly appreciate the planner you gifted me. It is exceedingly practical." Anthony had meticulously selected the layout, paper quality, thickness, and size of the planner during his undergraduate years, and later purchased several more while cramming at the Leaky Cauldron, gifting one to the busy deputy headmistress of Hogwarts for Christmas. "Splendid, and thank you for your notes. I happen to be at a standstill," Anthony replied, directing his carving knife to slice himself some roast turkey. "Though, I seem to be perpetually at a standstill." Professor Flitwick jested. "Your transfiguration may be a narrow-mouthed bottle, Professor Anthony. However, your spells must surely be ajar." Dumbledore inquired mischievously. "Then what am I, Filius?" "You are a pot," Professor Flitwick responded. Dumbledore cheerfully accepted the compliment. Chapter 53. Anthony Goes Home. The holiday had lifted everyone's spirits. Hagrid's face, hidden beneath his bushy beard, was flushed with drink as he insisted on playing cards with Professor Flitwick. After winning a few hands, Flitwick began to deliberately let Hagrid win, a fact even Anthony could discern. Hagrid, in a drunken haze, merrily proclaimed his good fortune for the day. Professors McGonagall, Dumbledore, Quirrell, and Snape also joined in a game of exploding snap, courtesy of items confiscated by Filch. Quirrell was the first to be eliminated, followed by Snape, and, ultimately, Dumbledore's fingertips were charred black as he cheerfully conceded defeat. Professor McGonagall, in her steadfastness, adorned herself with a golden hat, a crown befitting the champion of this extravagant competition. Even Professor Trelawney seized her morose predictions of death, merely suggesting that Professor Sprout might break her ankle while watering the spider plant. "Thank you for your concern, Sybil," Professor Sprout graciously replied, shaking her head at Professor McGonagall. Professor Flitwick engaged Anthony in an animated discussion about the varied costumes of Father Christmas across the globe, revealing her enthusiasm for Christmas gatherings, attending Muggle festivities around the world each year. Despite the stars shimmering above and the moonlight illuminating the pristine snow, revelers continued to chatter and laugh in the brightly lit hall. Hundreds of floating candles seemed poised to burn throughout the night. The sumptuous feast had not quelled the students' energy. Those who had languished in chairs the previous day, proclaiming their inability to move, were now engaged in snowball fights around the castle. The gates of Hogwarts stood wide open, the floor muddied with snow and footprints, while Peeves took the opportunity to smear words in the mud behind the students. As Anthony wheeled his suitcase past, he noticed Harry attempting to clear the grime from his red-haired friend's clothing with his wand. Peeves had borrowed some creative insults from the Weasley twins' prank potions. Each time he cleaned his surface, the mud would rearrange itself into a new epithet. "Damn it," Ron exclaimed, twisting his neck in an effort to see what insult the mud had conjured this time. Anthony waved his wand, dispelling Peeves' muddy trick, a clever variant of a spell taught by Professor Flitwick. With a flash of white light from the tip of Harry's wand, the mud vanished instantly. "Well done, Ron," he exclaimed, looking up just as he spotted Anthony standing at the entrance, dressed in his plainest wizarding robe and dragging his suitcase. Anthony was making his way to the fireplace connected to the Leaky Cauldron. He smiled and nodded at Harry, stowing his wand away. Since the Quidditch match, he had scarcely encountered Harry and his friends. However, he had heard from Professor McGonagall that when she announced the results of the match against Slytherin, Gryffindor's captain, Wood, had immediately jumped up, while Bode merely nodded, assuring his teammates that he would be quicker next time, fast enough that no one would have a chance to fall off their broomsticks. "Professor Anthony," Harry called out. What is it, Potter?" Anthony replied with a grin. "Merry Christmas, Potter. And to you too, Merry Christmas, Weasley." As Anthony departed, he heard Ron whispering to Harry, "Do you think my dad remembered to send a gift to Anthony? I think he might forget." The feeling of returning home was entirely different. As Anthony unlocked the door, a familiar scent enveloped him. "Merry Christmas," he declared, bringing his suitcase inside and locking the door behind him. After becoming accustomed to the magical keys and doors of Hogwarts, the act of locking the door felt somewhat foreign. As he secured the door, he mused inwardly that life need not be so laden with magic. Having arranged everything neatly, Anthony sat on the bed in his bedroom, contemplatively gazing at the empty space within the room, accompanied by a faint pop, reminiscent of a soap bubble bursting. A spectral chicken materialized on the floor of Anthony's bedroom. It looked around in bewilderment before soaring to the head of Anthony's bed, proudly claiming its favorite spot. The skeletal cat dashed in from the living room, tumbling in a playful scuffle with the spectral chicken. It had been quite some time since it had encountered its companion. Unlike the skeletal entity, which possessed a definitive physical form, the spectral chicken could only move within the confines of its summoned location, akin to how a poltergeist roams exclusively within Hogwarts. I shall find a way, Anthony assured the spectral chicken. I've discovered a rather peculiar, yet useful notebook. We will certainly devise a means to transport you to Hogwarts. But does Hogwarts permit chickens among its allowed pets? The skeletal cat enveloped the spectral chicken within its bony frame, rolling about beneath Anthony's bed. Anthony felt the vibrations of their playful tussle through the floorboards, letting out a contented sigh. There must be a solution. Worst case, I could simply claim it to be an owl resembling a chicken. The spectral chicken pecked discontentedly at the cat before fluttering up to the top of the wardrobe. The cat, thrilled, swished its tail and leapt up in a single bound. The room was soon filled with the delightful clatter of their antics. Chapter 54. The Hope of the Patronus. Anthony was roused by a gentle peck. The spectral chicken perched at the head of the bed, tilting its head inquisitively at him. The familiar chicken, the familiar ceiling, the familiar dreamscape. The chicken let out a soft cluck. The skeletal cat jumped onto the bed, nuzzling against Anthony and then the spectral chicken. Its bony structure proved uncomfortable for Anthony. He patted the cat's skull and slowly rose to wash up. After changing into his pajamas, he placed the kettle on the stove, deciding to brew himself a pot of tea first. His room was devoid of food at the moment. The kettle began to shriek on the stove. Setting aside his transfiguration notes, Anthony poured himself a cup of black tea. Professor McGonagall's notes were remarkably thorough, almost tailored specifically for him. A slender volume. It significantly enhanced his learning efficiency. She had inscribed on the front page, "I am delighted to have you join us. I hope this proves helpful." Anthony tapped his teacup, transforming the yellow floral design into a Christmas reindeer. Indeed, it was quite beneficial. He could now effortlessly transfigure a pencil into a straw, a kettle into a basket, and a chair into a sleigh. Yet he still could not manage to transform a beetle into a button or a snuff box into a mouse. Unsure of where he had faltered, he made some annotations in the notebook, intending to consult Professor McGonagall upon his return to school. The skeletal cat, having circled twice in search of liquor, hesitated, contemplating whether to toss a soul fire into Anthony's teacup, but was gently pushed aside to tumble with the spectral chicken instead. To provide the cat with some engagement, Anthony transformed its fur. Instantly abandoning the chicken, it leaped onto the coffee table to groom itself. Meanwhile, Anthony persistently prodded the precious beetle before him with his wand. With both a cat and a chicken in the room, locating the beetle proved to be quite a challenge. After a flurry of feathers and fur, the defeated cat whimpered plaintively at Anthony. Its fur afforded the chicken numerous opportunities for pecking, yet it could scarcely touch its opponent. When a vengeful spirit desired, it could traverse through all tangible entities, vanishing into any location at will. It also possessed a corporeal form, a notion I'm currently contemplating. Anthony soothingly scratched the cat behind its ears, pondering that even if he discovered a means to escort it out of the house, he could never inform Hogwarts that this semi-transparent chicken was his owl. The victorious, vengeful spirit chicken strutted proudly along the back of the sofa. Given humanity's perpetual need for sustenance, Anthony unearthed flour from the depths of the cupboard and retrieved butter from the refrigerator, intending to concoct some buttery biscuits. The chicken remained motionless on the sofa, watching alongside the cat as Anthony scrubbed a glass bowl. After washing for some time, he suddenly slapped his forehead, shook the water from his hands, and pointed his wand at the sink. The dishes lined up, leaping into the water, clanging as they washed themselves to a pristine shine. A towel hovered in midair, catching the freshly cleaned dishes, drying them, and stacking them into a neat pile. Anthony had to concede that magic was indeed quite convenient. He was beginning to understand why some wizards could be so ignorant and arrogant, as he observed a bull leap to the top of the stack. They might truly find it unimaginable to live without magic. When such ethereal powers could influence the external world, it was perhaps difficult to avoid becoming somewhat conceited, thinking, for instance, that one could manifest desires or that the world revolved around them. Meanwhile, those lacking this power, muggles, were deemed inconsequential dust by those who wielded magic without intellect, entirely oblivious to the formidable force that the majority of this dust amassed within the unseen corners of their lofty noses. Yet, the part of Anthony's brain that belonged to the muggle existence, which constituted 26 years of his life, told him otherwise. Beyond the enchanting realm of magic lay a vibrant, ordinary world, a realm inhabited by the majority. A world capable of baking sweet, flaky buttery biscuits without any reliance on magic. Satisfied, Anthony dipped a biscuit into his red tea, partaking in his first meal after the Christmas feast at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. To his surprise, while exploring how to render the vengeful spirit chicken entirely opaque, the most assistance came not from the notes on necromancy, but from a Christmas gift bestowed by Professor Quirrell, a tome on the study of souls. The summary concluded that the manifestation of each soul varied based on the marks left by death. Intriguingly, it refuted the notion that a fragmented soul could not summon a Patronus, instead arguing that even if a soul were shattered, theoretically, providing sufficient positive emotions could still evoke one's own Patronus. Anthony felt a stirring of interest. He had always been intrigued by the Patronus charm. Yet all texts on spells and defensive magic insisted that dark wizards could not conjure those silver, radiant apparitions. With a deeper understanding of the magical world, Anthony had come to accept the notion that awakening from a coffin had abruptly bestowed upon him the title of a born dark wizard. After all, he was indeed toying with life and death, even if not in the traditional sense of human mortality. His sole defense lies in the fact that he has never harmed humanity, no matter how bloodthirsty the instincts whispered in his mind upon awakening, or how his magic yearned to seize the walking materials nearby. He could take pride in the fact that he had never truly lost control. If such pride could be considered a positive emotion, perhaps it would summon a wise and beautiful guardian spirit. This spirit might dispel his nightmares, allow the vengeful spirits and skeletal cats to rest, and grant him peace to sleep soundly at Hogwarts without the dread of waking to the consequences of his actions. Chapter 55, Kevin, the prospective Hogwarts student. Days passed, and the convenience store resumed operations. With cookies and creamy fudge, Anthony bartered with his neighbor for eggs and vegetables. Yet to live comfortably, his shopping list extended far beyond these items. The snow had finally ceased. The sun emerged, illuminating the world in a brilliant glow. Residents were busy shoveling snow from their yards, while children bundled in thick coats frolicked along the car-free streets of their neighborhood. "Mr. Anthony," Kevin exclaimed joyfully. "Where have you been? I haven't seen you in ages." "I took a new job in Scotland," Anthony replied. "How about you, Kevin? Which secondary school do you plan to attend?" Kevin leaned in mysteriously, gesturing for Anthony to come closer. He whispered in Anthony's ear, "I'm going to school called Hogwarts." "Sir, do you know where that is?" Kevin said slyly, "Those owls, Mr. Anthony." The moment I stepped into the pet shop in Diagon Alley, I sensed something was amiss. Anthony nodded. "The situation is a bit complicated, but I am now a professor at Hogwarts." "Wow." Kevin responded, "What subject do you teach?" "Arithmetic, study of muggles," Anthony explained, observing Kevin's puzzled expression, "which involves teaching those who wield magic about the lives of those who do not." Kevin furrowed his brow in confusion. "But I've heard there are muggles everywhere. Could it be that everyone can do magic, but just doesn't he tell me? Just like how Mr. Anthony pretended to be a cashier?" Anthony chuckled. "I truly was a cashier at that time." Invited by Kevin, he visited his home. "Don't go to the convenience store. You can have dinner with us." Answering the curious inquiries of the prospective student and his parents. "Really? No one is a day student?" And introducing the Johnsons to some basic knowledge of the magical world. "You are so kind." A teacher from the school came, but we were too afraid to ask many questions. Anthony empathized. The magical world is quite different from ours. Indeed, we were all startled when that teacher appeared. We were having dinner, when suddenly at the dining table, a man in black appeared. "Did he not knock?" Anthony asked in astonishment. "No, Mrs. Johnson replied somewhat indignantly. "He said he was busy and told us not to waste too much time questioning the obvious." "Was his name Snape?" Anthony inquired. "How do you know?" Mrs. Johnson asked. As Mr. Johnson prepared to depart, he cautiously inquired about the employment prospects for Hogwarts students. The former cashier, Anthony, chuckled and assured him that he was truly an exception to the rule. In truth, the vast majority of graduates were blissfully unaware that the Muggle world offered employment opportunities, and they typically lacked the requisite qualifications sought after in Muggle hiring processes. There exist two distinct career paths, Anthony elucidated. Employment for wizards encompasses some rather, shall we say, exhilarating options. They generally demand a higher level of magical knowledge, while dismissing general education courses. To my knowledge, post-graduation career directions include roles such as curse breakers at Gringotts. Gringotts? Mr. Johnson pondered the bank. Combating dark wizards, such as necromancers. Are there many dark wizards? Mrs. Johnson inquired with concern. Researching fire dragons. Fire dragons? Kevin exclaimed. As a Quidditch player, one would soar through the skies on a broomstick, chasing and evading the quaffle. Kevin grimaced slightly, as he had a slight aversion to heights. Alternatively, there are paths more akin to those we are familiar with, such as becoming a civil servant at the Ministry of Magic or a doctor at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Mr. Johnson nodded, saying, "That sounds quite appealing." He patted his son's head, asking, What do you wish to do, Kevin? I want to study fire dragons. Kevin replied without hesitation. I want to research the differences between them and dinosaurs. His hands gestured eagerly in the air, while Mr. and Mrs. Johnson smiled at him as he dashed off to retrieve his dinosaur encyclopedia. He was a little dinosaur enthusiast. Anthony stood at the doorway, preparing to leave, and could see the shoe cabinet adorned with an array of dinosaur models. Next to Kevin's row of shoes, the cabinet was plastered with dinosaur stickers, resembling a legion of ancient beasts guarding the young boy's sneakers. Mr. Anthony, which is more like a fire dragon, Kevin asked, holding up his encyclopedia. Anthony chuckled. I cannot say. That is a question you must explore for yourself. It sounds like a fascinating topic. After some persuasion from Kevin, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson permitted him to escort Anthony to the gate alone. Sir, do I truly possess magic? He asked timidly in a whisper. Anthony crouched down. If Hogwarts says you do, then you certainly possess magic. Have you ever experienced peculiar occurrences around you? Were you unharmed in a perilous situation? Did events unfold illogically in accordance with your desires? I was hit by a car. Kevin pondered before stating, I was thrown onto Mrs. Jones's balcony, but nothing happened. Don't tell Mom and Dad, all right? I haven't mentioned it to them. They would worry. Anthony nodded with a smile. Very well. I shall keep your secret. Rest assured, that was your magic protecting you. Kevin's eyes brightened momentarily, yet he soon shook his head with unease. But nothing has ever happened according to my wishes, he lamented. For instance, I've never been suddenly allowed to have a second scoop of ice cream. Remember, Kevin, magic is not a panacea. Anthony patiently replied. Whether it be ice cream or anything else, there are always alternative means to achieve your goals. Kevin nodded thoughtfully, politely requesting his beloved mother and dear father to allow him to fetch the newspaper and their slippers. In return, he would be rewarded with ice cream. Indeed, such was the arrangement. Anthony chuckled, remarking that language plays an indispensable role in the realm of magic, distinguishing between spells that are aided by incantations and those that are not, each presenting its own challenge. Language and communication, after all, are akin to a form of magic themselves. Chapter 56. The Summoning of an Unknown Entity. On that day, snow began to fall outside once more. The interior of the house, however, was warm and inviting, with a pot on the stove bubbling away, preparing a creamy mushroom soup. The spectral chicken tilted its head, scrutinizing the individual before it. Its summoner, who was brandishing a can of acrylic paint, imploring it to remain still. The spectral chicken endured the indignity of having its comb painted a dull shade of red, and as Anthony contemplated adding a few more strokes, it could bear it no longer and pecked the proffered paintbrush before taking flight to perch atop the cupboard. The skeletal cat rolled over, granting it a modicum of space. The chicken and the cat observed Anthony from their elevated vantage point. He reached out, calling to them several times, but both pets ignored him. In resignation, Anthony flopped into the armchair and opened his notebook. Very well, I shall seek another magical solution. After a while, the spectral chicken descended, alighting on his lap. Anthony gently stroked its comb, using whiskey to remove its garish makeup. After enjoying his soup and bread, Anthony stared blankly at his notebook for a few minutes, deciding it was time to find some other task to occupy himself. Inspiration had eluded him. Neither necromancy nor soul studies encompassed a topic on how to keep one's spectral chicken vibrant. In fact, had it not been for that serendipitous elixir of immortality, considering the skeletal cat's nature, it could be said that he had achieved a form of eternal life. He might not even have had time to devise a disguise for the cat. Anthony leafed through his notes, his gaze landing on a previous entry, the guardian spirit spell. Viewed from another perspective, the guardian spirit perfectly aligned with the direction he needed to explore. It was a summoning that could traverse any location while remaining intangible. If he could summon a guardian spirit, he could investigate why entities that lack absolute physicality can roam freely across the world. Guardian spirit, Anthony murmured, gripping his wand and whispering the incantation. Unsurprisingly, there was no reaction. Naturally, he required some positive emotions, some uplifting memories. Anything would suffice. Recently, the most joyous event was that all his students had passed their exams. He took a deep breath. Guardian spirit. Still, no reaction ensued. The skeletal cat curiously approached to inspect the tip of his wand before disdainfully walking away. More positivity was needed. He glanced at the sidebar notes of his book. For instance, the first manifestation of magical talent or achieving a personal milestone. Well, he mused. I awoke to find myself enveloped in darkness, feeling an overwhelming surge of restless energy. No, that won't do. He successfully secured a job that required no background checks. Beginning anew to reconstruct his life. He was quick and efficient, never erring in his transactions, and was the cashier with the fewest complaints. Guardian spirit? Anthony spoke with a sense of uncertainty. If this endeavor were to succeed, he would begin to wonder if magic was indeed overly fond of him. The indifference of the wand suggested that magic did not favor him as he had hoped. These thoughts swirled in his mind, bringing him a modicum of comfort and warmth. Once again, Anthony recited the incantation. This time, a small plume of silvery smoke emerged from the tip of the wand. Before he could discern its true nature, the smoke swiftly dissipated into the air. Throughout the afternoon, Anthony tirelessly summoned that ephemeral yet steady mist. He grew increasingly adept, yet he remained unable to conjure a true Patronus, not to mention a formidable corporeal Patronus, even the substantial silvery mist described in the texts, which could repel Dementors for a short duration, eluded him. It wasn't he that he truly needed to fend off those creatures known as Dementors. Anthony sighed. Perhaps it was because he was a dark wizard, or perhaps he had not summoned the right memories, or perhaps it was a combination of both. He set aside his wand, rubbed his aching forehead, and decided to brew a pot of tea. While waiting for the water to boil, Anthony pondered the nature of the memories he required. He almost exhaustively recalled every positive memory he could think of, from the most recent to the distant past. However, it was only after practicing the Patronus charm that he realized how many memories he possessed that were nearly devoid of any positive emotion. Flint languidly lay on the Quidditch pitch. Potter grasped his broom with one hand, swaying in midair. Longbottom suddenly vanished from the icy surface, leaving only a hole in the ice. The young Slytherins were entirely unaware that they were committing one of the gravest errors imaginable. Myrtle wept in the bathroom, and the Acromantula fled the forbidden forest in terror. He struggled desperately, but, for some reason, could not surface. A girl who had been pushed into the lake was looked upon with indifference by those on the shore. The closest semblance to positivity these memories offered was sheer luck. Anthony waved his hand, attempting to cast these memories from his mind. If there was one thing he needed the least, it was to practice summoning a Patronus with them. He muttered. The final words seemed to awaken something within him, as magic surged through his being. Anthony froze. Could it be? The skeletal cat leapt over and gazed at him intently. He cautiously pointed to the empty space before him. Expecto Patronum. The magic responded almost instantaneously. A swirl of dark gray mist erupted from within him. Anthony continued to focus on how anxious and terrified he had felt at that moment. The mist thickened, becoming denser. He wished to live, and he wished for others to live as well. The dark mist gradually solidified, transforming into a large creature. If given a chance to choose again, he hoped he could have prevented these events much sooner. The creature rose from the floor, towering to a somewhat intimidating height. Anthony stared at the being he had summoned, unsure if it could truly be considered a Patronus. It was a bear, a summoned entity, opaque, capable of free movement, but certainly not a Patronus that could repel Dementors. In fact, Anthony felt it could devour them. Chapter 57, Still Christmas. The colossal creature nearly filled his entire kitchen, with a hint of bewilderment. It gazed at the creaking ceiling pressing against its forehead, slowly and laboriously sitting up and extending its enormous nose towards Anthony. Cautiously, Anthony patted its nose, the coarse fur prickling against his skin. The bear affectionately rested its head on Anthony's shoulder, prompting him to take a step back, leaning against the cabinet for support while bearing the weight of this plush head. Then, with an almost silent grace, the bear drifted away. Everything in the kitchen remained undisturbed. The ceiling was intact, and the kettle continued to emit a gentle bubbling sound on the stove, while outside, snowflakes continued to float serenely through the air. What have I summoned? Anthony pondered, addressing the cat. Once seated in the restaurant, he remained preoccupied with the thought of where he had dared to conjure such a colossal black guardian. Although it was undeniably warm, both in color and size, it seemed somewhat incongruous. Perhaps this was life's unexpected surprise for him, akin to anticipating a plate of tomato meat sauce pasta, only to be served with a dish of pesto instead. The silver lining was that he quite enjoyed basil. What is it, Henry? Professor Bubaji inquired, noticing his gaze fixed on the plate of pasta that had just landed before him. She had just been wandering through a Christmas market in London and recalled Anthony's expressed interest during the school banquet, thus sending him an invitation to join her at the festive gathering. Anthony had never imagined that wizards in Britain would host Christmas celebrations. Having spent so much time in the school, he had never encountered so many adult wizards in such a bustling locale. These exuberant wizards, relishing the festive spirit, mimicked Muggle Christmas markets, peddling mulled wine at the entrance, where the cups would sing Christmas carols and the wine was magically kept at a gentle simmer, wafting the delightful scent of cinnamon. Stalls brimming with food lined the lively, warm streets, where magical snowmen stood erect, impervious to melting. The Christmas tree towered ominously, and Anthony was certain that the Muggle repelling and confusion charms in place were exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, it would be hard not to notice this towering, luminous tree. The Duke of Honey had also claimed a prominent stall at the market, situated right at the heart of the festivities, showcasing squeaking candy mice, each adorned with a tiny Christmas hat. Surrounding him were magically erected restaurants, each proudly displaying their respective culinary offerings: French, Italian, Greek, and of course, Turkish kebabs. Diners indulged in hearty meals, seated both indoors and outdoors. As Anthony conversed with Professor Bibaji, he resolved to inform Kevin about this place. He was certain that the Johnsons would find it intriguing, perhaps not the wizard pretending to be a reindeer, soaring on a broomstick from one end of the market to the other, but undoubtedly a fascinating experience nonetheless. "How are you, Henry?" Professor Bibaji asked, observing as Anthony brought the pesto pasta to his lips. He had accepted the dish of basil sauce. After all, it was the same price. In such a cacophonous environment, if he wished to exchange his plate for another, it would likely require not only a loud voice, but also an additional half an hour to an hour of his time. However, the anxious new servant compensated him with a generous glass of lemonade. "It couldn't be better," Anthony remarked. "This is your Christmas gift." The other party accepted his cookie, asserting firmly, though it is a bit late, "It is indeed a Christmas gift. You cannot deny me the chance to reciprocate, can you, Mr. Anthony?" Anthony had never regretted his resurrection. He found immense joy in this realm, which was neither heaven nor hell. Chapter 58, the start of term. Perhaps due to the extended holiday spent at home, the students remained languidly enveloped in the festive spirit of Christmas and New Year, with professors lamenting that their minds were yet to focus on their studies. "I must admit, I have a slight regret," she said in the faculty lounge, a thick stack of papers beside her teacup. The theoretical papers were far lengthier than those for practical classes. She sighed, marking an A on the barely legible parchment, then withdrew another paper to peruse. Professor Flitwick remarked, "Today, 3 students informed me that their papers were burnt. They claimed they were reviewing previous assignments when the flames erupted." He gestured toward the teapot, serving a cup each for Professors Sprout and Anthony. "Having no papers will make teaching significantly easier, Professor Anthony. You made a commendable choice." Anthony thanked him and took a sip of tea. "Thanks to the examination board. After reviewing past exam questions, I cannot fathom why they should be required to write papers." "Papers are quite significant for the study of charms," Professor Flitwick replied, "and the same should apply to defense against the dark arts. I hope the students come to realize this." Professor Sprout sighed, "Alas, Quirrell. Professor Chilo's classes have nearly devolved into a farce, gaining a reputation that rivals even Professor Trelawney's. Some students, for amusement, submitted divination papers to Professor Chilo. They were supposed to write about identifying and combating vampires. Yet Chilo received several divination essays vividly detailing premonitions of being brewed into a concentrated potion by Snape for his beef stew. Judging by the quantity, they at least provided Snape with 3 days' worth of meals. As Anthony entered the classroom, several students were still yawning absent-mindedly. "Rise and shine, class is in session." Anthony closed the door and returned the quizzes from before the break to the students. "First and foremost, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I am pleased to inform you that your midterm pass rate has reached 91%. I knew you would excel." The 2 students who did not pass stared glumly at their papers. What I did not anticipate was that the excellence rate would astonishingly reach 55%. "Thank you for the Christmas gift," Anthony said with a smile. "And for those who did not pass, do not be disheartened. As I mentioned before, this will not count toward your final assessment. But is there a reward for good completion?" Roger Davies interjected, a substitute chaser for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Anthony nodded. "Indeed, there's a reward. The school has approved my funding request for teaching, so if all goes well, we will have a significant practical event at the end of the academic year." Everyone was invigorated, eagerly gazing at him. "We shall spend a day in the Muggle world together." Observing their expressions, Anthony chuckled, of course, when discussing this with others. "Do remember to convey that this is to personally experience Muggle life and apply what we have learned in class to the realities of life. Similar to the practical activities conducted in the 4th grade class, this time there are several options to choose from, so select what you fancy." Anthony continued, "Since all classes are participating, we shall not concern ourselves with grades or houses, shall we? We will group ourselves based on destinations rather than classes. However, certain activities have participant limitations, so I cannot guarantee that everyone will get to choose their most desired location." The students listened with rapt attention. Davis, flushed with excitement, leaned over to converse with his deskmate. Anthony recalled that he had expressed a desire to study Muggle studies so that one day he could stroll naturally down a Muggle street. As a child, due to his misunderstanding of the distinction between the sidewalk and the roadway, he had inadvertently wandered onto a Muggle street, where an irate driver had rolled down his window and shouted at him. Davis was very curious about what he had done to incite such ire. Anthony smiled, retrieving the quiz from before the holiday. Now, we shall begin to explain the questions. Maintain your focus. The sooner we complete the explanations, the sooner we will know the available destinations. After he finished the last question, he methodically collected the answer sheets, ultimately breaking into a grin under the silent reproach of the students' gazes. All right, let us discuss the itinerary. For the first group, we will depart from Hogwarts and take a train to a nearby Muggle town, with our final destination being the Royal Botanic Garden in Edinburgh. The Muggles have effectively simulated various environments without the aid of magic, cultivating plants from around the globe on a modest piece of land. This garden comes highly recommended by Professor Sprout, and I trust the judgment of professionals. For the second group, we will travel from Hogsmeade Village via freight lines to Diagon Alley, passing through Muggle neighborhoods in London to visit an animal rescue center. I have noticed that many individuals do not yet have pets, and the Muggles have a well-established process for pet rescue. Those interested in adopting a pet may register with me after the visit, and together we shall explore how to address the adoption qualifications. He cherished Hogwarts for its tolerance in allowing students to bring pets to school. From personal experience, Anthony strongly supported students having pets. At times, he even mused that if it were possible to forcibly provide each student from Slytherin and Gryffindor with a fluffy companion, the inter-house relations would significantly improve. The third group has the farthest destination and is limited to 7 individuals. We will directly use a portkey to Wiltshire, where I have rented a car. We will drive into the zoo. Due to the size limitations of the vehicle, there is a cap on the number of participants. The zoo is where Muggles gather a variety of animals, including some that are quite dangerous to them, for the enjoyment of observing their lives. The students clearly recognized that the number of those able to enter this group was exceedingly small. Some began to scan the classroom, attempting to gauge how many competitors they had. In the fourth group, we shall first journey to London, followed by a train ride to Birmingham to visit a chocolate factory. Understanding industrialization, dear students, is a crucial aspect of comprehending the lives of Muggles. Grasping the essence of chocolate also holds significant importance in a joyful student life. The specific timing has yet to be determined, and arrangements will be made according to everyone's schedules once the participant list is confirmed. Should conflicts arise, it will likely encroach upon the weekend. Overall, this is the plan. Do you have any inquiries? Cedric promptly inquired, Professor. How will we decide who goes if the number of applicants exceeds the limit? A pertinent question, indeed. Anthony nodded, and after discussions with the school authorities, we have collectively resolved to employ a fair method commonly used by Muggles, a lottery system. Chapter 59, Quirrell, the Phoenix, and the Missing Book. Before he could fully exit the corridor, he heard the sound of desks being moved within the classroom. Everyone was asking their friends which projects they intended to enroll in. The flames in the corridor flickered in response, though Professor McGonagall had already granted her approval and he had been preparing for quite some time. There remained numerous tasks to accomplish: notifying students' parents, ensuring safety measures were in place, informing the park officials of the approximate number of attendees, coordinating the visiting schedule, confirming the purchase of adjacent train tickets, and so forth. You are merely creating trouble for yourself, Professor Burbage remarked disapprovingly upon hearing his plan. Anthony nodded. Just like Pomona enrolled in 4 theoretical herbology classes at once, or as you decided to have the upperclassmen attempt to cook shepherdess pie. Professor Burbage pondered for a moment, then chuckled resignedly. Well, every professor is likely to create some trouble for themselves. Having drafted a letter for the students' parents and a notice for the students, Anthony stretched and intended to find a book on the shelf to unwind. He opened his notebook and discovered he had accumulated numerous topics, tracing the whereabouts of the basilisk, disguising the vengeful spirit chicken, and the research project assigned by Dumbledore regarding the potential actions of someone wishing to be resurrected. Regardless of which subject he wished to delve into today, it was evident that he would be lingering in the restricted section this afternoon. Even when he first entered the school, he had repeatedly cautioned himself against exhibiting curiosity beyond his responsibilities. He was indeed curious about what lay along the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor, yet he had never ventured to explore, nor had he ever approached it. He increasingly resembled a dark wizard sneaking into the school with ulterior motives. Just look at his borrowing list. Those unaware of the truth might assume he sought to revive a monster, while those as wise as the Ministry of Magic might believe he intended to annihilate the entire school. To his surprise and delight, he encountered Professor Quirrell by the magical creatures bookshelf in the restricted section. "Happy New Year, Professor Quirrell," he greeted. Quirrell looked at him with trepidation. "Happy New Year." Professor Anthony. With his hands clasped behind his back, Anthony could not discern what book he was examining. Anthony gestured that he need not worry about him. casually browsing the titles on the shelf while engaging in light conversation. Thank you for the book you sent. It has been immensely helpful. The greatest assistance being that it had once housed a bear in his kitchen. It was my utmost pleasure. Chilo expressed his gratitude for the calming tea and cufflinks. Anthony sincerely replied, "It pales in comparison to the assistance you have provided me, Professor Chilo." He retrieved a volume of fantastic beasts and where to find them from a shelf. If a basilisk's eyes are described as terrifyingly large by the Myrtle, one could reasonably assume it indeed qualifies as a magnificent creature. Chilo observed him with a peculiar expression and inquired, "Does your project require the use of magical beasts?" Anthony pondered for a moment, realizing he had not considered the application of fantastical creatures in Resurrection. Not at present, but it is a splendid idea. Perhaps a phoenix? Suddenly, Anthony sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Yes, a phoenix. Thank you, Professor Chilo." Chilo stammered, "No need for thanks." Anthony jotted down Fawkes in his notes, reminding himself to consult Dumbledore, the expert on phoenixes at Hogwarts. How could he have overlooked it? This creature, renowned for its ability to be reborn from ashes, epitomizes resurrection, continually experiencing death, and yet re-emerging intact into the world. Of course, Anthony did not aspire to truly study Fawkes. He merely sought inspiration. Did the phoenix not possess a soul? It was astonishing that death could come and go so freely without transforming it into some wretched spirit bird. Rather than becoming a specter, the phoenix instead emerged as a champion of life. That magnificent golden red bird seemed less than fond of Anthony. On several occasions when he attended meetings in the headmaster's office, Fawkes perched far away on its roost, gracefully dozing off with its elegant neck bent. However, Dumbledore once noticed the longing in Anthony's eyes and smiled, encouraging him to come closer. Fawkes does not peck at people, Dumbledore reassured him, at least not too often. Sometimes, just after waking, it finds my beard quite tempting. The phoenix appeared to comprehend Dumbledore's words, raising its head from beneath its wings to regard him quietly. "All right, I admit I may have irritated it at one point," Dumbledore confessed. Anthony discovered the information he sought within Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. The text stated that, akin to Hagrid's methods, this creature, which hatches from a rooster's egg and is brooded by a toad, harbors an intense fear of rooster crows, which are fatal to it. However, if it lapses into a prolonged slumber, it requires no sustenance and will not perish due to the crowing of roosters. It was noted that a basilisk rarely enters a long sleep under natural circumstances. The book elaborated that, on the other hand, a basilisk in a deep slumber is akin to a hibernating snake, exhibiting significantly reduced aggression, posing minimal threat to wizards. The text referenced a source claiming to detail the experiences of predecessors in breeding these creatures, as well as the unfortunate incidents where they fell victim to the very beasts they had nurtured. Anthony glanced at the title, Charming Friends. However, after employing a variation of the summoning charm provided by the staff at the Leaky Cauldron, he found that this seemingly innocuous book, reminiscent of bedtime stories, was absent from both the restricted section and the public areas. Once again, Madame Pants recalled that this book should be part of the library's collection. She began to ponder aloud. After wishing her good luck, Anthony discreetly departed. Chapter 60. The Half-Blood Slytherin in the Astronomy Tower. The past few days have been plagued by relentless rain. The roads outside Hogwarts were a quagmire, with the hall's floor covered in mud and muddy footprints. Filch, increasingly irritable, wore a grim expression as he scrutinized who had failed to wipe their shoes before entering the castle. This evening, the sky was overcast once more, devoid of the moon and stars, casting an ominous darkness. Aside from the torches on the walls, there was no source of light. Haunted by guilt over allowing students to roam the night, Anthony patrolled the castle, hoping to encounter the reckless individual who dared to steal books from the restricted section. He did not anticipate witnessing such a scene. A small shadow stood atop the astronomy tower, shivering slightly in the wind. As Anthony approached, he realized it was a younger student clutching a book, her face devoid of expression as she gazed down at the ground. "What are you doing here?" Anthony inquired, lowering his voice upon noticing her sudden tremor. "Have you forgotten the password?" The girl replied, "I lost 2 points in astronomy class, Professor." Her tone suggested that this explained everything. "You seem quite disheartened, am I correct?" Anthony attempted to comprehend the situation. "Surely, one wouldn't contemplate jumping off a tower for mere points?" "I was just reflecting, Professor," she replied. "Pansy forgot to release me," the young Slytherin stated calmly. The darkness obscured the fact that her legs were tightly bound together by the leg locker curse. The girl paused and quietly asked, "Aren't you going to deduct points, Professor? Since it wasn't your intention to wander at night, why would I penalize you?" Anthony responded, "Come, I shall escort you to the entrance of your dormitory. If we encounter any other professors, I will explain." That would be splendid, the girl said gratefully. For some reason, Anthony sensed a hint of disappointment in her voice. As they reached the torchlight, Anthony observed her pale face and purple lips, clearly suffering from the cold. He conjured a thick cloak, an exceedingly practical transfiguration, and summoned a small flame. Placing it into a glass jar made of stone. Warm your hands, and remember to retrieve some revitalizing potion from Madame Pomfrey tomorrow. She shivered as she took the cloak and jar, her nails also tinged with purple. Thank you, Professor Anthony, she said politely. How long have you been standing up here? He asked, as he had not felt the chill, and thus overlooked the possibility that she had been buffeted by the wind for quite some time. Since astronomy class ended. She replied, it must have been around 8 o'clock. So about 5 hours, Anthony remarked helplessly. Very well, let's first make our way to the hospital wing. What year are you in? Anthony inquired, recognizing a stubbornness he had only seen in his own adolescent students. Second year, Professor. Tracy Davis. Anthony paused, surprised. Second year? I recall Pansy Parkinson being a first year. I am half-blood, Professor, Tracy stated matter-of-factly. Anthony led her toward the hospital wing. Are you related to Roger Davis? Tracy nodded, wrapping the cloak tighter around herself. He's my brother. Now Anthony has come to know whose child she is. Roger Davies recounted a tale of a pure-blood wizard father, besotted yet despised by his family, and a muggle mother who perished during childbirth. Roger once remarked, my father always said St. Mungo's is far superior to a muggle hospital. But because of the Dark Lord, never mind, Professor, I do not recall her. Anthony sighed quietly and knocked on Madame Pomfrey's door. Who is it? Madame Pomfrey inquired immediately. Following a rustling sound, light illuminated the small room, and she stood at the door, alert and lively. I apologize, it's me, Anthony, he said. Miss Davies may have caught a chill. Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow. Miss Davies? She pulled Tracy's hand and felt her forehead, admonishing, why have you only just arrived? I shall fetch a tonic. I recall you took 2 bottles from me just yesterday morning. Tracy nodded, her voice soft. You have an excellent memory, madam. I am sorry for the trouble. She sat on the bed and drank the potion in one gulp. White steam emanated from her ears, and her complexion improved significantly. Anthony expressed his apologies. Of course, I appreciate your efforts. What classes do you have tomorrow? He pulled up a chair and sat down. I fear Miss Davies will not be able to sleep much tonight. Tracy lowered her head. In the morning, I have flying class, and in the afternoon, potions and history of magic. Anthony nodded. If you cannot endure, remember to take a leave. Do not push yourself. This situation is not your fault. Tracy subtly raised her gaze to him, remaining silent. Well, I hope Miss Parkinson does not act in such a manner again. But if you cannot recall the counter curse for the leg locker curse, remember to jump into the corridor. It may help you avoid being caught in the astronomy tower. Anthony suggested delicately. Roger was a remarkably intelligent student, and he could not fathom why his sister was so rigid. Her brother was clever, strong, and exuberant, quite popular among students. Ravenclaw seemed indifferent to his mixed blood, pure blood, or muggle heritage. However, Anthony was aware of the significant tensions between Slytherin students and those from other houses, yet he had not anticipated that they also ranked within their own house based on bloodlines. He needed to have a conversation with Snape. He truly needed to speak with Snape. His house was veering towards a perilous direction. Just as he pondered this while ascending the stairs, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps from below. Peering down, he saw first-year Slytherin student Pansy Parkinson ascending from the cellar in a frenzy, her face aflame with fury. Chapter 61. Pansy Parkinson's Nighttime Escapade. Anthony had to descend to intercept this unabashed nighttime wanderer. Miss Parkinson, what are you doing? Pansy, looking impatient, seemed unaware that Anthony, stripped of his Slytherin privileges, held the power to determine her punishment, exclaimed, I'm going to find Davies. Anthony replied, oh? He was entirely baffled by the logic of her outburst. That filthy mudblood. If she gets caught, if points are deducted, it will be my fault. Pansy remarked that she had intentionally caused me to forget, but fortunately, Draco reminded me. The professor of Muggle Studies, who still had points to deduct, gazed silently at the foolish girl. Meeting Anthony's eyes, Pansy seemed to suddenly realize she was out during curfew and had just implicated another student who was still outside the dormitory. Her complexion instantly turned pale. Professor Anthony, she said anxiously, her face resembling that of a bulldog, exhibited a fleeting expression of human contemplation for the first time. Anthony inquired, if I'm not mistaken, is there another student wandering about? No, no one else, Professor, Pansy asserted. Then why are you outside? I heard you mention you were looking for someone? Pansy struggled to think for a moment, then shook her head. No, Professor. I'm out alone. Yes, Professor, Pansy affirmed, and then hurriedly made her way toward the cellar. Anthony refrained from reminding her to tread lightly. If she were caught by others and lost points, that was not his concern. Professor? She glanced back at Anthony in surprise. Anthony was direct. I just encountered Miss Pansy Parkinson on the stairs. She expressed a desire to find you at the astronomy tower. Tracy pursed her lips and replied calmly. Then she is quite unfortunate. The slender child held her hands tightly, her posture rigid, her gaze fixed intently on Anthony. Did you deduct points? She asked softly after a moment. Anthony shook his head to tension. Oh, he observed her for a while, then nodded. Rest well, Miss Davis. He reiterated that if she needed assistance, she should remember to approach her head of house. Tracy let out a faint, cold laugh amidst the white smoke, then meekly nodded. Very well, Professor. Pansy's foolishness astounded Anthony. Pansy's face turned ashen as she said, Professor, I am lost. Anthony nodded. I believe you, Miss Parkinson. Even a simple turn would lead you in the right direction. Pansy insisted, I truly am lost. Anthony glanced at her frozen feet and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, One must wear shoes even when lost. If you're searching for the student at the astronomy tower, I have already seen her. The first year, Slytherin gasped in shock. Her eyes suddenly filled with resentment and malice. Anthony hoped he had not erred. He truly did not comprehend the workings within Slytherin. He was also unaware of how Pansy would handle the points lost for wandering about, which coincidentally matched the points deducted from Tracy during astronomy class. But he would soon find out, as Pansy was to remain in his detention for another week. When Anthony encountered Roger Davis in the library, he made it a point to stop him and discuss his sister. The student, wholly absorbed in his studies in Quidditch, steadfastly believed that his sister's life was perfectly normal in the Slytherin sense, completely oblivious to the fact that she had matured beyond the years of a typical 12-year-old. At times, when he could not see her at the dining table, Roger assumed she was merely studying. Every Ravenclaw dormitory had at least one student who relied on their roommates to remind them to eat. She occasionally visited the school hospital. Such was the nature of Slytherin. Some students found themselves there due to fights, others due to being beaten, and some merely caught in the crossfire. She always attended classes alone. Being a half-blood and not valued by her father, this degree of isolation was, for her house, rather mild. Roger was astonished by the customs of Slytherin as depicted in his words. His most vivid impression of Slytherin students was of Malfoy, who shattered the ice and filled the hole with gold galleons, followed by the Quidditch fanatic who leaped off his broom. He overlooked the many students who lingered on the fringes of the collective, forming the backbone of the house's point system, yet suffering the so-called punishments for minor deductions. Slytherin had managed its house as a distinctly stratified, decayed society. She often remarked to me that there was nothing to worry about. Roger lamented that he ought to pay more attention. Thank you, Professor. Anthony silently shook his head. His office was about to welcome its first student in detention. Anthony had consulted his colleagues and discovered that most of the detention tasks merely involved having students assist professors with undesirable chores as a form of punishment. However, his intention was to address the underlying issues. He resolved to have a thorough conversation with Pansy Parkinson. Given the look in her eyes after losing points for her nocturnal escapades, simply speaking with Anthony might also be a form of torture for her. Nonetheless, Anthony would not let this opportunity slip away. He had never engaged deeply with Slytherin students before. His pupils hailed from other houses, each harboring disdain for Slytherin, albeit to varying degrees. Slytherin resembled cockroaches. One student had bluntly remarked during a break that they hid underground yet were omnipresent. Some feared them, others loathed them, while some were indifferent. Anthony understood neither cockroaches nor Slytherin. He needed insight to grasp what was truly unfolding. In fact, he did not even comprehend why Slytherin cared so deeply about house points, as it merely pertained to a trophy. Many of his students behaved as though they were utterly indifferent to scores, viewing deductions as mere bad luck for the day. Yet, in Slytherin, this seemed to signify one's status as a sinner. Anthony was eager to discern why that was the case. Chapter 62. Pansy Parkinson's first day of detention. Please take a seat, Miss Parkinson, Anthony said courteously. Pansy silently protested at the doorway for a few seconds, her expression stern as she pulled out a chair and sat down. Due to Anthony's evident progress in transfiguration, she occupied a chair of appropriate size. When Anthony sent the detention notice via the school owl to the Slytherin long table, he watched as Pansy, with a stony face, tore the note to shreds beneath the table, angrily consumed a few roasted potatoes, and then left her seat. No one inquired about her troubles. She stormed out in a huff, roughly shoving aside two students who were exchanging chocolate frog cards. Do not make such a racket with that chair. Parkinson, Anthony admonished. You see, this is my first time assigning detention to a student, and I suppose it is your first time being in detention, is it not? How many detentions have you had? Pansy declared with an air of rigidity, twice. Under Anthony's pointed gaze, she added, Professor. Very well, Anthony replied. What did you accomplish during your last detention? I cleaned the classroom windows, without the use of magic, Pansy retorted angrily, clearly lacking enthusiasm for household chores. Anthony pondered. Is the prohibition of magic a form of punishment? Pansy's expression suggested he had uttered a nonsensical remark, yet she nodded. Yes, Professor. Then, during your detention this week, you shall also refrain from using magic. Anthony shrugged. I hadn't considered that. Muggles seem to manage quite well. All right, Professor. Anthony suddenly inquired, what classes did you attend today? A flicker of confusion crossed Pansy's sullen face as she responded. In the morning, we had transfiguration and potions. In the afternoon, charms and defense against the dark arts. Not quite, Professor Anthony remarked with a smile. I noticed that Miss Davis is in her second year, while you are a first-year student. How did your friendship blossom? He could almost hear the gears turning in her mind. She stammered. I helped her once when she was being bullied. She was grateful, and we became friends. The wind howled against the windows of Anthony's office, reminiscent of an aggrieved individual protesting. You did exceedingly well, Anthony commended. But you've only been at school for a few months. How could you assist a second-year student in fending off bullies? Without hesitation, Pansy replied, of course. I'm a member of the Parkinson family. Ah, the Parkinson family, Anthony echoed, a lineage entirely composed of wizards, I presume? Pansy, slightly affronted, replied with pride, indeed. I am pureblood. My entire family belongs to Slytherin. Wonderful. I trust you enjoy the house that has nurtured your family, Anthony remarked. Pansy appeared somewhat perplexed. If for the first time since sitting down, she relaxed against her chair and nodded. I do enjoy it. And what of your family? Do they share the same sentiment? Pansy declared with pride. No worthy individual could dislike Slytherin. She glanced at Anthony, noting his lack of interruption, and continued with satisfaction. It is quite evident, is it not? Slytherin is the finest house. No other house can rival Slytherin's power and influence. She spoke fluently. We value intelligence and ambition unlike those Gryffindor fools, who are merely the elite selected from the harshest trials, and certainly not like the mediocre Hufflepuffs. Our ambitions are clear, destined for great success, unlike the eccentricities of Ravenclaw. Slytherin has always strived to advance the magical world. We uphold the purity of magical blood and shape the future of our realm. Anthony listened silently, as if she had recited these words countless times before. Once she paused, satisfied, he inquired, Purity of magical blood? That peculiar wizardry, the Slytherin student disdainfully remarked, completely disregarding the fact that she was in a Muggle studies professor's office. Sometimes they choose to intermingle with filthy Muggles. And the mudbloods, she grimaced in distaste. They dare to call themselves wizards. However, we are acutely aware of the significance of lineage and heritage. You are a pure-blood wizard. Thus you wield greater influence within the academy? Anthony inquired. And what of Miss Davis? She is a mixed blood. Pansy's expression contorted momentarily, and she refrained from elaborating. Anthony nodded sympathetically. It must have been quite challenging for you to rise above prejudice and befriend her. What prompted your decision to assist Miss Davis? Pansy fixated on the inkpot on Anthony's desk, stammering, I pity her. It is no wonder you sought her out despite curfew last night, Anthony remarked with understanding. Caring for a classmate is commendable, Miss Parkinson, yet you need not take it upon yourself to find her. Pansy shook her head resolutely, asserting, if I do not seek her out, she may incur point deductions. Are point deductions that severe? The young Slytherin sat up abruptly, glaring fiercely at the professor whose actions had left Slytherin's hourglass depleted. Certainly, it determines the rightful owner of the House Cup, a competition held annually, offering no rewards beyond that solitary trophy, Anthony explained. Pansy replied fiercely, as long as there is a competition, Slytherin must prevail. We cannot tolerate someone like that reveling in their triumph over us. Just then, the window swung open forcefully, allowing a cat to leap gracefully inside, shaking off the rainwater from its fur. Well, I have no further questions, Anthony said with a smile. Thank you for this prolonged conversation, Miss Parkinson. Due to the insulting remarks made during our dialogue, your detention tomorrow entails cleaning the windows of the Muggle Studies classroom. Pansy glared at him, seemingly recalling her detention status. But I have astronomy class tomorrow night. Then you shall clean the windows of the astronomy tower, Anthony replied amicably. You can serve your detention after class. Do not fret. I will ensure I arrive on time. Pansy took several deep breaths, failing to muster a compliant response. Anthony reminded her, the astronomy tower, Miss Parkinson. Do not compel me to deduct more points from your beloved Slytherin. That is not my intention. Very well, Professor Anthony, Pansy gritted through clenched teeth, slamming the door behind her. Anthony flicked his wand at the chair she had pushed aside, restoring it to its original size. The cat unceremoniously jumped onto it, trampling the cushion with its damp paws. Chapter 63. Poor Professor Quirrell. Numerous students witnessed Pansy storming out of the second-floor corridor, some claiming she had cruelly mocked Professor Quirrell's turban, resulting in her detention, while others suggested she had gone to protest to Anthony, as he seemed to have deducted points from Slytherin once again. Did no one consider the possibility of merging these two rumors? As Anthony spread butter on a slice of bread, he mused, perhaps it is the case that due to Parkinson's ridicule of Professor Quirrell's turban, points were deducted from Slytherin, and, consequently, a detention was arranged? During breakfast, Professor Sprout animatedly engaged him in conversation about the student speculations. Some were curious as to why Pansy had ventured alone to the second-floor corridor instead of staying close to Malfoy. Professor Sprout repeated in astonishment. Parkinson mocked Professor Quirrell's turban? Surely not, I cannot say. Anthony remarked. I merely suggested that this rumor might bear a closer resemblance to the truth than the other two. You are all aware that it was I who imposed the confinement. Why, then, is everyone speculating about Professor Quirrell? The reason is that neither of you has ever assigned attention to a student. Professor Flitwick chimed in, standing atop a chair. One might presume the suspicion rests upon you, Professor Anthony, though your reputation for deducting points precedes you. Professor Sprout added, there are all sorts of conjectures afloat. Some even claim she ventured to console a weeping Myrtle. Yet Myrtle was ungrateful, which incited her ire. With a benevolent smile, she continued, school has just commenced, and there is little coursework, hence any trivial occurrence becomes newsworthy for the students. Speaking of which, doesn't the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor take place the day after tomorrow? Anthony suddenly pondered. Professor Sprout nodded. Indeed, will you attend, Henry? Anthony replied, I shall certainly go if time permits. Following the last match, he had diligently practiced his aim with the levitation charm and experimented with a transfiguration spell that could transform any object into a mattress. Along the way, he discovered a very old Quidditch rule that allowed him, as an impartial adult spectator, to alert the referee in emergencies by forcibly inserting a whistle into Madam Hooch's mouth. Although this meant he would accompany the referee to the Quidditch disciplinary court post-match, that court had been disbanded. In the spirit of neutrality, he resolved not to sit with Hufflepuff students nor to support Gryffindor, considering the sentiments of the remaining two houses towards him. He accepted Professor Flitwick's invitation to sit beside him and watch the match with a group of Ravenclaw students, which Anthony found quite exhilarating. He hoped they would provide a clearer commentary on the match than Hagrid did. As Anthony emerged from the office with his notebook, he fortuitously encountered Professor Quirrell exiting next door. Ah, Professor Anthony, Quirrell offered a nervous smile, heading to the library again. Anthony nodded. Indeed, I seek some information. And you, Professor Quirrell? After a brief hesitation, Quirrell replied, I am also bound for the library. Thus, the two professors walked together. Perhaps Professor Quirrell truly adorned his office with garlic. As the scent seemed to intensify, after exchanging pleasantries with Madame Pants, they parted ways to seek their respective tomes. Anthony initially intended to investigate how to transform a wraith into a fully corporeal entity, but to his dismay, he discovered that he had seemingly exhausted the library's collection of dark magical tomes regarding ghostly magic and wraiths. Had he not been unable to locate Dumbledore of late, he might have ventured directly to the headmaster's office to solicit his counsel. After all, if a wraith were completely transformed into a physical form, it could be said, at least superficially, to be a remarkably perfect resurrection. With a sigh, he resolved to explore the magical creatures section. If anyone were willing to slumber beside a sleeping basilisk, it certainly would not be him. Then he caught another whiff of Professor Quirrell. Quirrell remained amidst the shelves of magical creature books, trembling as he muttered to himself, No, I cannot find it. No, I cannot continue. A sound of despair escaped him, resembling a whimper. Anthony swiftly prepared to depart, wishing to grant the unfortunate soul a moment of tranquility. Yet Professor Quirrell had already taken notice of him. He straightened his posture, wiped away his tears, and forced a peculiar smile. Professor Anthony, what are you looking for? Anthony feigned ignorance to the sweat cascading from Quirrell's turban and hastily concocted an excuse. I'm searching for, a delightful companion, but it seems they are not here. I shall check the common area. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Quirrell's lips trembled and contorted as he said, I borrowed it with a feeble smile, but I can retrieve it for you. Anthony, taken aback, inquired, You have it? Mrs. Pants mentioned there were no borrowing records. Quirrell shivered slightly and nodded. She was not at the front desk at that time. Anthony, feeling pity, refrained from pressing further, as Quirrell appeared exceedingly frail. Silently shaking his head, Quirrell hunched over and slowly walked out of the library alongside him. Unable to restrain himself, Anthony remarked, "Do take care, Professor Quirrell." For the first time, Anthony entered his neighbor's office. It indeed resembled the student legends, replete with garlic. Yet what the rumors failed to mention was the room's abundance of books and dark magical artifacts. 3 walls were lined with bookshelves, and the floor was cluttered with stacks of books that could not fit. Scattered across the desk were parchment sheets adorned with intricate sketches of spells in black ink, accompanied by hasty, trembling annotations that were difficult to decipher. Quirrell waved his wand, and a bookshelf suddenly folded away, revealing a bedroom behind it. He led Anthony into the bedroom, which mirrored the office's decor almost entirely, save for the absence of garlic and the presence of a bed in the corner. 3 walls were also lined with bookshelves, even though Anthony could not discern the titles. The hefty bindings and the atmosphere reminiscent of the restricted section suggested their rarity and peril. Anthony suspected that Quirrell's year-round simple attire, even to the point of not replacing his turban, stemmed from his expenditure on books and magical research. "Of course, thank you, Professor Quirrell," Anthony said, casually glancing at the open book on the desk. It featured a grand illustration, delicately rendered, of a beautiful unicorn. Anthony smiled and glanced at the title in the upper right corner of the page, under the spell. Chapter 64, A Delightful Companion and a Library Entrance. Quirrell soon located the book Anthony sought. "Professor Anthony, here's the book you wanted." Anthony accepted the tome, covered in pink velvet, a forbidden text. "Thank you, Professor Quirrell. Shall I return it after reading, or should I hand it directly to Mrs. Pants?" Quirrell replied weakly, "Just give it to Pants. I have finished with it. Perhaps you will find more within its pages." "Good luck, Professor." The fantastical creatures formed by these lines gazed at one another in bewilderment, seemingly puzzled as to why they encountered each other in this place. This was quite understandable, for they hailed from all corners of the world. Regardless of whether they hail from Greece, such as the basilisk, the chimera, and the Cerberus, or from Egypt, like the Sphinx, or from Asia, including the avian serpent and the 8-eyed giant spider, or from East Africa, like the puff adder, as well as the fire dragons that are ubiquitous across the globe. This book categorizes them all as delightful companions. Should Anthony manage to procure this book from any bookstore, he would undoubtedly gift it to Hagrid, for it is perfectly suited to him. However, he cannot recall having seen this book at the Leaky Cauldron. The title, Under the Spell, rings a bell, yet he cannot pinpoint where he might have encountered it. Mrs. Pants expressed her disappointment upon hearing that it was not a student who had pilfered the book. "Well, surely someone must have taken it surreptitiously. There are all sorts among the students, Professor Anthony, I assure you." "I believe it," replied Anthony. He spent the entire afternoon in the library. The author of this book somehow managed to interview an Azkaban escapee who raised basilisks, capturing in words, "Oh, how I wish readers could witness the shimmering deep green scales with their own eyes." The basilisk, named Sabina, was strikingly beautiful, and when coiled upon the roof, she commanded awe from everything around her. Her caretaker spoke a smattering of Parseltongue, and they relied on this minimal communication. During my interview, he continued to converse with her. When I inquired about the meaning of that mysterious hissing sound, he revealed that his most frequent commands to Sabina were to close her eyes and eat. Later in the text, this caretaker is depicted as an abuser, permitting Sabina only to consume mice or specific individuals, consistently insisting that she keep her eyes shut, never considering whether she too might wish to glimpse the world. Poor Sabina, entirely dependent on the person who brought her into this world, obeyed him without question. It was only when a snake ventured near their dwelling that she realized this human was not the soul being capable of conversing with her. In response to this thought-provoking narrative, Anthony recorded deep green scales, Parseltongue, molting. Mrs. Pants scrutinized each individual leaving the library, and, upon seeing Anthony gesture towards delightful companions, she subtly nodded, then swiftly seized a student attempting to abscond with an item. "You, come here. What do you have?" Anthony believed that if she could master the flying broomstick, she must have been an exceptional seeker during her school days. At the library entrance, he spotted Draco Malfoy. The boy was pressed against the wall, his cold gray eyes warily observing the opposite side, menacingly threatening. "I'll let you off today, but don't go looking for trouble, Longbottom." Across from him stood Neville, the round-faced first-year Gryffindor, also against the wall, with a wide corridor separating him from Malfoy. He boldly declared, "I'm not afraid of you, Malfoy. You can bring it on. I resisted last time, and I will resist again. I fear nothing." He trembled, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead beneath his blonde hair. Students emerging from the library cast curious glances and hastily traversed the nearby path, avoiding involvement in the standoff. Malfoy leaned back slightly almost embedding himself into the wall. Have you finally begun to think, Longbottom? Quite a feat, I must say. Save your effort. Unlike your dense walnut brain, I am quite adept at reading the situation. Neville took a deep breath, trembling as he straightened up, stammering, I'm just going to have dinner. Don't come near me. Malfoy exhaled in relief, bursting into laughter. You can hardly remember anything besides food. I don't even know why I've encountered you by the library door. Come to seek out that insufferable Granger? That Granger who believes she knows everything just because she memorizes her textbooks? You're utterly foolish, Malfoy. Hermione surpasses you 100-fold, Neville bravely retorted. Offended, Malfoy widened his eyes and snickered coldly. We shall see, Longbottom. We shall see. At that moment, a passing student suddenly called out loudly, Hello, Professor Anthony. Gritting his teeth, Malfoy replied, I didn't do anything. I know, Anthony responded as he approached. The student, startled by the greeting to thin air, sheepishly scratched his head at Anthony's smile and nod. Professor. Professor, Neville exclaimed with sudden relief. Anthony smiled back. It's wonderful to see you, Longbottom. Come on. Rumor has it there's Wellington steak today. Chapter 65, Weeping Parkinson. The two hulking figures who often trailed behind Malfoy chimed in, right? As if Anthony could do anything to her. How embarrassing. Doesn't he realize? Malfoy remarked, but my father told me not to act rashly. There seems to be a secret behind Anthony. Someone is very determined to protect him. He suddenly commanded, Did you hear that, you two? Don't act rashly. Understood, Draco. Both replied. Malfoy nodded in satisfaction, pondering, I wonder what that secret is. My father claims he doesn't know, or perhaps he simply refuses to tell me. They passed by Anthony and walked away. Some Slytherin students spotted Anthony as well. Their previously relaxed smiles froze, and after cautiously greeting him, they quickly lowered their heads and hurried away, as if lingering any longer would transform him into a fire-breathing dragon, scorching their robes in pursuit. Once the students had mostly dispersed, Anthony ascended the spiral staircase leading to the astronomy tower. In the corridor, he encountered Professor Sinistra, who was holding her textbook and nodded at him quite naturally. Parkinson is still up there. Thank you, Professor, Anthony replied, and, as they brushed past each other, he heard a softly spoken well done. He nearly thought he had misheard, stopping to turn back. Professor Sinistra had already walked away briskly. Pansy Parkinson stood atop the astronomy tower, the cold wind causing her robes to flap dramatically. The stars hung high above. The night colder than when Tracy Davis had been trapped there by the leglocker curse, yet brighter. Anthony nodded. Good evening, Miss Parkinson. Pansy clenched her teeth. Good evening, Professor. Anthony cast a glance at her, confirming that her clenched teeth were not a manifestation of intense anger, but rather an effort to suppress the trembling that threatened to escape her voice. Initially, I intended to refer to the windows below the tower, but the sweeping of the astronomical tower summit would suffice as well. Would you prefer to clean the windows or sweep the floor? Anthony inquired. Pansy's expression conveyed her reluctance to choose either, yet without hesitation, she replied, Sweeping the floor, Professor. Anthony nodded and handed her what could possibly be a branch from the willow tree, which had been caught by the wind and transformed into a broom, to Pansy, who was struggling to keep her teeth from chattering. Surprisingly, Pansy seemed to exhale a sigh of relief as she took the broom and began to sweep around her and Anthony's feet. She wielded the broom aimlessly, as if it would magically consume the leaves, branches, owl feathers, and dust cluttering the ground. Leaning against the doorway, Anthony had to remind her. It would be simpler to gather them into a corner. Pansy retorted defiantly, I won't do that. He could see through her defiance. Taking the broom from her hands, Anthony demonstrated the sweeping motion before returning it to her. How about you give it another try? Pansy waved the broom again, asserting, I won't. Very well, Anthony lamented. Then let us clean the windows instead. I trust you have experience with that. He was unprepared for Pansy's already pallid face to become even more ghostly. This first-year student, nearly devoid of color, immediately responded, I'm sorry, Professor Anthony. I will learn. She began to sweep earnestly, the broom scraping against the floor with a clattering sound. Rather than sweeping, it seemed she was brushing the astronomical tower's teeth. Why do you so despise cleaning windows? Anthony asked. Did the last confinement leave you feeling uncomfortable? No, that's not it, he speculated, observing her expression. Is it that you dislike windows in general? No, that's not correct either. Do you particularly loathe cleaning the astronomical tower's windows? Pansy's face turned ashen, her lips pressed tightly together, as if a terrifying monster had manifested before her, and she was uncertain if it had noticed her presence. If anything I just said frightened you, I apologize. Anthony spoke gently. Are you acrophobic, Parkinson? Tears suddenly spilled from Pansy's eyes. This cold and frightened child trembled as she glared at him. I'm not afraid of heights. Fear of heights isn't inherently negative, Anthony replied. Of course, I'm not suggesting it's a virtue. But there are many things that aren't strictly good or bad. Fear of heights is one of them. Pansy hastily wiped her eyes, gritting her teeth. I'm not afraid of heights. Very well, Miss Parkinson, Anthony said. Pansy's sobs intensified, and soon it was impossible to discern whether her shivering stemmed from the cold or from her weeping. Anthony quietly sighed and approached, taking the broom from her grasp. Crouching down to her level. Parkinson, it's all right. You know nothing. Pansy cried, you muggle enthusiast. I shouldn't. I can't. I want to be afraid of heights. Why? Anthony, confused, asked. Everyone has their fears. Fear is a perfectly normal emotion. Pansy took a deep breath. I should be worried about tarnishing my family's reputation. I should be concerned about others undermining Slytherin's stature. I should be anxious about not finding a suitable husband. I find myself deeply concerned about the continuation of my family, she exclaimed, her emotions suddenly unraveling, not due to a fear of heights. Draco has always held a fondness for Quidditch. Goodness, Anthony murmured, it's all right. Everyone harbors their own fears. I assure you, your parents, every member of your family, all your classmates within your house, and the faculty of the school, they all fear something rather less dignified. Pansy sobbed, I'm acting like a feeble muggle, because you're not so different from them. Parkinson, Anthony replied earnestly. Humanity has shared certain emotions since its inception. It is dictated not solely by our souls, but also by our very flesh and blood. You are not alone in battling your fears. We are all engaged in the struggle. Observing the first year's Slytherin before him, her face flushed from tears, he felt a sense of solace. She was not beyond redemption. She had not yet been wholly transformed into the so-called Slytherin. She still had the capacity to weep. Chapter 66. The castle was particularly lively this evening. Anthony informed Pansy that her detention had been unexpectedly lifted. Sniffling, she descended the astronomy tower slowly alongside him, draped in a thick cloak, her head bowed, her emotions concealed. As he offered her the cloak, Anthony remarked that it was identical to the one Tracy had worn days prior. Both had been buffeted by the wind atop the astronomy tower for quite a while, with Tracy having spent even longer there. Pansy seemed poised to retort. The word she deserves it nearly escaped her lips, yet she bit her lower lip, refraining from uttering them. Take a moment to reflect, Miss Parkinson. There's no need to rush. You have ample time ahead of you. Your life is just beginning. And there remains a vast expanse of time to choose your future path, Anthony advised. Starlight streamed through the doorposts into the hall, casting a broad expanse of silvery shadows upon the floor. Even the portraits adorning the walls remained silent. Filch had forgotten to close the back window today. The January winds swept through the main entrance, scattering a few withered leaves across the pristine floor he had cleaned meticulously. Suddenly, Anthony's gaze caught two furtive figures lurking in the shadows of the hall's corner. The two students were huddled together, gesturing towards something. Silently, he approached, overhearing their whispered plotting. Let us head this way first, one suggested. Filch is right there. Even if he sees us, he can't catch us. What about Professor McGonagall? The other replied. It's fine. She wants to come over. As long as we can bypass this, we can take the old route past Hagrid's dog. The companion nodded in agreement. Indeed, clever and patient. We are truly brilliant. They exchanged a high five, ready to move. Amused, Anthony stood behind the Weasley twins. Good evening, geniuses. The two red-haired Gryffindors instantly sprang from their hiding spot. Merlin's beard. One of them hastily stuffed a piece of paper into his pocket. Anthony cast a warning glance at the pocket, but chose not to pursue the matter. What are you doing in the hall? I'm sleepwalking, Fred declared without hesitation, pointing at George. And you, Mr. Weasley? Are you also sleepwalking? Anthony inquired. Yes, here to keep me company. George sincerely expressed his concern, fearing that I might leap into the Black Lake or something of that nature. I retorted, advising him not to be so obsessed with swimming. Remarking on his recent peculiar behavior, Fred complained, while George, filled with remorse, replied, Professor, I apologize. I truly should not contemplate swimming in such a manner. Thank you for your company, Fred. The twin brothers of the Weasley family awaited Anthony's announcement of their punishment for venturing out at night, momentarily taken aback. Hurry up. While I can still pretend I am unaware of your nocturnal escapades, Anthony urged. Yes, Professor. The twins immediately dashed off, only to collide with something on the staircase, eliciting a collective ouch from the entity they encountered, nearly causing them to tumble down. The brothers steadied themselves against the wall, momentarily speechless. Anthony hastened over, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing three red-haired Weasleys and half of the wizarding world's saviors seated upon the frigid stone staircase. Ron Weasley glared at his brothers, questioning, Why did you suddenly take off running? Harry Potter, with only half of his body emerging from the void, frantically pulled himself from the air, clutching a cloak of invisibility tightly in his hands. He clumsily attempted to conceal the garment behind him, feigning composure as he regarded Anthony, as if he were merely holding a handkerchief. Anthony's gaze fell upon the cloak of invisibility, its value evident, distinctly different from those sold in Diagon Alley. Someone had once donned a cloak purchased from that magical shop, attempting to pilfer wine from Tom's cellar, only to be caught red-handed by Tom himself, who was cleaning glasses at the front desk before even nearing the cellar door. Anthony surmised that he might comprehend how James Potter infiltrated the cellar of the leaky cauldron. You all, Anthony sighed, lose 5 points or serve detention tomorrow night. Choose one. He added, this includes you, Fred, and George Weasley. We didn't mean to. We were merely sleepwalking, one of the twins protested. Anthony nodded. Consider yourselves unfortunate. I'm not in a forgiving mood today. Harry interjected, just exploring? We've never seen Hogwarts at this hour. Upon realizing that Anthony had no intention of confiscating the cloak, he relaxed considerably. A sightseeing tour, Anthony remarked, well, I can understand that. Another twin chimed in, how pleased our dear mother would be to know how eager you were to sleep, little Ron. Ron retorted angrily, shut it. You too. If it weren't for you running off like blithering idiots. They had arrived at the portrait of the fat lady at Gryffindor Tower. The woman, awakened by their ruckus, glared at them, inquiring password. Anthony interjected. All right, choose detention or points deduction. Detention, detention, both Harry and Ron responded. Exhausted. They recited the password and slipped through the opening created by the fat lady. And you Weasleys? Anthony turned to his students. The twins exchanged glances before suddenly asking, Professor, what if we find another nocturnal wanderer? Can that offset our punishment? Anthony, somewhat taken aback, inquired another. Where? The castle's liveliness tonight exceeded his expectations. Right outside the castle gates, the Weasley brothers gleefully replied, her name is Tracy Davis. Anthony let out a deep, profound sigh. Chapter 67, The Meteor of Davis. What brings you out tonight, Miss Davis? Anthony inquired. I couldn't sleep, Professor Anthony, Tracy replied softly. I was contemplating whether to seek Mrs. Pomfrey for the elixir of life. Were it not for the unwavering claims of the Weasley twins that she had been lingering outside the castle, we were caught just to avoid her. My Christmas sweater is out there, and I cannot sleep without it. Anthony might have genuinely entertained her assertion. She had indeed been wandering outside the castle for at least 2 hours, rather than believing she sought Mrs. Pomfrey for the elixir of life. One might more readily accept that she was deliberating whether to knit slippers for Aragog. Davis, Anthony warned. The Weasley brothers leaned against the wall, watching the scene unfold with leisurely amusement. Rarely were they not the ones cautioned by the professor. Tracy pursed her lips and shook her head. If you would forgive me for my previous remark, no, I do not wish to, Professor. Anthony chuckled. Then it's detention for you, Miss Davis. I shall inform you of the specifics tomorrow. I truly need to organize your detention schedule. And you Weasleys? Points deducted or detention. Fred protested, Professor, we help you catch Davis. George echoed, indeed, it's a fair trade. You cannot go back on your word, Professor. He disregarded Tracy's displeased glance. Points deducted. They said without hesitation. A 50% discount, splendid, Fred exclaimed. George elbowed him. Indeed, what is that? He stared at the rear window that Filch had forgotten to close. ISNT it, Fred. Yes, a meteor, Fred confirmed, having seen it as well. In that moment, Anthony understood why she had been lingering outside the castle. She was awaiting a meteor shower. While the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students residing in the tower could easily gaze upon the starry sky, this girl hailed from Slytherin, a house reputed for its ability to greet the giant squid through the common room windows. Those Slytherin students returning from astronomy class had indeed mentioned something about a meteor shower tonight. However, under the brilliant moonlight, he had not paid attention to the stars. Davis, Anthony said with seriousness, remember, today is an exception. He looked down at the young Slytherin. Come, let us ascend to a higher vantage point. A sudden spark of delight ignited in Tracy's eyes, her lips curving upwards almost uncontrollably, as if she had just been assigned to clean a filthy fireplace only to discover gifts left by Santa Claus. In the few encounters he had with her, this was the moment she most resembled a 12-year-old child. Upon realizing she was the sister of the Ravenclaw Reserve Seeker, the Weasley brothers had become notably friendlier. I thought the surname Davis sounded familiar. They remarked, your brother flies quite well. Tracy hesitated for a moment before offering them a smile. Perhaps in an attempt to atone for having caught her, or to continue their wanderings around the school. They eagerly suggested they knew of a splendid location. Fred quietly confided to Anthony, the room of requirement, Professor, as you know. George took the lead, departing to prepare the room as they had described. Anthony, somewhat astonished, inquired, Aren't you afraid of disclosing any potential business opportunities? Fred, brimming with confidence, replied, "You must not have tested that room, Professor. We have secured the entry methods to our chamber quite well. Should anyone manage to uncover it, we would gladly welcome them to collaborate with us." As this peculiar professor and the nocturnal duo of Gryffindor and Slytherin arrived, George was standing by the door. The room resembled a terrace, with a path of large gray stone slabs laid upon the gravel, leading to several telescopes. The ceiling soared as if it could accommodate another Hogwarts, adorned with magic reminiscent of the castle's great hall during the opening feast, casting the entire night sky. Starlight cascaded down, illuminating the loungers set upon the sandy ground, and a mountain of pillows and blankets amassed in the corner. Apart from the absence of a chilling wind, it felt utterly like the great outdoors. As they entered, a point of light wobbled and fell. "Oh," Tracy let out a small gasp. Fred pulled over a lounger and comfortably reclined, beckoning, "Please have a seat, Davis." "Dusich, Professor," as he made 2 pillows float toward them. Meanwhile, George commanded a dozen blankets to soar into the air, gently landing at each person's feet. His movements were remarkably adept, reminiscent of the sheets floating above the Quidditch stands, a fact not lost on the Weasley brothers. Exaggerating, Fred remarked, "Good heavens, Professor. Would you truly deny us the pleasure of stargazing on a night like this? You wouldn't have the heart, would you, Professor Anthony?" George added, adopting his most innocent tone, wrapping himself in a blanket. Anthony shook his head, allowing them to remain. He stood against the wall, refraining from disrupting the students as they reveled in the cosmic display. Tracy sat silently in the lounger, gazing in awe at the occasional shooting star. "Mom," she whispered softly. Chapter 68, Detention and the Quidditch Pitch. Anthony informed Harry and Ron that their detention would be spent cleaning the Muggle Studies classroom alongside Slytherin's Pansy Parkinson. Their expressions reminded him of the scent of Quirrell's skeletal cat. Hermione would find this hilarious, Ron muttered, "Parkinson." However, this timing was of their own choosing. Anthony had initially scheduled it for daytime, but Harry, citing his commitments to classes and Quidditch practice, requested to shift it to the evening. Ron, begrudgingly, opted to accompany Harry for detention at night. Upon meeting Pansy, they exchanged fierce glares, undeterred by their shared punishment. Even while serving detention, Pansy triumphantly proclaimed that this year's Quidditch Cup would undoubtedly belong to Slytherin, just as the House Cup would, as it had for many years prior. Pansy further mocked Harry's solitude and Ron's impoverishment, inciting their ire. They retaliated with barbed insults, deriding Pansy's foolishness and unattractiveness. Had it not been for the professor standing nearby, the task of cleaning the classroom might have devolved into a plea for house elves to mend it. Were Anthony not the arbiter of order, he would declare tonight's detention quite remarkable. Pansy's rag inadvertently fell upon Ron's head. "Oh, I didn't see you." As Harry went to dispose of the dirty mop water, he inadvertently drenched Pansy's socks, exclaiming in frustration, "How could this happen? It's too heavy, Professor." Meanwhile, Ron accidentally knocked over a table while sweeping, clumsily dropping his broom in the process, which fortuitously struck Pansy. "Oh dear, I'm sorry, Parkinson, I didn't see you there." However, Harry appeared to possess a certain expertise in the realm of household chores. When Ron was forced to re-sweep the dust that had clung to the floor due to the water, Harry skillfully took over the broom and deftly pushed the debris to a dry spot, his movements so practiced that they seemed to have been honed through countless repetitions. As Anthony announced that there were only 30 minutes remaining, the 3 of them silently quickened their pace. From the outset, he had assigned them tasks. Pansy was to wipe the blackboard and windowsills, Ron was to sweep the floor, and Harry was to mop. Each student, unwilling for their designated task to falter, paid no mind to one another's mischief, solely focusing on the mess at hand. To be candid, the originally nonchalant house elves had performed admirably, yet after a skirmish with cleaning tools, the classroom bore witness to shattered chalk, broken broomsticks, and mop cloths that had mysteriously detached from their handles. Dust that once lay on the floor had found its way onto the blackboard, while withered leaves from the windowsill were now strewn across the ground. To Anthony's astonishment, after half an hour, the classroom was left immaculate, as if the trio had never been there. The students' potential was surprisingly remarkable. They exhibited a degree of cooperation. After Pansy's rag fell to the ground, Harry even helped her retrieve it. Subsequently, as Ron swept, Pansy quietly stepped aside, refraining from obstructing his path with her waterlogged shoes that squelched with each step. Before long, Saturday arrived. The Quidditch pitch was teeming with spectators, the sun hanging high in the sky. The match had been scheduled for the afternoon to accommodate Dumbledore's attendance. Anthony sat beside Professor Flitwick. Ravenclaw students were far less enthusiastic about Quidditch than Gryffindor, and since their house had no match that day, A significant portion remained in the castle, preoccupied with their own affairs, awaiting the outcome to tally scores. He had assumed that Slytherin would be similarly indifferent. Yet many Slytherin students occupied the stands, as they typically preferred not to sit with students from other houses. This group, adorned with various silver and green embellishments, was easily identifiable, clearly yearning for Gryffindor's defeat, even going so far as to support Hufflepuff in this endeavor. "Wait, is that Snape?" Anthony inquired, pointing to a figure beside Madame Hooch, clutching a broom. "Indeed, he is the referee for today's match," Professor Flitwick replied. Judging by his tone, Anthony surmised that Hufflepuff was destined for victory. He lamented that he would likely be deprived of witnessing a fair Quidditch match, which was quite disadvantageous for his understanding of the sport. He glanced around and realized that many attendees were not there to watch the match, but rather to enjoy the spectacle. Snape signaled that Gryffindor had committed a foul, awarding Hufflepuff a penalty shot. Wood glared furiously at Snape, raising his hand to signal his players to comply with the referee's decision. 2 minutes later, Snape inexplicably awarded Hufflepuff a penalty, causing even the students of Hufflepuff to display a hint of discontent. Anthony overheard their murmurs. "What is this? It's utterly unfair." The captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team cast a scrutinizing glance at Wood, who inhaled deeply and nodded at him, prompting the captain to maintain a stern demeanor as he instructed his teammates to take their shots. Meanwhile, Slytherin appeared exuberant, as if they were the ones receiving undue favoritism. Were it not for the yellow jerseys worn by the players on the field, Anthony might have mistaken this for the third match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter, was soaring above the pitch. Half of Anthony's attention was diverted to him, reassured by Dumbledore's presence. He believed that should Potter's broom suddenly misbehave, the headmaster would intervene with far greater efficacy than he could. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his desire to remain attuned to the developments on the field. Suddenly, Harry leaned down, and his broom shot forward with astonishing speed, as if a meteor streaking across the sky. Startled, Anthony sprang to his feet. But Gryffindor's seeker maintained a steady grip on the broom, lips pursed, with resolute light gleaming in his emerald eyes as he charged toward Snape. Surely he wouldn't dare to assault the referee? The smallest player on the field captured the golden snitch and raised it triumphantly. The stadium erupted in cheers. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and even Hufflepuff applauded. The captain of Hufflepuff circled in the air, joyfully descending on his broom, giving a thumbs up to the ecstatic Wood. Chapter 69, The Ghostly Hen and the Phoenix. Amid the applause, whistles, and cheers, Anthony observed Dumbledore, smiling with satisfaction. The young seeker was surrounded by his teammates and friends, proudly holding the golden snitch, his mouth stretched in a broad grin. That fluttering golden trinket remained perfectly still in his grasp. Snape descended slowly, spitting contemptuously onto the ground. Dumbledore rose and walked towards the stands. Anthony struggled to weave through the celebrating crowd, passing the gloomy Slytherins. "Professor, wait a moment." Dumbledore turned, somewhat surprised. "Henry? What is it?" "I apologize. It must have been Fawkes who set the place ablaze. The ministry and the board sent over some letters that riled him up, and before I could intervene, he had already stoked the fireplace to a roaring blaze. I hope it hasn't caused you too much trouble, Professor." "Not at all," Dumbledore replied, a twinkle of merriment in his eyes. "No one has mentioned those letters, and I am still unaware of their contents. The truly significant matters, such as you, Henry, will present themselves before me." He glanced at the sky and added, "Unless you wish to invite me for a seaside holiday, we may proceed to my office now. I have at least 2 hours of free time. I hope you don't mind if I enjoy afternoon tea while conversing with you." "Not at all." "Splendid." Minutes later, Anthony found himself comfortably seated in the armchair of Dumbledore's office. He cradled a cup of plain black tea, observing as Dumbledore dropped a slice of lemon into the cup and added 7 teaspoons of honey, the small spoon clinking melodiously against the cup's rim. Fawkes perched on the cabinet in the headmaster's office, preening his feathers with a beauty that left Anthony feeling lightheaded. "Let's speak of the letter that Fawkes incinerated," Dumbledore suggested, pushing a plate of biscuits toward him. "What can I do for you, Henry?" "Well, I have a pet," Anthony replied, dipping a biscuit into the tea. The biscuit emitted a familiar aroma. It was undoubtedly a Christmas gift from Professor Sprout to Dumbledore. "I noticed," Dumbledore said gently. "It seems to have become indistinguishable from a real cat. What troubles you?" Anthony shook his head. "Not a cat. To be precise, I have 2 pets. Besides the cat, I also keep a chicken." "Ah, an excellent choice," Dumbledore remarked. "If it weren't for Fawkes, I would have desired a chicken myself." Fawkes lifted his head from his feathers, letting out a soft call. "But this is a ghostly chicken," Anthony explained. "It can fly, it crows, it tilts its head to look at people, and it is preferable to a living chicken, as it requires no sustenance and sheds no feathers." The only drawback is that it cannot leave its summoning place and is transparent. Dumbledore mused. I understand you wish to bring it here, correct? Indeed, Anthony replied. On the other hand, I believe that the endeavor of disguising a ghostly entity might also pique your interest. Do you recall the subject of resurrection? Ghosts and souls are quite similar, though not entirely alike. If one wishes to be resurrected, one might desire to create a corporeal form, which is precisely what I intend to do for the chicken. He opened his notebook, displaying it to Dumbledore. On the left were ideas concerning resurrection, while the right contained plans for the ghostly chicken's disguise. Amidst a spectrum of notes, a direct arrow drawn in deep blue ink connected the two subjects, encircling the notion of directly creating a body. 3 lines were underlined in the notebook: soul, body, conjoined. Dumbledore set down his teacup, gazing at Anthony through his crescent-shaped spectacles. You do comprehend what you are proposing, do you not? You are not merely suggesting the theft of a soul from death, Henry. Now you seek to encompass the very act of creation itself. Anthony pondered this for a moment. No, I hadn't considered that. I merely wish to create a chicken. I cannot use a real one due to issues like rejection, and besides, a ghost is not a true soul. A ghost is not a true soul? Dumbledore inquired, intrigued. Correct, Anthony affirmed. It was never a real chicken. Rather, it is more akin to a spirit composed of the essence of chickens that once existed in the community. Perhaps one chicken desired a splendid red comb, another sought elegant tail feathers, and yet another wished to fly. Ultimately, they all aspired to be lively chickens, resulting in my pet. Thus, at least from his perspective, I am not robbing death of a soul. He concluded, rather than saying I have raised a chicken, it is more accurate to say I harbor the desire to raise a flock of chickens. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Interesting. I find myself pondering what desires I will leave behind after my demise. He sighed, but please do not grow weary of the warnings of an old man, Henry. As far as I know, the physical body is not simpler than the soul. Life and death are equally parsimonious. It appears I'm a fortunate one. Anthony remarked. Death has been rather generous to me, at times excessively so. Dumbledore softly replied, Indeed, you are. Then, if I wish for life to be as generous to me, is that rather greedy? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, slightly agreed. Few can escape its curse, especially when it pertains to matters of life and death. I must remain honest. Henry, I do not hold much optimism for your relationship with life. Yet, I shall always welcome the next miracle. Despite having a faint premonition, Anthony was somewhat taken aback by Dumbledore's unwavering tone. His confusion must have been evident on his face, for Dumbledore chuckled. The headmaster gestured to the magnificent bird above. The phoenix, Henry, embodies pure life. I am exceedingly pleased that you hold such affection for Fawkes, even if it does not reciprocate your sentiments. Anthony let out a wistful sigh. You needn't express it so harshly. He truly cherished the phoenix. Had he not already possessed a wraith chicken, he would have genuinely desired a phoenix. Chapter 70, Death, Hope, and the Unfortunate. The scent of black tea and biscuits wafted through the headmaster's office. Under Fawkes' watchful gaze, Dumbledore informed Anthony that the magic of creating a corporeal form still belonged to dark magic, a rather obscure branch at that. He provided Anthony with several keywords and cautioned him to exercise utmost caution. It is not impossible, Anthony mused, recalling the silent black river that flowed through his dreams. I'm curious about what the end looks like. I have yet to witness the conclusion. Anthony paused momentarily. On the massive cabinet, Fawkes ceased preening its feathers and turned to regard him. Outside, the snow blanketed the bare, gray mountains as if they would never melt. An owl hurriedly flew from a distance, carrying a letter from an unknown sender. Couples strolled hand in hand by the Black Lake, the cold wind reddening their faces, ears, and noses. Excited students celebrated Gryffindor's victory, bouncing along the still damp ground. Filch stood guard outside, scrutinizing everyone's shoes with malice, oblivious to the fact that Peeves had suspended a shoe above his head. Do you truly wish to hear me speak of death, Professor? Inquired the resurrected spirit of the death-defying wizard. Even the silver instrument in the headmaster's office, which consistently emitted a gentle hum, fell silent at this moment, its smoke hesitatingly suspended in midair. Time seemed to warp, for death inherently transcends time. No, Dumbledore replied, no, I apologize. It is not that I am unwilling to speak. Anthony responded, I merely wish to ascertain whether you truly desire to listen. It is nothing. Curiosity is a human trait, Anthony remarked. He himself had once been curious before his demise. In truth, Dumbledore's ability to swiftly and resolutely reject such temptation far exceeded his own expectations. With a smile, Dumbledore remarked, Let me retain this curiosity until the answer finds me. I hope it proves satisfactory. I cannot guarantee that, Anthony replied with a chuckle. What I can tell you is that death is not the end of all things. That suffices, Henry, that suffices, Dumbledore responded, his voice trembling slightly. His blue eyes, unusually moist, filling me with hope. Anthony stood in the corridor, perplexed, holding a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Dumbledore, like the kindest of elders treating a child, presented him with an extensive list of snacks, endeavoring to fill his pockets to the brim. Ultimately, Anthony inexplicably walked away with a bag of beans that were reputedly Dumbledore's least favorite. I am perpetually unfortunate, Dumbledore lamented. I never get to enjoy the flavors I desire. I have always wished to converse with the manufacturers. They are rather unkind to those easily toyed with by fate. Initially skeptical, Anthony's doubts faded as he savored a mint-flavored bean while watching Dumbledore consume a soap-flavored one. They had both assumed that the pink, fragrant bean was strawberry-flavored. Gryffindor's Thomas spotted Anthony and called out, "Professor Anthony, did you watch the match today?" Since Anthony had interrupted the Gryffindor versus Slytherin game with a flying charm and a bedsheet, many speculated that Madam Hooch would eventually challenge him to a wizard duel or that he would one day be banned from the Quidditch pitch. Indeed, I did. Potter won splendidly, Anthony replied with a smile. Would you care for a bean, Mr. Thomas? Consider it a celebration. Certainly, Thomas exclaimed, reaching for a bean and popping into his mouth. Ah, strawberry. His students seemed accustomed to his habit of producing various snacks, naturally extending their hands to take a few when he inquired. As he walked, Anthony had passed 2 pepper-flavored beans, 3 chocolate, 3 curry for mustard, and an indeterminate number of spinach and orange marmalade. Before opening the door to his office, he paused to knock on Professor Quirrell's door. After a flurry of clattering sounds, the door was eventually opened a tiny crack. Through that narrow opening, Professor Quirrell stammered, "Anthony, Professor?" Anthony opened the bag and shook the colorful Bertie Bott's beans. Care for one, Professor Quirrell? Considered a celebration of Gryffindor's victory. He recalled that during the last match against Slytherin, Quirrell had also supported Gryffindor. Very well, Quirrell said, extending a pale hand through the crack, trembling as he grasped a bean. Did you watch today's match, Professor Quirrell? Anthony inquired, not recalling seeing Quirrell in the stands, though he had not been particularly attentive to which professors were present. I did not attend, Quirrell replied. Well, Gryffindor won most splendidly today. I begin to understand why Hagrid said Potter flew remarkably well, Anthony remarked. And the sun was quite pleasant today. He had always felt that the corridors of their office desperately needed sunlight. At one end lay a restroom inhabited by ghosts, while the other housed an office occupied by a spectral sorcerer and a skeletal cat. Additionally, there was a professor of defense against the dark arts who perpetually cowered, adorning his office only with the stark white of garlic, leaving the rest in utter darkness. The professor of defense against the dark arts pinched a dark green Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, which Anthony must admit appeared rather unpalatable as it was sent into his mouth, prompting a fit of violent coughing. What is wrong? Anthony inquired with a hint of amusement. Mustard? No. Chilo coughed. It's vomit. Anthony confirmed that Dumbledore was not the most favored target of fate's cruel whims. He had found a more unfortunate soul. Chapter 71. The Deceased Charles and the Joyous Bubble Bean Pots. Following Dumbledore's suggestion, Anthony discovered a plethora of dark magic concerning the shaping of flesh within the library. They were far more sinister than he had anticipated. He had initially thought he could simply extract essence from a few dead chickens and piece together a magically bonded chicken, akin to mending the skeletal cat's frame. However, Dumbledore was indeed correct. Corporeal forms were rather intricate. Amidst his studies on flesh magic, Anthony received dozens of consent letters from parents regarding practical activities. Mr. Weasley even volunteered to inquire if he needed someone to drive, mentioning he still had a few days of vacation left. Considering the unfortunate disassembly of the engine, Anthony politely declined his generous offer. The letter that delighted him most came from a third-year Gryffindor parent, which he carefully tucked into his lesson plans. His lesson plan had grown quite thick, containing not only preparations for 4 classes, but also intriguing perspectives on Muggle studies, quiz results, schedules for practical activities, communication progress with contacts, and his own timetable. Aside from Tracy's detention, his schedule was now filled solely with classes and research. Tracy's detention was originally slated for Tuesday evening, coinciding perfectly with the final detention of Pansy Parkinson. After Pansy, along with Harry and Ron, had tidied up the classroom, Anthony felt he could organize a light, yet collaborative task for her and Tracy. However, upon receiving his notice, Tracy promptly wrote back, regretfully informing him that she had astronomy class that very Tuesday evening. Anthony agreed to reschedule. He spent a considerable amount of time conversing with Pansy during Monday's detention. A week of detention was ample time for him to gain a deeper understanding of the girl, skillfully sidestepping topics she was reluctant to touch. which made Pansy more open to chatting. When she spoke of her family's reputation and Slytherin's honor, a peculiar glimmer in her eyes caused Anthony a tinge of concern. On the other hand, as a beneficiary of this system, she bore pressures that were not befitting her age in order to uphold the rules that applied both within the academy and society. When Pansy saw Anthony's cat, she expressed with a hint of nostalgia, "You know, I used to have a pet. Not Matilda. Mind you, Matilda is my mother's owl. She merely lent her to me for delivering messages. I once had a dog." This revelation greatly surprised Anthony. In his rudimentary understanding of Slytherin, the pets they might select could be as follows. Cats or owls, undoubtedly. Snakes, though rarer, could be envisioned. Toads or lizards, at least in terms of harmonizing styles. But certainly not a wheezing dog. That would be akin to incorporating a warm sausage into a salad. I once owned a Shih Tzu. Its face, akin to that of a lion, was quite substantial and golden, and I named him Charles. Eventually, my father discovered him. Even though he was already aware of the unfolding narrative, Anthony still inquired. "And then?" "Charles passed away," Pansy replied. "I had the house elf feed him twice a day. And then that wretched creature informed my father. Charles died. I suspect they simply threw him to his demise or something of that nature." She swung her legs on the chair, her tone remarkably composed. "I regret that. I hope your father has offered an explanation for this." Pansy shook her head, appearing somewhat aggrieved, reminiscent of a wrong Shih Tzu. Anthony remarked, "Then I hope you at least receive some compensation." "Oh, I beheaded that treacherous thing," Pansy said. "I've long forgotten the elf's name. He shall never adorn my home's walls." Tracy's detention was rescheduled to this Friday because, prior to that, Anthony was to assist Professor Sprout in the greenhouse. She required a helping hand to swiftly peel a batch of late-maturing bubble bean pods and properly store the beans, offering a handsome reward of 2 boxes of cookies for the task. "You are exceedingly kind, Henry," Professor Sprout said, wiping the sweat from her brow with delight. By the time Anthony arrived, she was in the midst of relocating a large bag of dragon dung to create space for the storage of bubble beans. He hurriedly offered his assistance, perhaps due to the fact that this premium fertilizer, sourced from dragons, did not respond well to levitation spells. Even the gentlest flick of a wand could send it soaring to the ceiling, and attempting to confine it within a barrel would render it ineffective. Anthony shook his head. "Not at all. I truly enjoy coming to the greenhouse." He spoke truthfully, even amidst the gloomy rainy season that heralded the transition from winter to spring. The greenhouse remained a bastion of warmth and brightness. "We haven't seen you in the common room for quite some time," Phileas remarked. "Professor McGonagall said you've been nearly as busy as she is." She exclaimed, "Oh, be cautious with that." It was already cracked. Anthony gingerly opened the pod along the fissure, placing the gleaming beans into the barrel. "You know, I'm genuinely curious about how they managed to confine so many people at once. Just Potter, Weasley, and Parkinson together consumed quite a bit of my energy." Professor Sprout inquired, "Did you truly have all 3 of them in detention together?" She appeared to express a semblance of admiration. "You didn't know?" Anthony asked, astonished. If Dumbledore was aware of all that transpired within the school, Professor Sprout seemed to possess knowledge of even more, including events that had never occurred. "I assumed it was a fabrication," she replied, "for many claimed you made them hold hands and dance in a circle." "Wait, did you actually make them dance?" Anthony shook his head. "No, but it does sound like a rather intriguing idea. Please convey my gratitude to your student Pomona." "I shall," she replied cheerfully. "Here. This one is smaller. If you cannot peel it, do not worry." "So you have completed the confinement for Parkinson and are now entirely free?" "Not quite. Miss Davis's confinement is still scheduled for this Friday." "What is it?" Anthony noted Professor Sprout's contemplative nod. Professor Sprout remarked, "So you should be available next Monday? We have a celebration planned. Do not inquire about the nature of the celebration, Henry. It is a secret, yet you are the guest of honor." "I have said enough." "Splendid." Chapter 72, Miss Davis's Confinement. "By the way, you mentioned Miss Davis?" Professor Sprout inquired, gently placing a large pod into the tray. Anthony deftly extracted the beans along the seam. Indeed, a second-year Slytherin, sister of Roger Davis. "What of it?" Professor Sprout hesitated before saying, "I am uncertain. There is something unsettling about that girl. I suspect she is not well-liked among her peers and often left out during group activities. Hence I frequently assist her with herb planting." "So?" Anthony replied, astonished. "Is she addicted to substances?" Professor Sprout was equally taken aback. "No, it is not that severe. Potions are far superior to those muggle contraptions. I merely feel she may be in need of healing remedies, suffering from prolonged insomnia, or poor health. I do not know." She shook her head. "Perhaps I am misjudging her. That would indeed be a fortunate outcome, since Tracy had always excelled in her herbology grades and performed well in class. Professor Sprout had never enforced her confinement and thus lacked opportunities for private discourse with her. I shall keep an eye on her, Anthony assured, feeding the pod shells to the eagerly reaching magical carnivorous plant. Friday dawned once more under a gloomy sky. The persistent drizzle imbued the castle's corners with the scent of moss, the chill seeping into the bones, while only the crackling fire in the hearth provided warmth and dryness to the surroundings. Anthony hung his coat beside the fireplace, commanding a chair to adjust to an appropriate size. Sit down, Davis. Bubble pods? Tracy inquired, glancing curiously at the table. Yes, we have been collecting these recently. Anthony gestured for her to place her scarf and gloves by the hearth. This is the last batch. I do appreciate your assistance in peeling them. He had purposely halted Professor Sprout from assisting in the pod collection earlier, reserving this task for the evening's confinement session. Professor Sprout had informed him that this was part of the third-year herbology curriculum, but he was not surprised that Tracy could recognize them. Tracy nodded, skillfully rolling up her sleeves as she settled down. Yes, Professor. Anthony scrutinized her carefully, detecting no signs of injury. As a necromancer, he prided himself on this keen perception. The good news was that she at least bore no wounds difficult to heal. However, her dark circles accentuated her pallor, rendering her appearance weary and dazed. Be careful not to let them fall to the ground. Though I presume you do not require much reminding. Tracy silently peeled open a pod, carefully pouring the glistening beans into the bucket. The few resplendent little orbs tumbled and rolled to the bottom of the wooden vessel. The student across from her quickened his pace. How has your week been? Anthony inquired as he moved the filled bucket aside and replaced it with an empty one on the table. Tracy pondered for a moment before responding. Quite well, thank you. And you? Marvelous, Anthony replied. Following the conclusion of Pansy's confinement, he found himself with ample evening hours to study and prepare lessons. And his time spent in the greenhouse, conversing with Professor Sprout, lifted his spirits. Hagrid had sent a few unicorn tail hairs as a compensation for his failure to spot a unicorn during his visits. Mr. Weasley, after losing the bid for the driver position, diligently wrote to inquire about his schedule, seemingly wishing to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter with students. Tracy smiled lightly. That is splendid. She added, thank you for allowing me to observe the meteor shower last time. Anthony scrutinized the beans in his hand. Oh, it's nothing. Don't give it a second thought. Will there be stars in this Tuesday's astronomy class? He raised one to the light before discarding it into the waste pile. No, Tracy replied. It's still overcast. We merely reviewed another lesson on star charts. Anthony lamented. That is indeed unfortunate. He half-jokingly asked, have you been out at night lately? Miss Davis? Tracy hesitated for a moment before replying, no, Professor Anthony. His surprise was evident. That doesn't sound like a resolute no, Davis. Where have you been venturing at night? A fleeting smile graced Tracy's lips before she firmly stated, nowhere, Professor. Anthony shook his head. Very well. I shall leave that inquiry to Mr. Filch. Her movements were quite brisk. It wasn't even curfew yet. Tracy lowered her head, accepting his kindness. Do you often walk this way? He could not help but ask as they ascended the stairs for the third time. Considering their destination was underground, Tracy's exertion was astonishing. Lost in thought, Tracy suddenly snapped back to reality, her face paling. No, I took a wrong turn. Anthony regarded her thoughtfully, catching a faint scent of potion in the air. He surveyed the desolate corridor, recognizing the restroom door plastered with posters. It was the laboratory of the Weasley twins before they moved into the current room of requirements. Chapter 73. What is this material? How do we end up here? Anthony queried. He nodded calmly and followed her. All right, Davis, I hope you can rest well tonight. Had it not been for the Weasley twins showing him their abandoned secret base while handing over the love potion eggs, he might not have known how to enter this rusted door. Finding a wire beneath the doorframe, he privately doubted whether Tracy would indeed employ the twins' method of unlocking it. Toiling at the lock, George had demonstrated the technique with remarkable ease. The door creaked open with a groan, and Anthony stepped inside. The arrangements within had changed since the last time he had seen them. The air was thick with the scent of potions, while a meticulously cleaned cauldron rested beside the sink. Neatly arranged on a toilet transformed into a storage rack by twin brothers were various potion ingredients. The room was spotless, save for a toilet seat adorned with a vibrant, rainbow wig that grinned widely, retaining its distinct Weasley charm. Since Anthony entered, the toilet seat had been incessantly chattering. Welcome, esteemed guest. Welcome to this splendid lavatory. I wish you a day as delightful as a restroom. If not, may you have a tomorrow as splendid as a toilet. Anthony promptly shoved it aside into a vacant toilet, where it gurgled contentedly before falling silent. Furrowing his brow, Anthony surveyed the array of potion ingredients before him. Bottles sealed with corks contained stones that gleamed with an unusual luster, Crystal vials held viscous liquids, and neatly compartmentalized boxes displayed scales of various sizes. Dried herbs were stored in breathable linen bags, exuding peculiar aromas, while jars contained powders of diverse textures and hues. A dark brown glass bottle, shielded from light, held something rather morbid. As Anthony and Neville had previously noted, he was utterly ignorant of potions. It would be more plausible to hope that a Myrtle would emerge from the toilet to elucidate the situation than to expect him to deduce what Miss Davis was concocting from this assortment of materials. Fortunately, there happened to be a fellow in the castle reputed to be a master of potions, though he had notably not received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the British Association of Advanced Potion Making. Tracy happened to be one of his students. After a light rap on the ominous black door, it swung open, revealing Snape, who glared at him with palpable irritation. "I trust you possess a sufficiently compelling reason for this intrusion, Anthony." "I believe I do," Anthony replied, somewhat uncertainly. "I apologize for potentially taking up some of your time, but I require your assistance in identifying certain potion ingredients." Snape immediately retorted, "Unfortunately, not every professor spends their days idly sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter." He stepped aside to reveal the bubbling cauldron behind him. "As you can see, I'm a busy man. Assisting colleagues in quelling their curiosity born of ignorance is not within my purview, particularly when I must remain in my office." Anthony smiled. "However, this matter transcends mere curiosity. It pertains to students as well." Noting Snape's impending refusal, he added, "I believe I mentioned previously that you cannot neglect the students. And the good news is, my memory is quite sharp." A collection of slender, spiny solids, black-tipped, approximately this long, encased in a glass vial. "Hedgehog quills," Snape replied, his brow furrowed. He stirred the peculiar contents of his cauldron 3 times clockwise, reduced the flame, and then turned to Anthony with an air of impatience. "What precisely do you wish to know, Anthony?" "A basic quiz on potion ingredients?" Unwilling to divulge too much information to Snape before understanding precisely what Tracy was engaged in, Anthony remained cautious. The teapot in the staff lounge could attest to the plethora of evidence indicating that this man would swiftly dismiss the involvement of others in Slytherin affairs once he comprehended the situation. Anthony continued to inquire about a stone that emanated an extraordinary blue-white luminescence of considerable size. He irritably waved his hand, silencing the hourglass, and commenced pouring some materials into the cauldron. "Moonstone. Supplement your knowledge, Anthony. You will find it not so challenging." "I have no further questions." "Thank you," he stated. "Very well," Snape replied without lifting his gaze. "Allow me to remind you that 2 of your previous answers were incorrect. You may attempt to discern which 2. "What?" Anthony exclaimed, having heard Snape's words. "Supplement your knowledge." Snape continued as the potion in the cauldron transformed into a lovely blue hue. He tapped the edge of the pot with his wand, straightening up with an air of pride. "Alternatively, enlighten me as to why you wish to know about these materials." "An intriguing selection, Anthony. The ingredients you mentioned could brew some rather marvelous concoctions." "Such as?" Anthony queried. Snape smirked. "Thank you." Without hesitation, Anthony opened the door, ready to depart. Snape remarked, "For Merlin's sake, whom are you attempting to conceal?" His expression conveyed a blend of disdain and contempt, suggesting that these basic materials would not yield anything of significance. "A Slytherin student, are you not?" He sighed impatiently. "I still believe I am the head of the house." Anthony perceived this as a subtle indication of Snape's lingering concern for his students. Chapter 74. What potion is this? At the very least, from Snape's recent answer, regardless of any erroneous responses mixed in, Anthony discerned that these materials did not harbor any dangerous dark magic. He conceded, "How do you determine that?" "The method of preservation." Snape replied, "Of course, you would not comprehend." Concerning Slytherin, Snape evidently took great interest in which students were receiving extra tutoring. Treated as subjects of study by the dedicated Muggle Studies professor, he emphasized this title with particular significance. "Names exchanged for names. Snape, tell me what potion this is, and I shall reveal who it is for." I do not expect you to grasp the intricate significance of the proportions, but even you should understand that one cannot ascertain the exact nature of a potion merely from a list of ingredients, Snape hissed. "Tell me who it is, Anthony. Then provide a possible list of potions," Anthony insisted. "Then I will give you a name, I assure you." "You assure me?" "Why not disclose the name first?" Snape inquired coldly. Anthony's gaze swept between them, shrugging to imply a comparison of their credibility. Snape's demeanor darkened further. He retorted icily, "If you were aware of the workload behind such simple permutations." However, upon realizing that Snape was indeed brewing a potion, he dismissed that thought. He did not expect Snape to identify its nature amidst the aroma of potions filling the office. Snape abruptly seized the small vial, uncorked it, and inhaled deeply beneath his hooked nose, revealing a look of satisfaction. A calming draft. A calming draft? Anthony replied, frowning. Relieving anxiety in such matters is rather disappointing. It is entirely non-restricted. Anthony, is Tracy truly reliant on this potion for stability? Severus Snape reminded him, though his interest appeared to wane. He meticulously filled a crystal vial with the potion using a long silver spoon, scrutinizing it against the candlelight. Anthony remarked, Tracy Davis seems to be struggling of late. It appears she has taken to brewing her own remedies. Can you pay a bit more attention, please? He shook his head in resignation. Your house is rather challenging. Davis may require assistance. Snape turned his head, arching an eyebrow. I fail to see what nonsense you are spouting. From my perspective, Miss Davis is managing quite well on her own. Anthony, astonished, retorted, she is brewing potions to alleviate her anxiety, and you deem that managing well? Snape feigned surprise. What? Has she not found a way to address those minor emotional issues? Anthony replied, those are not merely minor emotional issues, Snape. If you permit me to speak candidly, from societal, familial, or peer perspectives, many students in your house bear burdens that are far beyond their years. What is the matter with Davis? She is a half-blood, undervalued at home, and even first-year pure-blood. Snape interrupted, enough, Anthony. Do not pretend to understand Slytherin. I may not comprehend Slytherin, Anthony retorted, but I recognize the danger. Don't you? Snape replied smoothly, I fail to see it, Professor Anthony. Everyone seems to be thriving. Does that not meet your expectations? Anthony sighed. Yes, survival is paramount. But we can strive for improvement. I hope they will continue to thrive in the future. If I must be blunt at this rate, I fear your students may either take their own lives or others. Forgive me, are you insinuating that I am to blame? Snape countered. Would you care to know the mortality rate of Slytherin prior to my tenure? And take a guess at the mortality rate since I became head? Forgive my harshness. Anthony quickly apologized. I merely believe I understand what constitutes a normal childhood. Snape narrowed his eyes. Such confidence, is it? You know nothing. He abruptly placed the crystal vial on the table, speaking with fervor. What does a normal childhood entail? A mother singing lullabies to lull you to sleep? Or the tooth fairy fluttering about? Do you perceive Hogwarts as some idyllic realm? They must seek help for themselves. Snape warned dangerously. You believe you're doing good, don't you? Clucking about like a hen protecting its chicks? Let me tell you, Anthony, that approach does not work in Slytherin. We are predators. If you wish to avoid being devoured, you would do well to adapt swiftly. I see no issue with Davis. Anthony spoke slowly. I am curious if you genuinely believe that. He suddenly recalled something. You've been to Kevin's home. Kevin Jones, correct? The new student for next year at Hogwarts? Look at Kevin, Snape. That is a normal childhood. Snape evidently remembered whom he was discussing. He scoffed. That is not normal. Anthony, that is merely a fortunate childhood. Anthony furrowed his brow as he gazed at him. For reasons unknown, Snape's tone resonated with a near hateful jealousy. It seemed as though these words had been festering in his throat for a considerable duration, as if he were expelling them with great effort. The viscous liquid in the half-empty cauldron beside him gurgled softly over a low flame, transforming into an ominous amalgamation of deep blue and purple hues. Snape muttered a low curse, striking the cauldron with roughness, clearing its contents. Anthony remained silent, even if his recollections differed from Snape's assumptions. He genuinely believed his childhood was filled with joy. Despite the early passing of his parents, his grandparents had done everything within their power. He had no reason to doubt his own happiness. Extra, an empty grave. I apologize to those who wish to avoid the extra content. My state of mind is rather poor, and I can only manage to scribble this extra. For those disinterested, consider today a hiatus from updates. The main storyline will gradually unveil Anthony's resurrection tale. Mr. Wright was the happiest man in the world. He had always held this belief. Indeed, his happiness stemmed from a noble source. He was a good man. Even though his home subscribed to the newspaper, he would still beckon the unfortunate newsboys on the street to procure an additional copy from their hands. Each week, he attended church, offering prayers before meals without fail, and kneeling beside his bed at night, not solely for himself, but also for his beloved wife, his cherished son and daughter, and for the countless souls still enduring suffering, though he hardly knew who they truly were. He was also keen to assist those in his community. Admittedly, this was somewhat related to his occupation, yet it was undeniable that no one was better suited for this role than he. Regardless of any misfortunes that befell others, he was invariably among the first to know. Alas, in this indifferent world, individuals as warm-hearted as he were a rarity. My dear, you cannot fathom the day I have endured, he puffed as his wife helped him out of his coat, sinking into the sofa. What is it? Mrs. Wright inquired half-heartedly. her gaze fixated on a stray thread in his suit. Do you recall that lad named Henry? The one who lived at the end of the street? Henry Anthony, is it not? The bookish fellow who once resided with the elder Anthonys? Buried, Mrs. Wright exclaimed, lifting her head in shock. You cannot mean he has passed away. His wife shot him a reproachful glance. Hush, do not speak so. We ought to mourn for that young man. Yet a smile danced upon her face. I presume you were quite busy today. Indeed, Mr. Wright replied. If only we could have lamb stew tonight. My dear, I believe I can already smell it. Oh, indeed. You are an angel. And our little ones? They are upstairs. I shall call them down, Mrs. Wright said, kissing his cheek before ascending the stairs to summon their son and daughter. Mr. Wright shifted to sit at the dining table contented, in accordance with the nobleman's orders. They had arranged for the finest coffin for Anthony and planned a grand funeral. The young man likely had 2 or 3 friends, all of whom mournfully attended the service. They say it has been an age since they last contacted Henry, yet the news of his passing still comes as a shock. In addition, 5 or 6 friends were present, all claiming to be exceedingly busy. However, upon learning that he had perished while saving a nobleman's daughter, they suddenly transformed into intimate friends who would make time to attend the funeral, regardless of their pressing commitments. Disappointingly, the nobleman himself did not show up. The beautiful coffin and the flowers, finding enough balloons to cover the ground in such weather would indeed require considerable effort. The setting was so picturesque it could easily serve as a wedding venue, were it not for the large wooden box resembling a coffin. Instead of a mosaic window of a church, even a priest was readily available. Mr. Wright gazed regretfully at the wasted decorations. Nevertheless, from this moment forth, a hero would rest eternally in this graveyard. Regardless of the location, having a hero is always commendable. Caring for the gravestone and tidying the cemetery necessitates those glimmering silver or paper trinkets, and having multiple good souls provides ample reasons for such adornments. Mr. Wright pondered slowly. The priest continued to drone on, reciting his prayers, but Mr. Wright, being a devout believer, drew a cross over his chest and bowed his head in sorrow. Mr. Wright was a busy man, always tasked with organizing matters. Without him, people would scarcely know how to navigate life. I believe we should organize an event, Mr. Wright declared. An event, sir? Mr. Wright nodded. Indeed, it is rare to have a holiday, and as the weather warms, both men and women will wish to go out and gather. What a splendid day it is. This is a plan drafted by my nephew. Take a look. He contentedly stroked his little mustache, which he had meticulously trimmed that morning. It was rather vexing that no one seemed to notice how dapper it looked. Of course. However, there is a minor issue, sir. We require funding. The good tables and chairs, along with the cemetery supplies, were hastily scribbled down in a notebook. Mr. Wright nodded in satisfaction. That issue was swiftly resolved. He was always adept at problem solving. Without individuals like him, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. It was a rare day of splendid weather. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the early spring sun graciously cast its warmth, while the cemetery's lawns were meticulously maintained. Mrs. Wright filled 3 picnic baskets to the brim, donning the pale yellow dress she wore when she first met Mr. Wright, as she walked arm in arm with him through the woods beside the cemetery. Be a good child, don't run wild. Come, darling, hold your mother's hand. Good child, take care of your sister. Mr. Wright strolled with his family, as blissfully as ever. Whenever someone greeted him with envy and respect, he would modestly nod in acknowledgement. How splendidly he had organized this event. How beautiful his wife was. How well-behaved his children were. This place was indeed lovely. Mrs. Wright chose a clearing and spread out a red and white check picnic blanket. The washed fruits sparkled under the sun. Dear, I'm going out for a smoke. Mr. Light gazed at his industrious wife and remarked. Mrs. Light sighed before breaking into a smile. Go on, Mr. Light. I love you too, Mrs. Light, he replied. Mr. Light feigned seriousness, bowing slightly and bestowing a mock kiss upon her hand, which elicited a fit of giggles from her before he ventured beyond the grove. He flicked the ash from his cigarette but refrained from lighting it. He merely wished to step outside, observe the activities he had orchestrated, and relish the fruits of his labor. Quite splendid indeed. Everywhere, groups of people were enjoying picnics. Yet, what was troubling that young lad, frowning so deeply? Mr. Light had not compelled him to partake in the festivities. He merely offered suggestions, which were invariably sound. He furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the discontented individuals around him. For instance, that couple was quarreling, and their child was crying. Was no one attending to the situation? Why were they still at odds? The world needed individuals like Mr. Light, full of benevolence. He promptly approached, commanding the attention of the little boy. What troubles you, child? The boy wailed, I need to pee. Mom, I need to go. Then go. Mr. Light frowned at the boy's lack of decorum. I can't find a restroom. he cried. Mr. Light, feeling exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Just find a place where no one can see you. The boy ceased his tears, scrambling away to seek a hidden spot. Meanwhile, his parents continued their bickering over the forgotten picnic blanket. Thankfully, Mrs. Light always managed affairs with meticulous precision. Mr. Light thought contentedly, distancing himself from the quarrelsome couple. The boy scurried about, unable to find a secluded spot. He had intended to seek refuge behind a tree, but each open space was occupied by families, all too visible. Just as he sang along with the sound of water, he noticed a stone in the outermost row shifting. How peculiar! Stones do not move, do they? They are lifeless. Are they not? The stone appeared as though it wished to leap forth, the soil before it trembling. His parents were still arguing, yet his curiosity blazed within him, compelling him to inquire further. Then he spotted the kind gentleman, Mr. Light. Mr. Light, Mr. Light, he called as he rushed over. Mr. Light inhaled deeply. What is it, child? Can stones move? Of course not, Mr. Light replied. If it moves, it must be due to something else acting upon it. The boy pointed toward the distant cemetery, exclaiming, but there's a stone over there that moves. Nonsense, Mr. Light retorted. At that moment, the quarreling couple ceased their disputes and began searching for their missing son. Mr. Light urged, go on, your parents are looking for you. The boy, fixated on the question of the moving stone, sought the attention of the person he ought to engage. Mr. Light now truly desired a place to smoke. The cemetery appeared to be a most fitting sanctuary. Tranquil and undisturbed, he made his way in that direction. The stone opened its eyes. Or rather, if we were to consider it a person, it opened its eyes. He cannot be entirely referred to as a human. A more precise description would be a corpse or a deceased individual. This cadaver was ensconced within a remarkably elegant and opulent coffin, yet this was not the reason for its pristine preservation. As is commonly understood, regardless of the manner of death, it ultimately reduces to the return of molecules to molecules, atoms to atoms, eventually dissolving into something scarcely describable. The reason he still bore a semblance of humanity could be attributed to three crucial factors. Firstly, he was not cremated. Secondly, he had not been deceased for an extended period. Thirdly, it must be acknowledged that a touch of magic was involved. These three elements were of paramount importance, albeit one might appear somewhat peculiar. However, it transpired as such. With a hint of enchantment, the corpse's eyes opened wide, revealing the sight of dried flowers beside him. He felt little affinity for the withered blooms, yet discomfort enveloped him. Were he capable of furrowing his brow, he surely would have. This sensation of constriction, what is it called? Constraint. His corporeal vessel felt excessively confined, yearning for more space. Something burned within his throat, not that of his corporeal form, but rather his true throat. He craved sustenance. Anything at all. In the distance, he sensed the presence of numerous other bodies and bones. Yet, he was far too famished to summon them for a share of food. Something hovered above him, oscillating with a dull, rhythmic thud. The corpse stared at the coffin lid. The distant sound of water, and then that entity departed. Perhaps in the next moment, or perhaps a century hence, something else approached. Larger, more fragrant. Like a long loaf of bread, he thought, even though he had forgotten what that was. The corpse opened its mouth. It was merely instinct and intuition. Something within the cadaver surmised that the object would possess an appealing flavor. Moreover, its size was significant for once consumed. It would afford him greater space to engage in whatever he desired, perhaps even stretch if he had a waist. But first, he needed to access that tantalizing to the corpse object. He needed to escape, regardless of where he might go, as long as it was not here. He recalled the world ought to be bright. With that singular thought, his world illuminated. Wood splintered, earth scattered, and a long loaf of bread sat upon the ground, gazing at him in terror. Throughout this unfolding chaos, Mr. Light's mind was consumed by a singular notion. He should not have been so miserly, sparing that inch of wooden thickness. He would now gladly part with his own funds for an additional layer of silver casing. The entity within the corpse turned its gaze towards the portly man. The small mustache trembled violently as the man sat immobile upon the ground, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound, frozen in a comical pose as if caught in the midst of a sneeze. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. One would be astonished at the volume of moisture contained within him. Judging by appearances alone, one might assume he would melt like butter on a hot skillet, dissolving into a sizzling puddle of fat. However, the designation for that entity within the corpse is rather cumbersome. Let us refer to it as Anthony, for it is the first name he can recall. Anthony is indifferent to the outer shell. Within this glistening mass of yellow, there exists something delectable, a deceptive sweetness, yet undeniably sweet. If Anthony could still grasp the language of humanity, he would articulate that it resembles the happiness portrayed in a trashy soap opera. That alone is sufficient to entice him. Anthony approached, or rather, he flung his legs forward. His head pondered for a fleeting moment before rolling along as well. Then, like a revelation, the answer descended upon him. Anthony remained expressionless. He was oblivious to the utterances of the mouth before him, yet the fragrant sweetness was gradually transforming. Perhaps it is best not to allow it to continue calling out, while it still harbors a semblance of remorse, while it rejoices in its own happiness. Let it become Anthony's dessert. "Father," Mr. Wright's daughter called from the distant woods, "if you don't come soon, we shall devour all the brownies." Her voice soared like a cheerful little bird, landing upon the tips of Anthony and Mr. Wright's noses. Strangely, even from behind numerous rows of gravestones and countless chattering families, both Anthony and Mr. Wright could still perceive her joyful exclamations. His son dashed forward. "Dad, Mama's calling you." His voice abruptly ceased. Anthony gazed upon the small being before him. It was diminutive, exuding a different kind of sweetness, a more fragrant sweetness. Anthony rolled closer. "No, please, Anthony, I am sorry. I am sorry," Mr. Wright cried, still frozen in place. He no longer smelled sweet. Rather, he emanated an acrid scent that tickled the nose. If Anthony could remember, this scent could be described as spicy. Anthony's hand crawled toward Mr. Wright, then caressed his son. "This one is larger, that one is smaller." He decided on the larger one with his simple mind. Thus, he focused intently on the larger figure. The acrid aroma intensified, yet amidst the spiciness, a hint of sweetness emerged, more fragrant than before, surpassing all others. "Yes, yes, choose me," Mr. Wright implored, tears streaming down his face in a weakened tremor. Then, he inhaled deeply and, with gentle authority, commanded, "Son, my dear, close your eyes." "Dad?" his son questioned in confusion. Anthony seized the delectable mass from that shell and thrust it into his throat. Mr. Wright's beleaguered form trembled, emitting a surprised sound, as if he had not anticipated such swift decisiveness, then collapsed to the ground like a sack filled with cement. His son, however, did not close his eyes, still perplexed. He called out, "Dad." He could not believe he was witnessing a fragmented figure playing a game with his father. Surely, this must be some sort of magic. In the next moment, a dove would fly out from behind his father. The sweet substance within Anthony's throat ignited. It was utterly delicious, and then he remembered. This flavor resembled lemon cake. A most simplistic lemon cake. The first confection he ever tasted was lovingly baked by his grandmother. She donned an apron and floral oven mitts, carefully and proudly presenting the cake on that day when Anthony celebrated his 7th birthday, as his grandfather lit the candles. Memories surged like a tidal wave, flooding his long-dormant mind. His grandfather, with a mix of helplessness and guilt, observed him as he unearthed the concealed medical records. He had always excelled at this, often assisting his grandmother in uncovering the tobacco that his grandfather had hidden. He felt a strange sense of relief in his adeptness at searching, yet wished fervently that he had not found it at all. He buried his face in his grandmother's quilt. Her frail hands could no longer tenderly pat his head, but he could still sense her presence amidst the harsh scents of disinfectants, medications, and various peculiar odors. A faint, soothing aroma that reassured him. She smelled as though she were still alive, a part of her eternally enduring. A wave of nausea overcame him. He could not. He was human. He must not. It was as if the world had turned upside down, everything contorting in a desperate search for equilibrium. Yes, he had always yearned for a cat. His grandmother would knit him a hat adorned with feline motifs, while his grandfather would procure porcelain dishware embellished with cat designs as his personal dining set, even if the plates decorated with cats cost 2 pence more than the plain ones. Suddenly, the eye sockets of a skeletal cat ignited with 2 flames of spirit. It discontentedly swiped at Anthony, nimbly leaping to the ground, before effortlessly springing into his embrace, curling up like a true feline. Anthony straightened himself, striving to control his body. No, he did not wish to consume anyone's soul. He did not desire to inhabit anyone's form. He was human, and this fact would never waver. He was uncertain of what had transpired, yet he understood that he should not allow events to unfold in this manner. Perhaps one day, he would comprehend the origins of this chaos. Yes, he would unravel it, but for now, he held on to the memory of his grandmother's lemon cake and his grandfather's candles. The aroma and flickering light resided warmly and enduringly within his throat, his eyes, and his mind. Mr. Wright suddenly gasped, awakening, even in the absence of doves. His son applauded enthusiastically. The earth lay mounded before the gravestone marked Henry Anthony, with tender green shoots sprouting forth. The ground no longer bore splintered wood. suggesting the presence of an intact, albeit slightly reduced in thickness, opulent coffin. Yet now it stood as an empty grave. Anthony watched Mr. Wright weep as he embraced his child, promising him video games, toy airplanes, toy cars, and a multitude of other delights. The son exclaimed, "Daddy, we've been calling you for ages. It's time for brownies." Magic, in its bewilderment, sensed Anthony's heart begin to thrum once more. Blood flowed anew, trickling from the claw marks of the cat. He transformed, becoming as vibrant as a living being. "I am a human. My name is Henry Anthony, age 26. I have always been and will forever be human. I apologize." His voice, unused for days, emerged faintly, like a violin lacking rosin. Mr. Wright shook his head while holding his son, uncertain if he had heard him. Anthony, however, chose to regard it as a default act of forgiveness. "You are indeed a wretched fool, but I have forgiven you," he remarked. The cadaver, tightly clutching his skeletal cat, ambled forward. By virtue of his knowledge, he realized a relocation was necessary. In Chapter 75, Anthony grappled with self-doubt. If your aim is to cultivate predators, then who, pray tell, is the prey? Severus? Is it those lacking in prowess, those with inconspicuous backgrounds, or perhaps the students who have not been nurtured in the image of predators, the pupils from other houses? This was a distinctly assertive dismissal. With a sigh, Anthony replied, "I do not wish to quarrel with you, Severus. That is not my intent. Admittedly, I do not comprehend Slytherin, nor do I grasp the challenges you face, but at the very least," he hesitated. "At least it is not as if Roger Davies is fretting over the impending bludger while his sister suffers from profound anxiety. At least it does not permit those self-proclaimed superior students to relentlessly bully their peers. Should we not show some concern for those students in distress? By all means." Severus responded in an utterly disinterested monotone. Abruptly, he turned away, his black robes sweeping through the air with a violent arc, his eyes dark and hollow. He fixed his gaze on Anthony and murmured, "This is none of your concern." Anthony shrugged. "I am merely curious. You know, the sort of inquiries conducted with distinguished alumni." The door to the potions master's office swung open with a resounding bang. Severus clenched his jaw, gripping his arm tightly, and shoved Anthony outside. "Your curiosity is excessive," Severus declared. With a thud, the door closed forcefully before Anthony's nose. Anthony addressed a spider traversing the wall. "Very well." The castle lay in utter silence during the late hours. As he ascended from the dungeons, he could even hear the black lake lapping against the castle walls. Anthony pondered deeply. He required more information to fathom the reason behind it all. His cat offered him a languid glance as he entered, letting out a soft meow. With a sigh, Anthony cradled the feline, burying his face into its soft fur. "It seems I am inviting trouble upon myself." The cat, unusually patient, allowed him to embrace it. The flames in the cat's food bowl flickered steadily, resembling a small nightlight. Perhaps due to a late night and excessive contemplation, Anthony awoke feeling somewhat lethargic. He had initially planned to spend the weekend in the library, further researching flesh magic, attempting to merge it with necromancy, hastening the arrival of his ghostly hen to school. He truly needed a pet that wouldn't rely on scratching him awake. However, today, he found himself surprisingly disinclined to visit the library. This sentiment of laziness was rare for Anthony, and he decided, almost with a sense of novelty, to indulge this impulse. After completing his morning routine, he hesitated, glancing out at the perpetually gloomy weather, and resolved to take a stroll within the castle. "Shall we go out?" he inquired of the cat. The feline twitched its ears, rolled over, curled up, and promptly fell back asleep. Anthony chuckled, gently stroked it, and stepped out, closing the door behind him. In the lavatory, the weeping, moaning Myrtle was sobbing mournfully once more. Nearly headless Nick was attempting to console her, though he had protruded halfway from the wall, maintaining a posture that suggested he was ready to depart at any moment. Myrtle cried out, They passed right through me." "Indeed, indeed," replied nearly headless Nick with a hint of irritation, as if to imply that none of them had ever endured such an experience. "Good morning, Myrtle." Anthony, holding the door, greeted, "Good morning, Sir Nicholas. I hope all is well." Nick seemed genuinely pleased by his arrival, exclaiming, "Oh, good morning, Professor Anthony. Where are you headed?" He acted as if he would express a desire to join Anthony, even if he mentioned a dance with Professor McGonagall. Anthony replied, "I'm just taking a stroll, hoping to explore around the castle." With an understanding smile, he added, "Care to join me?" Nick gratefully responded, "Of course. I am quite familiar with Hogwarts." "Myrtle, did you hear? I have matters to attend to. And you, Myrtle, would you care to accompany us?" The sobbing Myrtle sat on the sink, tearfully declaring, "No, I shall not go out again. I shall not go out again." Nearly headless Nick elaborated, "She ventured out this morning, and several students passed through her, just like every ghost has experienced. He shook his head, leaving the rest unspoken. Several students. Myrtle exclaimed, several students. That was more than 10. Of course, that is far from sufficient. How could it be enough? Everyone should do it. Let us pass through her. It would be splendid fun. Form an orderly queue. London Bridge is falling down, falling down. She sang as if it were Hogwarts that was collapsing, not London Bridge. With sympathy, Anthony remarked, I believe you must be quite upset. Upset indeed, Myrtle replied, taking a deep breath before resuming her tears. But they mocked me. Nearly headless Nick sighed with impatience. They are not mocking you. They are merely discussing that notice. What notice? Anthony inquired, puzzled. Something to learn, Nick answered. Many students are gathered over there. Professor, I can guide you. He promptly floated out. Myrtle ceased her crying and fixed her gaze upon Anthony. Anthony said, if you are unwilling to join us, I completely understand. Perhaps we can stroll together one evening in the future? Yes, you. There will be no reckless students passing through you then. If there were, the nocturnal students he apprehended would only increase in number. Myrtle quietly replied, I do not wish to walk with the professor. Amused, Anthony said, well, you can still venture out at night and see if any students provoke your ire during their nighttime escapades. Myrtle envisioned the scene and giggled. I will, she said. I shall scream loudly. Then she immersed herself in fantasies of revenge and schadenfreude. Anthony began to doubt whether he had offered a particularly wise suggestion. Chapter 76. The notice for the apparition lesson and the room of requirement. Nick, the nearly headless ghost, waited outside the lavatory, exhaling a sigh of relief upon seeing Anthony emerge alone. Shall we proceed, Professor? Before they could traverse the vicinity, a loud voice boomed. It must be a Gryffindor. A cluster of upperclassmen huddled together, blocking the corridor completely. First-year students, clutching rolled-up papers, struggled to navigate through the towering bodies before them. Excuse me, could you make way? One implored, shrugging his shoulders in an attempt to make himself as narrow as possible to slip past the throng. Anthony patted a student who was engrossed in a notice and laughing with friends. The student turned, momentarily startled, but promptly cleared a space, nudging a classmate beside him to indicate that the professor was approaching. Thus, Anthony smoothly made his way into the crowd. He grasped the elbow of the first year, pulling him through the mass, and amidst hurried expressions of gratitude, he lifted his gaze to read the notice above him. Apparition Class Announcement. Students who were born on or before August 31st, 1992, may enroll in the 12-week apparition course taught by the Ministry of Magic's certified instructor. Tuition, 12 galleons. Interested individuals should register with their respective head of house. The final line was heavily underlined, attempting to obscure the original text beneath. Anthony could faintly discern signatures and similar markings. Below the announcement, in dark green ink, a small note read, additionally, please do not alter, deface, or destroy this notice if you do not meet the age requirement. I heard someone tampered with the age limit, which led to the cancellation of the announcement on the house bulletin board. Anthony overheard a student remark. Nick floated above Anthony's head, his enthusiasm waning. Indeed, Professor. You see it clearly. A notice surrounded by many, and then a few students passed through the body of a Myrtle. I had forewarned her that such occurrences would happen. A particularly tall student maneuvered through Nick's legs, pushing toward the exit of the crowd. Frowning, the towering figure shivered, glancing upward to find the source of the icy splash that had drenched him, only to meet Nick's irate gaze. My apologies, the tall student said, clutching his bag as he departed. Nick remarked, see, I told you, Professor. Alas, every ghost must endure such experiences. After offering some comforting words, Anthony led Nick toward a quieter area, swiftly lifting his spirits as they exchanged tales of ghostly anecdotes. In a somewhat mysterious tone, Nick remarked, the fat friar seems rather downcast. I mean, even more so than before. He used to hum cheerfully to pass the time, but now he merely wanders about gloomily, and no one knows what weighs on his mind. Aside from the start-of-term feast, Anthony had scarcely encountered the fat friar. He cast a curious glance at Nick, bemused by how he could discern the mood of that gaunt, vacant-eyed specter. I hope he feels better soon, Anthony offered politely. Oh, no need for that, Nick replied. It is rather fitting. He could use a change of mood. Previously, it was always Slytherin that claimed the house cup, and the sight of the bloodstained barrow was truly infuriating, not just for me, but for the other ghosts as well. We all found his despondent demeanor rather agreeable. We, you, and he could hardly imagine the fat friar speaking ill of others. And nearly headless Nick hardly seemed the type to engage in such discussions with moaning Myrtle. Nick remarked, with my friends, of course. Professor, you wouldn't assume that all ghosts, like Myrtle, confine themselves to their own little corners, shunning social interaction, would you? I pondered this for a moment, gracefully waving my hand to dismiss the mathematical quandary. Many friends, indeed. Admittedly, the vast majority are deceased. Some, even if they are alive now, will eventually meet their end. Anthony had to concede that his observation was entirely accurate. I do hope Myrtle can find a few friends. That girl needs someone to converse with. While the toilet may serve as a faithful listener, it is hardly an ideal conversational partner. Perhaps. I can only hold on to the faintest hope. Speaking of which, Myrtle holds you in great esteem, Professor, Nick said with a hint of admiration. Last time Peeves attempted to place a dead mouse at your office door. Myrtle promptly sent it flying to the first floor. However, I recall you have a cat? Anthony nodded. Indeed, but I doubt it would appreciate Peeves' little gifts. Most likely, my cat would swat the mouse to Professor Quirrell's doorstep, adding a touch of excitement to that pale, anxious professor's day. At least, Mrs. Norris rather enjoyed it. Nick remarked. She practically flew to find Filch. Anthony chuckled. That's splendid. As the fat friar seemed to have something he wished to discuss with Nick. Anthony bid him farewell and wandered the castle alone, lacking a guide and companion. He was momentarily at a loss as to where to venture next. Upon passing a portrait of a noblewoman for the third time, her face obscured behind a grand feather fan, revealing only her eyes as she giggled with her companion, he suddenly recalled the enchanted room the Weasley brothers had mentioned, the one where they observed shooting stars. I need a safe haven, he thought, a place to be secluded from others, where I can delve into the study of blood magic and necromancy without concern. He opened his eyes. A door silently materialized in the wall, appearing utterly ordinary. Grasping the handle, Anthony pushed the door open, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Inside lay an emptiness, vast and stark, with enormous, smooth, white walls faintly reflecting his figure, a man in a black robe, holding the doorknob amid an infinite expanse of white. As soon as his hand left the handle, the door abruptly vanished. Chapter 77, Practicing Necromancy and Tea Break. The tapestry depicted Barnabas curiously craning his neck to glimpse the vanishing door, while his unruly student raised a wooden stick in an attempt to strike their ballet teacher. Barnabas immediately turned, sternly reprimanding them for hiding the stick within the folds of the ballet skirt. By the time the giant finally relinquished the stick at his feet amidst his scolding and pleading, twilight had descended upon Hogwarts. If Barnabas could divert his attention from the clumsy giant tugging at the hem of his dance skirt, he would notice a door abruptly materializing across the way, for which a figure emerged quietly. Should Barnabas have caught sight of this individual, he would find it challenging to articulate a description. He would overlook the person's cropped hair, gentle visage, or robust hands. If pressed to convey an impression, Barnabas might liken him to the night outside. For that was the essence he exuded, a night where some slumber peacefully while others engage in thievery. Anthony pondered deeply. Within the realm of necromancy lay intriguing elements, the principles of which eluded his understanding. Yet, they seemed to respond eagerly to his beckoning. His initial intent was merely to gain insight into the occurrences enveloping him. But he found himself entangled in further enigmas. He was perplexed, for according to the tomes of necromancy, he ought to have succumbed to madness by now. However, his ability to maintain sanity was likely tied to his practice space. At least, he perceived himself as rational. To validate this notion, he had even undertaken a comprehensive set of mathematical analyses in the room of 1,000 wishes. In stark contrast to the flowing darkness of dreams, everything was still upon the solid white floor. On the polished walls, he could constantly confirm the reflection of his humanoid form. Amusingly, the room of 1,000 wishes seemed befuddled by him, providing an absurdly vast chamber. As Anthony contemplated the significance of the room's size, the castle itself began to sense the anomaly. The space began to deflate like a punctured balloon, shrinking until it reached a size he deemed appropriate. Yet, the room of 1,000 wishes persisted in believing that his dimensions were overwhelmingly grand. When he requested a target for attack, a sandbag towering against the ceiling still materialized within the chamber. That bear, hardly deserving of the title guardian, appeared to revel in the company of the sandbag. The cat, drowsily awakening, mercilessly bit his hand. Ouch! Anthony nudged its head, admonishing no biting. Are you feeling warm? As if finally realizing what it had clamped onto, the cat released its grip, shook itself, deigned to brush past his legs, and then leapt onto his chair, settling down. Anthony checked his own temperature and reached beneath the cat's belly to gauge its warmth. It was no illusion. Your body temperature has indeed risen. The cat dismissively flicked its tail. Anthony crouched down, stroking its head. Did you hear that? You're increasingly resembling a living cat. I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse. The cat languidly regarded him and let out a soft meow. Anthony sighed. For a living cat, a drop in body temperature might warrant concern. Thus, for a deceased cat, would a gradual warming signify illness? This notion troubled him. Even more worrisome was the suspicion that this was not an issue a veterinarian could resolve, and the novice necromancer had no notion of how to manage a skeletal companion. "Does this pertain to my practice this afternoon?" Anthony whispered. His murmured inquiry finally exasperated the cat. It nudged its head against his hand, offering a soothing rub. Anthony scratched the base of his ear. If it truly pertained to practice, he certainly would refrain from overindulging in necromancy. He did not wish to lose his feline companion. Due to the incident involving the skeletal cat, Anthony made his way to the headmaster's office the following morning. Since Dumbledore had advised him to seek him out in times of trouble, the first person he thought of discussing his challenging magical conundrum with was Dumbledore. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Dumbledore was not present in the office. After stating the password, he encountered Professor McGonagall, her expression stern as she ascended the spiral staircase. "What troubles you, Minerva?" Anthony inquired. Professor McGonagall, clutching a substantial stack of documents, wore a rather displeased countenance. "Albus is once again absent from school," she replied. "Where has he gone this time?" Anthony asked, surprised. To his knowledge, Dumbledore had been quite often away from the school last semester. Attending a meeting, McGonagall stated, "I must say the number of meetings he has this academic year has exceeded expectations. And you, Henry? What brings you to seek out Albus?" Despite McGonagall's awareness of his identity, Anthony found it challenging to discuss his skeletal cat and the wraith chicken with her. Thus far, Dumbledore was the only one willing to engage in such discourse. "Just a minor research topic," he replied. McGonagall nodded. "Very well, I understand." She glanced down at the documents in her hands and sighed. "Off to the staff lounge. Are we, Henry? Since our headmaster is rather preoccupied?" Anthony was somewhat taken aback. "Of course." As they entered the staff lounge, Professor Flitwick called out jovially, "Look who has arrived." The two busy professors. McGonagall poured herself a cup of tea. "Do not claim you are not busy, Phileas. At least refrain from saying so in front of the busy deputy headmaster." "I would never deny my busyness," Flitwick retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Anthony. "You know, Minerva, I have been quite occupied lately, preparing certain matters." Amused, Anthony asked, "Does this pertain to me, Professor Flitwick?" "Oh dear," Flitwick exclaimed. "Do not be a spoilsport. Professor Anthony, do not be a spoilsport." Anthony added a sugar cube to his tea. "I suppose I am the only one left in the dark." McGonagall concealed her face behind her teacup, her expression inscrutable. "You are remarkably perceptive, Henry," she remarked. "Do allow your colleagues some space for mystery." Anthony nodded. "Very well. Since you mention it, I am entirely unaware of any celebratory event concerning me this Monday morning." Chapter 78. The Celebration in the Staff Lounge. Even knowing that his colleagues were organizing a celebration, Anthony was still taken aback upon entering the lounge. The most peculiar sight was the Christmas tree, which had been reassembled. He recalled that Professor Flitwick had put it away at the start of the semester. "What is happening?" he asked, bewildered. Bang! Professor Sprout set off a cannon. Amidst the fluttering confetti, Professor Burbage beamed and said, "Go fetch your gifts, Henry. Do you remember what I mentioned? That is your belated Christmas gift." Beneath the Christmas tree lay a small box, wrapped in traditional red and green paper. Anthony picked up the gift that Professor Burbage had given him, tearing off the wrapping and opening the box. "Why?" he asked in surprise, having expected a book or something of that nature being shipped from afar. The president of the Muggle Studies Society replied cunningly, "Because I wish to entice you to swiftly assume the full responsibilities of the professorship." She chuckled softly. "There's so much I aspire to accomplish. I have long been curious about how the Ministry of Magic manages Muggle affairs, and I hope to find the time to propose revisions to the secrecy laws. Call me arrogant, Henry, but I can hardly wait to see the world operate according to my desires." Anthony laughed in response. "Thank you, and I wish you all the best." The staff lounge was abuzz with excitement. Seizing the opportunity of Anthony becoming a senior member of the Muggle Study Society, they prepared an extravagantly grand celebration. The bubbles of champagne clung to the glass walls, slowly rising to the surface. Professor Sprout animatedly described an exotic plant from the far east to Professor Burbage, tracing the shape of its leaves in the air with her wand. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick engaged in a discussion about a particular magical theory, their dialogue punctuated with phrases like "indeed" and "even so." Professor Trelawney extended her arm adorned with jangling bracelets, guided by fate, to grasp a glass of wine she was destined to drink. Beside her, Professor Quirrell sat in a corner, seemingly oblivious to the mountain of rock cakes on his plate, lost in contemplation of the flames in the fireplace. Hagrid had intended to join the gathering, but was preoccupied with a hippogriff about to give birth, a novice mother anxious about her own status as a fledgling. He sent a large assortment of rock cakes as a congratulatory gesture instead. To honor Hagrid's thoughtful gesture, Anthony approached and took a small piece, after carefully selecting the size. Only then noticing Quirrell, who seemed out of place amidst the festivities. Professor Quirrell, Anthony greeted him. Quirrell, startled, looked up and responded distractedly, also taking a piece of rock cake. Anthony was puzzled by his presence. He believed the organizers had invited the entire faculty, but evidently, they had also granted the liberty to decline. It went without saying that Professors Kettleburn and Sinistra, who were unfamiliar to him, were absent, as was the Slytherin potions master. Another surprising absence was Professor Trelawney. Although they both taught elective courses, Anthony had little interaction with the insect-like professor. Thus he greeted her, Professor Trelawney. Your presence here is quite a surprise. Trelawney surveyed the room with an air of superiority, her voice ethereal. I would not typically attend such gatherings. Those with the gift of foresight are often solitary, immersed in the spiritual realm, attuned to the fates of others, observing their paths toward destiny. How could I possibly find the energy to engage with the mundane clamor? Suddenly, Professor Trelawney dramatically raised her voice. The room fell silent for a moment, however. When Pomona knocked upon my door, I found myself inexplicably agreeing to her invitation. Thus, it is only natural that I embraced the revelations bestowed upon me by the future, while fate has entrusted me with a mission. Professor Anthony summoned me to convey a message from what is yet to come. With graceful poise, she placed her goblet upon the table, seemingly indicating that her presence at the gathering was far from motivated by the pale, acidic alcoholic beverages. Beware the next waxing crescent, she intoned mysteriously. I foresee bloodshed and carnage. Professor Anthony overheard Professor McGonagall inquiring of Professor Sprout. Did you truly extend an invitation to her, Pomona? Her voice bore no veil of subtlety. Anthony sensed that Trelawney had also caught wind of this, as she inhaled deeply and, in a more ethereal tone, lamented. Dear Professor Anthony, I express my deepest condolences for your misfortune. Oh my. Thank you, Professor Trelawney, Anthony replied courteously. Would you care for a tart? Trelawney gazed into the void for a moment, as if contemplating whether her future self would accept the tart, before she mumbled, of course, since it is destined. The waxing crescent? Professor Chilo inquired softly. I wouldn't even know when that is. I am neither an astrologer nor an astronomer. Indeed, the tart is quite delightful, Anthony remarked. I would highly recommend it to you, Professor Chilo. As Professor McGonagall approached, she commented, Fear not. She enjoys welcoming new students with ominous prophecies. For a new colleague, that is rather amicable. You are right, Henry. The tart is indeed excellent. Chapter 79, The Game and the Magic. As the gathering progressed, Professor Flitwick produced a chess set and invited Professor Burbage to engage in a match. The pieces of Burbage's army clamored in discord, and, as Anthony observed, he could not help but concur with the soldier's assertion that if Burbage indeed allowed him to move to c5, Flitwick would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to capture the pawn. Listen, the soldier declared with pride. Anthony's comments inadvertently drew him into the fray of the black and white duel. When the game concluded, the risen pieces clamored for Anthony to join the fray, and Professor Burbage graciously vacated his seat, surrendering the loquacious observer to the smiling Professor Flitwick. They played for some time, but ultimately, in a moment of oversight, Anthony failed to deliver checkmate to his opponent's king, instead allowing the black pieces to stand undefeated. He shook his head at the irate pieces. There is nothing to be done. Professor McGonagall, observing, also shook her head. It is a stalemate. Immediately upon Anthony's departure from his seat, she claimed his position. Please, Phileas. Very well. Minerva, Flitwick muttered as he arranged the pieces. You know full well I cannot best you. Anthony inquired of Professor Sprout. Is Minerva an adept player? Professor Sprout bestowed upon him a somewhat enigmatic smile, exceptionally so. Then Anthony bore witness to a decisive victory. The white pieces, having been at a disadvantage, finally reveled in triumph, extolling Professor McGonagall as a worthy commander. With lingering enthusiasm, Professor McGonagall asked, Is there anyone else? When you play with the white pieces, no one will dare to challenge you, Professor Sprout remarked. Professor McGonagall adjusted the orientation of the chessboard, casting a hopeful glance at her colleagues. The formerly triumphant white pieces suddenly seemed to wilt, helplessly observing the professors who stood in a circle, watching the game unfold. Very well, Professor Sprout conceded, taking a seat directly opposite Professor McGonagall. The white pieces let out an audible sigh. Anthony had also played a match with Professor McGonagall, his head throbbing from the incessant chatter of the white pieces. Professor Babbage, standing nearby, reveled in the misfortune, occasionally agreeing with the bishop's comments, yet at other times asserting that the knight had a point. Her tone revealed a complete disinterest in the piece's dialogues. Where on earth did you acquire that wizard chess set? Professor Sprout inquired quietly of Professor Flitwick. Sipping his drink, Professor Flitwick tilted his head toward the corner. Right over there, next to Quirinus. After winning 3 consecutive games, no one was willing to take a seat on the white side anymore. When someone mentioned that Professors Trelawney and Quirrell had yet to participate, Professor Trelawney suddenly became engrossed in Hagrid's rock cakes, believing that the distribution of raisins contained the secrets of the universe. Professor Quirrell, on the other hand, insisted he preferred to observe, nervously declining all invitations. His anxious demeanor and desperate refusals were so pitiable that no one dared to invite him again. After a while, Anthony and Professor Sprout played a match. The atmosphere was remarkably relaxed. They casually commanded the pieces to move to various squares while enjoying snacks. The protesting pieces, unable to object, lazily ambled about the board, collapsing to the ground without the need for their opponent to raise a sword when they were captured. This spectacle elicited disapproving shakes of the head from Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. It was not until the class was about to commence that Anthony managed to extricate himself from the wizard chess game. As he departed, he wished the others a pleasant time, particularly the combatants on the black and white sides, when he unexpectedly caught Professor Quirrell's eye, who nodded at him with a nervous smile, gesturing towards the chessboard as if presenting a gift. Confused, Anthony left. In preparation for the practical activities, the focus of the lesson shifted to gauging students' enrollment intentions and finalizing group lists. The teaching content correspondingly morphed into discussions on purchasing tickets. Cedric signed up for the trip to the zoo, becoming one of the only 2 students in the class to successfully draw a ticket alongside Roger Davies. A rejected student cast an envious glance at their paper slips and asked, "Can I trade you 5 galleons for that?" Cedric regretfully shrugged his shoulders, smiling at Anthony. "I'm not ready to part with my luck just yet." "A wise choice," Anthony replied. After reiterating the stark differences between Muggle currency and the wizarding world's distinct systems, Anthony began to explain the various discount rules. While coordinating with different parties, he was astonished to discover that Hogwarts was officially registered Scottish Academy of Magical Arts. Special vocational institution, establishment date unknown, location unknown, number of students unknown, thus theoretically granting all Hogwarts students government-certified student status. Anthony and the students underscored the myriad possibilities that come with their student identity, yet they also cautioned that in order to save a mere 20 to 50 pounds, they might need to invest several times that amount of time in conveying which institution they attended. When he contacted the zoo, he was nearly misinterpreted as intending to bring a troupe of future circus performers to visit their prospective partners. The representatives politely informed him that they did not endorse animal performances. Anthony had to clarify to the gentleman on the other end of the line that they were a magic academy, primarily focused on card tricks, tightrope walking, and juggling crystal balls. What? Muggles really have schools that teach people to earn a living through card tricks? One student inquired with keen interest, his fingers fidgeting with excitement. Anthony reminded himself to address the perils of gambling in his next lecture, assuring the student that it was far from the illusion he had conjured. In a sense, those schools were teaching Muggles how to feign a semblance of magical prowess, much like he was presently instructing them on how to pretend they lacked any magical ability. Another student, with a wistful gaze, remarked, "I should attend such a school. I believe I could achieve all OS." After a moment of contemplation, Anthony conceded that there was some merit to her assertion, though not necessarily. He replied, "Let us test this." He demonstrated a rudimentary trick, his sole magic act, a candy that could be produced from anywhere. His grandfather had once delighted in deceiving him with this very method. After he pretended to extract a gummy bear from Cedric's ear, the boy frantically scratched at his own ear, while his desk mate tugged at his other ear in search of another treat. No one knew how he accomplished this. According to Gamp's fundamental law of elemental transfiguration, he could not conjure food. Chapter 80. Roger Davis's Confidence. All right, class dismissed. Anthony tucked the statistics into his lesson plan and then turned to Davis. "By the way, do you have a class afterward?" Anthony nodded. "Would you mind staying a moment? I have a few matters to discuss." "Sure," Roger replied with understanding, gesturing for his friend to leave first. His companion cast a worried glance at him and whispered, "I'll wait for you outside the classroom." "Did you not pass the last test?" Anthony chuckled. "No need for concern. It's just a trivial matter. I assure you that Davis will be perfectly intact at the Ravenclaw table." With a smile, Anthony observed them. Unlike his sister, it seemed Roger had forged supportive friendships at Hogwarts. Once his friend exited the classroom, he inquired perceptively, "It's about Tracy. I assent it?" He continued, "I've invited her to several Quidditch practices recently." She initially agreed, but it seems she quickly grew weary. Perhaps due to the loss of their mother at a young age, Roger was a remarkably responsible brother. He not only implored Anthony to remain attentive to the situation, but also persistently attempted to engage Tracy in conversation. After their last conversation in the library, Roger began to frequent the Slytherin dungeons with such regularity that even Anthony had heard of it. Professor Flitwick even assumed that the players from his own house were confronting Slytherin's captain due to an unpleasant match against Ravenclaw, while Professor McGonagall speculated that Roger was pursuing a certain young lady. It was the first time Anthony realized how imaginative his colleague could be. The truth, however, was that he was attempting to express his concern by inviting his sister to the Quidditch pitch. Quidditch practice? Anthony asked with amusement. Roger nodded in distress, admitting that she had previously shown considerable interest. Professor, has something happened to Tracy again? Anthony shook his head, unwilling to disclose that Tracy seemed to be consuming a large amount of calming potions. He saw no merit in adding to Roger's worries. I spoke with Professor Snape earlier, he said. Roger looked at him anxiously. Then I realized I might have been oversimplifying the situation. You need not divulge the particulars, Mr. Davis. I merely wish to remind you that Miss Davis may have a perspective on this matter that starkly contrasts our own. If the head of Slytherin holds such an attitude, I suspect Miss Davis might harbor similar considerations, given that it is her house. I do not wish my interference to inadvertently strain the bond between the Davis siblings. You are right, Professor, Roger nodded confidently. However, I know Tracy, at least the Tracy of my childhood. As long as she understands that I care for her, no matter how vexed she may be, she would not truly ignore me. I am quite fascinated by the natural history you spoke of, and I likely will travel the world in the future as a scholar of varied expertise. I aspire to be a naturalist within the magical realm. If that proves unfeasible, at the very least, my magic can ensure a greater sense of security while I explore the Muggle world. I believe I can excel. If all else fails, I am rather proficient in Quidditch as well. Of course, I trust Tracy could have more options, but she seems disinterested in this proposal. She has made her ambitions clear. She desires to thrive in the magical realm without relying on our father, and ideally, to secure a coveted position. She is indifferent to the challenges she may face in pursuit of this goal. Anthony gently inquired. She has articulated her thoughts quite clearly. What are your own feelings on the matter? Roger responded optimistically. If she does not wish to depend on our father, I will strive to show her that she can lean on me. I believe she simply lacks a sense of security. I cannot fault her for feeling that way. Professor, you know how our father has treated us. Anthony regarded him closely. Even when speaking of their father's indifference, Roger's eyes sparkled with confidence and hope. He couldn't help but recall Professor McGonagall's explanation of the Sorting Hat's criteria. He had once curiously asked during a tea break how the hat could determine a student's path for the next 7 years in mere minutes, or even seconds. To his knowledge, unlike Muggle universities, Hogwarts did not permit transfers between houses. In essence, it is through their concealed aspirations. Professor McGonagall conveyed that the students of Ravenclaw cherish knowledge and wisdom, brimming with curiosity. Gryffindor venerates the courage of the heart. Slytherin values shrewdness and strength, while Hufflepuff, seeking guidance, turned towards Professor Sprout. With a sense of pride, Professor Sprout added that Hufflepuff is an accommodating and benevolent house, welcoming all bewildered young wizards, with the singular hope of nurturing them into good individuals. Observing Roger's confident demeanor regarding the future, Anthony, at that moment, comprehended why he belonged to Ravenclaw. While Tracy gravitated towards Slytherin, Roger, fueled by a love for knowledge and wisdom, believed that he could find fulfilling work in both the magical and Muggle worlds. Convinced that the satisfaction derived from knowledge would be sufficient to sustain his future happiness. However, Tracy was not of the same mind. She, like Snape, was aligned with a path that required her to wield power over her own life. She needed to master her emotions and dictate her future. Without this sense of control, she would feel consumed. Beneath the final rays of golden sunlight piercing through the somber, pale gray clouds, Roger Davis's hopeful gaze towards the future appeared particularly radiant. As Anthony bid him farewell, he sincerely wished him good fortune. He was more than willing to embrace the future that Roger envisioned, even though he sensed that Miss Davis did not share the same confidence. Anthony turned his gaze towards the window. The sun had set. In the distance, a deep violet hue was slowly rising. Chapter 81. The Whirring Lottery Machine and the Confounded Heads. Recently, the Weasley twins had orchestrated their most successful venture of the semester. The twin brothers sold a piece of news to their father, Arthur Weasley, a pen pal of Mr. Weasley was taking students on an outing to the Muggle world. More splendidly, one of the activities involved driving to the zoo. The Weasley twins adeptly utilized this windfall. Apart from various prank materials, they splurged on a dusty lottery machine from Zonko's joke shop, discovering that this magical contraption, when subjected to a confounding charm, became dizzy and obediently spat out the requested numbers. Fred attempted to coax the 1100 lottery machine into yielding 0401. After a moment of contemplation, it presented him with 104. Why not 10 and 40? George inquired, giving the machine a gentle tap. The device emitted a puff and released a ball inscribed with 41, then fell silent, buzzing ominously and emitting strange black smoke. Fred quickly urged it to provide them with a 78. I think it's a bit confused, Fred remarked, catching the red and white ball. Apologies, mate. We truly wish to be fortunate zoo visitors. George added, apologies, Professor. Lottery draws may not be the fairest method. Imitating Anthony's tone, Fred said, the confounding charm, perhaps, is one of the spells most essential for wizards who enjoy mingling with muggles. With diligent practice, we ought to be rewarded for this. George nodded in agreement. They collectively disregarded Anthony's disapproval of their cunning approach. As Anthony entered the classroom, cradling a large cardboard box, he unexpectedly found all eyes turned towards the Weasley twins. What is the matter? He inquired. Angelina asked, What do you have there, Professor? Anthony glanced down at the box, which had a hole at the top. Oh, wasn't it announced earlier? We're drawing lots today. Weasley? Fred, who seldom raised his hand, made an effort to speak. Professor. I thought we would use something more interesting for the draw, like a lottery machine. George chimed in, rather than a cardboard box. Fred pointed at the makeshift bookshelf on the box, which measured 5 feet by 2 feet by 12 inches. Ah, there's no need for that, Anthony replied. There are only a dozen of you, and, although everyone signed up, it's quite simple to prepare name slips. Fred sat down amidst the knowing glances from his classmates, rubbing his forehead vigorously, as if hoping to ignite a brilliant idea through sheer friction. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the classroom, Anthony added, The class next door had good luck. They drew all their own names. Let's see how fortunate you are. George whispered, I suspect our luck isn't particularly good. Fred replied, It seems so. Angelina suggested, You might try casting a confusion charm on the professor. Anthony ceremoniously shook the box, and amidst the sound of cardboard clashing, he declared, I heard that, Miss Johnson. You know, it reminds me of how Trelawney just analyzed our dreams. Fred whispered to George, The knife represents a mishap, and the fried pork chop signifies collateral damage. And how do you explain the darkness lurking beside me? George asked, Is it wood? With their misfortune and the shadow lurking nearby, the Weasley twins were both eliminated, assigned to the line destined for the pet shop. About a week later, Anthony learned that the Weasley twins were selling answers to their classmates' divination homework. They seemed to possess a magical machine that randomly produced bizarre combinations as interpretations of their classmates' dreams. The incoherent machine concocted dreams such as swinging in a wardrobe, racing Professor Dumbledore in the Forbidden Forest, and having fleas claiming to be descendants of vampires in their hair, with answers including breaking legs, colliding with trees, and decapitation. Professor Trelawney was quite pleased with the students' honest records and effective analyses, claiming they had a greater gift for seeing the future than Minerva. Professor McGonagall, sipping her tea, politely remarked to Anthony, I'm delighted that Sybil holds them in such high regard. Now I genuinely believe the Weasley twins might pass their divination course. During that same week, Anthony attended his first apparition lesson. When he inquired about the notice, Professor Sprout promptly added him to her college's list of enrolled students, reporting it to the Ministry of Magic. The ministry instructor, who came to impart apparition knowledge, clearly struggled with the situation, refusing to make eye contact with him throughout the session. The instructor, named Wickete Cross, had a pallor rivaling that of Professor Quirrell and appeared even more frail. Anthony overheard students speculating whether he felt as though a vampire were perpetually pursuing him. The students gazed at him with curiosity, mimicking his elegant spins and Tycho Rose, yet, like all their peers, nothing extraordinary occurred. Stop looking around, Sam Park. Professor Sprout admonished a student whose eyes seemed glued to Anthony. In his eagerness to catch a glimpse of Anthony while practicing his spins, Stanton Park nearly knocked his hat into the 4 deans standing nearby. Tycho Rose reiterated the significance of the 3 Ds, destination, determination, and composure, and encouraged them to practice apparition towards the wooden hoop before them. Unable to restrain himself, Anthony raised his hand. What is it, Professor Anthony? Tycho Rose inquired calmly, finally directing his gaze towards him. Anthony replied, I'm afraid I don't have a wooden hoop. Tycho Rose responded mildly, Indeed, adult wizards like yourself typically do not require a target. Feel free to choose any location. Anthony regarded him inquisitively, then extended his arms and began to spin in place. He envisioned himself appearing in the corner of the great hall, beside a stone pillar, where a broken brick lay, and then he felt an uncomfortable sensation of compression. When he opened his eyes and glanced around, he discovered he remained in his original position, yet everyone was staring at him in silence. What is wrong? Anthony asked in confusion, only to realize he had become disjointed. The majority of his body had managed to reach the corner of the hall, while his head remained in place. "Oh dear, I apologize," Anthony said. "I must look quite frightening right now." "Not at all," Tycheros quietly added. Chapter 82. The Terrifying Apparition and the Passage of the Room of Requirement. The chilling incident in the apparition class swiftly spread throughout the school. Gryffindor praised his unflinching courage, while Hufflepuff expressed concern for his physical state. Ravenclaw was intrigued by this unprecedented form of disjunction, and Slytherin mockingly ridiculed him for not mastering apparition at his age. In Slytherin, they adopted a new form of insult. "I bet you won't learn apparition in 10 years, having somehow discovered Anthony's age," replacing the previous jibe about Lady Loris, who wouldn't even glance at you as she passed. Perhaps this was a blessing, as the greetings to win Lady Loris's favor had become rather dated. The latter half of the saying varied, with some claiming it was due to her indifference towards trolls, while others believed it was because she might mistake you for one of the castle's stone pillars, often escalating arguments. Nevertheless, all students agreed that apparition was a perilous and sophisticated magic that must be approached with utmost caution. "Look at Anthony, his head and neck have parted ways." They would taunt one another. "I heard of a person whose father's boss's aunt perished due to disjunction. Anthony was merely fortunate that the distance for apparition was short." Just imagine what could have transpired if his head hadn't reattached in time. The individual contemplated deeply, unable to suppress a pallor upon their face. Are we truly to have a professor of Muggle studies who possesses nothing but a head? Anthony listened as Professor Sprout recounted how Stan Sampark had visited her office to request withdrawal from the subsequent class on apparition. She had declined, informing Sampark that apparition does not necessarily imply dismemberment, much less decapitation. In fact, if all former guillotine users had studied apparition, it is uncertain to which nation Hogwarts would belong. Moreover, Professor Sprout recollected that Sampark's post-graduation employment interests lay in diverse locations, which certainly seemed to necessitate the art of apparition. "I was merely filling in the gaps, Professor," lamented the student with large, protruding ears. "I was going through a breakup and wanted to escape to anywhere else." "I hope you have since moved on from that heartache," Professor Sprout replied sympathetically. But this underscores the significance of apparition. If one can master it, during future heartbreaks, one could truly venture to distant realms. As she shared this with Anthony, she sipped her tea and inquired, "What do you suppose he said, Henry?" Anthony, fixated on the embers swirling towards his feet, replied absently, "I suppose he genuinely believed he could reach faraway places, though perhaps not in entirety." He added, "From this perspective, your assertion holds merit, Pomona. Heaven or hell, assuming they exist, would indeed be quite distant." Professor Sprout chuckled lightly as she tapped the armrest of her sofa, rousing Anthony from his state of absent-mindedness. He expressed a desire to assist those who had yet to master apparition. Professor Sprout revealed the answer, prompting me to inquire how he intended to help, to which he admitted he was unsure, but assured me he would employ methods far safer than apparition. Perhaps it would involve the Hogwarts Express soaring through the skies. One could envision a bizarrely shaped, high-speed aircraft levitating through magic rather than aerodynamics. Anthony mused about a train flying in the heavens. I suspect those responsible for the Statue of Secrecy would not be particularly pleased. That said, could other objects, aside from broomsticks, also take flight, including trains? I believe so, Professor Sprout pondered. I wonder if anyone has considered making bicycles fly. After all, compared to broomsticks, the comfort of a bicycle seat is unparalleled. Anthony shook his head, choosing not to respond. He was uncertain whether anyone had attempted to develop a flying bicycle, yet he was aware that many were fervently eager to engineer a flying car. Mr. Arthur Weasley had sent him several letters detailing his failed spells, which included one intended to make a broomstick fly rather than simply become a broom, and he expressed his frustration over whether this was a magical limitation beyond merely conjuring food. Flight has always posed a conundrum. Speaking of the room of requirement, Anthony had recently been endeavoring to explore the limits of that enigmatic chamber. It is capable of achieving feats that, even if described as magic, would leave Anthony scratching his head in bewilderment. For instance, there was a moment when his request was simply for a room with a view of the sea. After he completed 3 rounds of closing and opening his eyes, he discovered that the room of requirement had transformed itself into a terrace overlooking the ocean. Attempting to climb over the railing, while making a concerted effort to ensure that his bootlaces did not snag on his wizarding robe, he was astonished to actually touch the sea water. He realized that the room had not merely relocated a beach from some distant corner of the world. Instead, it had conjured an entire ocean. This was entirely due to the knowledge imparted by his necromantic magic, which informed him that beneath the sandy surface, there were no carcasses of crabs or the like. For the true sea was filled with the joyful essence of the undead sorcerer. Indeed, there was a certain transmutation principle at play behind this conclusion. The room of requirement could not spontaneously generate food, and thus could not conjure corpses without implying any intent to consume them. Anthony had once postulated that chicken legs existed at the intersection of food and cadaver, but it seemed there were indeed corpses unrelated to sustenance. Yet, when he attempted to request the room to reveal any random corpse, it cleverly presented him with a broken sofa, reminiscent of the one shredded by a skeletal feline. After countless refinements to his request, the room, finally exasperated, unveiled a secret passage that led directly to the kitchen of the Pig's Head Tavern. Anthony found it difficult to articulate his feelings as he cautiously ventured down the passage, confronted by the sight of an entire courtyard filled with drooling wild boar heads, occasionally rolling their eyes or exhaling heavy snorts. If one were to quantify his emotions, there would be a measure of 5 parts confusion, 5 parts astonishment, and the remaining 7 parts awkwardness, particularly considering the conversion of Seco and Gallon. The base 17 system was hardly a novelty in the realm of magic, and the discomfort stemmed from the presence of a server before him, clad in disheveled attire. The individual's gaze darted between Anthony and the lid of the empty barrel he had pushed aside, wide-eyed and gaping like a fish just out of water, uttering not a word. "Have you brought it? You fool! Why have you been so silent?" A tall figure appeared beside the door, casting a glance into the courtyard. Anthony felt compelled to say something. He had visited this place a few times with Hagrid and recalled that the scruffy bartender was the proprietor of the Pig's Head Tavern. He surmised that he could not, in the presence of the tavern owner, dive into the barrel and pretend to be a follower of Diogenes of Sinope. I apologize," Anthony said. "I certainly did not anticipate finding myself here." He spoke the truth. If he were to find himself in any kitchen courtyard, he would have preferred it to be that of the Broken Cauldron, rather than this strange establishment permeated with a potent aroma of goat. "I recognize you," said the goat-scented bartender. "You're the one who came with that giant from Hogwarts." Anthony nodded. "Henry Anthony, pleased to make your acquaintance, albeit in such an unusual setting." The closest swine-headed figure grunted loudly at him, prompting Anthony to shift his foot slightly to avoid its drool landing on his shoe. The bartender, with a gruff voice, inquired, "So, Anthony, how did you come to be here?" A simple response would be magic, Anthony replied, gesturing towards the barrel beside him. "I was experimenting with some things at school and opened a tunnel. No, I did not intend to dig my way here." This unexpected tunnel exit seemed dictated by the castle itself. Out of curiosity, I stepped through and found myself in this place. The bartender strode over with purpose, roughly peering into the barrel, gazing into the dark, endless tunnel. A substantial portion of his head was buried within, his disheveled gray hair tangling behind him. "Well, Hogwarts has decided to dig a passageway in my humble tavern," the bartender remarked, his tone ambiguous regarding his belief. Shaking his head, he asserted, "No, absolutely not." His sharp gaze scrutinized Anthony. "What are you doing at Hogwarts? Defense against the dark arts? I haven't seen you before this academic year." His unwavering stare seemed capable of dissecting Anthony, probing deep into his soul. Suddenly, Anthony noticed the bartender's blue eyes bore a striking resemblance to Dumbledore's. When he had previously accompanied Hagrid, he had overlooked this bartender, perhaps because the man had not been glaring at his patrons so intently from behind his grimy spectacles, instead tending to the cluttered bar and wiping down equally soiled glasses. Muggle," the bartender chuckled cryptically. "Are you teaching them well, lad?" This comment had taken on a tone akin to casual banter. Anthony caught a faint murmur from the bartender, something along the lines of "I knew it." He cautiously replied, "I suppose it's not bad enough to warrant immediate expulsion. Dumbledore never expels staff." The bartender responded, turning sharply to shout at the waiter still lingering nearby. "But I am different. Enjoying yourself, are you? How long has it been? Go change the sign. Must I ask you again?" The waiter turned pale, hastily lifting a pig's head, gripping its tusks as he bore it towards the tavern's entrance. Anthony heard the sound of the pig's head colliding with the crowded bar counter, followed by a cry of pain and a few mumbled apologies. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Mead, please." He had previously heard Dumbledore praise the mead from this establishment, though Hagrid had never suggested he order it. Hagrid was the type who preferred strong spirits. The bartender pried open a bottle with a wild boar's teeth, the golden liquid flowing into the pig's mouth, causing it to grunt loudly in delight. "I truly apologize," Anthony said, accepting the drink handed to him by the bartender. "It's nothing. I often have uninvited guests here. Among them, you are quite polite," the bartender replied, pouring himself a glass as well. "The barrel concept is rather clever. albeit poorly timed. Why are there so many pig heads here? Anthony inquired, nearly convinced he had stumbled upon a peculiar dark wizard's sinister ritual. You wouldn't think our sign has always featured the same pig, would you? The bartender responded. They take turns on duty, of course. Anthony nodded, silently vowing that unless absolutely necessary, he would never willingly set foot in this tavern. The mead from his home was so sweet that it felt as though a layer of honey coated his throat. I understand. Thank you, sir, Anthony said, still unaware of the other man's name. The bartender sighed. Dumbledore. Aberforth Dumbledore. Chapter 84. The Corpse of a Mouse. Anthony remained in a state of astonishment. I had no idea the headmaster had a brother, but you do bear a striking resemblance, Mr. Dumbledore. Aberforth glared down at him. That is an insult, lad. I do not wish to resemble him. In that moment, Anthony became acutely aware of the complex relationship between the Dumbledore brothers, and one of the hallmarks of a good employee was to refrain from prying into the affairs of their superiors. The server inquired, why? He said with disappointment, I only came to the Hog's Head to apply, because you are the headmaster's brother. And I hired you, you fool, because you drank the Felix Felicis. Aberforth retorted angrily. You are fired. Very well, the server replied, still mired in his disappointment at the tavern owner's lack of respect for Headmaster Dumbledore. Recently, the entire castle had been enveloped in an undercurrent of unease, and he had a premonition that he would catch a significant number of students wandering about tonight. Although it was only mid-February, the professors had already begun to feel the approach of the final examinations. Professor Binns suggested he commence formulating exam questions promptly, while Professor McGonagall assigned a plethora of homework, sometimes grading papers in the staff lounge while sipping tea. Snape stalked through the castle with a scowl, and Quirrell appeared increasingly pallid. At times, Anthony could sense a tangible aura of death surrounding him. He attempted to gently warn Professor Quirrell. After subtly hinting several times with no effect, he finally told Quirrell outright that death was drawing near. He meant no threat, merely stating a fact. Quirrell nearly fled. Anthony suspected he had indeed frightened him, but he could find no better way to articulate his concern. If Quirrell cannot comprehend, I believe Professor Trelawney's words upon seeing your teacup carry some truth. Please take care, as I suspect you might indeed be nearing your end. As he descended the stairs, he encountered his cat. This creature had somehow procured a mouse and was thoroughly entertained by the creature's frantic attempts to escape. The cat's temperament had improved significantly. Had this been in the past, the mouse would have met its demise the moment it ventured within 15 meters of the cat's whiskers. After all, Anthony had only forbidden the skeletal cat from harming others, never addressing the matter of mice or insects. He approached for a closer look. Is this a pet belonging to the Weasleys? Given that the Weasley brothers had joined the large contingent heading to the Animal Rescue Center, Anthony had learned about their family's tradition regarding pets. They had shown him a family portrait that included a pet mouse, Beanie, which had been passed down through the Weasley family in a series of hand-me-downs. However, the mouse in the photograph was so diminutive that it bore no remarkable features. The only thing Anthony knew was that the male mouse was quite long-lived and exceptionally large. The creature before him was indeed substantial. The cat had pinned the mouse's tail, its sharp claws piercing the base and securing it firmly to the ground. Upon hearing Anthony's voice, the cat looked up at him as if seeking approval. The mouse struggled for a moment, appearing to finally exhaust itself, its head drooping as it succumbed to unconsciousness. After a brief hesitation, Anthony spoke, let it go. Although he was uncertain if this was indeed the same mouse. He preferred to cause a bit more trouble for Filch than to risk the death of a first-year Gryffindor's pet. The cat glanced down at the mouse, meowed softly, and released its grip. Good cat, Anthony remarked, crouching down to stroke his feline sleek fur, just as the cat began to meander beneath the hem of his wizarding robe. The large mouse suddenly opened its eyes, as if awakening from a stupor, and scurried away. Anthony watched it dash down the stairs in a flurry. Exhausted, it stumbled, nearly colliding with the wall, or tumbling down the staircase. Quite clever, he mused. Then, from below, there came another meow, accompanied by a sharp squeak. Both Anthony and the cat turned their gazes toward the staircase. He sighed, oh no, if that truly was Scabbers. The skeletal cat would certainly claim half the credit for the demise of Ron Weasley's pet. At the very least, it had pierced the mouse's tail. Upon descending the stairs, Anthony was greeted by the sight of the gaunt Mrs. Norris, clutching a dead mouse, her bulbous eyes wide as she stared at him. It's me, not a wandering student, Anthony said, kneeling and extending his hand toward the cat. Mrs. Norris, may I have that mouse, please? Mrs. Norris stepped back, still gripping the mouse, as Anthony's cat sprang behind her, eyeing her with a threatening glare. She glanced around before dropping the mouse to the ground, begrudgingly retreating. Although Anthony felt a pang of guilt for snatching away her intended gift for Filch, He was primarily concerned with the mouse now, a mouse that was undeniably deceased. It had now become excellent material for spell work. He examined it, but still could not ascertain whether it belonged to the Weasley family. A large mouse, indeed, male? Without a doubt. It appeared somewhat aged, certainly, but long-lived, perhaps not. He even contemplated whether, if this truly was the beloved pet of the youngest Weasley, who allegedly allowed the mouse to sleep on his bed, he should manipulate the mouse's corpse to feign that it was still alive, merely without a heartbeat and as cold as ice. It's even bigger than this, Fred had said. And it's missing a toe, George had remarked. And it's slick and lazy, always preferring to lie down rather than scurry about. In conclusion, this unfortunate deceased athlete bore no relation to the Weasley family. As dawn gradually broke, Anthony resolved to dispose of the body. He had no intention of using it as his own material, no matter how large the mouse. It was still too small to serve any purpose for him. However, Hogwarts lacked suitable refuse disposal points, and he had no intention of allowing anyone to discover a charred rodent within the fireplace. Suddenly inspired, he carried the mouse before Barnabas's tapestry and began to pace before the white wall. "Grant me a passage to the repository of mouse carcasses beneath the castle," he implored repeatedly. A door materialized on the wall. Chapter 85, The Tunnel. Yet the passage prepared for him by the Room of Requirement was not a straightforward refuse chute. He sensed that the tiny corpse had become lodged at a bend, lying motionless halfway down. He attempted to maneuver the deceased mouse downward, but the tunnel proved far longer than he had anticipated, and the mouse soon slipped beyond his control. Anthony, who prided himself on never littering, resignedly gazed at the opening in the ground and perched himself on the edge to assess it. His cat approached cautiously, peering downwards as well. The feline raised its head, gazing at him expectantly. "You must think carefully, my dear cat," Anthony cautioned. "I suspect it may not smell too pleasant down there. At least 3,000 mice are interred here, and among them, the chances are high that this one's grandfather and great-grandfather are included, and perhaps even its wife and offspring. Should luck be on our side." The cat regarded him with its golden eyes, swished its tail gently, then rubbed against his arm and back before departing. Anthony watched as it exited the Room of Requirement and waved his wand to close the door. He then held his breath, shifted forward slightly, and slid down the passage. It had been many years since he had enjoyed a slide, and he struggled to recall how to control his speed. After a couple of attempts to grip the slick walls, he relinquished the effort and allowed himself to plummet rapidly. The light from the Room of Requirement faded completely, leaving him in darkness, feeling himself draw ever closer to the mouse's corpse. At a relatively flat bend, he collided forcefully with the wall, seizing the lifeless rodent sprawled beside him and pushing off against the wall to continue his descent. This was indeed quite exhilarating. Initially, he attempted to estimate his elevation. Was he on the 5th floor, or perhaps the 4th, maybe even the 2nd? As he felt his cat's presence, the passage made several sharp turns, and he lost all sense of location. The further he descended, the more damp and sticky the tunnel became. Anthony continued his rapid descent, pondering which genius had determined to dispose of those small creatures' remains at such a profound depth. He sensed himself gliding past the underground classrooms and Snape's potion ingredients. Perceived through the lens of necromancy, shimmered like a cluster of bright stars, swiftly receding from him, while his destination, Hogwarts' modest vertebrate graveyard, loomed larger. Its most radiant center resembling an unfurling river, with intersecting paths akin to a descent into the galaxy. With a splat, Anthony landed heavily on the ground. The floor was a quagmire, damp and sticky. He relinquished the mouse's corpse to its companions and stood up. This is a rather expansive and shadowy stone tunnel, constructed with great care. Anthony tapped on the walls, which felt as solid as if they had been crafted by dwarves for their own bomb shelter. Scattered throughout were the skeletal remains of various small creatures, primarily mice and ferrets, extending beyond the reach of Anthony's necromantic senses. Guided by the remnants, he embarked on a nocturnal expedition beneath Hogwarts Castle. Suddenly, his path was obstructed by a colossal entity. As he reached out, the cold surface felt entirely distinct from the walls, resembling a lifeless creature rather than a corpse. He sensed no possibility of exerting control over it. His hands were now coated in slime and muck, rendering him reluctant to grasp his wand. Instead, Anthony commanded the nearby army of small animal bones, intertwining his fingers to ignite the soul fire beside him. The tunnel was instantly illuminated with an extraordinary brightness, enveloped in ghostly flames. The charred remains of the small creatures burned with soul fire, revealing what lay ahead, a massive serpent skin. "Ah, I see," Anthony remarked to the diminutive rodent before him. "A basilisk. Can it truly feast upon you until satiated?" Under the illumination of the soul fire, he maneuvered through the crevice between the serpent's skin and the wall, continuing his exploration of the tunnel. Out of caution, he kept his eyes tightly shut, relying solely on the distribution of the remains to guide his progress. This marked the first instance since emerging from the grave that he actively employed such a significant amount of necromancy while awake. The mice clustered around him, accompanying his unsteady advance. Occasionally, a fragile skeletal frame would collapse onto the damp tunnel floor. When the last of the controlled mice had vanished, Anthony finally confronted a wall. Having kept his eyes closed the entire time, he sensed another pathway beyond it, leading him to crash into the surface. Upon opening his eyes and exhaling a sigh, he summoned a group of basilisk food remnants, utilizing their soul fire to examine the wall before him. In the dim glow of the ghostly flames, he discerned two serpents intricately entwined, their eyes set with emeralds reflecting a row of glowing, burning dead mice that gazed back at them. He surmised that he must devise a means to pass through this barrier. A horde of vengeful ferrets surged forward, eagerly assaulting the stone wall. Anthony typically favored using incorporeal spirits for such construction endeavors, yet his efforts proved fruitless. The emeralds within the serpent's eyes gleamed with an eerie light, as if mocking Anthony with sharp derision. He then attempted to enlist the aid of the vengeful mice, but these creatures left no trace upon the wall either. He realized that he had yet to employ a potentially effective method, his own essence. He sensed that if he surrendered himself to magic, allowing the instincts of necromancy to fully seize his body, the entire tunnel would be inconsequential. Even if this door were protected by profound magic, he could unleash a frenzied magical force to excavate an alternate passage, bypassing the door entirely. However, he deemed such actions unnecessary. Even with a basilisk on the other side, he had hundreds, if not thousands, of slumbering students above him. There was no need to provoke an earthquake. Human beings are inherently social creatures. Anthony resolved to seek assistance from those who might possess the means to help, such as Professor Dumbledore. He stood in the tunnel, contemplating another profoundly significant question. Chapter 86, The Method. What troubled him further was that he had become somewhat disoriented. The underground passages twisted and turned, forming an intricate web, and he could no longer recall from which corner he had wandered to this point. Fortunately, the area was teeming with corpses. A few small mice scurried past him, darting into a fork in the path ahead. Anthony leisurely trailed behind them, sensing their faint lights fading into the distance. From the information conveyed by the mice, it appeared that there were no dead ends before him. All routes were interconnected. Thus, he left a tiny mouse candlestick at every path he traversed, the flickering soul flames within illuminating the uneven walls, casting his shadow into grotesque shapes, rendering it increasingly eerie in the dim glow. Anthony continued along the most expansive flow of magical light, marking the way to the wall, while dispatching a few unfortunate little creatures to scout each fork. Perhaps he should permit the cat to follow. Just then, he noticed a skeleton mouse, which seemed to have reached a dead end, anxiously spinning in place, then suddenly leaping at a certain spot. Curiously, Anthony glanced at the fork, observing that under his command, the mouse was desperately attempting to scale the slick, mud-coated arched wall. Directly beneath an upward passage, he approached with a soft patter, examined the passage, and lifted the skeleton mouse into it. The mouse struggled to claw its way up the steep incline, endeavoring to advance a few steps. He summoned nearby skeletal remains, piling them at his feet and hands before commencing his ascent. Were he a living being, he would declare that he had engaged in considerable aerobic exercise that night. The stark white bones were magically suspended in midair, and Anthony ascended along them, reaching for the elusive heights of the wish-granting chamber. In his impatience, he resorted to employing more necromantic magic, causing a throng of skeletal wraiths to envelop him, automatically lifting their summoner along the pathway, supported by other bones. Given a choice, he would have preferred to rely solely on corporeal wraiths. However, the number of wraiths he could summon from the serpent monster's cafeteria was rather limited, while the abundance of bones was overwhelming. Unlike the skeletal cat or the wraith chicken he kept as pets, he had not invested much necromantic energy into these summon tools, nor granted them significant autonomy. He merely exerted control over them. Unlike the skeletal cat, which could roam freely within the castle, these entities would collapse into mere heaps of broken bone if they ventured beyond his magical range. He harbored some concern that they might become ensnared in the passageway, like the deceased mouse before them. Anthony tapped a wraith mouse, bestowing it with additional magic. "Squeak?" inquired the mouse. "Take these down," commanded Anthony, "and remain below. Do not emerge." "Squeak, squeak." Anthony hesitated for a moment, contemplating that when he descended again, he would discover alternative means to ascend, and at that time, you could accompany him. Fizzing whizbees, he uttered towards the water-dripping gargoyle. Despite the late hour, Anthony made his way to the lower level of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had previously mentioned that his office would always welcome Anthony. The gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the staircase leading to the headmaster's chamber. Professor Sprout had informed Anthony of Dumbledore's peculiar habit, although he never frequented the staff lounge for tea. The second box on the right of the third shelf in the snack cabinet contained the password to the office. For over a month, that box had been filled with fizzing whizbees. Anthony hoped this was merely due to Dumbledore's reluctance to change the password rather than his overwhelming busyness keeping him away from the school. The peculiar device, which trembled and emitted smoke, stood motionless on the desk, while moonlight filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting a serene glow upon it. Fawkes quietly perched on his stand, gazing at him. "Is the headmaster in?" Anthony inquired softly, fearful of startling the Phoenix. Fawkes, exhibiting a remarkable understanding, glanced at him, then at Dumbledore's desk, and gently called out. Approaching the desk, Anthony discovered a note left behind, temporarily away. Urgent matters may be directed to Minerva. Specific inquiries regarding dark arts or potion-related injuries should be addressed to Severus. Furthermore, should you require assistance, you may contact me through Fawkes. In that moment, Anthony comprehended why Professor McGonagall had appeared rather unsettled when she last exited the headmaster's office. He pondered whether the basilisk fell under the category of urgent matters or dark arts, or perhaps warranted assistance. It was akin to an operator inquiring if he required business consultation, problem feedback, or other services. For an instant, he felt as though his predicament encompassed all options. Ultimately, he resolved to seek out Snape. This was not merely because he deemed the basilisk not an urgent matter, though given that the creature had slumbered beneath the castle for many years, it could hardly be classified as urgent, but rather because Professor McGonagall might be asleep. Based on his perception while passing Snape's potions classroom in the corridor, it was either that Snape was still awake or the potion ingredients were joyously reveling, moving about the potions room. In either scenario, he would be free from the guilt of disturbing a peaceful slumber. Since Snape was bound to work late regardless, resolving his issue might prove to be an amusing diversion. Anthony rapped on the door, sensing that his disgruntled little specter was laboriously transporting bones. "Does the term 3 in the morning hold any significance for you, Anthony?" Snape snapped as he opened the door. "A time when neither of us is asleep?" Anthony retorted. "The note from the headmaster instructed me to find you." Snape's brow furrowed tightly. Anthony cut straight to the chase. "I have come to request a dead snake." In that instant, he realized how to communicate through that door. He needed to use Parseltongue. Fortuitously, he was a gifted necromancer, capable of commanding any corpse, including that of Snake. Chapter 87. The Dead Snake. "I beg your pardon. I believe I may have misheard?" Snape coldly inquired. "What prompted you to seek assistance in the headmaster's office for a dead serpent? And after discovering that the headmaster was not present at the school, to knock on my door in the early hours?" Anthony confessed. "I suppose you might recall that I mentioned the existence of a basilisk within the school. I believe I have located it." As the flames diminished to a gentle flicker, he poured the potion ingredients into the viscous green liquid, stirring it slowly while casting a glance at Anthony, who stood at the doorway. "Continue. It should still be in a state of dormancy, the most vulnerable phase. I wish to resolve this matter swiftly, but to access its lair, I require a snake." As Anthony observed Snape preparing to refuse, he reminded him that the headmaster had indicated that in his absence, matters pertaining to dark magic or potions should be directed to you, even if you deem the basilisk unrelated to dark magic. A dead serpent undoubtedly falls under the category of potion ingredients. Snape hinted, "In that case, Anthony, I believe I may be able to offer my assistance. After all, certain parts of the basilisk pertain to potion making." "No problem. It is yours." Anthony readily agreed, adding, "If you wish, you may even accompany me." His sole intention was to eliminate the basilisk, and he would welcome Snape's assistance. In truth, had it not been for his uncertainty regarding whether the basilisk within Hogwarts was neurotic or would be startled by his intention to provide it a proper burial, he would have preferred to prepare thoroughly, ideally gathering Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Snape, and Professor Quirrell. He was quite certain that with this assemblage of power, he would not need to resort to necromancy. Snape gestured towards the hourglass and the potion simmering on the table. "I trust even you could discern that my late-night vigil served a purpose." He promptly turned over an hourglass poised to spring into action, intensifying the flames. The potion began to boil vigorously, gradually transforming into a clear liquid amidst the rising white vapor. After scrutinizing his potion for a moment, Snape contentedly lowered his gaze to sprinkle a certain powder into the flames, which abruptly morphed from a normal hue to an eerie purple. Once he completed these tasks, he straightened and waved his hand, causing the storeroom door to creak open. A glass jar soared out. Snape opened the jar and examined its contents critically before extracting a small, tangled mass, which he tossed to Anthony. The moment Anthony caught it, he realized this was not the item he required. While it indeed bore intricately intertwined scales, it lacked many of the essential components that a dead serpent should possess. Or rather, the most crucial part for necromancy, the bones. "This is merely snake skin," he exclaimed. "Do not dismiss me so lightly, Snape." Snape retorted impatiently. "Snake skin is one of the most vital components of serpent, second only to its fangs. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge in potions understands its value." Anthony insisted. "What I need is an entire dead serpent, preferably untouched by the delicate hands of your potion makers. To me, snake skin is indistinguishable from parchment." As Anthony clutched the coiled serpent in his hand while traversing the corridor, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Snape. Snape deftly dispatched a serpent before him, which he claimed was intended for venom extraction, and coldly remarked that the skin of the African tree snake was worth 100 times more. In a fit of impatience, Anthony directly awakened the fresh corpse in Snape's presence. He assumed that since Snape was already aware of his identity as a necromancer, he would be able to accept necromantic magic just as Dumbledore did. However, when the snake, which had been sprawled on the ground, suddenly raised its head and slithered toward Anthony's feet, Snape's face turned as pale as a ghost, leaving him utterly astonished. In that moment, Anthony realized that this was part of Snape's potion ingredients. The shock he experienced was akin to lifting the lid of a pot, only to see the plucked chicken wings suddenly flapping about. "Revived?" Snape rasped, his gaze fixed intently on the viper. Anthony quickly reassured him, "No, not exactly." He struggled to find an appropriate term, but it was exceedingly difficult to explain what had just transpired to someone unfamiliar with necromancy. Ultimately, he settled on, "It's merely control, akin to a puppet, though not quite so much control. The body retains some instinct, I suppose." The moment Anthony dispelled the magic, Snape appeared even more pallid, as if the lifeless serpent had taken something vital from him. Reluctantly, Anthony animated the dead snake once more, only to be promptly expelled from the office by Snape. However, the cat once more ventured outside. Anthony, clutching the rope and the serpent, hastily ascended the stairs. To his surprise, he encountered Professor Quirrell descending. "Ah, Professor Anthony," Quirrell stammered. Taken aback. "Where are you headed?" He hesitated, scrutinizing the object in Anthony's grasp, as the snake flicked its tongue and gazed up at Quirrell. "You haven't slept either." "Professor Quirrell?" Anthony inquired, astonished. "I discovered a basilisk in the school and wish to address it promptly." "A basilisk?" Quirrell questioned, his voice laced with fear. Anthony nodded. "Yes, but it should still be slumbering. At least I hope so. I intend to eliminate this threat while it remains dormant." "What about you, Professor? What brings you upstairs at this hour?" Quirrell's face paled, and with what seemed like great resolve, he replied, "I shall accompany you to confront the basilisk, Professor Anthony." Anthony couldn't help but admire Quirrell's enthusiasm and sense of responsibility once more. "Are you certain, Professor Quirrell?" He confirmed. "It shouldn't pose too great a difficulty. But it remains a basilisk. I have absolute faith in your abilities, Professor, but please do not feel overly pressured. I can manage alone." Quirrell insisted, "I will join you." "Very well, thank you," Anthony said. Given that Snape was otherwise occupied, having Professor Quirrell accompany him was quite welcome. Chapter 88, Quirrell. Despite Professor Quirrell's dismal performance in class, Anthony still held considerable trust in his magical prowess. Having delved into the nature of the soul, Anthony was compelled to acknowledge that Professor Quirrell was indeed a genius, demonstrating profound insights into the essence of magic during their few discussions. Moreover, Professor Quirrell was far from the archetype of a bookish scholar, despite his propensity for nervousness. His exchanges with Anthony revealed a wealth of practical experience in the art of dark magic defense. At times, Anthony felt his ideas to be rather novel and audacious. Yet Professor Quirrell consistently identified flaws from various perspectives, repeatedly highlighting the unreliability of Anthony's experiments. Thus, as they ascended the staircase together, Anthony began to relay his findings. "I discovered a passage that leads directly to the basilisk's kitchen, though its chamber door remains shut." "How can you be certain it is the basilisk?" Professor Quirrell inquired. "I found a large snake shed, identical to what you had described in the book Lovely Large Friends. Do you recall our neighbor, Professor Quirrell? The Weeping Willow? She was a victim of the basilisk. However, since her demise, I have not encountered any records of additional victims, which suggests that the basilisk may be in a state of dormancy." Professor Quirrell silently followed behind him. Anthony noticed his gaze fixated on the rope and the snake in his hands, prompting him to elucidate. The tome mentioned that both humans and ordinary snakes can communicate with the basilisk through Parseltongue. You see that wall? It becomes clear, Professor Quirrell, that the incantation to enter should be in snake language. The rope is merely a means to ensure an exit after dealing with the basilisk. A rather muggle approach. Yet, he couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of magic. With just a touch of transfiguration, his belt transformed into an elongated rope. That is of no concern. Quirrell's voice trembled, as if he faced not a mere door, but an enraged beast. Yet, he did not retreat even a step. Anthony, filled with concern, glanced back at him, then opened the door to reveal the dark void beyond. It's right beneath here. He fervently wished for a place within the room to secure the rope, enabling him to mark the path traversed and climb back up along it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted an iron ring on the wall, neither too large nor too small, but remarkably sturdy, perfectly suited for his rope. Splendid, Anthony exclaimed, threading the rope through the ring and securing it with a firm figure-eight knot. He held the rope loosely and addressed Quirrell. I shall descend first, Professor. The passage is quite lengthy. If you feel uneasy, you may grasp the rope. He positioned himself at the edge of the opening and slid down once more. The rope unwound swiftly, necessitating that he maintain his suspended state twice to extend its length. Then he felt a faint movement at the other end of the rope. Quirrell was bravely making his descent. Anthony waved his hand to extinguish the nearby soul fire, aiming to prevent any further anxiety for the poor professor. He then retrieved the vengeful mouse that had crawled onto his shoe and tucked it into his pocket. The mouse squirmed within, eventually finding a comfortable nook to settle in the corner. Anthony reached in with a finger to gently stroke its head. At that moment, Professor Quirrell finally arrived at the bottom. His free hand held his wand steady, the stable light emanating from its tip illuminating the tunnel with brilliance. What a remarkably powerful luminescence, Professor! Anthony could not help but exclaim in admiration. Fluorescent flickering is among the most frequently employed spells by him, typically not to illuminate anything in particular, but merely to play with his wand. Yet, he cannot achieve the broad and stable illumination like Professor Quirrell does. With the aid of Professor Quirrell, the tunnel no longer felt as dark and sinister as it had during his previous visit. As Anthony conversed with him, he followed the corpse's guidance toward the main tunnel, perhaps in an effort to evade the tension brought about by the magical creatures. Quirrell appeared to have far more questions regarding the room of requirement than he did about the basilisk. Quirrell inquired, "How did you discover this place, Professor Anthony?" "You may know, Professor Quirrell, that I have been investigating magical creatures within the school, largely out of concern for any lurking monsters within the castle," Anthony replied. "However, finding this passage was truly a matter of sheer coincidence. I suppose I was just fortunate. Had it not been for the room of requirement leading him to the courtyard of the Hog's Head, he would never have discovered that this room could create passages or even considered using it for disposing of refuse. Nevertheless, his investigation had not been entirely fruitless. At the very least, upon seeing the snake's shed, he immediately recognized where he was and what awaited him behind the wall. "How fortunate," Quirrell murmured. Anthony cast a glance at him. Beneath the flickering white light, a complex expression of emotion appeared on Quirrell's notably pale face. Quirrell continued, "It is still quite remarkable. Professor Anthony, I dare say even the headmaster might not. I cannot take credit," Anthony candidly replied. "In fact, someone else informed me about this place." He hesitated, choosing not to mention their previous encounter in the kitchen, where it had originally been used for storage. Quirrell abruptly halted, the light from his wand flickering erratically, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as if he were enduring tremendous anguish. "What's stored here?" he asked. "You truly ought to consult Madame Pomfrey, Professor." Anthony attempted to support him, but Quirrell evaded his hand, fixated on him. "It is nothing. I have been like this for a while." "You aren't," Quirrell confirmed, still appearing restless. "I'm not," Anthony assured him. "What troubles you, Professor Quirrell?" Chapter 89, Pretext. "I am fine. Let us continue," Quirrell insisted. Yet his sweaty forehead betrayed another answer. Anthony frowned, saying, "Regardless of what you were worried about, Professor Quirrell, perhaps you should head up to the hospital wing. I assure you I will handle the basilisk." As he decided to veer into a side passage, Anthony grasped the rope and called out to him, "Professor Quirrell, this way." Quirrell's face twitched, and he laughed. "Of course, you know the way, Professor Anthony." He began to ramble incoherently, asking Anthony how much he knew about the basilisk, how he remembered the path, and whether dinner had been to his liking. Yes, boiled peas," Quirrell mumbled. As Anthony wound the rope around the corner of the junction, he chatted casually with him. "What is your favorite dish, Professor Quirrell?" Juniper berries, Coral answered nonsensically. Anthony pondered seriously. It is quite a rare choice. I have seldom encountered juniper berries used in cooking. Perhaps this is due to my limited consumption of game. Chilo replied half-heartedly as they traversed the damp and chilly tunnel. What do you enjoy? After a moment's reflection, Anthony could not help but chuckle. Quite a number of things. I suppose I am an indulgent person. However, if you're asking me now, what I yearn for most is not a delectable dish, but rather the scones from the entrance of our community. Scones? Perhaps it is the exquisite baking skills of the little elves that render Hogwarts scones perfectly balanced in texture and sweetness. Yet, Anthony found himself fond of the scones from that quaint shop, where the crusts occasionally turned a tad dry and hard. Chilo's complexion paled further. They soon arrived before the stone wall. The viper coiled around Anthony's wrist raised its head, hissing as it flicked its tongue, gazing at the glimmering emerald serpent eyes illuminated by magical light. The two entwined stone snakes suddenly parted. The wall cracked open, slowly sliding apart. The passage behind it was dark and deep, quietly awaiting Anthony and Chilo. Chilo suddenly inquired, "Have you prepared a rooster, Professor Anthony?" Anthony was taken aback and shook his head. He had already mentioned to Chilo on their way that he believed the basilisk was still dormant, and Chilo had concurred with his assessment. "We must make the most thorough preparations," Chilo stammered, sweat seeping from beneath his headscarf. "Go find Hagrid and ask him for chicken." "Very well," Anthony considered. "Then I must entrust this task to you, Professor Chilo." Chilo appeared genuinely anxious. Yet he remained resolute in his desire to assist Anthony. If he could divert him to attend to other matters, it would be for the best. Chilo shook his head. "I'm not familiar with him." "You should explain it, Professor. There is no need for such trouble. Simply inform Hagrid that it is to deal with the basilisk, and he will certainly help you," Anthony said. Chilo's face twitched, and suddenly he laughed nervously. "You go. Do not waste time. I do not care about the basilisk." With a flick of his wand, a loud whooshing sound echoed as a deep scar suddenly appeared on the solid tunnel floor, accompanied by an ominous hissing. The nearby bones, muck, and stone bricks were corroded into a plume of black smoke. Had he not tempered his strength, Anthony believed he could have collapsed the tunnel with that blow. Thus, Anthony accepted his goodwill. Perhaps Chilo thought that Anthony could not manage to escape the threat of the basilisk with composure, which is why he insisted on accompanying him to confront it despite his poor health. After all, only Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Snape were aware of his identity as a dark wizard in the school. In Chilo's eyes, he was merely a professor engrossed in the study of magical theory. Before leaving, Anthony patted the cursed little mouse in his pocket, leaving it behind in the tunnel. At a crucial moment, it could contact him. The little cursed mouse found its favorite corner along the wall, settling down comfortably. It was instructed to keep watch over the passage before it, and should any living creature, other than the pale-faced man, appear, it was to immediately contact its summoner, assuming that the man is not conversing with it. He is explaining something to the emptiness of the tunnel. "I thought you wished to summon him, my master," said the man wrapped in a large scarf, trembling all over. "Forgive me, master, I beg your pardon." It was as if an invisible force tormented him, causing him to shudder and suddenly kneel in the sticky passage, startling the vengeful spirit rat, which paused in astonishment before swiftly retreating to a more secluded corner. "He may not have noticed the master," he hesitantly remarked, his voice choked with emotion. "If I were to kill him now, Dumbledore would become suspicious. Snape is already watching me closely. We have our objective." He sobbed, "Yes, master." "No, I did not mean to. It's unnecessary." The unseen tormentor seemed to inflict further anguish upon him, as the man nearly buried himself in the mire. "No, please do not. Master." After a fit of convulsions, he cried out, "I should not have taken such liberties. Forgive me, master," he shouted, begging for mercy, eyes tightly shut, as if he already comprehended the fate awaiting him. He continued to utter these phrases in desperation. A shrill voice suddenly pierced the air. "I am deeply disappointed, Quirinius. You have once again lost a portion of my trust. Yet, the Dark Lord is merciful. You still hold value. Close your eyes." The young man wept. In Chapter 90, titled Slaughter, the vengeful spirit rat sensed something stirring. Something was scuttling about, sending tremors through every hair on its body, compelling it to flee in a frenzy, yet also to stiffen in a corner, pretending to be lifeless, despite its already deceased state. The instinctual fear clung to it like a persistent affliction. The rustling grew nearer as it emerged from its dormant state, crawling across the ground, weaving around the towering stone columns engraved with serpents, stretching its somewhat stiff body. Squeak! The rat could bear it no longer. It scampered toward the tunnel, leaving behind the man in the large scarf, who stood with tightly shut eyes, pleading for something. It nimbly ran along the wall, following the guidance of its summoner's tether. Unburdened by physical constraints, it dashed swiftly, aware of an opening ahead. Suddenly, it collided with a hand. Anthony inquired, "Has the basilisk emerged?" Midway through, the urgency and terror emanating from the vengeful spirit rat suddenly seized him. It was as if 800 alarms rang simultaneously in his mind, followed by an eerie silence enveloping the world. The rat's intense emotions pierced through the limitations of his sensitivity. Squeak! The rat surrendered willingly as he placed it into his pocket. Had it not been for his earlier awakening of the basilisk, had he not consented to allowing Professor Quirrell to assist him, he would have sensed the increasing heaviness of death that clung to Professor Quirrell, whose body was evidently failing. Professor Quirrell had aided him significantly. The closer he approached the previous location, the more he could perceive the stirring of a colossal entity. The stone walls of the tunnel trembled faintly, and the air was thick with a sense of peril, as the scattered remains of small creatures that once lay strewn across the passage slowly parted. Much like water separating before a passing vessel, a figure lay limply on the ground, enveloped in the dim light that seeped from the room behind. The large scarf wrapped around his head cast peculiar shadows on the uneven floor. Nearby, a vibrant green serpent slithered restlessly, excitedly flicking its tongue, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. This creature was a monstrous serpent, far larger than any shed skin he had previously encountered. Anthony had neither the time nor the inclination to ponder why this beast had not yet devoured the man before it. For now, the individual did not belong to the realm of the deceased that he could sense, and thus he was still alive. Thank heavens he was still alive. The serpent turned its head toward Anthony's direction, its golden eyes betraying no emotion. With a hasty glance, he shut his eyes, unwilling to take any risks, only to realize how astonishingly massive the creature was, with only half of its body protruding, the majority coiled within the vast room behind it. Anthony inhaled deeply, raising his hand as he continued to run. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the corridor he traversed. The remnants of the serpent's meals, which he had disturbed, began to stir. Bones clattered together with an eerie cacophony as they surged toward the serpent. Various small rodents, some missing portions of their skulls, others lacking ribs, hastened towards the beast that glared at them. They leaped onto the serpent's head and body, clawing at its mysteriously vibrant scales, as if to bury the creature with their own remains. The skulls gnawed and clawed, nearly overwhelming the serpent. Yet, the beast merely shook its body in irritation, attempting to dislodge the tiny nuisances clinging to it. It opened its maw, swallowing the relentless tide of skulls, its thin, sharp fangs scraping against the walls, producing a chilling sound of friction and leaving deep imprints. The cutting spell merely emitted a sound akin to a knife gliding across porcelain when it struck the serpent, making it difficult to ascertain whether the beast even acknowledged the fragmented incantations. Anthony flipped his hand. The skulls, now better referred to as bones, crawled under his command towards the serpent's eyes, striving to obstruct its line of sight. A few skeletal forms, still vaguely resembling ferrets, attempted to blind the serpent, but its vision remained wholly unaffected. The serpent forcefully slammed its head against the wall, sending shattered bones and fragments of stone cascading down. Yet more bones surged forth. In Anthony's perception, the skeletal remains draping the serpent had begun to outline a remarkably detailed image of the creature. He dodged the serpent's sweeping head, its venomous fangs slicing through his wizard's robe, leaving a gash on his arm. He shook his arm, attempting to heal the wound, but the process was agonizingly slow. He needed to extricate Professor Chilo quickly. Impatience crept into Anthony. He controlled his injured arm, detaching it from his body and casting it aside. The vengeful little mouse emerged from his pocket, trembling yet swiftly joining the throng of restless spirits, guiding Anthony onward. Thus, he pulled something from within the serpent, a substance that bore no discernible odor and was somewhat scattered. The serpent creature crashed violently to the ground. Instinctively, he forced the mass down his throat, swallowing it whole. It was far from palatable, dry and tasteless, reminiscent of toilet paper. What exactly is toilet paper? Yet, despite its unappealing flavor, he felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. At least he was satiated. Having filled his belly, he yearned to stretch. He spread himself out within the confines of the green-scaled entity, finding a bit of space to flex his limbs and lay down, feeling a refreshing chill envelop him. Suddenly, he noticed another object beside him. Perhaps he was still dazed from his meal, as he thought it bore the scent of a poorly prepared mixed platter. Yet at least it had some flavor, perhaps. Anthony. He remembered that was his name. Gradually, Anthony regained his senses. His body felt uncomfortable, missing an arm, while magic surged within him, roaring like a river coursing through his veins. Turning his head, he saw Professor Chilo had awakened, wide-eyed as he gazed at Anthony and the mountain of bone fragments beside him. "It's a relief to see you're all right, Professor Chilo." Anthony stammered with a tremor in his voice, attempting to suppress the restless necromantic magic within him. "You're fortunate, I suppose." This serpent creature does not seem to have a taste for garlic. Chapter 91, Memories. Anthony comprehended fully, though he was somewhat astonished that Chilo could experience such feelings. Aside from specific spells, most magic does not concern itself with which part it strikes. For it, the significance of head and foot is equal. He was striving to perceive matters like a wizard, yet his muggle mind often clung to ingrained thought patterns, such as the notion that pointing a wand at a head was more perilous than at a foot. Out of fear of losing control, he never allowed himself to glimpse the souls of the living, rendering him entirely oblivious to any souls around him. As he had once expressed to the skeletal cat, he always kept his eyes tightly shut, holding his breath, resisting the tempting morsels because one should not consume one's own kind. "Are you all right, Professor Anthony?" Chilo inquired hesitantly, reaching out as if to nudge him. Anthony immediately swatted his hand away, only then realizing what he had just done. He closed his eyes, assuring himself that he was still in a decent state. "I apologize," he said, shaking his head with a smile. "I think I was a bit startled." Chilo cast a covert, worried glance at him. Anthony understood the reason behind it. After swallowing the serpent creature, he had nearly lost all body heat. A cold breeze swept through, accompanied by the gentle cooing of owls from the distant Olary. "What about you, Professor Chilo? Are you well?" he asked, recalling how profoundly anxious Chilo had been in the face of the serpent creature, to the point that it struck Anthony as odd. However, he had no energy to delve into that now. His mind was foggy, and he felt uncomfortably bloated. I am fine," Kiro remarked. "I suppose this is a favorable conclusion." He laughed nervously. Anthony could not help but smile, and confidently replied, "Indeed, it is a commendable ending." The serpent creature was vanquished, Kiro remained unharmed, and he had acquired a pet. Moreover, Snape had obtained a deceased serpent creature. Everyone seemed quite satisfied. Before parting the office, Anthony reminded the infirmary Professor Kiro, "As employees, we are entitled to these employee benefits." He shook his head, dismissing any further concern for Kiro. "See you tomorrow." "Indeed, see you tomorrow," Kiro responded, adding, "and thank you." Under the glow of the crescent moon, his complexion appeared particularly pale. He exhaled softly, locked the door, and collapsed onto the floor, too weary to move to his bedroom. He felt dazed, as if intoxicated, liberating himself from the confines of his body. He navigated around the discarded Daily Prophet on the desk, ascended to his office, and comfortably poured himself into a porcelain cup that still contained a hint of red tea. Suddenly, everything was inverted. He found himself adrift in a black river. No, he was a part of this river. Like countless nightmares before, he floated silently, dissolving within the flowing solids. The waves surged, yet silence enveloped the space. He merely drifted, tranquil in his heart, aware that a waterfall awaited at the end. Beneath the waterfall, all was unknown, but he would inevitably arrive there. In truth, a part of him had already flowed away, as he was the river, filled with its essence, and it was filled with him. Then the scene shifted once more. He was no longer in the obsidian river, but rather in a pristine, clear lake. The girl he had pushed to the shore lay unconscious, and those who had once observed her struggle now turned their gaze to his own. Yet he could not comprehend why he could not rise. He should have been able to float. He had learned to swim and the proper techniques for rescue. A blinding white light enveloped him. Then he realized it was his friend, merrily waving a mirror in front of his eyes. Upon noticing that he had discovered the ruse, his friend triumphantly displayed the mirror, procured from his mother's makeup bag. For amusement, they had claimed to be testing the reflection discussed in class, earnestly adjusting angles and positioning the mirror at various distances. A small stone appeared at his friend's feet. He laughed, shaking the mirror, causing the water's surface to shimmer in the warm sunlight. Anthony discarded the cardboard in his hand and dashed to the lake's edge, extending his arm, lamenting his insufficient height and reach, unable to grasp her. He cried out for help, shouting, yet no one heard him. Suddenly, a sobbing man slumped before him. Anthony recognized him. It was Mr. White, responsible for various scattered affairs within the community or some such work. Anthony was unaware of Mr. White's true role within the community. Mr. White emanated an enticing aroma. At that moment, Anthony did not recall who he was, only that he had just emerged from a coffin, and this man smelled delightful, like a cake or a loaf of bread, irresistibly sweet, surely capable of momentarily satisfying his hunger. No, no. Anthony suddenly recalled his identity. He had not anticipated the formidable power of the serpent's soul. According to the records, the influence of non-human souls should be significantly lesser than that of human souls. Chapter 92. Sandwich. Anthony inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. He gazed at the chandelier on his ceiling. How peculiar. He had never noticed its exquisite beauty before. This chandelier, along with his desk and chairs, was crafted by the same masterful sprite designer, featuring a splendid copper structure adorned with delicate floral motifs, its curves flowing and elegant. Under the enchantment of magic, the candles remained eternally bright, never melting, dripping, or extinguishing, perpetually burning with a radiant flame. Moreover, the circle of crystal beads at the base of the chandelier sparkled as if tiny stars had gathered, gently swaying. Rising from the floor, Anthony sought to check on his cat. His feline companion was curled upon a pillow, resting its head upon its tail, comfortably asleep. He flopped onto the bed, tilting his head to observe the cat. Its belly rose and fell with each breath, its fur quivering slightly. Anthony chuckled, reaching out to scratch the cat's head. Let us meet a new friend. The vengeful spirit mouse huddled in the corner by the bedroom door, reluctant to approach. Curled up beside the trash can like a diminutive plush toy. The cat paid him no mind. Anthony nudged it. Come on, wake up. Aren't you usually racing around at this hour? The cat remained motionless. At that moment, Anthony finally sensed something amiss. He turned and sat up, lifting the cat onto his lap. It remained blissfully asleep, its breathing steady, resembling a warm, slumbering kitten. It was as if a living ginger cat lay before him. It would not awaken. Oh dear, no, Anthony murmured, beginning to employ various methods to rouse it. He attempted to return it to its skeletal form, but to no avail. He opened the window for fresh air and even filled a basin with water, pretending to prepare for a bath. The cat continued its deep slumber. Eventually, he could endure it no longer and attempted to exert control over its bones. A truly dreadful idea. The cat opened its eyes, took a few steps, and tilted its head to glance at Anthony. He immediately dispelled the magic, inhaling deeply to suppress his emotions. This was not his cat. The cat's eyelids closed, and it drifted back into sleep. It was not the irritable, finicky cat that showed affection solely to him. This was not the cat that relished roaming outdoors but detested being seen by the living. The one capable of reducing all the furniture in the house to splinters when in a temper. His first summoned creature had been by his side since he crawled out of the grave, guarding him through the night. The magic sustaining its consciousness trembled faintly. He had overexerted himself with necromantic spells today, to the extent that even the skeletal cat, his most magical and first summoning, was affected. No, Anthony said. He finally understood why the serpent's soul had such a profound impact on him. His cat was no longer assisting him. Depending on how one viewed the situation, his cat was either alive or, conversely, deceased. Goodness, can't people invent other terms to describe this state? If it were still that ordinary skeletal cat, he knew precisely what course of action to take, merely to mend the bones, for he was experienced in such matters. Yet now its flesh clung tenaciously to the bones. This was unjust. In this world, there existed countless living cats of every conceivable color, temperament, size, age, and appearance, all vibrantly alive, basking in the light of the sun or dwelling in its shadows. Yet he possessed only one dead cat, a cat that he need not fear being slain by his own nightmares. Why must this cat also endure? With one hand cradling the cat, Anthony hastily ascended the stairs, envisioning a potential solution or at least nurturing a glimmer of hope. However, what if he were to reverse the application? He flung open the door to the Chamber of Wishes and leapt within. The elongated, slick corridor unfolded before him, a dark and damp tunnel resonating with the sound of his hurried footsteps. Huge serpent skins lay scattered, bones strewn about, and most importantly, his objective, a serpent creature's carcass, elevated by stone columns in a lofty chamber, reflecting a mysterious emerald glow under the dim light. Excellent, Anthony whispered, clutching the cat a little tighter. A palpable magic trembled in the air. The serpent's remains lay ominously still upon the ground, an imposing figure that seemed hollow, evoking the notion that a mere knock would produce a resonant thud akin to a tin drum. From the serpent's bones, something was extracted by Anthony, causing the skeletal cat's bones to emit a dazzling radiance. Come forth, cat, he murmured. The soul belonged to death, flesh to life, and bones to the spirits that traverse the realms of the living and the dead. An overwhelming desire surged within him. If a dead cat succumbed to slumber due to an excess of life within its body, as its summoner expended vast amounts of necromantic magic, what should the summoner do? A simple answer would be to bestow upon it more necromantic magic. Thus, the undead were created. These byproducts of resurrection studies contained a significant amount of necromantic energy. Their souls were ensnared by the Grim Reaper, not a shred released, yet under the influence of necromantic magic, the life within the flesh was firmly suppressed, and the consciousness lingering within the body retained control. It was speculated that necromantic magic perceived all living entities as a sandwich, in the conventional act of eating a sandwich. The most typical death would occur with a bite that mingles the bread and its fillings. However, with magic in the mix, the scenario grew intricate. Some bread would be lifted and consumed. Others would have the lettuce devoured first. Some magic would bypass the egg, while others would consume the tomato and bread together, saving the canned beef for last. Anthony fixated intently upon it. The cat glanced discontentedly at his empty arms, clawing at his shoulder in an attempt to ascend. Its claws firmly embedded in Anthony's wizard robes, piercing his flesh. Lowering his head, he allowed it to scale his shoulder, exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 93, Barrow. The wind whistled through the corridor, caressing the armor that reflected the flickering flames, passing through elongated shadows cast by the gentle moonlight. Several portraits huddled together, whispering and deliberating on a knight who leaned against the frame, snoring softly. The knight's horse idly grazed on the painted grass. Anthony, cloaked in illusion and accompanied by his cat, cautiously traversed the corridor, striving to avoid attracting the attention of any portraits to his missing arm. It was not until the cat's claws dug sharply into his shoulder, prompting him to lift it higher, that he realized he had left an arm behind in the office. Now, the cat once again coldly nestled against his neck, its ears brushing against his and its whiskers grazing his hair, allowing Anthony to finally feel his heart settle. "You startled me," he whispered to the cat, tilting his head. In the firelight, its eyes sparkled with brilliance. The cat tilted its head, resting its front paws on his shoulder, and rubbed its chin vigorously against Anthony's, forcing him to tilt his head back. In this awkward position, Anthony chuckled. All right. The cat almost stood from his lap, but continued to nuzzle him with its head. Anthony attempted to set it down, but the cat fiercely clawed at his arm, stubbornly climbing back onto him. Relenting, Anthony sat on the floor, embracing the cat. It pressed tightly against him, almost curling into his embrace. Holding it close, Anthony observed its ginger fur bathe in the warm glow of the firelight, creating an illusion of transparency as it radiated such comforting warmth. He closed his eyes, lowered his head, and rested his forehead against the cat's cool fur. In the night, he heard a bird call out briefly before silence enveloped everything once more. Suddenly, an odd sound echoed above him. Together with the cat, Anthony looked up to see a ghost adorned with chains floating, its hollow eyes fixated on the pair concealed beneath the illusion. "Bloodman Barlow?" Anthony inquired. He had little interaction with the slithering ghost, primarily hearing tales from nearly headless Nick and the fat friar about how Barlow had been gloomily wandering the corridors, rendering certain corners off-limits for Peeves. Students seemed more inclined to rush past Peeves, with their bags atop their heads, than to approach Barlow, whose robe was stained with silver blood. "Magic comes at a cost," Bloodman Barlow softly stated as he drifted down, glancing at Anthony's missing shoulder and then intently at the ginger cat, his translucent fingers passing through it. The cat arched its back, puffing up its fur, and mewed at him, pressing tightly against Anthony. With his remaining arm, Anthony held the cat close and replied, "Forgive my ignorance, Mr. Barlow, but I fail to comprehend the cost you speak of." Barlow gently remarked, "Necromancy is quite useful, isn't it?" Anthony calmly responded, "If you say so, then I suppose it must be. No need to disguise yourself, necromancer," Bloodman Barlow rasped, laughing as if 1,000 cats were sharpening their claws on glass. "That was my notebook. Pardon?" he continued. The bloodied ghost seemed amused by him, scrutinizing the cat, and reiterated, "The notebook that vanished from the library, that was mine. I'm still curious as to who took it." Anthony momentarily found himself at a loss for words, and thus offered an apology. "I am sorry, I did not realize that its owner still, existed. I shall return it to you, Mr. Barrow." Barrow murmured softly, "Only at a cost, only in vain." "Why, indeed?" Once more, Barrow reached out, attempting to touch the cat. A heavy chain coursed through Anthony's legs, while his hand pierced through the protective embrace of Anthony's arm and the cat, delving deep into his very core. To Anthony's astonishment, he detected a profound undercurrent of anger, pain, and jealousy lacing Barrow's dry voice. "What is the matter?" Anthony, cradling the cat, rose and surveyed the surroundings. "If you are willing, Mr. Barrow, let us converse in my office. You may dispose of your notebook as you see fit." It was destined to be a sleepless night. The cat, irritated by the presence of an unwelcome spectral mouse in the room, chose to ignore it haughtily, directing all its ire towards Anthony, the instigator of its displeasure. With an unruffled demeanor, Anthony shut the bedroom door, only to be startled by the resounding crash of porcelain shattering. "I believe that was a vase," he explained to the bloodied Barrow, feeling an unexpected twinge of nostalgia and solace. After retrieving his notebook, he was regaled with a lengthy tale from the bloodied Barrow. This emaciated specter, in a hoarse whisper, confided that he had once been an apprentice in necromancy. Born into nobility, he pursued studies at Hogwarts, and in addition, followed one of the school's founders, a necromancer friend of Salazar Slytherin, to delve into the arcane arts. In truth, he had known the necromancer since infancy, eventually gaining admission to Hogwarts through the latter's introduction. "My mentor always said I was too impetuous," Barrow murmured. "I found it difficult to control myself, and necromancy made self-restraint even more challenging." The necromancer at that time was besieged by witch-hunting activities. Invited by Salazar Slytherin, the necromancer took residence at Hogwarts. And during his studies, Barrow fell deeply in love, passionately pursuing Helena, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw. In Barrow's narrative, everything seemed imbued with hope. "My mentor, in his healthier days, was an exceedingly charming individual," he recounted. "He was always calm, quite fond of his students, and possessed a delightful sense of humor. The headmaster and I often believed that Peeves was summoned by him, though he would never admit it. However, the tides soon turned. His mentor's health deteriorated day by day, drawing ever closer to darkness, inadvertently wilting the things around him in his dreams. Anthony could empathize with this, having his own reasons for not harboring any living creature. Consequently, they relocated to the underground, with Slytherin moving the entire house to the cellar, seizing a portion of Hufflepuff's storeroom. Ultimately, on an ordinary day, his mentor vanished without a trace. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Barrow had stabbed her. Desperately, he attempted to resurrect her, yet to no avail. Necromancy had repeatedly let him down. Beyond its emotional control side effects, it had granted him nothing. Her beautiful corpse could open its eyes and roam under the influence of magic, yet it was not her. It was not the proud Helena who would gaze down upon everything with disdain, nor the Helena whose burning ambition stirred his heart. In the midst of collapse, Barrow completely forsook necromancy, abandoning the futile mimicry of life and death as he followed Helena into the realm of oblivion. Chapter 94, The Past of the Past. And the son Anthony listened intently as Barrow recounted his life story, detailing his mentor, the familiar haven of Hogwarts, and the breathtakingly elegant Helena Ravenclaw, whose ardent and fervent expressions of love left an indelible mark upon him, culminating in a tragic denouement. Perhaps it was due to the fact that over the years, he had encountered but one other necromancer, Anthony, that Barrow felt compelled to unleash these narratives upon him, like a torrent burst forth from a dam. "Why?" Barrow inquired in a hushed tone tinged with jealousy. "Why do you, also an apprentice, receive death as favor? Why does it permit you to resurrect that cat?" His hands trembled slightly with suppressed excitement, the chains clinking softly. Anthony shook his head, saying, "That is not resurrection. You are a necromancer. Cannot you see? My cat has no soul. When a person declares, 'I want a sandwich,' they do not mean 'I want bread, I want tomatoes, or I want chicken,' but rather a complete, orderly sandwich, meticulously arranged according to the rules. Similarly, when one implores for her to be alive, it is not merely any fragment of life they seek, but rather the entirety, consciousness, soul, body, all must awaken vibrantly." Anthony had never cared for a living cat. He was not greedy, whether it be cat or chicken. It was the essence of consciousness or desire that a necromancer was most familiar with. Living beings might perish, yet only the lifeless offered him solace. As they shared with him the secrets of death, their souls deeply rooted in the soil of mortality. Barrow raspingly declared, "I am no longer a necromancer, cannot you see?" Anthony gazed at him, puzzled. As the sole remaining necromancer, he truly did not know how to discern whether another was a necromancer. "I am a ghost," Barrow stated. Anthony regarded his translucent, milky figure, the silver stains upon his robes, and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Barrow had transitioned into a ghost after renouncing necromancy. In seeking to unravel the mysteries of death, necromancers were among the closest to death itself, voluntarily surrendering their souls to ensure they remained in a liminal state, trading for exceedingly formidable magic. "If it is not too presumptuous, Mr. Barrow, I have long pondered a question," Anthony ventured. "Why did necromancers face extinction?" Barrow laughed hollowly, his voice a rasp, "Because we brought about our own demise. The weak perished in witch hunts, while the powerful succumbed to their own hubris. Some frail necromancers were so weak they could be burned alive upon the pyre, emitting the acrid scent of charred flesh. akin to the corpses they once toyed with upon the bonfire. In contrast, the powerful necromancers often traded their souls step by step, uncontrollably sliding into the dark, unfathomable abyss. A faction of necromancers has managed to sustain a delicate equilibrium, cautiously bequeathing their arcane knowledge to their pupils. However, as the wizarding realm gradually bifurcated from the Muggle world, this art, requiring an abundance of rare materials and not meant for public scrutiny, began to wane. Due to the peculiar nature of their craft, it is entirely understandable that the Wizarding Society harbors a strong aversion towards necromancers. Concurrently, as other forms of magic flourished, wizards discovered simpler methods to achieve their goals, rendering the formidable necromantic arts unnecessary for instilling fear in Muggles. "Am I truly the last of my kind?" Anthony murmured. "I presume so," came the hoarse reply from the Bloodman Barrow. "What is your name?" "Henry," Anthony responded. "Henry Anthony." "Then heed my words, Anthony." The Bloodman Barrow levitated, looking down upon the student, the chains dragging languidly across the parchment of the test. "You are conversing with a failure. Do not tread my path." With a nod towards Anthony, he drifted away, his gaze vacant. Blood hesitantly coursed into the withered veins, slowly rejoining him with his torso. Anthony reclined in his chair, raising a hand to shield his eyes, feeling for the first time a twinge of anemia. Morning sunlight streamed through the window of his office, cascading over the cat tree, trickling across the ground where an arm once lay, climbing up to the desk that bore the marks of the Bloodman Barrow's chains, ultimately illuminating the tattered wizard's robe that remained after a long night, casting its glow upon Anthony. He opened his eyes, withdrew the parchment and quill, and began to compose a note. As a diligent employee ought to do, he needed to inform Dumbledore of everything. Simultaneously, as a good colleague, he was obliged to notify Snape to collect his potion ingredients. Afterward, he intended to check on how the cat and mouse were faring together. He silently reminded himself that evasion would not resolve his troubles. Anthony. The silver lining was that, apart from necromancy, his spells had always been commendable. He surmised that today would present ample opportunities for rejuvenation and restoration. He glanced out the window. The February lawn remained parched, yet sporadic green shoots had begun to emerge. In the distant hills, the ice and snow melted, and nature awaited the arrival of spring in serene anticipation. A faint smile graced Anthony's lips as he heard the cat crash his nightstand against the wall. Chapter 95. Dumbledore has finally returned to the school. "So, does this mean we need not worry about the basilisk any longer?" Dumbledore inquired. With Dumbledore present, Fawkes no longer felt compelled to exert himself. From the moment Anthony entered the headmaster's office, Fawkes had taken to the high shelf. Anthony believed that if there were an attic in the headmaster's office, Fawkes would gladly perch even higher. Anthony nodded. "I believe so, headmaster. Unless, of course, there exists a happy basilisk family within the castle." This morning, as Anthony approached the headmaster's office with his note in hand, the gargoyle sprang aside of its own accord. He ascended the spiral staircase. The door to the headmaster's office stood ajar, revealing Dumbledore seated behind his desk, intently examining an unusual golden watch. As he lifted his gaze to acknowledge the entrance of Anthony, he calmly invited him to take a seat, as if they had an appointment previously arranged. Anthony recounted the events of the previous night, beginning with the room of requirement. Moving on to the backyard of the Hog's Head Inn, Dumbledore gently shook his head upon hearing the mention of his brother's name, and then describing how inspiration struck him within the passage, leading him to discover the basilisk's lair. Followed by the assistance he received from Snape and Quirrell, Dumbledore raised an intrigued eyebrow. After a moment's hesitation, he candidly shared with Dumbledore the influence the cat had exerted over him. Given that Aberforth Dumbledore had remarked that his brother never dismissed a professor, he mused that if fortune favored him, he might enjoy an extended holiday. Dumbledore listened attentively to his narrative and informed Anthony that once one becomes aware of their own power, self-restraint becomes an everlasting challenge. He could only offer advice based on his own experiences, but ultimately, Anthony must navigate his own path. "Henry, since you inquire, even if it is harsh, I still advise you not to forget the feelings you experienced when you thought the cat would abandon you. Regret, pain, and fear of oneself," Dumbledore said solemnly, his voice low. "It is precisely these emotions that serve as constant reminders, urging us to wield our power with caution." "I will," Anthony assured him, beyond the cat. He also spoke of his chicken and mouse. "If you agree, I would prefer not to fabricate a corporeal form for them. Let us keep matters uncomplicated." He suggested that Peeves still roamed Hogwarts, so why couldn't there be a few inexplicably manifesting translucent creatures? After all, this was a magical castle. "Of course, Henry," Dumbledore replied. "As long as you ensure they do not scatter statues about, I foresee no issues arising." I can assure you of that, Anthony responded, adding, in fact, I suspect they would be incapable of moving statues. Peeves possesses remarkable strength, headmaster. Dumbledore replied with a serious tone. Even the small statues would be off limits. A twinkle of delight danced in his eyes. Anthony confirmed. Very well, small statues shall also remain untouched. They are quite friendly. In fact, my cat is an exception. Before departing, Dumbledore inquired if there was anything else Anthony wished to share. Anything at all. Anthony pondered for a moment, concluding that everything was rather normal aside from that lengthy night, with the decision made not to create a corporeal form for the ghostly chicken. His sole consideration was how to transport it to Hogwarts. I believe that is all, he stated, only to suddenly recall, yes, while investigating the basilisk, Snape thought I had brought the troll into the school. Dumbledore replied, I shall extend my apologies on his behalf. Henry. Not about that, sir. Anthony frowned. I was contemplating who precisely let the troll in. He left feeling somewhat perplexed, clutching 2 lemon drops as he descended the stairs, nodding to Professor McGonagall, who was ascending. He couldn't shake the feeling that Dumbledore had dismissed him with an oddly whimsical smile. Albus has not departed yet, has he? Professor McGonagall inquired. Not half a minute ago, Anthony replied. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly, clutching a substantial stack of parchment in her hands. Anthony watched her stride purposefully towards the headmaster's office, a peculiar smile lingering on his face. You two will get along splendidly, won't you? He queried drowsily, attempting to steal a moment of rest. However, just as his eyelids began to droop, a loud thud jolted him awake. He opened his eyes to find his wardrobe sprawled across the floor, mice scurrying amidst the sleeves and collars. A cat sat gracefully beside the scattered garments, its tail curled nonchalantly, as if oblivious to the chaos around it. With a resigned sigh, Anthony set about repairing the wardrobe. Neither the mice nor the cat's antics stirred any strong emotions within him. He optimistically interpreted this as a sign that they were merely engaged in playful frolic. Once he had restored the wardrobe, Anthony perched on the edge of his bed, contemplating his next course of action. He decided to leave the playground to his newly acquainted summoning friends and ventured out for a stroll. He knocked on Professor Chilo's door, hoping that after the events of the previous day, the professor had visited the hospital wing. Even if he hadn't, Anthony wished for his well-being. However, the primary reason for his visit was simply the proximity of Professor Chilo's quarters. When no one answered, Anthony knocked again, beginning to wonder if the professor had classes to attend that morning. The head of the defense against the dark arts department undoubtedly bore a heavier workload than he, who only taught 2 elective courses. He contemplated visiting Madame Pomfrey instead. After a short while, he heard some rustling from within, and the door swung open to reveal Professor Chilo, his face paler than usual. He asked breathlessly, Professor Anthony? I hope you had a restful night. Professor Chilo, Anthony replied. I came to ask. He hesitated, fabricating an excuse. I was wondering if you would care for a lemon sherbet? He opened his hand to reveal 2 confections gifted by Dumbledore. Chapter 96, An Afternoon in Spring. Madame Pomfrey was not particularly concerned about the fate of the basilisk that had attempted her life. Rather, her spirits were buoyed by Anthony's visit, and she animatedly recounted an encounter with a few second-year Ravenclaw students late at night. These curious souls had wandered into an abandoned classroom in search of the castle's secrets, where they stumbled upon Madame Pomfrey gazing wistfully out the window. They foolishly inquired about her presence there. Madame Pomfrey firmly believed they implied she was meant to linger only in the lavatory, unworthy of strolling like other ghosts. Professor, you should have seen the look on their faces when I started to cry. She beamed, pale as ghosts, utterly ghastly. In the staff lounge, Anthony learned the continuation of this tale. Because the abandoned classroom was perilously close to a forbidden corridor, even though the second years insisted they merely sought the charms classroom. Filch jovially proclaimed they would surely be expelled. Fortunately, Professor Chilo happened to pass by and rescued them. As he accepted the floating porcelain milk jug, he poured a splash into his tea, noting that Professor Chilo often seemed to forego sleep at night. Otherwise, he would not have encountered him to confront the serpent creature. I can well imagine, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, appearing somewhat frazzled. Poor man. Cake, Professor Anthony? Anthony gladly accepted the offered cauldron cake. This chocolate-flavored delicacy was soft in texture, with its concave shape allowing individuals to customize the flavors to their liking. Professor Babbage highly recommended incorporating milk-flavored fondant within, while Professor Sprout suggested soaking the cauldron cake in elderflower wine, which would harmonize into an intriguing medley of flavors, provided one carefully monitored the time. Otherwise, he would end up with a soggy mass of chocolate liqueur-flavored sludge. How did you address these little adventurers in the end? Anthony inquired curiously, as he delicately tore apart the plain cake. savoring it with a cup of milk-infused black tea, relishing this pleasant afternoon. Professor Flitwick cheerfully responded. I seem to recall deducting 10 points from each. Anthony cast him a surprised glance. If his memory served him correctly, Ravenclaw currently ranked second among the houses, just shy of surpassing Gryffindor in the pursuit of the House Cup. I care not for the House Cup, Professor Flitwick remarked. I mean, it would be nice to obtain it, but lacking it is not of great consequence. I wonder if I have any space left on my shelf for another trophy. More importantly, it is vital to convey to them that the price of reckless curiosity can be steep. Anthony chuckled at his cautious phrasing. In other words, if this group of Ravenclaws were so prudent as to avoid any situation that might incur a cost, their headmaster had no objections to curious students wandering the castle under the moonlight. Clusters of daffodils swayed gently in the breeze, and the red squirrels became lively, occasionally darting near the castle only to be startled away by the perilous magical creatures lurking in the forbidden forest. Anthony gently closed the office door, preparing for a stroll outside the castle. His mouse was nestled comfortably on the cat's belly, peacefully asleep. They had grown quite fond of each other, often curling up together for a rest. On one occasion, Anthony even witnessed the cat carrying the mouse out of the window, allowing it to experience the view from the rooftop, while the mouse rested contentedly between its sharp teeth. Outside the castle, the sun shone warmly, and the grass emerged from the moist earth, vibrant and seemingly poised for exuberant growth. Anthony strolled slowly along the banks of the Black Lake, dappled sunlight filtering through the trees as a hint of spring wafted on the breeze. The students had also ventured out. Many lay on the lawn, heads touching, sharing laughter. Some even brought their assignments outside, gnawing on quill pen nibs while gazing contemplatively at the shimmering waters of the Black Lake, occasionally waving their hands to fend off the various insects buzzing around them. Professor Anthony, Angelina called, approaching with a broomstick in hand. Behind her followed a group of Gryffindor Quidditch players, with Wood animatedly gesturing in the air, explaining something, while Harry listened attentively. Upon hearing Angelina's shout, he turned to look toward Anthony, accompanied by the Weasley twins. Anthony smiled and greeted, "Good afternoon, Johnson. Has practice concluded? The afternoon session has wrapped up. The pitch is reserved for Hufflepuff now. We shall practice again this evening." Angelina replied, "What a splendid day it is. Professor, is there a conflict between the practical activity and the competition schedule?" Fred or George inquired. "We calculated that if it were at the end of the semester." Anthony replied, "Indeed, it is at the end of the semester, but prior to the examinations. I recall your competition is scheduled for after the exams, correct? Before the exams?" The Weasley twins beamed with delight. Anthony was aware they had concocted an excuse to absolve themselves of their responsibilities. He admonished, "Beware of the allure of complacency, Weasley." He maintained correspondence with Mr. Weasley, and even now, beyond the two of them, only Professor McGonagall was privy to this matter. The twins ought to consider the ramifications of shifting the blame onto the Muggle Studies class. "We haven't said a word, Professor," one of the twins remarked. "Do you suspect us?" The other added, elongating his vowels, before turning to Angelina with a cheeky grimace. The group of perspiring students departed with their brooms in hand. Anthony noticed Harry Potter offering him a sheepish grin. He had heard Professor McGonagall mention that, due to the errant broom, she had had a conversation with the boy who lived. Perhaps it was because his dear friend Hermione insisted that Anthony was entirely justified, that Harry felt a tad awkward whenever the terms Quidditch and Anthony were intertwined. Chapter 97. Sunshine, Shade, and Lively Mice. Anthony strolled along the lakeside lawn, faintly hearing the cheers and shouts of the Hufflepuff team from the Quidditch training grounds. Ahead were two familiar figures. The Davis siblings were meandering through the shade of the trees. Roger was gesturing in midair, likely attempting to replicate the gestures previously demonstrated by Wood, which probably pertained to Quidditch. Tracy Davis casually reached out to play with the sunlight filtering through the leaves, allowing it to dance momentarily on her hand and then on the dry leaves at their feet, nodding occasionally. A few house sparrows fluttered down from the branches, landing in a clearing to forage, only to be startled by a nearby cat. "Shusha!" Roger attempted to shoo the cat away, only to receive a glare from the ginger cat that had leapt onto the tree. "Isn't that Professor Anthony's cat?" Tracy asked with a hint of concern. "What is it holding in its mouth?" "I can't quite see," Roger replied, shielding his eyes for a better view. Curiously, it appeared to be a jelly shaped like a mouse. Tracy joined him in peering upwards from their position beneath the tree. "Jelly?" The cat cautiously traversed a few branches before leaping onto a nearby oak. The two students simultaneously gasped in awe. "Wait, that thing seems to be moving. A jellyfish that resembles a mouse? Where did it go?" Tracy searched the area, Anthony caught the cat as it leapt into his arms, glancing down at it. The cat gingerly placed the spectral mouse it had been clutching onto the ground, and the mouse emitted soft squeaks, grasping at Anthony's button and beginning to ascend. "Professor!" Roger exclaimed, spotting him. "What is that?" He pointed at the mouse on Anthony's chest. Anthony looked down to see the ginger cat attempting to settle into a comfortable position. "It's a cat," he replied. Roger shook his head. "No, the mouse-like creature." Anthony exclaimed in astonishment. "You have described it as a mouse. Thus it is indeed a mouse." He gently lifted the spirit mouse into his palm and presented it to the approaching third grader, saying, "Look, a mouse." Roger furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the creature. Often found lurking in kitchens and sewers, and hesitantly inquired, "But why is it transparent?" With a mysterious yet earnest tone, Anthony replied, "Because of magic. I have heard of a magical ritual that can turn mice yellow." Roger pondered, "Isn't the principle somewhat similar?" As the mouse nestled comfortably with its eyes closed when Tracy tapped its forehead, she gasped in surprise, softly caressing the spirit mouse's fur. Curiosity piqued. Anthony wondered what sort of individual would devise a ritual specifically to transform a mouse into a yellow one. He turned to Roger, who was intently observing the mouse, and asked what ritual. It certainly sounded like a rather orthodox magical ceremony. If Anthony recalled correctly, the process to become an animagus was not dissimilar to this description. "To turn mice yellow?" he confirmed. Roger nodded earnestly. "Yes, Professor." After bidding farewell to the two Devises, he cradled his cat and ambled into the woods. Most students congregated on the lawn by the Black Lake or along the lakeside path, while the woods were filled with couples whispering sweet nothings while leaning against tree trunks. Deeper into the forest, solitude prevailed. The mouse perched on his left shoulder, sniffing the fragrant air, in a sun-dappled clearing with sparse trees. Anthony gently set them both down and seated himself on the ground. "Spring," he mused, reclining and gazing at the rarely seen azure sky devoid of clouds. Especially remarkable amidst the capricious British weather of February and March. The cat had wandered off to some unknown locale. To restrain himself from succumbing to the dark magic that grew stronger each day after devouring the basilisk soul, Anthony had ceased attempting to sense his familiar. On such a warm and gentle spring day, he saw no necessity to track the cat's whereabouts. The mouse burrowed around his neck, prompting Anthony to grasp it in his hand and lift it overhead for inspection. "Go on. Today is a rare fine day. Seek out something you fancy." He placed the mouse beside him, giving it a gentle nudge outward. The mouse scurried in circles before darting away, leaving Anthony to bask in the sunlight, accompanied only by the rustling leaves and the melodious chirping of birds. "Professor Anthony?" a familiar voice softly called. Anthony opened his eyes to see Neville Longbottom taking a stroll with his toad. "Longbottom," he said, sitting up and nodding at Neville, "what brings you here?" Neville replied, "It's quieter here, Professor." He seemed to regret having awakened Anthony, his round face flushed, desperately searching for a topic of conversation. "This is Trevor, Professor." He solemnly introduced his toad. Anthony smiled and said, "Hello, Trevor. I am Henry Anthony." Tentatively, he reached out to touch Neville's toad, which regarded him with wide eyes. Calm under his touch, Anthony assisted it by placing a daffodil into its favorite pocket, turning to Neville to say, "This is a mouse." The mouse regarded Neville with keen interest. Anthony added, "This is Neville Longbottom, and this is Trevor." Neville could not help but chuckle. "Is this your pet as well, Professor?" he inquired. "It is quite lively. I wish Fong could be the spirited." Ron had initially planned to go out today. Harry had gone for training, leaving him with little to do in the dormitory. He muttered something about Hermione, essays, and revision plans, then added, "But Fong has fallen into a deep slumber." Ron even thought he was dead. "Fong is quite old. If Mr. Weasley is willing, he might discuss it with his brothers," Anthony suggested. At the end of this term, Fred and George Weasley are set to visit a Muggle animal rescue. Perhaps they could adopt some pets. If all goes well, he is even contemplating gifting the Weasley family an owl. Mr. Weasley has complained numerous times about the inefficacy of the Ministry's public owls. Chapter 98, an Easter discussion on Transfiguration. Thus, he now found himself seated in the staff lounge, cradling a cup of tea while observing Professor McGonagall as she graded essays. For her, this might be considered a leisurely holiday. After all, she opted to lean back in her chair, frowning as she perused selections from the library's Transfiguration texts, rather than commanding a quill to swiftly rectify her students' errors in her office. Professor Sprout had ventured to the greenhouse to tend to a sensitive and paranoid vine, while most other professors were engrossed in their offices, utilizing the holiday to pursue magical research. Anthony had initially intended to visit Hagrid, only to discover him absent from his small hut, presumably out indulging in a drink during his free time. As he munched on his fifth pale green biscuit while perusing 25 common transfigurations explained, Professor McGonagall finally spoke without lifting her gaze. Could you pass me a piece, Henry? Anthony levitated the entire plate over. Have you tried this? Pomona isn't very fond of it. McGonagall picked one up, her brow furrowing even more tightly. Whether due to the essays or the biscuit remained uncertain. Dumbledore had timely changed the password to his office, filling the staff lounges cupboard with a plethora of chocolate eggs. No, thank you, McGonagall replied, sipping her tea and pursing her lips sternly at the essay, as if the student were standing before her. Anthony cracked open a chocolate egg, deftly pinching the bunny's ears to prevent it from hopping too far, then glanced at the dark chocolate before him with a frown. It looks far too lifelike, he complained. Must they make it so animated? I have no interest in swallowing a bunny. The art of transfiguration, Henry, the professor remarked. Anthony recalled something. Speaking of which, I have always struggled with transfiguration involving living beings. Whether it is transforming inanimate objects into living creatures or vice versa, I am utterly incapable. But everything else poses no issue? McGonagall inquired with interest, setting aside her essay. Anthony glanced at the 9-inch paper, where the large letters proclaimed, "It is widely acknowledged that transfiguration is of paramount importance in a wizard's magical life. We believe its significance is self-evident, not only because it encompasses every facet of life, but also due to its crucial role in various forms of production." He comprehended why Professor McGonagall might regard the question he had posed, albeit inadvertently, as deserving of greater attention. Professor McGonagall remarked, quite adept. Now, why not attempt to transform this table into a pig? Anthony commenced his demonstration, brandishing his wand and fixating on the table, until Professor McGonagall shook her head, signaling him to cease. What concerns you, Henry? She inquired. Do you not fully believe in your ability to accomplish this? Or is it that you possess no genuine desire to effectuate the transformation? You are behaving as though you fear the repercussions of making a mistake, akin to a first-year student. What was the first transfiguration spell you were unable to master? Transforming a beetle into a button, or perhaps a button into a beetle? I can't quite remember, Anthony replied. Professor McGonagall nodded. A beetle into a button, the first lesson of second year. She took a sip of tea. Did you harbor any doubts at that time? Perhaps thoughts such as, what if the beetle were to suddenly take flight? Or any notion that rendered the entire concept utterly absurd? Throughout her teaching career, she had evidently encountered numerous students ensnared by their own apprehensions. Actually, wait a moment, Anthony recalled. I was contemplating what would happen afterward. Professor McGonagall responded, I see where the issue lies. She scrutinized Anthony. I would never have guessed you were an aficionado of thrillers, Henry. I cannot fathom the source of your inspiration. What? Chapter 99. The Theory of Transfiguration and the Second Class on Apparition. What if I were to transform a button that has already been sewn onto a garment into a beetle? Anthony queried. Since the button is already engaged with the thread, how would the resulting beetle manifest? No, not quite, Professor McGonagall clarified. She elaborated. Regardless of how pig-like it may appear, it remains a table. Transfiguration merely alters shape and appearance without changing the inherent nature of the object being enchanted. Anthony nodded. The distinction between the living and the inanimate. That is indeed a realm he was familiar with. Precisely, no matter how many animals transfiguration may simulate, we can never create true life. It may be difficult to initially comprehend the difference. Professor McGonagall seemed to suddenly realize that her colleague was a ghostly wizard and paused momentarily, but I believe this should not pose a problem for you. Anthony, with a serious demeanor, directed his wand at the table, concentrating intently, reminding himself that no matter what it became, it would still be a 36-inch round table. Even if it resembled a pig, sounded like a pig, grunting and oinking, it would always remain the practical and unpretentious table in the staff lounge. Regardless of how peculiar this statement may sound, such is the essence of magic. Then, it transformed into a pig adorned with wood grain. The four legs displayed subtle seams, as if they had been forcibly affixed. The wooden pig lowered its head, grunting as it sniffed the lounge floor, its snout retaining a light yellow hue. A commendable attempt, Professor McGonagall calmly encouraged, picking up the student's paper once more. I wish you and your pig-shaped table a delightful time. Anthony was endeavoring to prevent the pig from gnawing on his wizarding robe. Minerva. He was uncertain how to communicate with the pig and could only glare warningly at the transformed creation before him. Professor McGonagall lifted her gaze once more to her colleague confronting the pig, a flicker of amusement crossing her serious countenance. She raised her wand with a flourish, dispelling Anthony's clumsy transfiguration. The basic laws of transfiguration, Anthony remarked. Although he had faced numerous setbacks in his practice, he had at least grasped the foundational theories of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction. Quite right. Taking a deep breath, Anthony lifted his wand, continuing his attempts to conjure a pig so lifelike it could deceive the eye during this leisurely holiday. Across from him, Professor McGonagall lowered her head, marking a P on her paper. Can transfiguration create something that does not exist? Anthony inquired, having completed the transfiguration essays for all 7 grades. Professor McGonagall was now perusing a hefty ledger, fulfilling her duties as deputy headmistress. Now, she sipped her tea while deftly turning the pages, engaging in conversation with Anthony. How non-existent? She asked. Professor McGonagall raised her head, explaining, it depends on how you define existence. Henry, does this pig exist? She gestured with her pointed hat towards the pig, attempting to pry open the storage cabinet door. Anthony chuckled. All right, let me rephrase. Can transfiguration conjure a horse with horns atop its head and wings at its sides? After a moment's contemplation, Professor McGonagall traced a complex pattern in the air with her wand, and before Anthony's eyes appeared the creature he had described, a non-existent unicorn. This exquisite being tapped its front hooves on the lounge floor, whinnied, and unfurled its wings, nearly toppling the nearby teapot and milk jug. A hybrid of a unicorn and a pegasus, I presume, Professor McGonagall remarked, remaining seated behind the table. At least I can manage this much. Yet it possesses no magical attributes. What is this creature you speak of, Henry? A unicorn, a non-existent unicorn, he replied. I've long desired to try this. Thank you, Minerva. It was the unicorn from the illustrations in his first fairy tale book. Unlike the unicorns of the true magical realm, the illustrator believed they should have wings. And thus young Anthony believed this majestic and graceful creature would soar freely. He gazed in awe at the faux unicorn, transformed from a dining chair, admiring its silk-like mane. Smooth horn, powerful muscles, strong wings, and calm, gentle eyes. You are a genius. Minerva, a true genius, Anthony exclaimed. This is precisely what I envisioned. Due to its considerable size, Anthony reluctantly requested Professor McGonagall to dispel the enchantment. Thus, transfiguration indeed has the capacity to conjure that which does not exist. Magic truly is wondrous, he mused. Professor McGonagall shook her head. When it came to transfiguration, her enthusiasm was evidently heightened. That is because you described something we deem plausible. Henry, if you were to attempt to create, say, a rabbit with 3 ears, accommodating that extra ear would complicate matters, as it defies common sense and imagination even more than a pegasus. If you desired a robe that was solely red in color, then no one could achieve that. A round sugar cube, Anthony muttered. What? Nothing. Anthony inquired. So, if I cannot conceive of something, I am incapable of manifesting it? Professor McGonagall affirmed. Indeed. He pressed on. What if I possess merely a vague notion? For instance, I cannot distinctly envision what a pig ought to look like. I only have a faint impression. Would this hinder my ability to transfigure a table into a pig? McGonagall nodded. Our Wolfland School has a corresponding explanation. There would be some impact, albeit not pronounced, since the vast majority of individuals are aware of what a pig is and believe in its tangible existence. This common knowledge flows through magic, assisting those less clear about the appearance of a pig, enabling them to conjure one that aligns with the collective perception, essentially a normal pig. She commended. If you were a student, I would award you points for that. Anthony chuckled. You could grant points to Gryffindor, Minerva, for your exquisite and patient elucidation. After a moment's reflection, he had to concede that this explanation held substantial merit, at least in accordance with his current experiences in transfiguration. However, he could not help but shake his head. How marvelous, collective unconsciousness. This further illuminated for him why wizards took such pride in their magic. From a certain perspective, he comprehended why wizards perceive themselves as belonging to a different realm than muggles. Indeed, Anthony now felt that the entire world resembled a jigsaw puzzle assembled through sheer force. On one side lay the Muggle world, which believed everything could be explained through physical matter and its interactions, leaning towards materialism. On the other, the Wizarding realm, which heavily emphasized emotion and confidence, veering towards subjective idealism, alongside a theory close to pluralism in necromancy. If there were indeed a creator of this world, he envisioned them as a child unfamiliar with molding clay, haphazardly grasping a few colors and carelessly blending them together, proclaiming it a masterpiece. Several students, who had initially been laughing and recounting their holiday exploits, exchanged furtive glances, akin to playful grimaces, upon noticing Anthony's presence, suddenly clutching their stomachs in discomfort. With a faint popping sound, the instructor from the Ministry of Magic, Wycott Turkross, appeared punctually before the group. Following the peculiar incident of separation previously, Turkross had prepared a wooden hoop for Anthony, quietly placing it before him. Anthony glanced at him. The instructor remained entirely unengaged, directing not a shred of attention towards this side. When a student beside Anthony, overwhelmed by nerves and low blood sugar, collapsed to the ground, Turcross nonchalantly waved his wand, levitating the student to the side for a rest. Focus, determination, composure. Anthony scrutinized the wooden hoop in front of him. After several repetitions of observation and averting his gaze, he closed his eyes, affirming that he had memorized its shape and distance clearly, then opened his arms and began to spin. Soon, he felt the familiar sensation of compression, as if his entire being were being squished and elongated, distorted and stretched. His eyeballs, eardrums, and nostrils felt as though they were being pressed inwards. He wondered if Dumbledore's nose was disrupted during apparition, given that Anthony could easily imagine him frequently required to travel for meetings. Ultimately, applause ensued. Anthony's ears continued to buzz, and it took him a moment to comprehend what had transpired. He looked down and realized he was standing within the wooden circle. It was not precisely where he had anticipated, yet he remained within the circle, his arms and legs still firmly attached to his torso. Raising his hand, he touched his head, then his neck. "Professor Anthony, rest assured, nothing is missing," shouted a student. Another exclaimed, "We all witnessed it." Anthony breathed a sigh of relief. He truly did not wish to frighten away any more of the Stansampa students. Tycho quietly remarked, "Well done. The first successful one has appeared, class." When the apparition finally manifested, he found the 3 key points remarkably insightful, encapsulating the entire process. "Try to maintain a steadier rotation, young man," he advised, steadying a Slytherin student who nearly toppled over. "No rush. There's no need to spin like a top." The student had impatiently begun to rotate as Anthony spoke, tangling his left foot with his right. Anthony demonstrated a complete turn, gesturing for the student to attempt once more. However, even when the student adhered strictly to his method, he still could not perceive the sensation of compression that Anthony had described. A 6th-year Gryffindor, amid a loud crack, wobbled into view 3 feet outside the corresponding wooden circle. Fortunately, he had not disembodied. It seemed that the attention of the others in the hall was also focused on this incident. Before the cheers and applause erupted, there was a brief silence in the hall. Anthony noticed that not only he but nearly everyone was swiftly scanning his original position, searching for any remnants the student might have inadvertently discarded, perhaps a head. While clapping, Anthony questioned whether his last lesson on apparition safety had indeed been as vivid as he had intended. He overheard the student beside him quietly murmur, "What if I disembody?" "I am an exception," Anthony replied, attempting to alleviate his concerns. It is not so easy to disembody in such a manner. He surmised why the student struggled with apparition. The fear of disembodiment severely hindered his resolve. Noticing the student's anxious readiness to apologize, Anthony waved his hand, signaling him to relax. "Have a bit more confidence in yourself. Or perhaps in me. I dare say no one in this hall could disembody in such a frightful way." And Anthony had ample reason to believe he was, in fact, the least concerned about his own head in the entire hall. Note, there's a candy of this kind in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Given that the book was first published in 1964 and made its way to the UK in 1967, it would not be surprising that Anthony had read it. Chapter 100, Apparition Lessons with Tycho. The content of this apparition lesson involved everyone spinning in place. The 17-year-old student was initially thrilled to confirm that all his limbs were intact and in their rightful places, only to realize, upon hearing laughter, that his head felt cooler than usual. Raising his hand to touch it, he exclaimed, "Why are you laughing? What is going on? I like your new look." His friend jested, remarking that it made him appear exceptionally striking. The student, whose hair had been parted, replied in exasperation, "Shut up, you too." He cradled his head with his hands, incredulously touching it repeatedly, attempting to ascertain that indeed not a single strand remained. It seemed he was well liked, as some good-natured classmates lifted his cloak to peer at him. Others even handed him a mirror, chuckling as they listened to his startled exclamation. Tycho waved his wand, and the fluffy, soft hair that had remained behind reattached itself to his scalp. It was a common, harmless method of parting. Tycho murmured, his voice drowned out by the excited banter and laughter surrounding them. The student, now adorned with his restored hair, lifted his head from the cloak's concealment. His face flushed crimson, his gaze darting about as if searching for something. "Lily has been watching you," Anthony heard his shielding friend whisper. The student, now displaying his healthy scalp, was as red as a cooked shrimp, and Anthony could almost see steam rising from his head. "Oh no," he murmured. Another friend reassured. "Don't worry, Richie, I think she cares about you." Curiously, Anthony followed his gaze toward the other end of the hall. A girl was conversing with someone nearby. her eyes occasionally drifting this way, landing on the blushing Richie before swiftly averting her gaze. Indeed, my gleaming scalp must have made a lasting impression on her, Richie lamented, raking his fingers through his hair. I would rather be ahead with the parting. At least that looks cool. Bald is cool too, his friend comforted. Richie, feeling more disheartened, replied, I don't think so. I was hoping to ask her out for dinner today. After practicing several more times, Anthony felt he was gradually adjusting, eager to step away from the wooden circle's assistance, yet apprehensive about causing another seemingly cool parting. Mr. Tycheros? He approached the Ministry of Magic instructor briskly. Might I have the opportunity to learn the spell to remedy a parting? The pale, slender wizard turned his gaze toward him and dryly replied, I'm afraid not, Professor Anthony. Confounded, Anthony inquired why not. Tycheros remained silent, merely gazing at him. Anthony shrugged and walked away. After all, it seemed that the heads of all 4 houses could restore partings, so he decided to first ask Professor Flitwick if he could teach him. By the end of the class, only Anthony and that Gryffindor student had successfully operat. The hairless Richie dared not attempt it again. Tycheros donned his cloak, bidding farewell to everyone before vanishing in a puff of smoke. The hall buzzed with activity as people slowly gathered their belongings and made their way towards the various staircases. Complaints of dizziness filled the air, yet no one truly felt anything significant, while the instructors, resembling large white parrots, merely repeated those 3 points as though they held any value. Anthony observed as Richie was nudged forward by his friends, awkwardly approaching the girl named Lily, speechless and at a loss for words. Hi, Richie, Lily said, tidying her hair. It looks great. You almost made it. Richie stammered, what? Oh, right, have piece of cake. He smiled proudly, then added with a hint of self-doubt, I will surely do better next time. The two of them strolled along, engrossed in discussing the insights from today's lessons, leaving Rich and Liz's friends exchanging glances, making a few peculiar expressions, and cheerfully heading towards the lounge. Ah, Professor Anthony, exclaimed Professor Flivy, turning his chair around in surprise. I didn't expect it to be you. Do come in, do come in. A quill, saturated with ink, floated above a sheaf of parchment, while a cluttered desk was strewn with various instruments and charts. Silver trinkets flitted about near the ceiling, forming celestial footprints as Anthony entered, indicating the presence of a visitor to Professor Flivy. What brings you here, Professor Anthony? Professor Flivy inquired. You don't often visit me. Let me guess, something about apparition? With a flick of his wand, he closed the office door and directed a modest armchair to scuttle over to Anthony's side, inviting him to take a seat. Anthony chuckled. Spot on. He settled into the comfortable armchair and accepted the teacup offered by Professor Flivy, feeling as though he had merely shifted the time and place for afternoon tea. Especially during his early days at school, he had spent most of his afternoon tea time seeking Professor Flivy's guidance on spellcasting. He recounted his relatively successful experience with the apparition class, at least he hadn't misplaced anything else, and asked, could you teach me the art of restoring disembodied magic? Professor Flivy responded enthusiastically, of course, of course. However, it is complementary to apparition and fundamentally akin to the manifestation of a familiar. As they were still under the spell's coverage against apparition, Anthony only delved into the theoretical aspects with Professor Flivy. He glanced at his notes on the parchment and remarked, I still do not comprehend how Mr. Tychelos managed the silent restoration of disembodiment. If he were to practice in Hogsmeade, even in the most secluded corner, it would be prudent to avoid drawing attention with every manifestation like a firecracker. Professor Flivy, intrigued, set down his teacup and took Anthony's parchment to jot down some notes. Let me ponder this for a moment. He shook his head in confusion. No, that is not correct. Unless one can eliminate the accompanying crackle of apparition. That sound is nearly inevitable. Can that sound be eliminated? Anthony inquired. Among novices, he deemed himself quite quiet, yet there remained a tearing sound that resonated in the air, prompting thoughts of wearing earplugs. Even Tychelos brought with him the characteristic noise of apparition each time he appeared. Professor Flivy shook his head. I believe it cannot. I recall that all theoretical models related to apparition include this, unless he simply employs no magic at all. I think I understand. He shook his head again. What? Professor Flivy blinked, hinting Pomona mentioned earlier that Tychelos has been working at the Ministry of Magic, but he only joined the Apparition Testing Center 2 years ago. Anthony was utterly perplexed by what this implied. So he got promoted? No. Professor Flitwick suggested, attempting to provide further hints, that he was not previously employed by the Department of Magical Transportation. Anthony, still unable to comprehend the implications of his words, shook his head in confusion. Regardless, his method of repairing the separation differs from the one we just discussed, does it not? Indeed, Professor Flitwick pondered for a moment before inquiring. Have you heard of the Department of Mysteries, Professor Anthony? The name seemed vaguely familiar to Anthony, yet he could not recall its significance. Noticing his bewilderment, Professor Flitwick took the initiative to clarify. It is a department dedicated to the study of the very essence of magic. I was almost about to work there. Due to the confidential nature of the work, the employees are referred to as unspeakables. Mr. Tykerose was likely there previously, hence he could not impart that knowledge to you. He added with a hint of complaint, they do not publish any of their research findings, but they can be used publicly. Anthony shook his head, considering that it was the Ministry of Magic, and expressed, I am not particularly surprised. While confidential matters cannot be disclosed, certain things, once instinctively understood, become difficult to suppress. Professor Flitwick waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that he must have obtained permission to use that knowledge, perhaps having discovered it himself. Researchers who had signed confidentiality agreements could, with institutional approval, utilize a portion of their previously accumulated knowledge in their new positions. After all, once something is known, it is challenging to pretend otherwise. When viewed from this perspective, the situation appeared considerably more reasonable. Anthony nodded, ceasing to ponder how Tykerose had managed to remain silent, and instead grew curious about another matter. How do you know so much, Professor Flitwick? He marveled, gazing at the cheerful charms professor seated upon his high chair. Professor Flitwick took a sip of tea and replied mysteriously, You see, if one has been a professor long enough, well, I have a few friends who are or have been associated with the Department of Mysteries, and Mr. Tykerose was once my student. Chapter 101. Drinking with Hagrid that morning, Anthony was awakened by the brightness of the day. He had forgotten to draw the curtains. Top, top, top. A barn owl perched outside the window, and upon seeing him prepare to wash up, politely knocked on the glass. Before opening the window, Anthony cautiously surveyed the room and discovered his cat lurking in the corner, watching intently, its tail flicking with interest. No, he warned, unlocking the window. The owl promptly hopped inside, extending its leg to present a small note to Anthony. It was a message from Hagrid, containing a simple query. Of course, how about tonight? Hagrid awaited him at the door of the wooden hut. It was already dark, and his enormous silhouette was illuminated against the light, his unruly hair and the edges of his coat outlined in a warm golden glow. Henry, he boomed, waving his hand. Anthony hurried over, handing him the bottle of wine he was carrying. Why are you standing outside? I didn't know when you would arrive, so I came out to check. Hagrid replied. Behind him, a large dog enthusiastically leapt upon Anthony, drooling as it attempted to give him a thorough face wash. Fong! Anthony tilted his head back, striving to push it away. All right. I am equally delighted to see you after such a long time, Hagrid. Hagrid grasped Fong's collar and pulled him aside. Anthony exhaled in relief and maneuvered around the large dog into the house. It had been quite a while since he last saw Hagrid. Occasionally, when he found himself free, Hagrid was invariably preoccupied with a myriad of magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. By the time Hagrid was available, Anthony was ensnared in his own commitments, whether preparing lessons, teaching, or spending hours in the library or the staff lounge, hardly stepping outside the castle. Nevertheless, whenever he felt weary of delving into theoretical models or historical texts on magic, Hagrid was the first person who sprang to his mind. As Tom from the Hogshead often remarked, no one could possibly dislike Hagrid, particularly when imbibing. How have you been lately? Anthony asked as he clinked glasses with Hagrid. Hagrid downed his drink in one go and shook his head. Terribly busy. Spring, brings a flurry of activities. Even the hibernating creatures are awakening. I still need to tally the approximate numbers, as per Dumbledore's request. Feeling sympathetic, Anthony poured Hagrid another glass, savoring the brandy that Hagrid had provided. Fong rested his head on Anthony's lap, gazing up at him, then glancing at Hagrid. Oh, speaking of Dumbledore, Hagrid said, pushing back a chair and rising to the snack cabinet for Fong, retrieving a large bag and thumping it onto the table. Here you go, Henry. Anthony opened the bag to find it brimming with colorful fish treats, their feet entwined in peculiar shapes, with tiny scales shimmering. Freshly made, Hagrid remarked, rubbing his large hands together. I hope your little fellow enjoys them. Anthony tied up the bag and set at his feet. Wonderful, thank you. But what does this have to do with the headmaster? The connection of these fish treats to Professor McGonagall was likely more relevant than any link to Dumbledore. Heavens! I forgot to mention, Hagrid said. Dumbledore told me. Henry, Aragog, is absolutely thrilled. He wouldn't express it, but I can tell. Ah, the acromantula, Anthony replied. But since it has been proven that Aragog did not murder Myrtle, will you receive compensation for the wrongful accusation? Conversely, even if the process permitted it, Hagrid might not be inclined to abandon the creatures in the Forbidden Forest and his hut, especially not with Hogwarts restrictions on bringing pets, whether they be eight-eyed spiders or dogs. To learn about the Goblin Rebellion, Hagrid took another swig. Yes, Dumbledore mentioned that the Ministry would expunge my murder charge. I can now perform magic openly. He contemplated for a moment. I'm still somewhat unaccustomed to it. What sort of compensation is that? Anthony questioned. They should have done that from the outset. Hagrid shook his head, speaking in a low voice. Dumbledore said that just Aragog alone constituted sufficient grounds. He always believed I was innocent. He truly is a good man. A great man. Years ago, he persuaded the headmaster to let me stay, which was far more significant than, well, any regulations regarding eight-eyed spiders. Anthony understood. Just as he had experienced, Dumbledore had found a way to circumvent the Ministry, rendering the intended punishment mere noise. He and Hagrid toasted to the incompetence of the Ministry of Magic. Anthony discovered that Hagrid had a rather unfortunate habit. After indulging in considerable drink, he insisted on taking Anthony to meet Aragog. He will be delighted, Hagrid proclaimed, his voice booming like thunder. Come on, Henry, let us seek out Aragog for a drink. But what if he is already asleep? Anthony inquired. He won't be. I know him well, Hagrid replied confidently. I simply must introduce you. You have been of such tremendous assistance. Anthony attempted to reason with him, but I'm already acquainted with Aragog. Hagrid's enthusiasm only grew. Is that so? I had forgotten. Haha, you are already friends? Then let us three friends share a drink together. With a resigned nod, Anthony acquiesced. Very well. He set down his cup, donned his coat, and reminded Hagrid not to wear those tattered dragon skin boots. Their last visit to the giant spider had been in winter when they encountered centaurs. Anthony pondered what surprises the spring night in the Forbidden Forest might hold for him. Chapter 102. The Giant Spider and the Bear. The Moon. A milky orb suspended in a sea of indigo cast a gentle glow upon the ground. The lights in the castle had been extinguished, leaving only the flickering flames in the corridor. In the distance, the black lake shimmered under the moonlight, gently rippling with silver waves. Anthony and Hagrid walked through the dense foliage, the damp leaves whispering softly beneath their feet. Even with the moonlight so bright, the further they ventured, the darker the woods became. In a season of growth, the newly sprouted leaves shielded the outside light completely. Hagrid skillfully navigated around tree stumps, vaulting over their protruding roots. We're almost there. I wager you know the way by now, Henry. The night enveloped them like a velvet shroud, the only sounds breaking the stillness being the distant chirping of crickets and the occasional rustling of unseen creatures. Anthony scanned his surroundings, yet he did not even catch sight of a centaur. The Forbidden Forest this night appeared to be an endless expanse of trees, straying from the path. The trees grew denser, their branches reaching skyward like bony fingers, the leaves overlapping one another in a thick canopy. The terrain suddenly dipped, and the surroundings brightened unexpectedly. Anthony closely followed Hagrid, bracing himself against Hagrid's back to avoid slipping. The layers of leaves that had obscured the moon and stars had vanished, revealing a vast hollow devoid of trees, save for the terrifyingly large spider and its misty web. Aragog! Hagrid bellowed, Aragog! Where are you? In the center of the clearing, a hemispherical web stirred, and an astonishingly large blind acromantula slowly emerged. What is happening? It inquired, waving its enormous pincers, weary yet concerned. What is it, Hagrid? Hagrid! Brimming with joy, exclaimed Aragog. Look who I have brought. Henry! Henry? What is that? Aragog asked disinterestedly. Anthony tugged at Hagrid's elbow, but Hagrid remained oblivious. Raising his bottle high, we have come to drink with you, old friend. Let us celebrate your vindication. Awakened from a deep slumber, Aragog discovered that Hagrid had merely come in search of companionship and drink. Without hesitation, he hoisted Hagrid into his embrace, straining to carry him into the depths of the forest. Hagrid clung to Aragog's furry, elongated legs, mumbling incoherently in a drunken stupor, only to call out loudly, Wait, Henry! Once Aragog scaled a steep incline. A spider, with a gluttonous shake of its massive pincers, emitted a clicking sound. I am yearning for a taste of human flesh, it remarked, cautiously inching towards Anthony. Nearby, several acromantulas began to fixate on Anthony, gradually advancing, their dense, hairy limbs quivering in the gentle breeze. The spider positioned behind Aragog interjected, No, Anthony replied calmly. I would advise you to restrain your inclinations. The spider that had opposed the notion of consuming flesh declared, Do you not recognize who he is? Hagrid said, He is the one who vanquished the creature whose name we dare not utter. The proponent of cannibalism among the acromantulas echoed, Human. Another spider clicked, Ah, Hagrid's friend. The dissenting spider retorted, Foolishness, this implies he is perilous. Do attempt it, humans. But remember, I harbor no desire to feast upon you. What is your name? Anthony inquired. The spider replied, I require no name, Hagrid's friend. How then shall I distinguish you from the other spiders? The spider hesitated momentarily, then responded, You may refer to me as the 97th grandchild. The dangerous spiders hesitated, their whispers drowned out by the incessant clicking of their pincers. Anthony suspected that the entire assembly of acromantulas in the hollow was conversing. If you have no objections, I shall take my leave, Anthony stated. The ravenous acromantula remarked, Leave? I find it somewhat difficult, its gaze still fixed on Anthony. Akin to a child eyeing a delectable dessert, its body swaying slightly. Anthony shook his head. Certainly, he could conjure a ladder with necromancy or utilize the remains of various creatures from the Forbidden Forest, including acromantulas, to elevate himself. Yet, he was loath to recklessly employ necromancy again. Thus, he invoked the Patronus charm. A tremor coursed through the air as a colossal bear materialized in the clearing, surpassing all the acromantulas in size and even Aragog himself. Under the shadow of this nearly 8-foot-tall black bear, the silvery spider silk glimmering in the moonlight appeared diminutive. After surveying its surroundings and sniffing at the nearby acromantulas, which quickly scurried away, the bear curiously gazed upwards at the moon, then lowered itself, allowing Anthony to scramble onto its back as it gradually rose to its feet. Farewell, descendants of Hagrid's friend. Anthony emulated the spider's manner of address, adding, and farewell. 97th grandchild. The spiders remained silent, retreating quietly. Let us depart, Anthony urged. The bear strode forward, effortlessly exiting the hollow. We shall seek out Hagrid, he whispered to the bear. Unbeknownst to him, he had yet to comprehend how to dissolve the summoning spell. It was rare for anyone to wish to dismiss a Patronus, and he could only await its natural dissolution. The bear cautiously lowered its head, extending its massive paw into the Forbidden Forest, nearly toppling a small sapling. Cautiously, it navigated towards a broader area, using its paws and snout to part the dense, interwoven branches. Hagrid's footsteps grew increasingly audible. The bear pushed aside a tangle of vines, struggling to squeeze through the trees, eliciting a series of ominous creaks from the trunks. Hagrid halted. Who is there? He called out. Come out. You do not belong in the Forbidden Forest. It's me, Anthony replied. Don't worry, Hagrid, I'm fine. He slid down from the bear's back, awaiting Hagrid's approach. Oh, Henry, you reckless creature. I was truly concerned you had lost your way. Hagrid exhaled with relief. However, I had no idea you were riding a bear. Chapter 103. The Weasley brothers lose 10 points. All rats? Hagrid inquired. Mostly, yes, Anthony confirmed. And a few ferrets. I suppose they eat whatever they can find. Hagrid scratched his head, sounding unexpectedly sympathetic. But don't you dislike basilisks? Anthony asked in astonishment. I indeed harbor a distaste for them, Hagrid replied in his deep rumble. But consider this, such a massive creature feasting on rats. He shook his head, letting out a sigh. Anthony parted the branches before him. Well, I guess it's better than eating humans. Suddenly, he recalled, what does Aragog consume? Oh, there is plenty in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid said. I know of deer and foxes among other things. He then began to recount tales of Aragog. Hagrid took pride in declaring Aragog a kind and loyal companion. Even though humans were on the menu for the acromantula, it had never harmed a human out of concern for Hagrid's feelings. Upon entering the warmly lit cottage, Anthony couldn't resist stretching. Fong wagged his tail enthusiastically around Hagrid, and after being nudged away, he eagerly licked Anthony's ear. Hagrid ambled over to his snack cupboard, tossing a piece of ham to the large dog, while discarding an empty bottle into the trash. He instructed Anthony to disregard the items on the table as he clumsily swept up the crumbs of rock cakes, boiled water over the fire, and checked the supplies in the box beside the hearth. Oh, thank you, Hagrid murmured. It's rather odd. Where has my teapot cozy gone? Anthony resolved the issue with a summoning charm. After a flurry of movement, the cozy flew out from Fong's favorite patchwork mat. The large dog rested his head on Anthony's lap, nuzzling his damp nose against Anthony's hand, warm beyond belief. Hagrid shook out the disheveled cozy and fitted it over the copper kettle. He suddenly leaped up, flinging open the wooden door and striding outside. Anthony sat up and asked, What is the matter? Those Weasley brothers again? Hagrid whistled, and Fong instantly darted ahead. Since they enrolled, I've been attempting to chase them out of the Forbidden Forest almost weekly. He hurried away. Anthony donned his coat, secured the door, grabbed a lantern, and followed suit. Hagrid, no need for that. I know the way, Hagrid said, as Fong sniffed diligently at the ground. Come on, Fong. Those two brothers are as elusive as a pair of mice. Can someone enlighten me on the allure of a pitch-black forest? Anthony glanced at the time, wondering why you would venture out at 1:30 in the morning, circumventing all the professors patrolling the grounds, to respond to its call. He held a lantern aloft. Beside him, Hagrid was tending to a wound on one of the Weasley brothers' legs. Ron lay on the ground, panting heavily. "It's nothing, Hagrid, just a scratch from a branch." Fred cheerfully remarked, "Your dog is getting faster." Hagrid gruffly replied, "Thanks to you too." Furrowing his brow, he asked, "How did you end up over there? Did something shiny pass by?" Another Weasley inquired, peering closely at the wound. "It's swollen, Fred," Hagrid observed. "It seems like something has pierced it." He glanced at his large thumb before looking up at Anthony. Anthony crouched down, handing the lantern to Hagrid while digging out the thorn, asking, "What shiny thing?" "I don't know," Fred replied. "Before we could catch up, we heard Hagrid pursuing us." "Ouch." Fred rose from the stump, limping a few steps. "I'll be fine." "Professor." He glanced at his brother. "Professor Anthony, Hagrid, it was that," George suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the woods behind them. "Another one just went by." Hagrid raised the lantern high and turned his head. "What was it?" Anthony nearly turned as well, but quickly caught Fred's robe, chuckling at the twin brothers. "That trick won't work anymore, Weasley." Fred feigned innocence. "What are you talking about?" But then he fell silent. A pure white creature glided gracefully over the tangled roots, weaving through the depths of the forest. Behind him, the Weasley brothers appeared equally astonished, gaping at the spot where it had vanished. "They should be asleep," Hagrid muttered, handing the lantern to Anthony. "I'll go see." "A unicorn," one of the Weasleys mused. "Worth it?" Anthony inquired. "What were you originally here for?" The twins asked earnestly. "Have you ever felt that curiosity to explore the unknown, Professor? The courage to swim against the current when all the rules tell you not to?" The torches along the castle walls cast flickering light on the uneven stone bricks, while outside the windows, darkness enveloped everything. Anthony called out to the Weasley brothers as they prepared to head to Gryffindor Tower, go to the hospital wing. "No need, Professor, really," Fred insisted, bouncing in place. "I'm fine." He flashed a mischievous grin at Anthony. Along the way, he pretended to limp, diverting the conversation when Anthony cautioned them against further exploration into the Forbidden Forest. Anthony shook his head in resignation, saying, "As long as you're fine, don't let me catch you out at night again. Weasley, I almost forgot, 10 points off Gryffindor."